Jianyu? In the gathering place of the Sea of Clouds, at the First Central Hospital of Yunhai, in the ophthalmology department. Please describe your symptoms again. The doctor scanned the examination report in his hands, tilting his head slightly to observe the young man seated before him. With tousled black hair, his sharp brows barely concealed his expressive eyes. His pronounced nose and sharply defined lips contributed to a striking handsomeness, perhaps even bordering on the exaggerated. Yet at this moment, his demeanor was one of considerable fatigue, with deep shadows under his eyes, suggesting a degree of physical weakness. Did you perhaps get the wrong appointment? But more pressing than these concerns. Excuse me, but smoking is not permitted here. The doctor pointed to the slender cigarette he held. Oh, my apologies, Dr. Zhao. Jianyu smacked his lips, crunching the yellow and white stick before swallowing it. It's a nicotine candy. After a brief pause, Jianyu continued. Recently, my eyes have felt rather uncomfortable. Sometimes, a layer of red seems to obscure my vision. Blinking makes it vanish, but it reappears with another blink. And when I look at dark objects, especially shadows, there's an indescribable sensation. How long has this been going on? Dr. Zhao inquired. About 2 months, I suppose. It wasn't this severe at first. Jiang Yu's expression was laced with worry as his gaze fixated a few centimeters above the doctor's head. In his line of sight, something seemed to coalesce there. Crimson hues swirled, forming a lengthened bar. Then, luminous points gathered in the middle of the bar, somewhat resembling a number. 2 months prior, while organizing his bookshelf, a book with a pure white cover had fallen and struck his forehead, nearly taking his breath away. Following that incident, his eyesight had undergone a transformation. It began with faint lines above people's heads, which evolved to manifest colors, and eventually, the number of lines became overwhelming, culminating in the current state. Of course, there was one detail he had not mentioned. Every time he beheld a shadow, he felt as though a dark entity writhed within it. Could it be that something unclean was fixating on him? Indeed, not only did he visit the ophthalmology department, he had also made an appointment with the pollution department. Jianyu blinked. Dr. Zhao's crimson bar above his head grew, increasingly orderly, and even the number within it gradually clarified. How old are you? 18. Jianyu responded instinctively, then hesitated. Were you asking my age? What else would I inquire about? Dr. Zhao was similarly taken aback. Retrieving his gaze from above the doctor's head, Jianyu added, 18 as well. At that moment, Dr. Zhao's indicator stabilized completely rectangular box with a tiny portion of red remaining. The center of the box boldly displayed 18. The shape and nature of it bore a striking resemblance to a health bar in an online game. Jianyu scrutinized Dr. Zhao intently. The doctor wore a large mask, showing slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his hair a mixture of gray and white, yet there was a vibrancy in his gaze, lending him an aura of vitality. If it truly were a health bar, would 18 not be perilously close to death? Do you drink? Right now? Dr. Zhao was momentarily speechless. Forgive me, I was a bit distracted. Jianyu cleared his throat lightly. Difficulty concentrating. Young man, never mind. Let me examine your eyes. Dr. Zhao rose from his seat, retrieving a device that resembled a laser pointer, though likely not one, as it emitted a white light when activated. Look to the left. Now, to the right. After surveying all directions, Dr. Zhao returned to his seat. There's nothing serious. All the test values are normal. It's a simple case of conjunctivitis. I'll prescribe you some eye drops to use for half a month. All right. After thanking the doctor, Jianyu turned to exit the consultation room. Crossing the threshold, he inhaled a deep breath of the cool air. Doctors, nurses, patients, people came and went. 88, 76, 91. Health bars filled the space densely. Excuse me, could you step aside? A man with blood streaming from his eye sockets addressed Jianyu. Even in such a condition, the man's indicator remained high, 73. As Jianyu walked, he observed the figures above their heads more keenly, increasingly convinced that the numbers and bars denoted health statuses. In the surgical department, patients with fractures generally had low readings. In the internal medicine department, the situation was more complex. Some appeared fine externally while having serious internal issues. Their percentages varied significantly. Overall, apart from those in wheelchairs or on gurneys, few had health readings below 50. What could be the situation with Dr. Zhao in the consultation room? Disregarding it, the doctor surely had his own insights. Jianyu glanced at the fee ticket in his hand, hesitating before tucking it into his pocket. Forget about treating conjunctivitis. It was clear that his golden finger had finally activated. Only able to see health bars? What good is that? Puzzled, Jianyu made his way out of the hospital. Recently, There have been signs of anomalous activity during the night. Should you notice anything unusual, please promptly contact the Night Patrol Service. We urge citizens to avoid going out at night. Inside the hospital, LCD screens on either side displayed various announcements. To ensure the safety of citizens, the Night Patrol Service is about to commence a new round of recruitment to enhance nighttime patrols throughout the city. 100 years post-Great Cataclysm, we have established secure havens. The anomalies have been retreating steadily, and hope belongs to us of the Great Joe. Thanks to our collective efforts, our nation is experiencing rapid economic growth, and our city remains incomparably safe. A century ago, at the dawn of the new millennium, the blue planet witnessed the emergence of abyssal fissures, from which terrifying and powerful anomalies surged forth, trampling over the land. After a century of struggle, the Great Joe had constructed several impregnable first-tier gathering places, alongside numerous second- and third-tier ones. Yunhai was one such second-tier gathering place. Having traversed into this world for half a year, Jiangyu had gradually adapted to its extraordinary nature. Indeed, he felt a sense of gratitude. Fortunately, the world had settled down. Had he arrived during a tumultuous era of cataclysms, it would have been beyond his capacity to endure. In a stable city, living affluently was a simple form of happiness. Jiangyu exhaled a long breath, popped another nicotine candy into his mouth, and stepped out of the hospital. It was time to head home, lie back, and contemplate this health bar situation. As he tightened his clothing and bent down to tie his shoelaces, the late winter and early spring season felt particularly gloomy today, with an undercurrent of chill in the air. With a charming bow in his shoelaces, Jiangyu slowly stood up, only to freeze in place. A sense of coldness began to spread from his heart throughout his body, leaving him entirely chilled, as if he had fallen into an abyss. His gaze expanded, his heartbeat slowed by half a beat, and his pupils contracted to pinpoints. An expansive street, devoid of life. As far as his eyes could see, buildings were swathed in dark hues of black and gray. Shattered windows, decaying street lamps, and trees devoid of vitality. A slender figure with flowing muscles and a frame as massive as a car jumped and climbed across the buildings. One grotesque creature, resembling a fat gourd with 4 tentacles, twisted and danced bizarrely along the street. Figures distorted like smoke, fleetingly revealing monsters lurking by the roadside. The perspective widened, extending even more. Strange anomalies ravaged the streets. Prowling on rooftops and in alleys, armed warriors clad in black and red armor dashed through, bladed weapons drawn. Jiangyu felt a constriction in his breathing. He raised his head. Above him hung a dark sun. Above the sun, a lengthy health bar extended ominously. This seems like quite a significant issue. It might be time to panic. His fingertips trembled faintly as he crunched the nicotine candy. Suddenly, the black and gray receded like a tide. Vibrant sounds began to fill his ears once more. Passers-by on the streets, rustling branches, the honking of cars, everything alive with vibrancy. Jiangyu looked around in bewilderment. Hey, old man, watch your step. Brother, need some medicine? Brand new from the printing house, genuine for 50,000 a bottle, and him selling it for 5,000. Mommy, that handsome uncle is silly and just standing there. Jiangyu's throat constricted slightly. His gaze swept across the faces surrounding him until it landed on the large screen standing outside the hospital. 99 years post-Great Cataclysm, the Night Patrol Service remains a steadfast support for citizens. Our world is improving. Our city is incomparably safe. Jiangyu looked up once more. Above, the yellow sun shone brightly and warmly. There, too, was another lengthy health bar above it. Yes, indeed, our city seems remarkably safe. Chapter 2. This wretched ability, brother. Do you want to buy some medicine? It's just like the real thing. The purveyor of counterfeit drugs gently patted Jiangyu's shoulder, pulling him back from his reverie. The imprisoned souls had meticulously crafted lies, a myriad of conjectures swirling in his mind, but his complex emotions were forcibly interrupted by the counterfeit medicine dealer. What do you want? He exhaled a cloud of frustration. Care for a little medicine? The dealer inquired hopefully. Medicine? This city is crawling with monsters, and you still have the audacity to sell drugs? Do you think you're some kind of deity of medicine? What are you talking about? You're insane. The dealer turned to leave. Wait a moment, kid. If you're not buying, don't hinder my business. Selling divine oil, I see, Jiangyu retorted, reporting him for the outrageous price of 3,000 for a single bottle. After completing his statement at the police station, he emerged as dusk approached. Gazing at the impending sunset, he felt a slight disorientation. In the evening, The area was bustling with activity. Couples strolling hand in hand, girls chasing balloons, and vendors with tricycles. Who could fathom that beneath such a serene facade lay another reality? What was the fleeting moment in the hospital? An illusion? A figment of imagination? He was uncertain. Yet one thing was clear. Nine seemed to be in pain, and the pain was intensifying. With a stern expression, he took the bus, disembarked, entered the community, and rode the elevator back to his room. Jiang Yu rushed to the bathroom and removed his shirt, the center of his chest. A tattoo, 3 to 4 centimeters in size, depicting a book design, emitted a faint glow. The pattern was not overly intricate. 3 concentric circles formed a larger ring, representing the cover of that book. This design was the very culprit that had struck him earlier. Gasping, he felt a sharp pain. It grew unbearable, akin to a branding iron searing his skin. Accompanied by a sensation of tightening, it was over. The pollution department had already been contacted. He should have requested a checkup. Jiang Yu grimaced, turning the shower on and spraying water on his chest. The sound of sizzling filled the air, accompanied by wisps of white steam. The relief. After a minute, the pain finally subsided. Wiping his face and pushing his hair back, he glanced at the mirror, a slightly pale, handsome face stared back, and atop his head was a blood bar, the digits reading 100. After leaving the hospital, he had done some research on his abilities. 1. Most ordinary beings had blood bars visible within a 30-meter radius. He could see his own blood bar in the mirror. 2. If he wished not to see it, he could simply will it away. 3. He had yet to organize the rest. Seeing that his status was fully restored, he sighed in relief. Turning off the shower, Jiang Yu felt as though he had forgotten something. He needed to check his eyes at the hospital. One reason was the crimson lines in his vision, which today confirmed to be blood bars. The other was that when looking at dark objects, especially shadows, his vision became distorted. Yes, he had forgotten about the shadows. Jiang Yu lowered his head. Where's my shadow? The bathroom light shone down from above as he shifted his position. The shadow was reflected on the wall. Thankfully, he almost thought it had vanished. This day had been too bizarre. Even if his shadow had fled, Jiang Yu suspected he wouldn't have been overly surprised. He grabbed a towel to dry his face and opened the bathroom door. A pitch-black figure stood silently at the doorway, entirely dark, with varying shades across its form. Its hollow, profound eye sockets stared at him, and their gazes locked. I knew it's not that simple. After the hospital, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat once more. His shadow hadn't escaped, but it had come alive. He raised his hand. He lifted his leg. Perhaps a little dance. What? You can do that too? Watching the shadow wave its arms flamboyantly, Jiang Yu's mind became a whirlwind. He gently caressed the tattoo on his chest. Points of light floated in the air, expanding rapidly. Divine, strange, human. These words flickered briefly before settling on human. A luminous screen unfolded before him. Name. Jiang Yu, attribute. Shadow, shadow points. 1-1, rank. 10 shadow points required to unlock. Abilities. Shadow Devour. Shadow Eye. It resembled an attribute panel. Documenting his condition. As he focused, certain words expanded further. Shadow. Your shadow exists because of you. It possesses all your memories and synchronizes completely with your abilities, capable of executing any simple commands you issue. However, please note that it lacks independent thought. Perhaps you could try giving it the command to train. You might yield unexpected results. Shadow Devour. You can absorb shadow points from all things dark to enhance yourself, or decompose inanimate objects to extract shadow points. Shadow Eye. Your eyes have undergone an unknown transformation. Activating this ability allows you to see the dark side of the world and choose to enter it. There was much to process, and his thoughts were in disarray. Jiang Yu glanced at the luminous panel, then at the shadow standing before him. He extended his hand, passing through the shadow's chest. This entity lacked a physical form. Can you speak? Jiang Yu inquired, receiving silence in return. You possess all my memories? He asked again, and the shadow nodded. All right. Jiang Yu turned and rummaged through his desk, producing a test paper. Given f, x, ax-3x1 as 0. Define h, x, max, f, x, g, x, f, x, f, x, g, x, g, x, f, x, g, x. Find the extreme values of f, x. This was my summer homework. Give it a try. He handed the pen over. Wait, Can you hold the pin? The shadow remained silent but extended its hand, successfully grasping the pin. Did this thing truly lack a physical form? Jiang Yu reached out again, passing through its body. It was somewhat unsettling. Why have you stopped writing? He looked over, his face paling. The shadow had written one solution but then froze, looking at him innocently. You claim to have all my memories. I can finish such a problem in 2 minutes. Jiang Yu reopened the luminous panel, reading through the skill descriptions once more. Capable of completing simple commands? Could it be that the exam questions are too difficult? He pondered and then commanded, recite ma pi tsang qiong. After a moment, the shadow's pen flew across the papered. Ma's power, 3 segments. Gazing at the 5 glaring characters on the test stone tablet, the young man from the Shao family wore a blank expression, a bitter smile tugging at his lips as his nails dug deeply into his palm. What the hell? Jiang Yu's gaze shifted, feeling as though he had grasped something significant. This was no longer about being extraordinary. With his shadow transcribing notes, he could sell books and rake in profits. This had potential, immense potential, however, before diving into book copying. He needed to clarify his own situation. Jiang Yu examined his remaining abilities. Shadow Devour, Absorb Darkness. He crouched in a corner, extending his hand. After a while, nothing occurred. This wretched ability lacked a manual or tutorial to explain itself. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of irritation. As for the final ability, Shadow Eye, he had already experienced the dark side of the world during his hospital visit. Let us take it step by step. Don't copy just yet. Do a few push-ups for me to see. The shadow nodded, standing up from its seat. Then, under Jiang Yu's gaze, its form faded until it completely vanished. Hey, I told you to do push-ups. Where did you go? Where is my shadow? Chapter 3. You have become a mature shadow. The ceiling? Absent. The kitchen? Absent. The toilet? Also absent. Jiang Yu unzipped his pants. Still, nothing. Hey, where are you? Come out, he shouted. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned around. A pitch-black figure slowly materialized from the air. What on earth was this shadow? Jiang Yu rubbed his temples. Where have you been? Do you have some sort of invisibility skill? The shadow gestured, but Jiang Yu could not comprehend its signs. Take a pen and write it down. The shadow approached the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote down 2 large characters, dark side. The dark side of the world? Jiang Yu realized. The shadow nodded. What do you intend to do there? The shadow replied, push-ups. Why would you go there to do push-ups? The shadow answered, to train. Could it be that training on the dark side is more effective? Jiang Yu pondered. Training in the dark side seemed reasonable. A large mass of darkness in his room was unsettling. The ability description for shadow suggested issuing a training command, so he decided to let it be. The sun had completely set, and the bright moon hung high. The moonlight, like a veil, covered the entire gathering place of clouds. Vehicles flowed continuously on the streets, yet compared to the bustling metropolis of his previous life, this place was significantly smaller. Moreover, as time passed, the streets grew increasingly deserted. After 11 o'clock, aside from the night patrol, there were seldom any pedestrians or vehicles on the streets. Waving the shadow away, Jiang Yu pulled out a chair and opened his computer along with a drawing tablet. In addition to being a senior in high school, he was also a highly popular manga artist. Drawing upon his past artistic experience, his first major endeavor after crossing over was to attempt creating a passionate manga. Following the Great Disaster, cultural industries were in dire straits, and upon the release of his manga, it quickly exploded in popularity, with his pen name Jiang Yu's Rainy Night becoming widely known. After a 2-week break, it was time to start a new series. There were many themes for passionate stories. Which one should he choose this time? Jiang Yu opened his notes, his mouse gliding over various titles. A Beautiful World. The Teachings of Intimacy, Dormitory Supervisor, Friends of Mother, Weaknesses, Welcome to the Dream Broadcast Room, Obediently Hook Up, Are There Any Empty Rooms Left, Fitness Instructor, Swimming Tutoring Class, Gentle Classmate So many passionate comics. The choices are overwhelming. At times it feels like a torment. The next morning, bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yu's eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly awakened. Last night, he had been so engrossed in his creation that he had fallen asleep without realizing it. Jiang Yu, open the door. A familiar voice called from outside. What's going on so early in the morning? He yawned and opened the door. Health, 90. A girl with a bob haircut stood at the door. Her face brimming with excitement, As soon as the door opened a crack, she squeezed in. Liu Yao Yao, a classmate and childhood friend, was also a devoted fan of Jiangyu. Beneath her elegantly arched willow leaf eyebrows, her bright eyes sparkled like stars, her petite and delicate nose resembled a white flower bud, and her translucent lips were simply enchanting. Huh? Why does your health seem so diminished? Jiangyu glanced at the calendar and understood. He rubbed his nose and withdrew his gaze. Come on, last night I saw you trembling, saying you were preparing to launch a new series and had already determined the content. Let me see the design collection. Bang! With a resounding crash, Liu Yaoyao's fair face trembled thrice. Her complexion turned pale as she turned away, becoming even paler. Jiangyu, even if you don't want to show me, there's no need to slam the door. Liu Yaoyao swallowed hard. Jiangyu remained silent, staring blankly at his own arm. The muscular lines were smooth and distinct. A sense of power nestled between them. With a slight exertion, his arm became as hard as steel. You've been working out? Liu Yaoyao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she looked at Jiangyu's chest and sturdy arms. A thin, short-sleeved shirt did little to conceal his muscular physique. The contours of his back and shoulders were also subtly discernible. There was no exaggerated visual impact of muscle bulges, but at a glance, no one could doubt the strength contained within this body. You didn't take something, did you? True to her nature as the daughter of a night watchman. The girl quickly regained her composure, her expression shifting to one of vigilance. Jiangyu, I'm telling you, that kind of stuff is off limits. You still have time to turn back. My father handles countless such cases every year. Please, just be quiet. Your mouth is flapping too much. Jiangyu's eyelid twitched. Then how do you explain that 5 days ago, when I sought you out, you didn't look this exaggerated? Liu Yaoyao remained tense, her hand moving towards her waist. Hey, you're not planning to pull out some kind of lethal weapon, are you? Jiangyu's eyelids quivered. Ahem. The girl paused momentarily before shifting her hand. Soon, a device the size of a palm appeared in her grasp. Liu Yaoyao tossed it over. Here, clamp it on your finger and test it. Test what? Pollution index. Aberrations, foreign species invade. Killing foreign species leads to contamination. Consuming certain foreign substances can cause pollution, fostering resentment and hatred. To a certain extent, it can also lead to contamination. If pollution is not cleared, it accumulates and can trigger a series of degeneration and alienation. My abilities stem from the manual on my chest. How could there be any pollution? Jiangyu gestured for her to calm down, picking up the pollution detector. How do I use this? Clamp it on your finger. This thing is somewhat like a clip. Jiangyu manipulated it, securing his index finger. After a couple of seconds, a faint electric current surged from his fingertip, traveling through his arm into his body. In an instant, the so-called shadow points within him reacted. Simultaneously, the values on the detector began to soar. 10, 20, 40. What the hell? Jiangyu's eyelid twitched, hurriedly suppressing the abnormal movement of his body. Soon, the values began to visibly decline, eventually settling down. See, I told you there's nothing wrong. Right? Jiangyu's lips moved. It really fine. Liu Yaoyao's expression was skeptical as she glanced at him and then at the device, lowering her weapon. Wait, a gun. Jiangyu's eyelid twitched again. You're not planning to shoot me, are you? Just being cautious. Liu Yaoyao sighed in relief, stowing away the weapon. After a bit of negotiation, Jiangyu managed to send this young lady back home with a brand new passionate comic design collection. Upon returning to his room, Jiangyu immediately accessed the panel. Your shadow has entered the dark side of the world to begin training. Shadow Devour activated. First absorption of shadow points. Your shadow has grown stronger. Training in progress. Arm strength 1. Training in progress. Arm strength 1. Shadow Devour activating. Shadow points 1. Shadow Devour activating. Shadow points 1. The logs below were entirely composed of training records. Shadow points 5. After browsing through, Jiangyu felt somewhat dazed. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, he beckoned for his shadow to come forth. You've been training all night, he inquired. The shadow nodded. This is utterly ridiculous. Jiangyu's gaze gradually changed, intensifying with fervor. Very good, but mere push-ups are insufficient for effective training. You are now a mature shadow. Let us elevate the difficulty level. From now on, we will abandon regular push-ups and proceed with double jump rope, plus. Jiangyu paused for a moment, then accelerated his speech. Bodyweight push-ups, walking plank holds, one-handed handstand push-ups, inverted tiger leap push-ups, Russian push-ups, human flags, pistol squats, spider crawls, L-sit leg raises, and dragon flag belly shakes. Let us commence our delightful training. Chapter 4. Striving to become stronger in the martial arts examination, year of the Great Cataclysm. 99, January 20th, first day of acquiring the shadow. The shadow trained all night, yet I felt nothing. Unknowingly, I was growing stronger. This method of gaining strength is utterly shameful. As youth, we cannot be complacent. January 21 st. The second day, I arranged more training tasks for the shadow, yielding exceptional results in just 2 days. My six-pack abs became defined, and my entire physique displayed smooth muscle lines. I should be able to knock Lu Yaoyao out with a single punch now. Right? No, it's time to put in the effort. January 22nd, today, Uncle Lee came by. He also works in the night watch bureau. I hope he didn't notice anything unusual about me. Uncle Lee is getting old and has lost an arm. I feel that I could take down 3 Uncle Lees or 10 Lu Yaoyaos with a single punch now. January 23rd, damn it. Life cannot continue in this idle manner. Having gained extraordinary abilities, I must strive harder. I cannot simply lie back and relax. January 24th, the shadow trained, and I enjoyed the benefits. January 25th, the shadow continued to train, and I continued to enjoy. January 26th, excellent. Today I proactively completed 10 push-ups, continuing to enjoy. January 26th, the speed of shadow point accumulation is so slow. Aside from the initial increase of 4 points on the first day, after so many days, IVE only accumulated 8 points. I wonder how many more days it will take to reach 10 points and unlock the status. Perhaps I would grow faster by entering the dark side myself? January 27th, I attempted to activate the shadow eyes and enter the dark side of the world. Why, though, is the door here harder than steel, utterly impenetrable? I can only enter the shadow realm from outside the house. In the dark side, the community was shrouded in a layer of mist, rendering exit impossible and entry forbidden. I could only enter the shadow layer from outside the community in the real world. To my astonishment, a specter over 2 meters tall was lurking at the entrance of the neighboring community, its forelimbs resembling scythes, chasing me relentlessly and tearing my pants apart. Thankfully, I managed to escape the dark side just in time. January 28th, this specter even blocked my way at the entrance of my community. I couldn't swallow this humiliation. Let us get it. January 29th, revenge failed. I took a tail hit to the chest, nearly breaking a rib. January 30th, revenge failed again. 3 bloody scratches on my rear, successfully chipping away 6 of its health. Keep it up. January 31st, Lu Yaoyao carefully applied iodine to Jiang Yu's arms and face. Have you been fighting with someone these past few days? She asked, glaring at him as she applied the ointment. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Yu inhaled sharply. The scars were a man's badge of honor. Badge of honor? Lu Yaoyao pressed her finger firmly onto his bruised arm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You still know pain. Feeling the firmness of his muscles, Lu Yaoyao instinctively retracted her delicate fingers. By the way, the martial arts examination is in a month. How do you plan to approach it, Yaoyao? Are you going to participate? Jiang Yu grinned, showing his teeth. After all, as the child of a night watch bureau higher-up, her qualifications were unlikely to be an issue. It all depended on Lu Yaoyao's personal choice. I actually want to learn music. If you want to learn, then go for it. Jiang Yu smiled. Is Uncle Lu against it? It's understandable if he is. After all, during the early years of the Great Cataclysm, most artistic professions weren't in high demand. Not to mention the scarcity of job opportunities, their social status in the future would likely be quite low. The Night Watch Bureau was still battling foreign species, who had the time to engage in the arts. The trending topics were mostly state affairs, far from the traffic-driven era of the previous life. It's not that he is against it. Lu Yaoyao paused in her application of the ointment. You must not tell anyone. What's the matter? Jiang Yu gradually repressed his smile. The policy had changed. Lu Yaoyao, wielding iodine, carefully applied it to the scars on his arm, her gaze dimming slightly as she spoke softly, asserting that as long as the qualifications met the standards, he must participate in the martial arts examination this year and apply for extraordinary majors. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Hadn't there been a previous emphasis on respecting personal choice? Students with average qualifications were permitted to take the regular college entrance examination. The The pressure on the Night Patrol Bureau was evidently mounting. Lu Yaoyao sighed gently, blowing lightly on the applied medication, declaring that unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she would undoubtedly partake in the martial arts examination. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. The qualification test at the beginning of the school year was mandatory for all college entrance examinees. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yu was uncertain whether he should participate. The small device Lu Yaoyao had brought out that day had been incessantly beeping. On the day of the test, that device would be far more sophisticated. The moment he stepped in, it would undoubtedly emit a series of sharp sounds. Then, dozens of night patrol agents would aim their guns at him, unleashing a barrage of bullets in mere seconds. The mere thought was exhilarating. His small manual resting against his chest appeared quite ordinary, so how could it trigger the device? His understanding of the extraordinary world was woefully inadequate, and Uncle Li had never been forthcoming with information. Jiang Yu couldn't help but ponder whether this unreliable golden finger would inadvertently lead him into the ranks of the aberrants. Last time you gave me the detector. What principle does it operate on? After some contemplation, he chose to probe. Can it be used to defend against aberrants? Lu Yaoyao chuckled, seemingly unperturbed, explaining that it was merely a simple detector incapable of dealing with aberrants. Its limited functionality was simply to detect aberrants and extraordinary individuals. Didn't Uncle Li mention? Ordinary people facing aberrants should run if they can. If not, they should at least try to make an emergency call before meeting their end. Extraordinary individuals? Jiang Yu noted the term with interest. Indeed, Lu Yaoyao evidently had no intention of elaborating further. Please, continue. The two exchanged glances, unblinking. What are you doing? Lu Yaoyao recoiled slightly. Nothing. Jiang Yu's eyes darted. Your family must have foundational knowledge about the extraordinary and aberrants. Right? Could you lend it to me? Lu Yaoyao eyed him skeptically. Aren't you uninterested in the extraordinary? Planning to take the regular college entrance examination in the future? People change, don't they? Jiang Yu maintained a steady expression. UVE mentioned that this year there's a mandatory martial arts examination. What if I have latent talent? I'd like to familiarize myself in advance. More importantly, he added, I've had some newfound inspiration and plan to create a passionate comic about extraordinary individuals and aberrants. Upon hearing the terms extraordinary individuals, aberrants, or passionate, Lu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled momentarily. Quick, tell me more, she urged eagerly. The initial concept revolves around a frail boy named Bin, who endures bullying at school daily, yet harbors a kind heart. With the help of his endearing deskmate, a gentle teacher, and a kind aunt, he is selected by the Night Patrol Bureau to participate in the Super Soldier program. Through remarkable willpower, Bin undergoes a transformation, receiving the Super Soldier Serum injection, ultimately becoming the formidable Captain Bin. However, the Night Patrol Bureau does not intend to send him to battle. Instead, they repeatedly dispatch him to various high society gatherings, performances, and meetings with wealthy heiresses and noble ladies. Until one day, an aberrant invades the city, a powerful aberrant, the Pink Skull, accompanied by a blue cosmic cube. Lu Yaoyao listened, captivated. Chapter 5. Extraordinary individuals in a southern-facing room at dusk. Cerulean curtains were drawn aside, allowing golden sunlight to spill through the glass, casting a warm glow upon the pristine white table. A creamy gray gradient carpet lay snugly against the edge of the bed. Adjacent to a petite table and two round cushions, within a pale pink cabinet, alongside clothing, sat a guitar, sheet music, and a flute. It was uncertain whether they had gathered dust. This was Lu Yaoyao's room. The two resided within the same corridor, their doors merely 10 meters apart. After a series of coaxing and cajoling, Lu Yaoyao finally relented, leading Jiang Yu to her home in search of materials regarding the extraordinary. The bed was adorned with pastel pink sheets, the quilt meticulously folded, and a comic titled The Space of Fate rested upon the bedside, suggesting it had been perused late into the night by a certain individual. Don't look! Lu Yaoyao exclaimed in a fluster, her cheeks flushed as she hastily tucked the comic away. Yaoyao, you wouldn't want your uncle to discover that you were sneaking a peek at comics. Would you? Jiang Yu remarked, feigning concern. Shut up! Lu Yaoyao shot him a glare. Just sit here obediently while I fetch the materials from my dad's room. Don't touch my things, go ahead. Jiang Yu waved her off. Lu Yaoyao rose and exited the room towards her father's chamber. Jiang Yu quietly cracked the door open a sliver. Their rooms faced each other directly across the hall, with a sudden bang. Lu Yaoyao quickly opened and closed the door again. Jiang Yu, leaning against the door frame, initially intended to jest, but upon catching a glimpse, the words died on his lips. Soon, Lu Yaoyao returned, holding a USB drive and a cassette. She plugged the USB into the computer and inserted the cassette into the player, pressing play with a satisfying click. Melodious sounds emerged, featuring flutes, guzheng, and drums. Admittedly, Jiang Yu could hardly identify most of the instruments. Various emotions within him gradually dissipated as the music washed over him. A truly remarkable experience. He focused intently on the computer screen, and his gaze sharpened. The first page presented information about aberrations. Aberrations, powerful beings from the abyss. Slaying aberrations incurs a cost, without exception. To slay aberrations, one must bear the price, grow stronger, and step into the extraordinary. He meticulously read through the material. The journey to becoming extraordinary was far more perilous than most could fathom. Regardless of mental or physical resilience, failure to withstand could lead to aberration or degradation, resulting in becoming an aberrant. Jiang Yu continued to scroll down, the weight in his heart deepening. The dark side of the world, shadow layer. 50 years ago, the war general Yi Songbai discovered it. Dubbed the interstice between the world and the abyss, it is a shadowy realm. This dimension perfectly replicates all structures of the real world, with an exceedingly hard composition. Prior to the opening of the abyssal rift, aberrants could infiltrate the real world from the shadow layer. Despite the Night Patrol Bureau maintaining strict control over the entrances and exits, there still existed some that slipped through the cracks. Note 1. The shadow layer resets every month, replicating the scenes of the real world anew. During this time, the number of aberrants significantly increases, necessitating timely eradication. Note 2. The shadow layer contains pollution. Prolonged exposure increases the level of pollution, ultimately leading to the loss of self and becoming an aberrant. Note 3. From the 4th tier onward, one's strength will be suppressed upon entering the shadow layer, with a greatly heightened risk of pollution. Unless absolutely necessary, it is not advised for 4th tier individuals to enter the shadow layer. Note 4. Visibility in the shadow layer ranges from 3 to 5 meters, increasing with one's strength. So, this is how the dark side of the world operates, as for the pollution in the shadow layer. Jiang Yu reflected carefully. He hadn't felt any discomfort. Upon activating his shadow eyes to enter, it felt as if he had returned home, relaxed and at ease, with his vision unaffected. Regrettably, the number of shadow points was limited, restricting his stay. Accompanied by the melodious background, Jiang Yu continued to read. Extraordinary individuals. Aberrants possessing human forms. At a glance, his gaze paused. He lifted his head to look at Lu Yaoyao, who wore a calm expression, clearly unfazed. Don't look at me, look at the materials. Lu Yaoyao instructed. Extraordinary individuals. To slay aberrants incurs a cost. Extraordinary individuals wield power, yet are simultaneously corroded by it. Compared to ordinary people succumbing to pollution, the outcome for extraordinary individuals losing control results in complete aberration. Devoid of consciousness. Note 1. Extraordinary individuals are embodiments of pollution, perpetually battling against aberration. Note 2. Upon death, the power within extraordinary individuals may spiral out of control, significantly increasing the likelihood of aberration. Note 3. Please be advised, as an extraordinary individual, if you realize your chances of survival are slim, expend your strength before meeting your end. Staring at this last line, bolded and highlighted, Jiang Yu's breath slowed involuntarily. The qualification test in the second semester of senior year would determine eligibility for the martial arts examination. A slight crack opening in the door to the extraordinary point. One could only truly access this knowledge after passing the martial arts examination and entering university. Jiang Yu was uncertain of the reasoning behind this arrangement, but since the Night Patrol Bureau and the Great Zhou had structured it thus, there must be a rationale behind it. The volume of information was overwhelming. Jiang Yu rubbed his temples, the mouse wheel scrolling down as he noticed over 20 pages of content in the Word document. The PPT likely contained even more. Come here, give me a back rub. He requested. Lu Yaoyao looked at him in bewilderment. Could you repeat that? 3 original illustrations, high definition. You set the content. Deal. Lu Yaoyao's small hand rested on his neck, squeezing. Why is it so hard? Been exercising lately. The Shadow's training effects could be transferred to his physique. Notably, his strength continued to grow, yet his physique exhibited no drastic changes. Aside from a slight bulge, he had not developed a muscular build. When he donned his clothes, he merely appeared robust. Have you developed abs? Of course. Want a touch? Jiang Yu smirked. Just then, the doors swung open. Health, 97. Lu Nanfeng, who had been eavesdropping for an unknown duration, bore a grim expression, an undercurrent of menace radiating from him. Liu Yaoyao's hand, which had been extending, froze in place. Jiang Yu's playful grin also stiffened at the long dining table in the living room. The aroma of food wafted through the air. 3 bowls of rice were set, each person seated at their respective positions. Chomp, chomp. Lu Nanfeng dug into his meal, still clad in the attire of a night patrol agent. Jiang Yu sat opposite him, also indulging in his meal. Liu Nanfeng's expression darkened further. Liu Yaoyao timidly spoke up, Dad, you misunderstood. Misunderstood? Lu Nanfeng laughed in anger. How could what I witnessed be wrong? It's not, Liu Yaoyao stammered, her ears slightly reddening. Was there anything more mortifying than being caught by her father while stealthily feeling the abs of a male classmate? It seemed there indeed was, for instance, feigning disinterest in comics while secretly binge-watching them all night. Feeling exhilarated. Let this rascal explain. Lu Nanfeng couldn't help but interject. Shall we say a few words? Dada. Lu Yaoyao coughed. No, it's not that. Jiang Yuqing cleared his throat, raised his cup, and said, Uncle Lu, everything is understood without words. I shall punish myself with 3 drinks. What a bold lad you are. You've certainly grown some guts, Lu Nanfeng scolded. Where's my knife? Chapter 6. The Fork in the Road at the age of 5. He and Lu Yaoyao competed to see who could urinate further. At7, he entered kindergarten and beat all the kids into tears. BY12, after graduating elementary school, he celebrated by taking Lu Yaoyao and a few friends to the streets to pretend to be beggars, only to be reported to the welfare home by kind-hearted strangers. The parents were nearly driven to madness. Such incidents were numerous. Until a year ago, he had suddenly taken up drawing comics, creating a plethora of passionate illustrations that were incredibly difficult to discuss. Jiang Yu, the so-called bad kid in others' eyes, his daughter seemed to befriend him daily. Liu Nanfeng felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. What were you all doing when I returned? He pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, only to have Lu Yaoyao snatch it away before he could light it. We were reviewing materials. Information on aberrations and the extraordinary. Jiang Yu replied candidly. Lu Nanfeng's gaze sharpened as he looked at his daughter. You took those? You've quite the audacity, young lady. Liu Yaoyao shrank her neck and quickly began to act cute. Dad, wasn't he there recording? Plus, I was right there watching. Nothing will go wrong. Liu Nanfeng's expression gradually turned serious. What exactly did you take? Just some explanations about the extraordinary and shadow layers. I assure you, no other materials, Lu Yaoyao guaranteed. You've spoiled her. Lu Nanfeng shot her a glare, then sighed in relief before turning to Jiang Yu. Do you know why students aren't allowed to engage with this information early? Not entirely, Jiang Yu speculated internally. The human heart harbors aberrations, which can lead to malevolence. Despair can drag one into the abyss. Some things are not suitable for everyone to confront publicly. Jiang Yu found this statement rather obscure. Not everyone possesses sufficient willpower. Even a tiny crack in their resolve can be exploited by aberrations. Therefore, we must conduct aptitude tests before the official martial examination. Physical aptitude and willpower aptitude. This ensures they qualify and possess the capability to engage with the extraordinary world. The path of the extraordinary is fraught with peril. Even with instrumental assistance, there are still yearly instances of individuals losing control, which is truly lamentable. If you do not plan to participate in the martial examination, I would advise against delving into these matters. Isn't there a unified martial examination this year? You can't escape it, Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Besides, it's better to rely on oneself than to depend on others. Gaining more knowledge can only be beneficial. All right then, if the sky were to fall, let a tall person bear the brunt. Maintain a calm mindset. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, the communicator at Lu Nanfeng's waist began to vibrate violently. Hello? Lu team. Shadow Layer, urgent mission, understood. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Nanfeng quickly gulped down a few bites of food before springing to his feet. I'm off on a mission. Jiang Yu, you behave yourself? If I catch you again, I'll have you brought back to the night patrol. After giving him a glare, Lu Nanfeng hurriedly left. Uncle Lu is as fiery as ever, Jiang Yu mused. Recently, there had been numerous cases in the bureau, and he often barely had time to eat before being called out on another mission. Once Lu Nanfeng finally departed, Lu Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief, picked up her bowl, and began to eat. Wait, as she was eating, she recalled Jiang Yu's earlier behavior, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, Jiang Yu, what did you mean by that? Did you intentionally make my dad misunderstand? Jiang Yu retorted, you're overthinking it. You infuriate me. Lu Yaoyao stood up, rushing over and tugging at Jiang Yu's cheek. He retaliated playfully, pulling back. After a bout of playful scuffling that left the girl flushed, she berated him as a scoundrel and a rogue. After dinner, Jiang Yu left the girl's home and walked towards the entrance of the community. He contemplated reviewing more materials to understand his own changes, only to find that Lu Nanfeng had returned earlier than expected. Given Lu Nanfeng's personality, he likely gathered all the materials away. After some coaxing to the girl, he had only obtained a few basic concepts, which felt like a significant loss. Exiting the community, he walked along the road to the supermarket. With the new year approaching in 10 days, the supermarket had already begun to adorn itself with vibrant red decorations. The character Fu and couplets were stacked at the entrance, with customers frequently inquiring about prices. Posters for the night patrol were plastered on the shelves and counters, prominently featuring uniformed patrol officers against a backdrop of raging flames, accompanied by a simple slogan, patrolling at sunset, safeguarding the peace of Yunhai. As Jiang Yu entered the supermarket, he grabbed a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar from the household goods section. Just as he was about to pay and leave, his phone rang. Hey Jiang Yu, bring me a box of eggs, a carton of milk, and never mind, just those. Got it? Female necessities, he thought, and after a moment's consideration, he also bought 2 boxes of contraceptives. Better to be prepared than sorry. Carrying a large bag, the bottles of soy sauce and vinegar clinked together, emitting a cheerful sound. The biting cold wind whistled, seeping through the gaps in his clothing, sending chills down his spine. There was still a month until school started. Initially, the training with shadows had yielded excellent results, but as time passed, the effects diminished. Simply exercising was still lacking in some aspects. With only a month left, he wondered what level he could achieve. Jiang Yu sighed deeply. The ghost he encountered at the community entrance likely wasn't too formidable among the aberrations. After all, those of significant strength had long been dealt with by the night patrol. Even so, he had spent 3 days merely whittling down its health by 6 on average. That was only 2 a day. However, he had already witnessed countless, even more terrifying entities in the shadow layer. A century ago, the world plunged into catastrophe, with aberrations invading and wreaking havoc. Countless predecessors sacrificed their blood to secure the current peace within the gathering place. Yet, beneath this tranquility lay another layer of reality. This year, the compulsory martial examination meant that as long as one scored above the qualifying line, they would step into the extraordinary world. In simpler terms, it was a forced expansion of enrollment. It was evident that such a policy could not be casually implemented. Was it due to a lack of personnel on the front lines? Or perhaps insufficient new forces? Who could say? The walls flanking the road were also plastered with posters, emblazoned with bold red characters proclaiming, "Expel the aberrations, restore our great Zhou." He paused for a moment, his pupils constricting. Theo is right. The entrance of his community lay in the distance, with no sign of the ghost within the shadow layer. To his left, 100 meters away, 2 health bars appeared before his eyes. Health, 24, health, 14. Before him stood a young patrol officer clad in a blue-black uniform, his left leg broken, his body riddled with gaping wounds, his skin marred by grotesque black markings. He leaned against the wall, barely managing to stand. His hollow eyes appeared terrifying. Behind him, 2 children clung to each other, having fainted in fright. Facing him was a slender figure, towering over 2 meters, its lower body non-existent, resembling a ghostly apparition, equally tragic, with ink-like blood flowing from its wounds. Its right arm bore a broad and sharp claw, reminiscent of a sickle used for harvesting, drooping limply from the center. The left arm featured a monstrous claw, its palm larger than Zhou Chen's head. With the ghost still possessing 24 health and the patrol officer 14 health remaining, the youth stood at the crossroads, lost in thought. Chapter 7. The night patrol officer Lin Imo, 25 years old, served in the administrative division of the night patrol. His specialty was pollution science. Focusing on pollution identification and control, he began interning at the night patrol at the end of his 3rd year. Today, after finishing a day's work, he was on his way home when suddenly, a monstrous hand emerged, seizing two children from the roadside and dragging them away. This aberration was pulling people into the shadow layer? In shock, Lin Mo's mind went blank. He didn't even have time to notify the night patrol before instinctively leaping forward, only to find himself dragged into the shadow layer as well. In the past, aberrations would stealthily emerge from the shadow layer to harm the populace. Never had he encountered one directly pulling individuals into the shadow layer. It was unheard of. He unleashed a surge of strength, kicking away the aberration's arm and shielding the two children behind him, but as he regained his composure, he was drenched in cold sweat. He was just an administrative officer, a freshly off-duty administrative officer. He hadn't brought any pollution control equipment, yet here he was in the shadow layer. Although his abilities were suitable for combat, his willpower was lacking. Prolonged exposure to the shadow layer would result in irreversible contamination. Moreover, he had been in the administrative division for many years and had forgotten 6 out of 10 combat techniques. Did he truly believe he was still the vigorous youth of 20? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and glanced back at the children, quickly clicking on his wristwatch. The unknown material of the wristwatch emitted a soft glow. "Take this," he said, tossing it to the two children. "Activate the energy. It emits a faint light for a brief shield against the mind. It will also continuously send out a distress signal. However, within the shadow layer, the chances of receiving rescue in a short time were pitifully slim." He held onto the device, realizing it would be more useful to give it to the children. As for their survival, it would be left to fate. Lin Mo raised his head, withdrawing his gaze from the entrance he had come through. There should have been a fissure leading back to the real world. Now, all he saw was a smooth, flat wall. The exit had vanished. He cast his gaze once more upon the architect of his misfortune. Within the confines of the shadow realm, Lin Mo's vision extended scarcely 7 or 8 meters. Beyond that, only a void of utter darkness awaited him. The figure before him was tall and sinewy, its flowing contours exuding an aura of formidable strength. The massive scythe it wielded gleamed with a terrifying sharpness, instilling fear in those who beheld it, while its form crouched low, suggesting it was at least a mid-tier entity. At 18, he entered university. His first year was dedicated to solidifying his foundations, while in his second year, under the guidance of his instructors, he hunted lesser aberrations. The final assessment required the extermination of a lower-tier being. Lin Mo was not one to accept fate passively. He firmly believed that through sheer effort, he could shatter the limitations imposed upon him and emerge as a combatant. Yet, ultimately, he faced defeat. He transitioned from the martial sciences to the realm of the extraordinary humanities in his second year. Now, he found himself merely a mundane administrative officer within the night watch. A soft crunch echoed as the specter, known as Apiao, chewed on something, the edges of its angular maw stained with crimson. It first digested the remains of its prior prey, delaying its offensive. With 4 eyes and 4 limbs, it moved in a half-beastly manner. What a grotesque abomination! Lin Mo scrutinized his opponent, searching for any sign of vulnerability. His fists trembled slightly as he tied 2 white strips of cloth around his knuckles, deftly securing them in a matter of moments. A glimmer of murderous intent shone in his eyes, his expression darkening, resembling a boxer poised to enter the ring. With a deep breath, he launched forward. A piece of flesh fell from Apiao, akin to a starting gun signal. Both surged forward like thunderclaps. The colossal scythe grazed Lin Mo's scalp as he ducked low, gathering immense power in his right fist, which he brought crashing down. The blow landed heavily upon his adversary's abdomen, and as he twisted his waist, his left fist ascended with the force of a dragon, striking the chin. The familiar sensation returned, and a smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips, only to freeze the next moment. Apiao's gigantic, abyssal hand swatted his arm aside effortlessly. Here stood a towering entity, 2 meters tall, opposing a mere human of 1.75 meters. The disparity in their physiques was staggering. Lin Mo stumbled, the force of Apiao's strike numbing his arm. He intended to evade, but his mind raced ahead of his body. How he longed for the agility of his youth. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo charged once more. The two exchanged blows, particularly wary of the scythe, which, with a mere graze, could leave him severely wounded. Several times, he narrowly escaped decapitation, as if dancing on a razor's edge. A tingling sensation coursed through his skin, weighing heavily upon his heart. He understood that this was a manifestation of the shadow realm eroding his very essence. His small limbs inflicted little pain upon Apiao. Instead, he found himself weaving and dodging. A pitiful sight. He could not afford to prolong this battle. Dark mist swirled in his eyes, momentarily halting Apiao's advance. The shadow's power. Blinding. Though not an overwhelmingly potent ability, with sufficient willpower, one could still join the combat squad. Alas, he had failed that test. Each time an extraordinary being invoked their power, it accumulated pollution. Since his transition to an administrative role, he had scarcely wielded his abilities. Today, it appeared that he would have to gamble his life. Lin Mo raised his arm, delivering a standard jab directed at Apiao's heart. The force of his punch nearly jarred his own arm. Apiao attempted to retaliate, only to be ensnared once more by the blinding effect. A dark pattern coiled around Lin Mo's neck. The combination of the shadow realm and ability pollution. Having used his powers merely twice, he could already feel various discomforts coursing through his body. This was the lament of those with low aptitude. Bang. This time, Apiao quickly adapted to the blinding, whether through erratic flailing or sheer instinct. Its massive fist collided with Lin Mo's chest, sending him hurtling backward. The near-ton weight of its blow struck him, and despite his extraordinary foundation, his chest caved inwards. Coughing, blood mixed with fragments of his own organs spilled forth. Leaving Lin Mo paled, a mid-tier being was vastly superior to a lower-tier one. Cursed be his fate, Apiao charged again, and with no time for contemplation, Lin Mo inhaled deeply. He did not dodge. Instead, he swung his fist forward. Blood sprayed, both crimson and a deep blue-black hue. The exchange between them was fraught with peril. With his mortal form, he hammered Apiao's body repeatedly. Yet, he too suffered grievously. A sickening sound echoed as the scythe pierced his shoulder, tearing flesh as it was wrenched free, sending a cascade of blood and tissue flying. Before being sent reeling by a powerful blow, blood trickled down his fingers, his consciousness blurring. Lin Mo lifted his gaze. His face smeared with blood. Entering the shadow realm had left him with no avenue of retreat. His only recourse was to slay the Apiao before him and seek the Night Watch's assistance to escape. Regrettably, under normal circumstances, achieving this was exceedingly difficult. Lin Mo's chest heaved as he stood still, his fingertips quivering, the agony of his torn body assaulting his mind, accompanied by a rising urge to vomit. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. A mid-tier being. Merely a mid-tier one. Students in the combat track could hunt such entities independently before graduation, while prodigies could toy with their foes. Yet here he was, struggling so mightily. At-15, he had witnessed his loved ones perish at the hands of aberrations. At-18, he had chosen the path of martial examination. By-20, he was forcibly expelled from the combat department. At 21, he entered the Night Watch as an intern, a mere administrative role, and now 4 years had passed. The war between humanity and aberrations had raged for a century. There was no peace to be found, nor any semblance of parity. Only relentless retreat remained. Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes gazing skyward. When the dark clouds obscured the sun, who could discern hope? Death was the norm for the extraordinary. He chuckled silently, then retrieved a small blue pill from his pocket, gently placing it in his mouth. The dark patterns in Lin Mo's eyes deepened until they filled his irises entirely, an array of dense, arcane black markings exuding an ominous aura clung to him. A surge of formidable strength erupted from his battered form. A ferocious expression crossed his face. The second round began. Chapter 8, Decapitation, health bar depleted with a mighty roar. Lin Mo surged forward, his fists enveloped in dark energy, colliding with Apiao. The creature retaliated with equal ferocity. Their clash escalated in speed, within the dim confines of the shadow realm, where an ordinary observer could hardly perceive their fray. Patterns danced like tadpoles upon their skin. Ultimately, the disparity in strength and the oppressive environment took their toll. After countless exchanges, Lin Mo's body crashed against the wall, slowly sliding down, a grimace of pain etched upon his features. He gasped for breath, his mind clouded. Having taken the drug, he still could not prevail. He truly felt utterly weak. His eyes vacant, his body marred by black markings, he smiled wryly, resigned to his fate. Just then, he heard the sound of an egg cracking. A youthful voice reached his ears from nearby. "Little brat, Why are you here at the entrance of the community? Is that a night watchman? Lin Mo's mind jolted, but he quickly cast the thought aside. The voice was too youthful, and the manner of speaking did not align with that of a night watchman. Could it be an extraordinary being that had wandered into the shadow realm? Even less likely. Who in their right mind would venture here? Furthermore, most entrances and exits to the shadow realm were tightly controlled by the night watch. Unless a young extraordinary had inadvertently discovered a rift and dared to step through. How reckless one must be to undertake such a feat. Lin Mo intended to call out a warning, but as he opened his mouth, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, a tide of weakness crashing over him, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Before him, the battle had already commenced. Health, 23. The remaining sliver of health dipped slightly. The punch landed, sending Jiang Yu reeling backward. In full health. Apiao possessed both immense strength and speed. A mere brush from its attack would send Lin Mo's health plummeting. With his health so low and in a grievously wounded state, he could still contend. If all else failed, he could simply retreat. Jiang Yu, in a moment of fervor, chose to enter the shadow realm. When enemies meet, the hatred is palpable. He was met with a powerful blow from Apiao, which erupted with rage. A high-pitched shriek resonated from its maw as it charged forward. Jiang Yu raised a soy sauce bottle, leaping into action, delivering a fierce strike to Apiao's head. The creature swung its scythe in response. The soy sauce bottle shattered, a deep brown liquid splattering as Jiang Yu narrowly evaded. His right arm tensed, striking out. Health, 23-22. Having engaged in several skirmishes prior, Jiang Yu had begun to comprehend Apiao's attack patterns. It either swung its scythe or unleashed its massive fist. Now that the scythe was rendered useless by the night watchman, it was left with only its fists, an advantage for him. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu pressed the attack, targeting the wounds from which Apiao bled. 22-20. The health bar dipped once more. He intended to strike again, but Apiao suddenly convulsed, its tail whipping around like a cloud of smoke, striking Jiang Yu's chest. Bang! A heavy thud echoed, mingled with the faint sound of cracking bones. Jiang Yu's body was lifted, sent crashing against the unforgiving wall. Coughing, his body felt as if it had been shattered. And for a few moments, he was dazed. After a brief delay, the pain washed over him. His features contorted slightly as he stifled the agony and attempted to rise. He had no choice. Apiao was upon him once more. Its shrill cry pierced the air, grating against his eardrums. It targeted the severely injured side of its body. Lin Mo leaned against the wall, gritting his teeth. Understood. Jiang Yu responded, charging forward. Apiao, well aware of its own injuries, twisted its body to conceal the wound. What a cunning creature. Jiang Yu muttered a curse, hastily adjusting his course, channeling power into his left fist, narrowly evading Apiao's blow before striking its abdomen. Health, 18. With its health below 20, Apiao's agility visibly diminished. It was on the brink of death. Jiang Yu realized. However, the specter was extraordinarily ferocious. Its fist recoiled and struck Jiang Yu's abdomen. His eyes widened in shock, bloodshot and bulging, as his body plummeted like a cannonball. The force was even greater than the previous tail swipe. His insides churned violently, as though his organs had been displaced. Damn it, this ragged creature, with less than 20 of its health remaining, nearly obliterated itself with a single punch. Limbs rendered limp, Jiang Yu lay on the ground for several breaths before mustering the strength to rise. Puzzled as to why the specter did not pursue its advantage, he looked up to see it charging directly towards the two children behind the night watchman. Unable to win, was it seeking to replenish its health? Jiang Yu's pupils contracted. He was unsure where he found the strength, but he rolled forward, snatching a vinegar bottle from the ground and hurled it with all his might at the specter. Crack! If this vinegar bottle were from the shadow realm, it would be as hard as steel. Unfortunately, it was one he had brought from the outside world, devoid of any special attributes. The bottle shattered, diverting the specter's attention momentarily. Just as its focus was drawn away, it could not anticipate that the half-dead blind man would suddenly unleash a powerful force. With legs like whips, he struck its kidneys. Health, 18-15. A direct drop of 3 percentage points. Given the meager health remaining, any one loss could potentially turn the tide of battle. It barely had time to kick Lin Mo away, and faced with Jiang Yu charging at it, it found itself unable to evade. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Jiang Yu wrapped his arms around its waist, and they both rolled forward. Rising from the ground, Jiang Yu pinned the specter beneath him. The specter's body was twisted and contorted, with multiple indentations and blood oozing from its wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. Compared to it, Jiang Yu was no better off. His ribs were fractured, skin torn, with a gaping wound on his head from which blood flowed freely, bruised and battered. He bore a fierce countenance. He raised his fist. It fell bang. His fist struck heavily against the specter's face. Health, 14. An aberration indeed. He raised his fist once more, and it fell again, bang. You little bastard, keep barking. You relish devouring flesh, don't you? Come then, I shall make you feast. 13, 12, 11. Each blow landed with flesh meeting flesh. A few drops of bluish-black blood splattered onto Jiang Yu's face. Hissing as they hit, compared to the pain in his body, this sting was trivial. The specter realized its predicament. Its elongated 2-meter frame, thrashing wildly, alas, pinned down firmly, no amount of struggling would avail it. There were no elaborate fighting techniques involved, just pure offense, evasion, and counterattack. The boy's clumsy fighting style would likely be easily countered by any night watchman. Yet, the fervor of his combat spirit rendered him immune to mockery. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and body, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Bang! Health, 10. A red dot of light suddenly appeared at the location of the specter's heart, flickering with an uncertain glow. What is this? Instinct outpaced thought. Jiang Yu had no time to ponder. His right fist descended with a resounding smash, piercing the red. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The specter's eyes widened, fixated on him. Execution, he gripped tightly, whispering softly. Suddenly, the specter's struggles ceased, its body going rigid. The remaining 10 of its health bar gradually faded away. An entity capable of slaughtering dozens of ordinary individuals met its demise. The gleam in its compound eyes dimmed steadily until it was extinguished. Jiang Yu's chest heaved violently, gasping for breath. His vision blurred as he looked down, then around. This fierce battle left almost no trace within the shadow realm. Only the mottled blood on the ground and the shattered fragments of the bottle attested to the life-and-death struggle that had transpired. The blind night watchman lay half-reclined on the ground, his tattered garments exposing skin marred by lifeless black veins. The 2 children had long since fainted, their frail bodies enveloped in the dimming white light. Jiang Yu's damp hands brushed back his disheveled hair, revealing only a pair of bright eyes amidst the blood-soaked visage. Jiang Yu's throat tightened. An aberration. Is this what an aberration is? Compared to the other aberrations he had encountered in the shadow realm, this one appeared so feeble, with only 20 health left. Had it not been for the night watchman's assistance, he would surely have been slain. Jiang Yu felt momentarily dazed. Suddenly, the image of Lu Yaoyao entering Uncle Lu's room flashed in his mind. As she pushed the door open to reveal the fleeting interior, a vast map. Lines delineated the shape of the Great Zhou's territory, nearly identical to what he had seen in his previous life. Perhaps even larger by 2 circles. Yet, the entire southern region was shrouded in darkness. The eastern, central, and northern regions' 0.5 enormous red symbols represented the current primary gathering areas. The rest were scattered red dots, akin to fireflies under the night sky, utterly insignificant. The Yunhai gathering area was but one of those fireflies. The sun hung high, casting light upon the world's dark side, where the extraordinary tread cautiously upon a fractured map. Igniting a faint spark, some reveled amidst the glitz and glamour. Others shouted from the shadows, the silent, the struggling, the departed. This is the Great Zhou. The reality of the Great Zhou, known and unknown to many. Chapter 9. Longing ahead. Hey, are you still alive? Why is there no movement? Lin Mo's weak voice pulled Jiang Yu from his reverie. Cough, cough, still alive. The movement stirred his injuries, prompting a couple of coughs. A sudden stir of anxiety welled within him. The shadow devour ability incessantly urged Jiang Yu to consume the corpse before him. He approached, grasping the specter's arm, activating his ability. In mere moments, the colossal body began to dissipate piece by piece. Without hastily examining his status panel, Jiang Yu turned to Lin Mo. The latter's health was remarkably stable, fixed at 10, and no longer declining. Health 70. Light injury, health 50. Heavily injured, Health 30. Critical injury. Health 10. On the brink of death. Before the Great Catastrophe, the probability of survival from such injuries was roughly 3 to 7, or even 2 to 8. Health 5. Just barely able to leave a last word, or perhaps unable to utter any words at all. To be precise, this metric was intended for ordinary individuals. With extraordinary abilities, even severely wounded, one could still unleash formidable combat prowess. This night watchman, with 10 health remaining, should not be able to survive, right? Jiang Yu dragged his weary body closer. Help me up. Lean against the wall. Lin Mo struggled to articulate. Grasping Jiang Yu's arm, he leaned against the wall, a simple motion that left the already fatigued Jiang Yu gasping for breath. His shadow ability lacked a physical form. Now, its only discovered function was for exercise and note-taking. Otherwise, he would not be in such a wretched state. You're not with the night watch? Lin Mo inquired, panting. No, Jiang Yu replied, glancing at Lin Mo's hollow eyes. How did you figure it out? Hey, I knew it wasn't the case. I was just thinking you might be a fellow night watchman. But considering you struggled against even a first-tier mid-level aberration, it became pretty clear you weren't one. Lin Mo chuckled. Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless. Just a joke. Cough, cough, cough. Mid-sentence, Lin Mo began to cough violently, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. After swallowing the blood that threatened to rise, he continued to chuckle. Little brother, which university do you attend? What year are you in? Baidu Academy, just starting my sophomore year. Jiang Yu fabricated casually. Oh, you're still a junior, Lin Mo remarked, raising an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. What's your major? Humanities or martial arts? Do you have something to say? If not, I'll be on my way. Jiang Yu said, his lips twitching. Fortunately, Lin Mo explained himself. Well, it should be martial arts. Humanities can't handle a first-tier mid-level. He chuckled lightly, rubbing his fingers together. Little brother, do you have cigarettes? I've got some candy cigarettes. Jiang Yu hesitated. Candy cigarettes? That LL do. Give me one. Jiang Yu felt in his pocket, finding only half a stick remaining. He glanced down at the ground, where several candy cigarettes lay crushed amidst the battle. Leaving only half intact, he split the remaining half and offered it to Lin Mo. You little rascal. Lin Mo laughed, scolding him playfully. It's mainly because I'm not exactly wealthy. There are some left on the ground. If you want, I can get them for you. Jiang Yu replied. Get lost, Lin Mo laughed in retort. The two fell into silence, savoring the sweet flavor in their mouths, when the battered night watchman spoke up. Is this your first time hunting an aberration alone? I suppose so, Jiang Yu nodded. Sometimes I truly envy you guys, Lin Mo sighed. Martial arts, martial exams, combat systems. Naturally gifted talents. Unlike me, with weak willpower and aptitude. At over 20 years old, I ingested longing ahead and still can't handle even a first-tier mid-level aberration. Perhaps it's best to refrain from speaking, conserve your strength, and await rescue, Jiang Yu suggested hesitantly. The ability to freely enter and exit the Shadow Realm was something that should absolutely not be disclosed to outsiders. But noting Lin Mo's condition, he surmised that he wouldn't die immediately, yet remaining trapped here was a different matter. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. I just wanted someone to chat with. Before Jiang Yu could reply, he continued. Our kind of clerical personnel have willpower akin to cotton. No matter how plentiful, they remain mere fluff. When the tide of pollution surges forth, how can one resist? Coughed. He coughed violently, his health bar fluctuating dangerously, nearly dropping further. Do you regret it? Jiang Yu asked softly. You could have chosen a regular humanities path. And why would a clerical worker venture into the Shadow Realm? Regret? Damn right. I truly regret it. In a fit of agitation, Lin Mo coughed several times before taking a moment to respond. As a mere office worker, I spend my days idly at work, chatting with the ladies when I have the chance, and cheerfully training the novice night patrolman. Isn't this life rather delightful? It truly is a sign of madness to have gotten myself into this predicament. And now, I find it difficult to extricate myself. Can you hold on until help arrives? You don't seem to be in the best condition. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu inquired. Lin Mo feebly waved his hand. The rescue signal has been dispatched. We shall see when assistance arrives. You needn't concern yourself with carrying me around. Should we encounter another aberration, your meager skills would be insufficient to fend it off. You're quite the chatterbox, brother, Jiang Yu remarked, falling silent. If you happen to visit the academy again, Please extend my apologies to Director Zhou of the Martial Sciences Institute. Inform him that I have failed to meet his initial expectations. As I couldn't even contend with a mere first-tier aberration, Lin Mo grinned, and expressed my gratitude to Deputy Director Huang of the Pollution Studies at the Super Literature Academy for her guidance. Also, kindly advise her to tone down the melodrama in her lectures. The constant refrain of passing on the torch, the survival of humanity, is quite tiresome. Oh, I nearly forgot. Jiang Yu sighed, brother. If you wish to continue this, you might as well let me jot it down. Or perhaps wait until you recover to convey it yourself. Lin Mo chuckled, shaking his head. These thoughts have been pinned up within me for quite some time. I merely wish to share them with someone. He let out a long, ambiguous sigh at the mention of the North City Watch Academy. Raising his gaze, he asked, "Is there any more of that sweet tobacco? I would like 2 more sticks, the spicy flavor, please." "Alas, it has run out," Jiang Yu responded. Suddenly, his ears perked up. Approaching footsteps echoed rapidly. "It should be the night patrol. You are saved." Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. "It seems my luck has turned. My colleagues are already on their way. Though you wish to remain here?" Lin Mo queried. "No, go ahead." He managed a difficult smile. "All right." Jiang Yu took a deep look at him, nodding before gradually disappearing into the shadows. Spotting a night patrolman accompanied by 2 children, Jiang Yu instructed, "Check their vital signs." Just as he departed, 3 night patrolmen arrived on the scene. Abruptly, he halted, half-turned, then pivoted back. Beneath his shadowed gaze, he scrutinized the world's dark side. While he could not hear the sounds within, he saw one of the patrolmen approach Lin Mo, performing some actions before shaking his head. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to the figure leaning against the wall. The individual offered a weak smile, and Lin Mo's health bar flickered ominously, plummeting at a rate of 1% every 2 to 3 seconds. The black lines on his body seemed to come alive, writhing like worms. 2 patrolmen stepped forward, lifting the child into their arms, while the 3 stood still, palms facing down, fingertips aligned with their temples, paying their respects as night patrolmen. Nearby, passers-by ambled by in small groups. Sales for fried tofu are quite poor today. All right then, we won't sell for the next few days. Let us prepare for the new year. Indeed, a new year is upon us. Occasionally, pedestrians cast glances in his direction before continuing on their way. The blazing sun hung high, casting no light on the darkness of humanity. The bright moon illuminated the night sky, yet could not reveal the duality of existence. Jiang Yu stood in the middle of the road, lost in thought. A warning echoed in his mind. As an extraordinary being, should you realize your chances of survival are slim or non-existent, expend your strength before your demise. Compound number 3, codename, longing. Consuming it would significantly deplete one's potential, with a death probability soaring to 90%. Once ingested, it would signify entering a perilous situation from which conventional means could not extricate one. The fire had already ignited, burning for a century and destined to continue its blaze. This war between races has led us down treacherous paths, leaving us in a state of confusion. Some stand firm, while others fall. Yet, there are always those who pass the torch, pressing onward through the long night, burning their lifeblood until the very end. This is the legacy of countless ancestors who have fought for a century, of countless peers engaged in the struggle, and of innumerable descendants who will continue to persevere, unwavering in their resolve. Standing upon the earth, gazing at the stars, we serve as guardians of the night. Looking towards the future. This is the essence of the night patrol. This is Dezhou. Chapter 10. Did you go to the chicken coop to steal eggs? Night patrolmen, extraordinary beings, aberrations. Had I not been struck by that manual, had I not activated my golden finger, my circumstances would surely be vastly different. Ordinary people. Most ordinary individuals rarely encounter aberrations. Yet, conversely, when they do, their chances of survival are exceedingly low. Even the spirits, which Lin Mo dismisses as insignificant, could easily kill dozens if left unchecked. What then of the stronger aberrations? With his health bar depleted, Lin Mo's body was carried away, and the shadows before Jiang Yu quickly fell into emptiness. He tightened his clothing. It was nearly torn to shreds. He needed to hurry home, lest he catch a cold. He hastily made his way to his residential complex, Qingyue Community, which is considered a mid to high-end high-rise within the gathering of clouds. As an orphan, he had no idea how Uncle Li, who worked at the night patrol, managed to obtain an apartment for him. Uncle Li had lost an arm, seldom spoke, and held a clerical position. One could surmise he had amassed significant wealth through dubious means. Otherwise, how could he afford so much? Upon reaching the entrance of the complex, Jiang Yu slowed his pace, turning to glance once more at the road intersection in the distance. Reining in his emotions, he stepped into the complex. Arriving at his designated building, he pressed the elevator button, which began its ascent. Unfortunately, his phone had been damaged during the battle, and without the 30 gigabytes of resources, he also lost over 20 premium license plate numbers. Just thinking about it was painful. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he inserted his key into the lock and turned it. With a click, the door shut behind him. After the battle, he was left with nothing but the key. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. After all, he had absorbed some aberration energy. The manual had indicated some reactions, but he hadn't had the chance to check. After removing his completely torn shoes and slipping on slippers, Jiang Yu glanced at the mirror beside him. Health, 50. What? I have this much health left, he mused, considering his half-dead state, his body battered and bruised. Struggling to walk. Surely, it couldn't be just 15. Perhaps 20 or 30 would be more reasonable? Yet, after all that, he had 50. How had Linimo managed to hold on with just 10? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of emotion beneath his hood. It was incredibly difficult, he sighed, then walked toward the living room. Pulling open the refrigerator door, he retrieved 2 sausages from the instant noodle box nearby. He took out a cup of noodles. Where are the eggs? A voice suddenly emanated from the sofa. Jiang Yu paused, instinctively tightening his clothing. How do you have my house key? I don't cook. I order takeout. Uncle Li asked me to look after you, so he gave me a key. Lu Yaoyao replied I couldn't reach you by phone, and when I couldn't find you, I wondered if you went to the chicken coop to fetch eggs. With a snap, the light turned on, illuminating Jiang Yu's back. One hand held the cup of noodles, while the other grasped the sausages. His clothes were filthy, with several rips in his back. What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Lu Yaoyao folded her arms, frowning as she approached. You should go back to sleep. Jiang Yu regretted not washing his face before entering. Turn around. Lu Yaoyao began to sense something was amiss. I'm hungry. I'm going to prepare some noodles, Jiang Yu said, stepping forward, only to have her grasp his arm. Don't go yet. Lu Yaoyao pulled him back. When Jiang Yu turned to face her, he was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the hood, strands of hair were stained with traces of blood, and his face was covered in dirt and dried blood. The gash ran from his earlobe to the corner of his mouth. As if inflicted by a sharp object, scratched by an aberration's claws. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the rips in his clothing were even more pronounced. The cuffs, seemingly rolled up, were actually torn beyond repair. Exposed skin bore extensive abrasions, red marks, and ruptured capillaries that had recently healed. Deeper wounds were not uncommon. Some had barely formed scabs, while others were still oozing blood. His chest appeared caved in, suggesting a likely fracture. I forgot to buy the eggs. Jiang Yu retreated a couple of steps and turned away once more. However, Lu Yaoyao jumped in front of him, her gaze stern. What are you doing? Avoiding her gaze, Jiang Yu said, it's late. If Uncle Lu finds out, you'll be in trouble. Where did you go? Lu Yaoyao pressed. I didn't go anywhere. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose. On my way back, I encountered a robbery, so I intervened. Don't let my appearance fool you. That guy ended up worse off. By the time the police arrived, they could hardly recognize him as a person. Really, you have no idea how fast my reflexes were. Left hook, right hook, a combination of strikes that left him unrecognizable, a true display of might. The remainder of his sentence was swallowed as Lu Yaoyao extended her hand, her delicate fingers gently brushing against the wound on his face. Jiang Yu froze. He swore that the soft touch of the spa attendant downstairs, whose hand cost 3,000 yuan, paled in comparison to Lu Yaoyao's gentle fingers. Does it hurt? She asked. 1 second, 2 seconds. Jiang Yu took another half step back. It doesn't hurt. You should go back to sleep. This is something I must report to Uncle Ella. No way. You were out fighting in the middle of the night. This wasn't a fight. It was an act of chivalry. Just go back, please. I refuse. Lu Yaoyao, equally stubborn, gazed at Jiang Yu's injuries, contemplating whether to scold him or to show some compassion. I'm quite tired today. Let me rest. Jiang Yu rubbed his forehead. With your injuries, you ought to go to the hospital. Forget it. It looks worse than it is. I'm well aware. The household is well stocked with various medicines, and Uncle Li has pilfered quite a bit from the night patrol. You truly dare to speak of your Uncle Lu Yaoyao, ultimately soft-hearted, let out a light hum, pursed her lips, and proceeded to apply the medicine. After a moment of silence, unable to resist her, Jiang Yu nodded, conceding. Despite the fierce battle with the ghost, Jiang Yu's expression had never been so grim. The special medicinal liquid had been nearly exhausted, and the bandages were wrapped around him in layers, almost mummifying him. "Will you still try to show off next time?" She patted his arm, causing Jiang Yu to grimace, and Lu Yaoyao questioned him with a stern face. No, I absolutely won't seek attention next time. I swear that I won't." Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. Seeking attention is human nature. At most, I'll just observe without intervening. "What are you saying?" "I mean, I'll just watch, not do anything," Jiang Yu assured her. "As long as you understand," Lu Yaoyao felt there was something amiss with his words, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. So she stood up to leave. "You're leaving just like that? Why not stay the night? My bed is spacious. Ugh, please." After shutting the door, the vast room was left with only Jiang Yu. Lying on the bed, he gazed at the ceiling, replaying the earlier scenes in his mind. "The North Capital Watch Academy. Please help relay the message. Martial Sciences, Extraordinary Humanities." "Wait, you haven't told me your name yet, brother." Jiang Yu suddenly realized a crucial question. Chapter 11. Awaken the position. Touch the extraordinary. A shimmering screen flickered before him. The words, human, god, other, flashed rapidly, then paused on other.it gradually unfolded. Name, Yu Ling, type, shadow, ghost, level, low tier 1, description. A lowly abyssal anomaly, belonging to the shadow and ghost categories, capable of exerting immense power in the shadows. Beware if it fixates on you. Take care of your back. Note, this anomaly appears to be anything but simple. Killing cost, arm fracture, shadow devour gain. Ability shadow strike acquired, shadow points increased. This anomaly has been recorded, cost exempted, in an instant. He found himself overwhelmed with information. This was the second creature to appear in the manual aside from himself. As long as he kills the target, it will be recorded in the manual. But does it require shadow devour first? He decided to set aside this minor issue for now. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Yu activated the newly acquired ability, Shadow Strike. When attacking from an unseen shadow, you will find it easier to exploit the target's weaknesses, with the first strike causing significant damage. He meticulously sensed the skill's application. Then, he positioned himself in the corner of the room, closed his eyes. And attuned to the shadows, sensing the darkness, it seemed nothing had changed. Standing there like a fool for 5 minutes, he cursed under his breath as he stepped out. One might think a mummy was hiding in the corner. Perhaps that there was no target to activate against? Jiang Yu hypothesized uncertainly. He decided to set these thoughts aside for now. He opened the manual and navigated to the section on humans. Name, Jiang Yu to tribute. Shadow points. 1414, position, Stalker, hunter, abilities, shadow devour, shadow eyes, shadow form, execution, stalker. In shadowy killings, you are a natural assassin. When concealed in the shadows, you will thrive. Stalking in darkness, hunting in obscurity. Shouldn't it be hunting in light? Don't think I don't recognize this as game dialogue. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. This troublesome golden finger even quotes game lines. He continued to read further. Shadow form. Your shadow has undergone a transformation. You discover you can manipulate shadow, merging with it to enter a special state. In this state, 1. You possess no vital points. Even if beheaded, you will only suffer a significant reduction in health rather than immediate death. For instance, if beheaded, health will decrease by 99, but you will not die outright. 2. Your aura becomes more subdued, allowing you to perfectly meld with the shadows and remain undetected. Your physical quality and healing ability are greatly enhanced. 3. Exercising in this state will yield unexpected benefits. 4. You can use this form in the shadow realm without cost. In the real world, it consumes shadow points. What the hell? Upon reading the phrase about possessing no vital points, Jiang Yu was elated. However, when he saw the subsequent line in parentheses, he nearly burst out laughing. Health decreases by 99, and you can still save me? While his complaints were valid, this ability indeed seemed remarkable. Jiang Yu stood still and beckoned. His shadow emerged. They faced each other. He slowly raised his hand, and the shadow mirrored his movements. Their index fingers touched, and in an instant, the shadow flowed over him like water, enveloping him. It felt slightly cold. Yet this exquisite sensation wrapped around every inch of his skin. far surpassing any fabric. This thing, no, it felt rather comfortable to wear. Jiang Yu looked down to see his palm shrouded in darkness, nails, veins, and skin patterns all concealed. He glanced at the mirror in the room. The reflection revealed him entirely cloaked in a dynamic, misty darkness. Even his eyes lacked any sheen, merely appearing darker than the rest. The abilities were beginning to pique his interest, feeling the diminishing shadow points. Jiang Yu dispersed the shadow form. 2 abilities remained, which he examined one by one. Hunter. You can see the prey's health bar and mark the prey for tracking. You are a born hunter. Your attacks will inevitably inflict damage. Note 1. Attacks using external objects such as firearms, bows, and poisons are excluded. Note 2. Even gods cannot escape. Note 3. As a hunter concealed in shadows, you grow increasingly enigmatic. Your notorious reputation will spread, leading to unexpected gains. Execution. When the prey's health reaches a certain threshold, the health bar turns crimson, and you will be able to identify fatal points on the prey. Attacking these points activates execution, completely obliterating the target. The effectiveness of execution is influenced by the respective strengths, abilities, and positions of both parties. Good heavens, this is incredible. Jiang Yu's body trembled with excitement. Skills involving instant death are never simple. Execution has certain limitations, which makes it reasonable. With 14 shadow points, he had gained 6 more compared to before the battle with the ghost. This energy not only resides within him, but also serves as an experience bar for advancement. Coupled with awakening his position and acquiring new abilities, Jiang Yu felt an unprecedented surge of power. 1 punch could easily dispatch 10 ghosts, 30 Uncle Lees, or even 80 Lu Yaoyaos without breaking a sweat. A slight itch arose at his wound. He unwrapped the bandage, and with a gentle tug, a small scab fell away. The new flesh looked indistinguishable from the surrounding area. Not even a magnifying glass would reveal any anomalies. Though this area had been nicked open just yesterday, it was not severe, and even with the aid of special medicine, it would typically take more than a day for scabs to fall away. Yet, he had just entered shadow form for merely a few seconds. The enhanced healing ability was proving to be even more effective than anticipated. Jiang Yu felt a stir in his heart. He glanced at the deep, lengthy wound on his abdomen, a testament to how deeply the ghost had cut him. It seemed the ghost had intended to perform a cesarean section on him. He pondered whether that wound had healed at all. Yao, what exactly happened to Jiang Yu yesterday? I saw his post on social media. He claimed to have acted heroically, executing a set of military-style punches while being stabbed 88 times by a thug without even blinking. What? He privately told me it was a human trafficking gang wielding a watermelon knife, slaughtering from one end of the street to the other without flinching. 2 friends exchanged words in the elevator. Lu Yaoyao listened, stunned, and helplessly remarked, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He was merely chased by a dog." Ding! The elevator reached their floor, and they exited. Lu Yaoyao pulled out a key from her pocket. "Hey, Yao, how do you have a key to his house?" One slightly chubby male classmate inquired. Jiang Yu's uncle gave it to me. Oh, the 2 classmates elongated their tones. With a click, the lock turned. A scream pierced the air first, as the door swung open. They beheld Jiang Yu, bare-chested, blood gushing from his abdomen, one hand digging into the wound, his face contorted in agony. "I believe it. If you told me this guy was hacking at the South Heaven Gate with a watermelon knife yesterday, I would believe you." The chubby classmate's gaze began to shift. Chapter 12. Shadow Form. Re-entering the Shadow Realm. Jiang Yu. Are your abs real? The chubby boy, named Lu Yuqiang, had grown up alongside Jiang Yu, sharing the same class from elementary to high school. "You're not on drugs, are you?" Beside him stood a girl with twin ponytails and glasses, named Feng Xiaoxiao, who looked at Jiang Yu's abs with eager anticipation. Feng Xiaoxiao and Lu Yaoyao were a pair of close friends. All right, everyone out." Lu Yaoyao pushed the 2 out of the room, then turned around and glared at Jiang Yu. "What on earth are you doing in broad daylight?" "I just wanted to see how well the wound is healing." Jiang Yu held a cotton swab dipped in medicine, gently brushing it against his wound. Ouch! Pain. Once these people left, he needed to dive into the Shadow Realm and activate the Shadow Form for a thorough absorption of power. Clumsy as he was, he left it be. Lu Yaoyao slapped his hand hard. "Then you help me with it." Jiang Yu set aside the cotton swab and reclined against the sofa. "I see that your head must have been kicked by a donkey. Why else would you insist on reopening a perfectly good wound?" He winced, suppressing a laugh. "Just bear with it. I am well acquainted with this medication, and it's hardly painful at all. Liu Yao Yao kicked him lightly. His blue and white striped socks, with a white base and a wave-like blue pattern at the cuffs, adorned his small, palm-sized feet. The outline of his 10 toes was barely discernible, and above that, a slender ankle that could hardly withstand a grip, with skin as smooth as milk. Looking good is one thing. Perhaps not wearing anything at all would be even better. Steal another glance, and I'll have Xiao Peng attend to your wounds. Liu Yao Yao warned, pulling her legs to the side to evade his gaze. Such indecency at your age. I can't believe it. Please, not him. He is all thumbs and completely unsuitable, Jiang Yu retorted, his Adam's apple bobbing. I think Uncle Li has neglected you for far too long. Liu Yao Yao scoffed, it wouldn't matter if he had punished me 800 times. Jiang Yu silently added, as the cotton swab dabbed at the edges of the wound. Applying the medicinal liquid, Liu Yao Yao suddenly spoke up. What exactly were you up to yesterday? Don't tell me it was a robbery. Do you think I believe that? Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly, ready to concoct a fib. A true hero, acting justly, he explained with a hint of forced sincerity. Ha! Liu Yao Yao coldly laughed. You haven't uttered a single truthful word. Indeed, should I confess to you that I ventured into the shadow layer and dispatched a mutant while discussing life with the Night Watchers? That would sound even more far-fetched, wouldn't it? He then tactfully shifted the topic. What time did Uncle Liu return yesterday? He didn't come back, Liu Yao Yao replied, casting him a questioning glance. I just had this sudden feeling that being a Night Watcher is rather taxing. They work during the day and have to clock in for overtime at night, Jiang Yu remarked, sighing. The dangers of their work are exceedingly high. This world is not as tranquil as it appears. Most people simply lack the opportunity to witness its true nature. Liu Yao Yao pressed her lips together, remaining silent. The dangers are not merely high, from becoming a Night Watcher to undertaking missions, entering the shadow layer, and venturing into the wilderness. How many martial professionals live out a peaceful life? Those with less luck. Even administrative roles can lead to calamities. Uncle Li lost an arm. Lin Mo perished at just over 20. Lu Nanfeng seems fine, but in truth, he bears many scars. He was gravely injured years ago, affecting his foundation. Unless something extraordinary happens, he will never advance further. If you pass the martial exam and pursue a degree in martial studies, would you consider working for the Night Watch? Liu Yao Yao inquired. I don't know. Jiang Yu hesitated. Are there many beautiful sisters in the Night Watch? Shut your mouth, Liu Yao Yao retorted, her forehead twitching. Meanwhile, in the living room, Liu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on with them? Feng Xiaoxiao asked, her head spinning. I don't know. Liu Yuqiang hesitated, pondering whether to share Jiang Yu's earlier confession about his infatuation with Liu Yao Yao. Just so you know, Liu Yao Yao mentioned to me that he sighed. Forget it. Finishing half a sentence is pointless, Xiao Peng interjected. Moments later, with a creak, Jiang Yu emerged from the room, fully dressed. Apart from the bandages covering him, he appeared surprisingly composed. What brings you here? Jiang Yu nodded slightly, entirely unlike a patient. We wanted to check on you after hearing your grand tales yesterday. Liu Yuqiang pointed to his chest. Are you all right? Don't worry. I want to die. Jiang Yu waved his hand. You should have seen it. I was just coming back from the supermarket with a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar, along with some miscellaneous items when a burly man rushed past me, clutching a bag. Here he goes again, Liu Yao Yao pouted, rising to head outside. Her gaze fell upon the pile of clothes atop the washing machine in the bathroom. Jiang Yu, I'm going to the supermarket. These 2 pieces of clothing are ruined. Should I take them out to throw away? She called. Sure, toss them out, Jiang Yu replied, animatedly recounting. At that moment, 80 burly men burst from the forest, and I was slicing through them left and right. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly looked up. Wait, I still have something in my clothes. But it was too late. Liu Yao Yao's expression shifted from confusion to shock, then disbelief as she tightly clutched a flattened box. The atmosphere fell silent. With cunning and deceit, whether she believed him or not, he had successfully sent the 3 of them off. Thus, his once pristine reputation came to an abrupt end. After hesitating for a few moments, Jiang Yu retrieved the squished box, considering it a purchase worth saving. Tidying up the room briefly, he then stood in the living room, shadow form. Jiang Yu's breath quickened, and the colors in his eyes suddenly shifted. A swirl of inky blackness flowing through his pupils, as his vision altered. The entire living room was soon cloaked in shadow, darkness, he murmured softly, and the shadows beneath him began to cling upwards. Dressed in loose shorts and a small t-shirt, he transformed into a mere silhouette, barely discernible. Phew. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, clenching his fists. The shadow layer harbored pollution. Prolonged exposure could incur various costs. For ordinary night watchers, it was recommended not to exceed a day on duty. Beyond that, without medication or alternative means to resist the pollution, one could suffer intensified pain, dizziness, or even the chaotic distortion of senses and body. The duration of exposure was contingent upon one's rank, willpower, and inherent qualities. However, this sensation was more than comfortable. It felt akin to a person who has long dwelled in a polluted industrial environment, suddenly finding themselves in a vast, pristine grassland. The sweet air penetrated his heart, and with each breath, his entire body tingled as if currents coursed through it. Every cell in his body rejoiced, greedily absorbing the energy from the shadow layer. Oh yes, entering the shadow layer felt like returning home. Chapter 13. The frantic training of the shadow mutant. Upon entering shadow form, Jiang Yu realized the actual application of the skill far exceeded its description. The enhancement of his physical attributes was merely the beginning. He probed at his abdominal wound, feeling not a hint of pain. Rather, his entire body felt cool, as if he had never been injured at all. Just this aspect was already impressive. Wouldn't you fear being stabbed in the back without feeling a thing during a brawl? Having consumed various medicinal liquids and rested for a night, his vitality had recovered to 60%, an astonishing speed. He initially intended to lay low for a while, but it seemed unnecessary now. Jiang Yu leaned forward, placing his hands shoulder-width apart, palms resting at his waist. He engaged his core, arched his back, and extended his arms. Pressing his chest forward and his shoulders back, his feet touched the ground. Then, using his arms for power, his toes gradually lifted off the ground until his body was perfectly parallel to the floor. And he began performing Russian push-ups. This variation was extremely challenging, requiring his arms to fully support his body weight while maintaining a plank-like form. For an ordinary person, not only would they struggle to complete one, but they would have difficulty even standing upright. As his body descended slowly, Jiang Yu's expression transformed under the dark shadows. Having instructed his shadow to train daily, his physique had thickened considerably but had ceased to expand further. At a glance, he appeared still youthful and sunny. Yet the truth was, his strength had reached the level where a single punch could incapacitate Lu Yaoyao. If a regular person faced off against a spirit in combat, they would likely meet their end in an instant. Despite this, Jiang Yu dared not claim he could complete dozens or even hundreds of Russian push-ups in one go. But the shadow could. With no health bar and boundless stamina, it was tireless. Completing one every 5 seconds meant 12 in a minute, translating to 720 in an hour. This was the terrifying aspect of the shadow. What a month's worth of training for a normal person could be accomplished by it in a single day. In shadow form, Jiang Yu discovered he could easily keep up. It was simply absurd. He exerted his arms, lowering his body, then extending them to lift himself. Maintaining a steady pace, he hovered just 3 to 5 centimeters above the ground before pushing himself back up. The entire process was executed with mechanical precision. With each inhale and exhale, the sweet air flooded his lungs, sending tingles throughout his body. It felt less like exercising and more like indulging in a sauna. Shadow form was genuinely something remarkable. Jiang Yu's eyes burned with intensity as he opened the manual, a flurry of battle logs scrolling across his vision. Activating shadow form, entering the shadow layer, you feel your body completely liberated, an incomparable sense of freedom. You begin attempting to exercise. During exercise, Shadow Devour activates. You consume the darkness from the shadow layer. Your shadow points slightly increase, and physical attributes marginally rise. During exercise, physical attributes slightly rise. During exercise, physical attributes slightly rise. After half an hour of Russian push-ups, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yu exited the shadow layer. The confined space of the room was somewhat limited. It was better to exercise outdoors. Taking the elevator down, he stepped outside the building and sought a secluded corner to re-enter the shadow layer. In the center of the community square, various exercise equipment lay in wait for the elderly to use. He couldn't quite name them all, but there were parallel bars for arm strength, pull-up bars, and a peculiar apparatus with multiple bars, perfect for crunches. With an array of options before him, he found no elderly patrons vying for his spot. Jiang Yu has recently discovered that exercising can indeed be quite addictive. Well, it is settled. I shall commence with 2,000 sets of hellish crunches. Have the reasons for the Shadow Realm's disturbance been identified? The night patrol office is bustling with activity, most individuals moving with hurried footsteps. Their faces etched with solemnity. In a small conference room, several patrollers are seated around a table. Liu Nanfeng occupies the foremost position, a hint of fatigue visible on his countenance. The report indicates that this disturbance in the Shadow Realm is extensive and unusually volatile. The pollution levels have surged, crossing significant boundaries. Teams B3, B7, and A2 have all uncovered traces of suspected fissures in the northern, southern, and eastern districts respectively. This upheaval is rather anomalous. From the distribution map of the front line, it is evident that the coverage is concentrated in residential areas, rather than the previously random dispersal. Upon hearing certain keywords, the expressions of those in the conference room tightened. The Shadow Realm has always been unstable, requiring patrol teams to venture within periodically to eliminate aberrations. Simultaneously, they patrol the gathering places in the Cloud Sea to check for new entrances to the Shadow Realm, sealing them off as promptly as possible, devising alternative methods for those that cannot be contained. The disturbances in the Shadow Realm resemble the unpredictability of menstruation. More often than not, they arrive on schedule, yet they can also be erratic. Influenced by various unforeseen circumstances, in recent days, the entire night patrol has been working tirelessly, operating beyond capacity to maintain control of the situation. The aberrations have shattered decades of understanding, as instances of them dragging individuals into the Shadow Realm have emerged. What does this imply? It signifies that while walking to school, commuting home, or dining in a restaurant, one could be suddenly seized by a colossal hand and pulled into the Shadow Realm. During this upheaval, for such incidents have occurred. Though seemingly few, none can predict whether the aberrations will become more adept, leading to even graver consequences. This alone is sufficient to cause concern. Yet again, they heard the term fissure in the report. Literature depicts an abyss, the present world, and the Shadow Realm that exists as a buffer between the two. If the aberrations within the Shadow Realm are likened to harmless lambs, then the bloodthirsty entities surging forth from the abyss are the true monsters. Even the smallest and weakest fissure from the abyss poses a significant threat to human existence. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to frigid levels, and the pressure on the reporter intensified. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Let us not overreact to mere suspicions," spoke the one-armed man seated in the corner. "Furthermore, fissures can manifest at any moment. We have long been prepared to combat them. There is no need for such despondency." This reasoning calmed the crowd slightly. Liu Nanfeng nodded gently, signaling for the patrolmen to continue their report. The discussions persisted for an extended period, and after establishing numerous strategies, the meeting concluded. Holding a stack of documents, Liu Nanfeng made his way to his office. As he settled into his chair, a sudden knock interrupted him. "Come in, Director Liu. After this aberration, the investigation team has compiled a list of aberrations and placed it here for you." "Very well." The documents were set down, and the individual turned to leave. Liu Nanfeng casually flipped through the pages, intending to attend to this document later, but after only a couple of pages, a particular entry caught his eye. ID D2-9527 codename. The shadow that salutes after a crazy workout description. 1. The entity is entirely black, resembling a shadow. It was first discovered in the central garden of Qinghua community, presumed to have inadvertently entered this area. 2. The entity exhibits an insatiable enthusiasm for fitness, utilizing equipment to exercise, with a low inclination for aggression. 3. Upon the approach of investigative personnel, it ceases its workout and performs a salute. Observation duration: 2 hours. Danger assessment: low. Conclusion: no immediate extermination required. Chapter 14. The Aberration Monkey Coin. Abundance and authenticity. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Liu Nanfeng's previously strained expression cracked into a faint smile. This lengthy string of descriptors, had it not been delivered by the patrolman, he might have assumed it was the product of a bored internet user's mockery. An enthusiasm for exercise is one thing, but saluting upon encountering others is truly remarkable. After years of patrolling, he had encountered all manner of aberrations, yet this peculiar one was unprecedented. A glance at the accompanying image revealed a dark mass. Setting the document down, Liu Nanfeng gently rubbed his temples. With less than 10 days until the new year, everyone yearns to celebrate. Yet this unsettling disturbance in the shadow realm threatens to mar the festivities. With a heavy heart, Lu Nanfeng lit a cigarette and approached the window. Why does this taste so sweet? He pondered, taking a gentle bite, only to have his expression darken. Banana-flavored tobacco? Is it? That little rascal, Lu Yaoyao. Would you like some of this? A voice echoed in his office. I told you to knock before entering. As he chewed the tobacco, Lu Nanfeng turned to see the one-armed man from the earlier meeting lounging on the sofa. The man tossed a pack of cigarettes his way. Smoke this. Lu Nanfeng instinctively caught it, contemplated for a moment, then sighed and set it aside. Never mind, I fear lung cancer. You worry about that? Speak plainly. What is it? Lu Nanfeng disregarded the man's teasing, taking a drag from his cigarette. The one-armed man's demeanor shifted to seriousness. A new notice has been issued. Lu Nanfeng paused. What notice? The martial arts examination. The man lit his cigarette, inhaling deeply before continuing. The martial arts examination has been moved up? Lu Nanfeng's expression shifted, brows furrowing in concern. That is rather hasty. You should have received it on your computer as well, the man reminded him. Lu Nanfeng promptly returned to his computer, opening his email to review the recent notifications. Martial arts examination notice. Enrollment expansion. Early martial arts examinations. Qualification assessments. As he perused the messages, Lu Nanfeng sighed deeply. Both the qualification assessments and martial arts examinations had been advanced. With the new year only 10 days away, the ensuing period would be filled with activity. Have you decided what direction to enroll your daughter in? The one-armed man inquired. Martial sciences or extraordinary humanities? For extraordinary beings of the second tier and above. Unless exceptional circumstances arise, direct descendants must enroll in extraordinary programs following qualification testing. Given Lu Nanfeng's standing as a fourth-tier powerhouse, his offspring's potential would undoubtedly be exceptional. I have yet to decide. Lu Nanfeng replied hesitantly. Perhaps we shall wait until her qualification assessment is complete. Do not focus solely on your own. What of your son? I see he is not the obedient type. Should he enroll in spiritual techniques? Aberration studies or extraordinary human anatomy? None of those, the man replied, taking another drag. Lu Nanfeng was taken aback. Are you suggesting he pursue extraordinary humanities? The man shook his head once more, speaking slowly. Let him take the ordinary humanities route. Are you jesting? Lu Nanfeng nearly questioned his own hearing. The qualification assessment had yet to occur. Not going to test, the man smiled, rising slowly. You handle your affairs. I shall take a stroll. Wait, clarify your statement. Look, before us lies a spider. The spider contains a wealth of protein, several times that of rice per weight. Its flesh is delectable and juicy. A quick sear over a hot flame will easily remove its hair. Upon taking a bite, you will find its texture unlike beef or lamb. Rather, it is distinctly spider-like, of course. The above is merely my fanciful fabrication. I in the shadow realm. Jiangyu, microphone clipped to his neck, holds his phone aloft, aimed ahead. Approximately 20 meters away, a massive form lies on the ground, its 8 legs as sturdy as steel, its eyes fixed on Jiangyu, allowing him to glimpse its oval abdomen. This aberration appears to be in slumber, utterly still. Were it not for the glaring 64 health indicator above, Jiangyu might have assumed it had perished. Its form sprawled across the ground like a small car. In recent days, numerous videos of the Shadow Realm have inexplicably surfaced across major streaming platforms. According to Lu Yaoyao, such videos were previously prohibited from uploading or disseminating. However, the Night Patrol Office seems to be intentionally promoting this content, aiming to familiarize the public with the Shadow Realm. Jiangyu recently registered a new account on Dousheng, attempting to upload several clips showcasing the Shadow Realm, which surprisingly passed the review and garnered hundreds of likes. He keenly recognized this as an opportunity. By definition, hunters are notorious. Could I become a popular Dousheng content creator with 1 million followers? Uncertain, but it is worth a try. It might prove useful. His phone and number were obtained from Uncle Lee through the Night Patrol's internal network, and as long as he remained within legal boundaries, they generally would not scrutinize personal information. Even if his short videos went viral, they would unlikely delve into his identity. He could film plenty of material, return home to edit it, and share the video. Let us remain silent and stealthily approach it, then deliver a decisive blow. Speaking dryly into the phone, Jiangyu felt something was lacking. After a moment's thought, He aimed the phone at himself from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, raising a steel pipe in hand. Aberration monkey coins are abundant. Authenticity is my domain. Hello, everyone. I am Xiaojiang. This is the aberration giant spider, and I am alone. Perfect. He secured the phone in place, with several small cameras discreetly attached to his body, ensuring no interference with his combat. He edged closer to the wall. Gradually approaching the spider's rear iron shadow form, he nearly melded with the shadow realm, especially as he slowed his steps, making it even harder to detect him. We drew ever nearer. I shall maintain silence henceforth to avoid startling it. With a final word of caution, Jiang Yu's gaze grew notably solemn. The distance between the two continued to diminish, and with the steel pipe in hand, he became increasingly wary. This was not a confrontation with the Wraith. Back then, the Wraith had been thoroughly drained, its health nearly depleted, allowing him to seize an opportunity. The spider before him, though injured, still boasted a health level of 60, which was far from negligible. Unfortunately, during his training in the Shadow Lair, he had scoured the vicinity of the community for adversaries of lesser strength, but to no avail. In the struggle between humans and the aberrations often turned against one another as well. The weaker ones either hid away, making them hard to find, or were consumed by other aberrations. Initially, there had been 3 weaker aberrations nearby, but by the time Jiang Yu hesitated, they had vanished. Even the lower-tier aberrations had their struggles. He scrutinized the steel pipe, uncertain of its effectiveness, a solid steel pipe, purchased for several thousand yuan, embedded with unknown metals at the tip to enhance its lethality. Jiang Yu tested it on his own leg, and the pain was quite substantial. It should suffice for several battles. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. The spider suddenly lifted its head, scanning the surroundings. Jiang Yu immediately halted, holding his breath and concealing himself in the shadows. Faint red clusters appeared in the spider's multifaceted eyes, its legs, at the junction of its head and shoulders, as well as its abdomen. The hues varied in intensity, shifting slightly with the spider's movements. This was the effect of Shadow Strike. Jiang Yu's spirits lifted. Judging by the concentration of the red clusters, the head was the most vibrant, followed by the posterior. Delivering a decisive blow to its head would undoubtedly be ideal. But given the size disparity, he calculated that leaping over was not feasible. Therefore, he shifted his gaze, contemplating targeting a different area, which seemed plausible. Chapter 15. My name is Yu, assassin of the North City. Having arrived in this world for some time, the spider relished its current environment. It was far less oppressive than the abyss and devoid of overwhelming and terrifying aberrations. Even for a minion like it, a bit of caution was sufficient for survival. Recently, it had encountered another aberration, and through its high agility and explosive power, it had managed to shred the opponent and swallow it whole. Though it sustained some injuries, they were not severe. A few more sleeps would suffice for recovery. Its only concern was the possibility of other aberrations seizing this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Thus, while it appeared to be resting, it remained vigilant. Just moments ago, it sensed a chilling presence enveloping its body. A juvenile aberration was stalking it. The spider immediately became alert, anxiously writhing its body. Where could it be? Its 8 crimson eyes scanned the surroundings. In the Shadow Lair, aberrations possessed superior vision compared to humans, yet their capabilities were still limited. Its tier, it could see clearly for about 10 meters. After several thorough sweeps, it found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Its small mind was incapable of complex thoughts, but it instinctively felt a shiver and realized it could no longer remain prone. Time to relocate. It stood up, and in an instant, an electric shock coursed through its body, rendering its mind blank and stripping it of the ability to think. It was paralyzed. The entire spider was utterly immobilized, from its head to its rear. In that fleeting moment, it was completely incapacitated. Health, 6444. A single strike dealt a 20 reduction. Previously, it had relied solely on brute force. The accumulated shadow energy within had yet to find an outlet. In that moment of thrusting the pipe, Jiang Yu felt an indescribable force surge forth. The exhilarating rush nearly compelled him to roar in triumph. It was only when the spider's blood splattered across him that he remembered to evade. While 60 health posed a challenge, this remaining 40 could easily be brought down. Boom! The dark figure shot forth like a meteor, crashing against the nearby wall. The structures within the Shadow Lair were remarkably sturdy. Upon impact, they merely yielded a barely perceptible dent before the body fell to the ground. Hiss, hiss, it didn't hurt. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. That blow had likely cost him at least 10 of his own health. Perhaps even 15. Hiss. The massive spider writhed in agony. It turned, allowing Jiang Yu a clearer view. He beheld the horrifying form, adorned with dark purple patterns that traced grotesque designs across its body. As it twisted, those lines writhed in tandem. Its body resembled that of a spider, yet its head appeared as if drawn haphazardly, a distorted triangle devoid of aesthetic appeal. Its side profile featured several waving tentacles, and as it opened its mouth to let out a shriek, it revealed a chaotic array of jagged teeth. 8 eyes, unevenly distributed. Its face was pockmarked, lacking a nose. This appearance could easily serve as a minor boss in a horror film. 44, 42, 40. The steel pipe had penetrated deeply, evidently inflicting significant damage. The giant spider rolled about, struggling to dislodge the pipe, only to find itself continuously losing blood. Shaking its head, Jiang Yu exerted force beneath his feet, retreating once more into the shadows. Indeed, Shadow Strike, a formidable technique for attacking foes from the shadows, a natural assassin-esque skill. He had no need to engage in direct combat with the aberrations. Stepping back, shadows spread from beneath him, enveloping his entire form. A stealthy predator? A hunter? What had initially seemed like a peculiar ability now appeared custom-tailored for him. Observing the increasingly enraged spider, which could not find its target to unleash its fury upon, Jiang Yu's gaze began to transform. Aberrations, the extraordinary. Hunters, the prey. He glanced down at the camera, contemplating the notion of becoming a comedic influencer, and found it did not quite suit him. Since he was a hunter, he might as well engage in the hunt earnestly. He grasped the second steel pipe he had previously set aside. Jiang Yu spoke softly, his voice barely audible yet sufficient for the device to capture. If it couldn't capture it, he would simply edit in the sound later. The hunter's target, the shark, will pursue the taste of blood. Ladies and gentlemen, the hunt begins. Su Xiaodi was a senior in high school. Her scores in both liberal arts and sciences placed her in the middle tier of her class. Getting into college was feasible, but entering the highest institution was basically out of reach. Both of her parents were businesspeople who had spent money and used connections to barely secure her a preliminary testing qualification. This confirmed her potential to become extraordinary, but the strength of her talent remained uncertain until the unified testing after the school year commenced. In the past, the official information regarding aberrations and the extraordinary was relatively obscured, leaving ordinary people largely uninformed. However, Su Xiaodi recently discovered an influx of videos on Douyin, either introducing aberrations or explaining the extraordinary. Most were preachy in nature, and the content was not particularly engaging. Yet, the novelty appealed to the vast majority of ordinary people who had never encountered this world. A few aerial shots of the shadow layer, devoid of additional filters, were already captivating enough. In recent days, she had come across no fewer than 5 videos that garnered over 1 million likes, and thanks to various influencers' explanations, she had gained a basic understanding of the shadow layer. Su Xiaodi pondered. It was evident that there was official backing behind this surge. However, as she had yet to truly embark on the path of the extraordinary, she could not fully grasp the underlying motives of this initiative. Well, it was of no consequence to her. She was just an ordinary high school student, and her focus was on watching handsome boys and scrolling through videos. Lying in bed, Su Xiaodi swiped through one short video after another. Night patrols ensure your safety, safeguarded by the Night Patrol Department. Hello everyone, I am an active night patroller, and today I will provide a preliminary explanation of the various low-tier aberrations. Hey, everyone, this is Lala. And today, I'm taking you to a hidden gem of a restaurant tucked away in an alley. At our doorstep, the most authentic stir-fried liver, a name bestowed by the former Lord of Shifua. Come, let me take you in for a look. Wow, just look at this mouth-watering flavor. It's absolutely delightful. It's so authentic. Su Xiaodi's expression gradually morphed into one of disgust. How could she possibly be watching such content? She hastily scrolled down several videos to escape the situation. I don't know why, but every time I execute a mission, it turns dark. Suddenly, a magnetic voice resonated from her phone, causing her to pause momentarily and scroll back. The shadowy visuals filled her eyes, the camera focused on a long street, and suddenly a leg appeared, obscuring half the frame. Black mist swirled, creating an indistinct image in the distance. She could vaguely see figures climbing and leaping along the long street. This footage was intriguing, and the voiceover and music added to its allure. Su Xiaodi felt a surge of excitement. The camera gradually swayed, revealing various aberrations. How was this footage captured? Did they get up close to the aberrations? The camera then panned upward, following the contours of a building until a blurry shadow emerged at the rooftop's edge. Sharks dwell in the deep sea. Hunters conceal themselves in the darkness. My name is you. The assassin of the North City. Yet seemed I had forgotten much, and then he leapt down. What is this? A self-narrative from an extraordinary being. Su Xiaodi's eyes began to sparkle. Chapter 16. Hunter you. Strike. This is simply exhilarating. Li Xiaodi was left utterly dumbfounded. She quickly double-tapped the screen, and the 200,000 likes flashed before her eyes. The comments section was inundated with an astonishing 70,000+ entries. Brother you is so handsome. I can't take it. I want to buy a house for my brother, but alas, I can't afford it. I want my brother to buy me a portion of spicy stir-fried shredded meat. No peppers, no meat. If you want nothing, then what do you want? Just stir-fried. A prominent influencer's comment section had transformed into a bustling matchmaking scene. Li Xiaodi felt an urge to intervene against this unhealthy trend. She clicked on the top comments, sending the remarks to their fans, for she suspected that among them could be the siblings of the commenters. After a whirlwind of activity, she finally exhaled, hesitating momentarily before typing a comment in the discussion section. Brother? I can, she resumed watching the video, clicking play as the visual sprang back to life. A shadow leaped from the sky, landing with a thud. 6 stories high. Li Xiaodi's eyes blazed with fervor. Is this what it means to be extraordinary? The scenes continued to shift. The mission objective, she could not recall it, having been in relentless pursuit of her, including my memories. Yet this journey seemed far from smooth. The camera gradually extended forward from his perspective, focusing intently on the massive figure that loomed in the center of the road. What a gigantic spider! Its grotesque patterns were utterly repulsive. Li Xiaodi's heart raced. The mere sight of such a creature, even through a screen, was an assault on the senses, almost beyond description. The shadow weaver spider, an ancient demon species, rank 1 mid-tier, a vile aberration from the abyss. Its markings emitted a mental pollution that was hazardous for lower-tier beings to gaze upon for prolonged periods. Today's prey, indeed. With that, the shadowy figure within the video gradually faded into the darkness. Gone. Where did the person go? Li Xiaodi was not alone. Countless viewers, glued to their screens, widened their eyes, desperately searching for Jiang Yu's disappearing form. Clearly, they were unable to succeed. The lack of extraordinary abilities was one hurdle. Furthermore, the equipment was not conducive to such clarity. Jiang Yu's phone was exclusively provided by the Night Watch Bureau, even amidst the shadows. Its visibility surpassed that of ordinary sight, yet it could not capture overly intricate details. Naturally, do not question why the Night Watchers do not utilize such devices to patrol the shadow realm. Have you ever seen a nearsighted person without glasses, tethering a phone to their face? The technological prowess of the Great Zhou was not lacking. In fact, it surpassed that of Jiang Yu's era. This is the essence of extraordinary humanities, advancing theories and technological research in the realm of the extraordinary. Returning to the present, as the figure faded, the camera cut again, revealing him emerging from the shadows. The entire video suddenly shifting to slow motion, the background sounds abruptly silencing. In this 5-fold slow-motion footage, one could observe the spider's writhing body and the long rod slowly penetrating it. The battle commenced. Blood splattered, the blade pierced flesh. Everything appeared strikingly real in this slowed-down view, evoking a singular sentiment. This was certainly no special effect. Then, the scenes abruptly accelerated, the dark figure once more vanishing from sight. In this interplay of speed and slowness, his movements were barely discernible. One could only witness the continuous splattering of blood and flesh, alongside the spider ensnared in place. It appeared so terrified, so helpless. Despite its sheer size dwarfing that shadow, it was rendered utterly defenseless. Occasionally, its mandibles spewed forth acidic fluid or pale silk that fell into the darkness, most likely missing the assassin named you. The disparity in raw power was immense. Even Li Xiaodi, a novice in the extraordinary realm, could perceive this fact. With a swift thrust, the rod pierced the spider's head, causing it to sway unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Standing beside it, the shadow withdrew the rod, shaking off the blood, his palm resting upon the spider's carcass. This corpse stirred memories of the past within me. You gazed at the spider, clenching his fist. Then, a surge of energy coursed through him as the massive body gradually dissipated. Concurrently, shadows coalesced into lines, leaping towards him. Increasingly more lines entwined, gradually weaving into a hooded long coat, a belt, shoulder guards, a chest piece. Flowing ribbons, arm guards. The entire ensemble remained black, albeit varying in shades across different parts. At first glance, an aura of mystery and lethal intent surged forth, uncontainable even through the screen. It felt as though I had regained a portion of my abilities and memories. My name is you, a hunter. Who was there? Suddenly, he turned, his gaze, brimming with murderous intent, fixed upon the camera. The visuals abruptly halted, the video concluding. Thrilling, utterly exhilarating. Li Xiaoti's heart raced uncontrollably, hand pressed against her chest, still entranced by that sudden glance backward. This master, in terms of dialogue, cinematography, editing, and soundtrack, undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent. In her days of scrolling through videos, she had never encountered anything so captivating. Glancing at the like count, it had already reached an astounding 300,000. In just a few minutes, the numbers were skyrocketing. In half a day, it might even surge to 500,000. Opening the comments section, she noted an influx of suitors. Sliding right to enter his profile, Yu's avatar displayed his silhouette, a dark, shadowy figure. The personal description was succinct, a mere 3 lines. The shark of hunted targets, relishing the taste of blood. Creeping in darkness, hunting in light. Yu, merely a code name. Follow, follow. I must follow. Li Xiaoti swallowed hard. Those youthful idols of yesteryear paled in comparison. This was the fierce figure a true woman should admire. She swiftly clicked follow and then sent a direct message. Hello, can we add each other on V-Star? Assassination task, high price. Literature. Name, Shadow Weaver Spider. Species, Ancient Demon level. Rank 1 mid-tier. Description, a vile aberration from the abyss. Belonging to the ancient demon species. The markings on its body signify its power. The denser and more intricate the patterns, the stronger its mental pollution. Prolonged gaze is ill-advised unless one willingly submits to become its prey. Abilities, acidic fluid, silk spinning, ancient demon pollution, cost of elimination, confusion of senses, shadow devour rewards, 1. Acquire ability, shadow silk point 2. Increase in shadow points. This aberration has been catalogued, the cost waived. A rank 1 mid-tier juvenile. After surpassing 10 shadow points, the manual's abilities underwent subtle changes. An additional ability section appeared, allowing the review of recorded creatures' abilities and details. The Shadow Weaver Spider had 3 abilities documented. Acidic fluid. Silk spinning need no further elaboration, while ancient demon pollution was not overly complex. It simply referred to the mental impact carried by its body markings. Observing the incessantly rising like count and follower count in the back end, Zhang Yu exhaled deeply. This step of his seemed to be correct. He then opened the fan management section. First, let's see if there are any JK White Sock girls. Quickly join the fan group and chat with me. Chapter 17. Shadow Silk, Marking, Pursuit. Do not be deceived by the stylish presentation of the video. The bittersweet reality is not something outsiders can grasp. He was merely a novice recently introduced to the extraordinary realm. How could he possess substantial strength? The giant spider and the ghost were of equal tier, with such high health that even having taken advantage of Shadow Strike, the gap in power remained insurmountable. He would strike once and flee, hammer once and dodge. The shadow form could reduce damage and pain, but even that could not withstand repeated assaults. Although the video appeared dazzling, it was entirely reliant on editing, dialogue, and music. Additionally, Jiang Yu had crafted an amnesiac assassin persona for himself. A series of well-coordinated elements left the audience in awe. Hunting aberrations, editing videos, gaining traction, unlocking new abilities. This entire process resulted in a significant boost in power. Ouch, Jiang Yu winced. Why can't you just stay home and not go pick fights? Lu Yaoyao remarked sarcastically, applying medicine with slightly more pressure. Be gentle, be gentle. Jiang Yu grimaced. I went out to be a hero. Keep your comments to yourself if you don't understand. Ask if you know. As if you're a hero, Liu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. You go out to fight every day. If you continue like this, I'll have to tell Uncle Lee, rest assured. I'm safe. If I can't win, I can still run. I've got it under control. Literature. Lu Yao Yao scoffed, bandaging the wound. Then, leaning against the sofa, she picked up her phone to scroll through videos. You is merely a code name. Hunting for the target of the sharks, the taste of blood beckoned. The familiar lines echoed in his ears, and Jiang Yu paused momentarily. What are you looking at? He cast his gaze towards the screen of the other party. And as expected, the image displayed was the edited masterpiece he had crafted. Recently, you had been trending on the Douxing hot search list. Lu Yao Yao glanced at him. Hot search? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Yes, in recent days, the hot search list has been filled with topics like classification of exotic species, extraordinary worlds, and shadow layers. Subsequently, a plethora of extraordinary bloggers emerged, with one named you making quite a stir. She scrolled through the comment section, her tone a mix of nostalgia and admiration. Wasn't it said that extraordinary knowledge should not be disclosed? Jiang Yu interjected. What should not be disclosed is core knowledge. What everyone can see now is merely the basics. Which has little impact, Lu Yao Yao replied. With the new year approaching and the centennial of the Great Cataclysm soon upon us, this year's policy changes are quite significant. Saying this, she presented her phone screen to Jiang Yu. You've been curious about the extraordinary, haven't you? I suggest you follow this blogger named you. His videos are quite intriguing, showcasing real-life hunts of exotic species within the shadow layer, and his skill is remarkable. Remarkable? How remarkable? Jiang Yu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. That giant spider. I struggled for hours to take it down. Remarkable? It's actually the editing skills that are impressive. In any case, it's quite impressive. Lu Yao Yao scrolled down the video, and yet another video about you popped up, although this time it was a recreation by another blogger. She continued to watch with great interest, regarding how my childhood friend became a fan of my comics, and then a fan of my videos, while she remains unaware of my true identity. Gazing at her youthful yet charming profile, Jiang Yu found it amusing. Hey Jiang Yu, do you think I could record some videos and post them? What if I go viral too? Lu Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with inspiration. What would you record? Jiang Yu chuckled in disbelief, dressed in a JK uniform and white stockings, dancing within the shadow layer? He said this while inadvertently glancing at her slender legs wrapped in white stockings. Her dainty feet, barely fitting in his palm, bore the adorable pattern of cat paws. Moving upwards, the JK skirt failed to conceal her fair and delicate thighs, creating an enchanting aura of youthful innocence that was hard to look away from. Get away from me! Lu Yao Yao defensively distanced herself. Can't I record some explanatory videos about the extraordinary? You don't actually think that having read a bit of material, you could possibly measure up to those seasoned night watchers? Do you? Jiang Yu scoffed, and besides, don't dress like that when you go out. It's easy to attract unwanted attention. I once followed someone. Lu Yao Yao's expression shifted gradually. You're not telling me that all those injuries are from doing something shameful. Are you? Hey, I was just joking. Jiang Yu raised his hands in surrender. This girl has a way of getting her hands behind her back. He realized his jokes had increased, and Lu Yao Yao seemed to have misunderstood something. Previously, he would bring fruits and snacks to her house, but now he carried a handgun. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Planning to shoot me? I truly don't understand how someone as serious as Uncle Lu raised such a lecherous child. Lu Yao Yao huffed, lowering her hand from the gun handle, and Jiang Yu finally felt relieved. With the new year fast approaching, let us go shopping for some new year goods the day after tomorrow. Shall we? Sure. Chapter 18. Riding the trend? Solid evidence. Having a childhood friend is truly wonderful. No, it should be said, having a beautiful childhood friend is truly wonderful. Jiang Yu lowered his head, tugging at the bandage, but it wouldn't budge. The young girl had tied it tightly, yet it did not hinder his movements. Her small hands were quite nimble, however. This minor injury, Jiang Yu could recover swiftly by using shadow form in the shadow layer and doing a few sets of exercises. Being the daughter of a night watcher, she had grown up accustomed to these matters, and Jiang Yu was unsure if she had noticed anything unusual about him. Such things are difficult to conceal. As neighbors, they were merely a few steps apart, and with her visiting him frequently, it was impossible to hide an injury. He couldn't just vanish into the shadow layer for 2 or 3 days to recover. Using fighting as an excuse, with fractured ribs, torn flesh, and bloodied heads, what kind of fighting is this? It's more exaggerated than underground boxing. The girl did not inquire further, and Jiang Yu opted to remain silent. As for what she thought, who knows? The pain from his injuries was still lingering, and he picked up his phone, opening Doshing. As soon as he opened the app, a flood of 999 private messages burst forth. Are you there? Who are you? What is the purpose of this video? Are you truly from Baidu? Good heavens, a deadly three-part question upon opening. Uncle, are you a night watcher? Is this scripted? Do you still have that photo of the exotic species? Or could it be photoshopped? The method for braising pork. Prepare 5 spiced pork, cut it into dice-sized pieces, gather scallions, ginger slices, and dried chili. It seemed a strange subject had slipped in. He scrolled down further, and suddenly the comments began to polarize. You, Daozi uncle, you've been solidly debunked. Go check out his video. Yuzi Daozi, you've been debunked by Daozi. Is it true? Rubbish Daozi. The video is fake. What are you? A cow or a horse? You've been debunked. You deserve it. So many night watchers risk their lives, while you just rely on editing to gain fame. How can you compare with them? Come out and don't play dead. All you can do is edit videos, come out and face the music. Some tag themselves to watch the video, while the majority bombarded him in private messages or the comment section of his video. What is this? He was not angry, merely bewildered. How did this turn into an online attack? Following the links everyone tagged him in, he clicked on one at Hello everyone, I am Daozi. Today, we're not exploring stores, but we're here to debunk some myths. He held another phone in his hand, and the screen displayed Jiang Yu's video of hunting the spider. You all must have seen this video, right? What exotic species, is he that? Shadow Layer, exotic species, a memory-lost assassin. Hey, just take a look yourself. Does this video look real to you? Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized this blogger named Daozi. Bald, round-faced, always squinting when he smiled, his tone was quite exaggerated. He usually posted exploration videos, primarily at various liver shops in Baidu, only ordering roast duck, and somehow accumulated over 100,000 followers. Although he explored shops, he often exclaimed, "This is truly authentic." How did he end up getting debunked by this blogger? Jiang Yu continued to scroll down. First, let us have a look at the video. Then we'll use a computer to review it frame by frame. The screen shifted to a computer recording. Let us skip the initial part and jump straight into the fight. First, watch this frame, then the next. The movements of this exotic species show a significant change. This is called frame skipping, as the term implies several frames of the video have been removed. A normal video sequence goes A, B, C. He directly removed the content of B, linking A and C, leaving us unaware of what was cut out in between. Now look at this segment. There is an obvious color difference compared to the surroundings. Some might say it's a camera pixel issue, but let me tell you, those are all excuses. This has been done by creating a new layer, using the pen tool to outline the selection, and then feathering and blurring the render. Daozi explained in detail in the video. Every detail was supported by evidence, even providing video editing tutorials, making it hard to refute. This was indeed not a random attack. Jiang Yu's editing skills were merely average, far from the level of creating a false impression. When faced with someone knowledgeable in editing, it was easy to spot the discrepancies. Of course, his biggest mistake was cutting out the part where he was being pummeled and shortening the combat duration. This made it appear as if he was dominating the giant spider, highlighting his strength. Overall, it wasn't a major issue, but he never anticipated a debunking blogger would emerge. Daozi continued ranting in the video, saying that these editing techniques were summarized by a friend of his, who was a truly authentic editor and would never speak falsely. Why am I calling out this person today? Just look at this. He slammed a small notebook on the table, a black notebook with the words Night Watcher External embossed on the cover. Night Watcher External Personnel, this was certified proof, a genuine testament to Daozi may not have much skill and cannot become a legitimate Night Watcher, but when the Night Watcher division has tasks that require manpower, or needs to enter the shadow layer to hunt exotic species, that's no trouble at all. In my youth, I've killed not just hundreds but dozens of exotic species. I can spot what is truly extraordinary and what is merely a clown. Now, in this day and age, why ride on any trend when you can ride on the Night Watchers? Do you think you can? The background is blurred and indistinct. Can you even see clearly if you truly entered the shadow layer? Alright, I'll leave it at that. I advise certain individuals to tread carefully. Opening the comments section, 1/3 were cursing Daozi, another third were cursing Jiang Yu, and the remaining were merely spectators. Some claimed that such realistic footage must be from the shadow layer. What is wrong with editing? Surely, any footage that cannot be aired must be edited out. Do you think the official media's videos are unedited? Meanwhile, Others pointed out that some footage indeed had significant issues. Claiming you had no real strength and was merely seeking attention, it seems that my abilities of mark and hunt can only last for a fleeting second. Is it you all who are setting the pace here? Do you think I am weak? Well, then I suppose I truly am not that strong. After perusing several comments, Jiang Yu found the situation increasingly amusing. During his early days of drawing comics, he had faced much criticism from his peers. Now, as he ventured into short video editing, he faced more derision, even being accused of fabricating content to garner views. He chuckled lightly. Let them hammer away. It matters not, for this was entirely within his expectations. And he would continue to post his videos. It is only when the tide recedes that one can discern who has been swimming naked. Thus, what should he do next? Remaining lifespan, continually dwindling. Hunter, still required further enhancement. It was time to hunt another aberration. Yet, before that, Jiang Yu switched to his secondary Douyin account, opened a new profile, crafted a narrative, and published a video. Proof. The video alleged fabrication? This wave, indeed, would have me blacken myself. A cursory glance at the back end of his creative drafts revealed a neat row of videos. You owe us an apology, the fraudulent, extraordinary blogger. Shocking revelation. You has such a side? Proof remains questionable. US videos are anything but ordinary. Who is you? Surely, he is not an ordinary person, a mere passerby. To speak fairly, the born hunter, a nightmare that instills dread in the hearts of foes. Self-deprecation to wash away the taint of criticism. The entire scheme was laid out quite clearly. Chapter 19. A phantom? Linimo, shadow layer. Having learned from past experiences, this time Jiang Yu positioned several cameras differently. Standing atop a high building, he surveyed the surroundings. The architecture laid bare before him. The aberrations wandering the streets were visibly fewer than in previous days. The shadow layer undergoes periodic resets, each reset bringing forth a new batch of aberrations. A process known as the shadow tide. Jiang Yu had awakened his abilities nearly half a month prior. The initial days were likely during the early tide when aberrations were plentiful, both strong and weak. Given the current circumstances, finding a suitable aberration would not be easy. Merely facing a mid-tier first stage nearly cost him half his life, and anything stronger would likely overpower him with ease. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Another phantom. On the street adjacent to his previous battle with a phantom, a figure crouched against the wall. However, this phantom appeared somewhat different from the first. It was positioned at a distance, and with its back turned, he could not discern the details. Nevertheless, with his newfound strength, he could approach and assess the situation. Jiang Yu turned and exited the shadow layer, leaving the rooftop. The last time he had jumped from the 6th floor, he had nearly broken his leg, a powerful assassin hunting aberrations, a novice extraordinary being taking the stairs, tall and slender, lacking conventional body hair. Its lower half floated in a ghostly form. With vacant eyes that likely lacked visual capability. 4 tentacles writhed from its mouth, its features grotesque. The creature was a tapestry of black, gray, and white, lurking in the shadows, resembling a fierce hunter. Compared to the first phantom, which was muscular and robust, this one appeared slightly smaller, exuding a sense of agility. Indeed, the manual referred to it as Yuling, a name that evokes a sense of lightness, unlike the heavily muscled counterpart. He wondered what it was crouching for. Perhaps it was lying in wait. While other aberrations or humans might fall prey to its ambush, this disguise could not escape Jiang Yu, the true hunter. After all, the glaring health bar above its head reveals all. Health, 82. The health bar appeared relatively healthy, merely suffering minor injuries. Observing the aura emanating from the creature, it was likely stronger than the first phantom, even exceeding that of the large spider. Could he take it down? Jiang Yu pondered, his gaze scrutinizing the opponent. If its health were below 50, he would strike without a second thought. With 80 health, he had yet to confront such a formidable aberration. Reviewing his available skills, various strategies flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he tightened his grip on the steel rod. Caution was prudent. It was worth a try. His figure melded into the darkness as he silently approached the foe. Shadow strike. Skill revealed several weak points, with the darkest area located on its abdomen. 15 meters, 13 meters, 10 meters, 8, 7, 6. Closer and closer. Concealed in shadows, his form seamlessly integrated with the darkness. The phantom sensed something amiss. its head jerking up in alarm as it sniffed the air. Alas, its strength was insufficient to detect Jiang Yu's presence. Closer now, 5 meters, for meters. Jiang Yu repressed his killing intent, stealthily advancing, far more successful than during his first hunt. As he drew nearer, the details became clearer. Black lines danced across the phantom's form like tadpoles. Its 2 forelimbs transformed into elongated blades, far superior to the previous phantom's arm and scythe combination. If the former was a juvenile form, this was the fully realized entity. The creature evoked a sense of familiarity within him. But Jiang Yu dismissed it. He inhaled slightly, assuming his stance. Mark! An invisible force descended suddenly, causing the phantom to spring upright as if shocked. It looked around in utter distress, its 2 blades entering a state of alert. Its entire being tensed. Its vigilance proved futile. In merely half a second, Jiang Yu was upon it, channeling his strength, and swung the rod forcefully against its abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as the phantom's expression froze. Launching it skyward, health, 8242. Mark, shadow strike. A single blow deducted 40 of its health. The once bright health bar plummeted significantly. The effect was astonishingly potent. Jiang Yu momentarily found himself in a daze. The ability of Mark could only last for a second. Within that fleeting moment, he needed to slay the enemy to successfully hunt and reap the rewards. After a brief contemplation, he recognized his sole advantage lay in the stealthy ambush of that strike. Otherwise, facing an almost fully realized phantom, he had no confidence in matching its strength, thus employing every tactic at his disposal. In retrospect, the results exceeded all expectations. Hiss! The phantom howled in agony as it collided with the wall. Losing several health points before crashing down, Jiang Yu seized the moment, discarding the bent steel rod, and raised his right fist to strike down. However, he was taken aback by the phantom's resilience. Despite the heavy blow, it still had the strength to retaliate. The phantom spun and leapt up, evading his punch, and the 2 blades, entwined with dark patterns, swept toward him. What speed! A single punch would barely scratch the surface, while a single swipe could cost him half his life. Jiang Yu was compelled to alter his attack strategy, rolling to the side. Simultaneously, that strange familiarity surged anew. Could this phantom influence one's mind? Clang, clang, clang. There was no time for speculation. The phantom, moving like a blur, charged at him once more. This was far too fast. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly. The blades whirled around him, narrowly grazing his skin, in shadow form. He appeared unharmed, yet his health had already dropped to 60. To think this was merely a few seconds into their skirmish. No wonder his single strike had depleted 40 of its health. It was evidently a high damage, high agility, low health assassin. Lacking a suitable weapon placed him at a disadvantage in both offense and defense. Jiang Yu found himself in a reactive position. Perhaps due to his injuries, the phantom's power waned after several consecutive assaults, and he seized the opportunity to charge forward. His fist connected with its jaw, causing the phantom to momentarily freeze. Jiang Yu swiftly adjusted his footing, pivoting, and with a powerful thrust of his elbow. The impact of the elbow strike was immense, rivaling the force of certain weapons. The sound was immensely satisfying, as health plummeted to 25. Almost there. Hiss! The phantom's voice grew feeble. Without granting it a moment's respite, Jiang Yu lunged forward, pinning it down. Its hollow eyes were riddled with insect-like patterns. Its humanoid visage. Jiang Yu's raised arm suddenly halted. Something was amiss. This sense of familiarity, he had undoubtedly encountered it before. Suddenly, a jolt surged through him, as if a thunderclap had erupted within his mind. His pupils constricted sharply. Beidou Academy. You are that night watchman. The one whose name he did not know, who had perished in the shadow layer. Chapter 20. The mystery, a failed hunt. Within the extraordinary being lay a pollution, akin to a humanoid aberration. Thus, in its final moments, it would exert every ounce of strength to minimize the chance of its body transforming post-mortem. Jiang Yu had witnessed Lin Mo consuming a substance, subsequently watching his health bar deplete to 0 as he was taken away by the other 3 night watchmen. It had only been 5 or 6 days. In short, not even a week had passed. How could he have transformed into this state? Noticing Jiang Yu's pause and attack, Lin Mo, pinned beneath him, suddenly unleashed a surge of power. Flinging Jiang Yu aside, it did not continue its assault, but instead emitted a cry and swiftly fled outward. "Stop!" Jiang Yu shouted, scrambling to pursue, but the creature's speed was too great. He could not catch up. He managed to run a few steps, helplessly watching as Lin Mo rounded a corner and vanished from sight. Well, it has escaped. Even if it hadn't, judging by Lin Mo's current state, it likely couldn't answer his questions. Coughing, Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze, but before he could take further action, a sharp pain shot through his chest, rendering him momentarily disoriented. What is happening? He shook his head, regaining some clarity. Opening his manual, the screen flickered. Name, Jiang Yu. Attributes, status, abilities, remaining lifespan, 4 days. What the hell? At first glance, everything appeared normal. But as Jiang Yu's gaze descended to the lifespan column, he was struck with shock. Only 4 days remained. His breath caught in his throat. What happened to my 7 days of life? Why was 3 days suddenly deducted? He hastily looked down. Entering the shadow layer, you discover a prey. Possessing the title of hunter, you are filled with excitement for the impending hunt, already envisioning your triumph. Success in the hunt is imminent. The prey escapes. Regrettably, it is a failed hunt. You are consumed with anger and self-reproach, your heart ablaze with fury. As a hunter, how can one tolerate failure? To not hunt is akin to death. In penance, you willingly sacrifice 3 days of your lifespan. What the hell is this? Staring at the records on the panel, Jiang Yu was left dumbfounded, nearly cursing aloud. Incredibly failed? Incredibly self-reproachful? Unable to tolerate failure. Which eye of yours saw me angry? It's merely a failed hunt. Why be upset? Am I starving for a big pancake? With only a few days left to live, now another 3 days deducted. I am indeed quite furious. The panel refreshed once more. You understand clearly that only through relentless hunting, elevating your notoriety, and advancing your rank can the hunter escape the shackles of lifespan. Yet, at this moment, your heart is filled with rage, leading you to believe life is nothing but this hunt. I shall not hunt anymore. I'll await death. Nonsense. What a wretched panel. Is it intent on tormenting me? Jiang Yu's nostrils flared in indignation. With only 4 days left to live, if he exerted himself this afternoon and still failed to catch any prey, he would have to seek assistance from Uncle Li, or perhaps Uncle Lu. He would need to concoct some excuse, at the very least. He needed to eliminate a low-tier prey to recharge a few days of lifespan. After searching for over an hour near the community, Jiang Yu felt increasingly despondent. The Cloud Sea Gathering Place, District East 1, was not far from the central area and generally boasted good security. Perhaps he should explore other districts. That was all he could do. Jiang Yu sought a concealed corner and exited the shadow layer. After walking 500 meters, he reached a subway station. With a transfer, he could arrive at District East 2 in about 20 minutes. By now, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He casually bought something to eat along the way, stepping out of the subway. Although he was a Cloud Sea resident, he had rarely visited District East 1. This area lay at the edge of the Cloud Sea, primarily housing various chemical factories and corporate clusters, alongside numerous abandoned buildings and wastelands. Entering the shadow layer, he found an open vantage point and surveyed the surroundings. Soon, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a dilapidated building across the way. There, a figure with pale red skin, massive limbs, and powerful muscles lay resting. To be precise, this creature lacked skin. Its tendons were fully exposed to the air, revealing a network of veins and arteries. Its claws were grotesque, glistening with a sanguine sheen. The tips sharp as blades, curved menacingly. Its tail was long and slender, with a diamond-shaped tip densely lined with barbs capable of tearing flesh. The creature's body was pockmarked, one leg clearly broken. The two buildings were approximately 30 meters apart, perfectly within the visible range of its health bar. Health, 43. This beast is excellent. Its health is significantly depleted. Its size is slightly larger than that of a wraith, appearing to lean towards a brute strength type. It likely possesses thick blood and high attack power. However, if a sneak attack succeeds, I could engage it in battle. Jiang Yu crouched low, stealthily making his way towards the adjacent building. Before long, he found himself clinging to the corner, quietly observing. The neck, the rear, the legs. The flaws on this creature were few and far between, proving somewhat troublesome. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the creature, which had been resting, suddenly stood, its tail erect, entering a state of alertness. How perceptive! Jiang Yu quickly concealed himself. After several tense moments, confirming there was no danger, the creature resumed its resting position. Jiang Yu cautiously directed his attention back. The concentration of red dots on the creature's body had slightly diminished, indicating it was not as relaxed as before. Patience is key in a hunt. Jiang Yu held his breath, waiting silently. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the concentration of red dots increased again, signaling that an attack would now inflict significant damage. It was nearly time. Marking, the door slammed shut. The sounds of entering the house rustling. Where have you run off to? Hey, Uncle Li, Dad? Lu Yaoyao glanced toward the door, her cooking motion freezing mid-action. Continuing to cook was not an option, nor could she simply stop. Having grown up as neighbors, their families were quite familiar with each other. However, encountering each other while cooking like this gave Lu Yaoyao an inexplicably strange sense of DJVU cooking. Li Sunguang was gentle, smiling at her as he changed into slippers, dressed in a night watchman's coat, with a thin layer of stubble on his temples and chin. He bore a rugged, weathered appearance, reminiscent of a seasoned uncle. See, I told you she would be here, Lu Ninfeng remarked with a hint of jealousy. Dad, are you bad-mouthing me again? Lu Yaoyao retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger. Why did you get off work so early today? There wasn't much going on at the office, so I took the liberty of leaving early, Lu Ninfeng replied. Since we're gathering, why not treat ourselves to a nice meal at a restaurant? Ah, there's no need for that. I've already prepared half the meal. Then let us save it for another day. Today, let me try Yao Yao's cooking. Li Sunguang smiled. Such an opportunity is rare. I guess I'm benefiting from Xiao Yu's presence. Uncle Li, Li Sunguang chuckled, glancing around the house. Where's Xiao Yu? Isn't he here? I don't know. He might have gone out to play. What a shame. He goes out to play while leaving you here to cook for him. He walked further into the house, glancing toward Jiang Yu's room. Click. Just then, the sound of the door lock turning echoed. The door creaked open, then slammed shut with a thud. Jiang Yu, disheveled and covered in bloodstains, entered. Where's the food? Where's the food? Where's the food? I'm starving to death. What delicious thing did Yao Yao prepare for me today? Today, I bought your favorite lollipops because I was in a good mood. You don't know? I had to run from a big wolf dog all the way here. It nearly bit me to death. Why are you sending me so many messages? Do you miss me? Chattering, he had just removed his outer coat when Jiang Yu sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. He looked up, and their eyes met. Jiang Yu. The face of the girl before him flushed a deep crimson, her eyes burning with fury that seemed ready to incinerate him. Chapter 21. I'll open a back door for you. I was chased by a dog and ran all the way here. Feeling somewhat delirious, Jiang Yu said weakly at the dining table. The four of them sat together. Lu Ninfeng wore a blank expression, while Lu Yaoyao seemed outwardly calm, though her eyes occasionally shot daggers at him. Li Sunguang appeared exasperated, as if he wanted to scold someone. The unfortunate boy was indeed a source of worry. All right, it's rare for us to gather for a meal. Let us not speak of anything that might spoil the mood. Fighting? What young person hasn't fought? It's only natural for youth, Lu Ninfeng spoke. Competing for attention, wanting to impress a girl they like, is understandable. What was the name of that girl? I saw you two walking side by side. You Zhouer. Lu Yaoyao mumbled, her head down as she picked at her rice. Yes, that's her name. That girl is truly lovely, so delicate and fair. If I had a girl like that in my youth, I would gladly fight for her. Uncle, are you even speaking human words? Jiang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could elaborate, Uncle Lu raised his glass. Come, let us toast. I wish you success. Why are you still dazed? Toast to Uncle Lu. Li Sunguang teased. It was indeed three heroes battling Jiang Yu. His teeth gritted. He raised his glass. To you, Uncle Lu. After downing the drink, seeing his daughter's sullen face. Lu Ninfeng felt slightly better. You brat, always showing off. Come, Uncle Lu, have some vegetables. You're out all day. It's a rare chance to taste Yao Yao's home-cooked dishes. Hey, Yao Yao, do you cook often at home? You must do so regularly. Otherwise, how would your skills be so good? She cooks nothing. Lu Ninfeng's face darkened suddenly. Upon reflection, Lu Yaoyao had hardly cooked at home. Li Sunguang had asked her to take care of Jiang Yu, and she had eagerly rushed over, serving this rascal in various ways. Thinking of this, Lu Ninfeng felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. After the meal, The atmosphere was fraught with tension. The air thick with unspoken rivalry, where a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. After sending off Uncle Liu, who was dark-faced, and the blushing Yao Yao, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Li, would you like a drink? He opened the refrigerator. No, Li Sungguang hesitated. Have you awakened your ability? Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. What do you mean by awakening ability? I have been a night watchman for 20 years. Li Sungguang replied casually. Uncle, Jiang Yu laughed bitterly, turning away. When did you awaken? About half a month ago. How did you awaken? Uncle, are you interrogating me? Jiang Yu chuckled helplessly. Li Sungguang looked momentarily taken aback, then laughed. No need to be so nervous. Come, sit here. How did you awaken? I'm not quite sure. It just happened suddenly. Jiang Yu explained. Naturally awakened? Huh? Li Sungguang instinctively reached for a cigarette but retracted his hand, thinking it a rare occurrence, though there were always a few each year. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Jiang Yu silently expressed gratitude in his heart. Li Sungguang scrutinized him, causing Jiang Yu to feel uneasy. Uncle Li? He couldn't help but ask. I'm observing your condition. Jiang Yu could see the glimmer in Li Sungguang's eyes. This is the activation of abilities? He was uncertain. After all, he himself was unclear about Uncle Li's extraordinary powers. After a moment, Li Shuangguang's eyes returned to normal, and he lazily leaned back against the sofa. After a few seconds of silence, Uncle Li spoke. This year, anyone detected with extraordinary aptitude, as long as their willpower qualifications are not unacceptably deficient, will be compelled to take the martial examination. Yao Yao mentioned it to me. Jiang Yu nodded. What do you think about it? What do you mean by what? In recent years, the night watch has been under immense pressure. With casualties rising year by year, I could arrange for you to bypass the martial examination and later take the regular college entrance examination. Goodness, can one even speak of taking shortcuts? Li Shuangguang twirled the cigarette in his hand. His gaze calm as water. Aren't you fond of drawing comics? You can choose any university, enroll in the art department if you wish, or pursue other majors without issue. Wow, Uncle Li is quite impressive. What position must he hold in the night watch to make such statements? Jiang Yu's expression shifted. Is it possible to skip school and directly obtain a diploma? He inquired. Bang. In the next moment, he received a sharp knock on the head. Go to the Winter Academy. The learning environment there is quite pleasant, Uncle Li suggested. And oh thanks. Jiang Yu rubbed his head. What, do you wish to switch universities? I still want to try becoming extraordinary, Jiang Yu replied. No, you must listen to me on this matter. No, Uncle Li. If you arrange a backdoor for me, I will report you to the night watch. Jiang Yu stated frankly. A question mark gradually appeared on Li Shuangguang's forehead. I offer you a backdoor, and you threaten to report me? How filial you are, Xiao Yu. I'm not joking. The world of the extraordinary is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Focus on your studies. I can still look after you if anything arises. Uncle Li, I am serious too, Jiang Yu sighed. Danger is everywhere. Besides, you can't protect me forever, can you? After a prolonged silence, Li Shuangguang gently nodded. Since you are so determined to try, I will no longer hinder you. Up until your third year. If you change your mind, you can always come to find me. Goodness. Today, Jiang Yu has come to understand Uncle Li's capabilities. He just doesn't know if it's all genuine or merely an enticing dream. He hesitated. Uncle Li, be a little more cautious. What if you get in? Get lost? Li Shuangguang laughed and scolded, then stood up. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Wait. Uncle Li, the last time I looked at the materials Yao Yao gave me, it mentioned that extraordinary beings must exhaust their powers before death to prevent contamination leakage and transformation into aberrations. Is there a possibility that a person could die, exhaust their powers, yet still transform into an aberration? Li Shuangguang frowned slightly, pondering before nodding. Of course, if the abilities are unique, or if external factors are involved. The situation you described could indeed occur. Oh good. Why do you ask this? It's nothing, just pure curiosity. Choosing the martial examination will inevitably lead to encountering these matters. As Li Shuangguang walked towards the door. He added, get some rest early, and don't go out fighting again. All right, Jiang Yu responded repeatedly. Right, I forgot to tell you. This year's martial examination has been moved up. Testing will commence right after the new year. So be prepared. After bidding farewell to Li Shuangguang, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. Whether the martial examination was advanced or not had little impact on him. He did not believe that his strength was insufficient to enter even several decent universities. The key lay in the situation Uncle Lee mentioned. That deceased night watchman, was he extraordinary, or was there external interference? The individual had already been taken away by the night watch, no matter how unique their abilities. They shouldn't be able to transform into an aberration and sneak away. His Adam's apple bobbed. Images of the other person's nonchalance before death and their ghostly form flashed through his mind repeatedly. Perhaps there was a possibility that he had misjudged. Could it really be so? Chapter 22 New video uploaded. The blogger you follow, has uploaded a new video. Updated. Lee Shouty's eyes brightened as she eagerly clicked on it. A few days prior, the video of the hunt against the aberration had consistently ranked high on the trending list. Subsequently, several bloggers' conclusive videos pushed the heat to a new level. Public opinion gradually shifted from praising the handsome assassin's impressive skills to branding him a clown who fabricated videos. Clicking on the comments section of the only video on his homepage, the top comments were overwhelmingly negative. What is this? Riding the coattails of others. Real night watchmen battling aberrations, and you, relying on editing, are just seeking attention? I predict this person will soon start promoting products and engaging in PKs. It's truly disgusting. The video garnered 2.1 million likes, 200,000 comments, and an equally high number of shares and saves. Just from this single video, Zhang Yu's follower count successfully surpassed 1 million, but regrettably, following the conclusive incident, it plummeted to 600,000 within a mere 2 to 3 days. The rise was swift, but the fall was even swifter. Initially, Lee Shouty engaged in verbal sparring with the naysayers, but her feeble stance proved inadequate against the overwhelming tide. Even she began to feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that you truly fabricated everything? Otherwise, how could there have been no clarification video after several days? Today, Lee Shouty instinctively opened Douyin and happened to see the update notification pop up. He uploaded a video. What could the content of this video be? Suddenly, Lee Shouty hesitated. She feared that upon clicking, an apology video would emerge, shattering all her hopes. Surely it wouldn't be a publicity stunt. She hesitated, but ultimately her curiosity got the better of her, and she clicked on the video. Survival seemed more arduous than death. The first-person perspective, a magnetic voice resonated in her ears. It was not an apology video. Moreover, the opening was quite intriguing. The camera appeared to be mounted on Yu's chest as he crouched atop a high-rise building. This time the video background was not blurred. The camera panned downward, revealing a scene resembling an abyss. Fortunately, the phone's camera had limited visibility in the shadows. Otherwise, this angle might have been too thrilling. I have forgotten many things and have sustained severe injuries. All I remember is that I am a hunter. Only through continuous hunting can I find the meaning of survival. My name is Yu. The assassin of Baidu, however, my current location, does not seem to be Baidu. The camera gradually lowered, showing that Yu was looking down. Hey, that's enough. Don't continue. Lying in bed, Lee Shouty squeezed her legs tightly, her limbs starting to feel a bit weak. Ah, she gasped as Yu jumped down. This dilapidated building must be nearly 30 stories high. Wouldn't he jumping down turn him into a puddle of mush? She concentrated intently. The first-person perspective was incredibly immersive. And thankfully, she was lying down and the next moment, Lee Shouty's eyes widened. The sound of footsteps echoed as you actually ran along the building. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he leaped forward, propelling himself swiftly onward. To think he was at least 30 meters away from the opposite building. Could he truly leap 30 meters? The answer is no. The forward momentum gradually halted, just when she thought you would fall. The scene shifted. The camera angle changed to a neighboring building, capturing Yu's entire form. He was in a T-pose, resembling a bird spreading its wings, gliding through the air. He advanced several meters, but the gliding speed began to diminish. Surely he was about to fall, right? Still, he did not. Yu flicked his right hand forward, and a dark shadowy thread swiftly shot out, striking the edge of the building. With a powerful tug, he propelled himself upward. The 30 to 40 meter distance was successfully crossed through his various methods. Wow. This shadowy thread is the ability obtained after hunting the spider, right? Lee Shouty exclaimed, then rewound the video to watch it again. She replayed it several times, finding no signs of any issues. There were no traces of special effects. I knew you had real skills. She pumped her fist, her expression increasingly elated. The video continued, and as Jiang Yu traversed, his steps halted. Before him lay a colossal creature, a predator, a lowly aberration belonging to the blood category, ranked first tier upper level. I scent the aroma of dinner, you said in a deep voice. I hope its flavor satisfies me. Then, he plunged into the shadows and attacked. The camera captured the monster's festering wounds, blood oozing profusely. Even with pixelation, it still evoked a sense of discomfort. The monster's eyes glowed crimson, its sharp teeth still entangled with morsels of flesh. Especially its massive claws, which were likely 3 to 4 centimeters long. A single stab would probably leave one feeling utterly chilled. So powerful. The sense of oppression is overwhelming. The last battle against the giant spider lasted over an hour. They exchanged blows intermittently, and the video was heavily compressed, prompting many to release conclusive videos. Now, however, the camera was up close and personal, capturing everything clearly. If this was still a fabrication, the cost of special effects would be astronomical. Several times, the claws pierced into Jiang Yu's body, and Li Xiaodi braced herself for him to lose his fighting capacity, but to her surprise, he merely took a breath and got back up to continue fighting. Shadowy threads shot out, piercing into the building, swiftly adjusting his position. They plunged into the aberration's body, rapidly closing the distance. Utilizing his agility, he continued to grapple. It was visibly evident that the aberration's speed was diminishing. With a heavy punch landing on its head, that car-sized body staggered and fell to the ground. The second prey had been successfully hunted. The black figure gradually approached the creature's corpse and, with a squelching sound, plunged into its heart. A thread of silk emanated from you, gradually enveloping the foreign entity within mere seconds. As it was consumed, the body of the foreign being diminished in size, until it was entirely devoured. The inky tendrils receded like a tide, only to wind around his arm once more. The shadowy lines rolled like waves, their dark chitinous layers harmonizing with flecks of silver. As if they were brewing some terrifying entity. Had he acquired a new power? Li Xiaodi brimmed with anticipation. No, wait. Caution is warranted behind you. Her gaze fixated intently on the space behind you, where a more robust arm clung to the structure, dragging its form upwards until it fully emerged into view. Another predator. Yet you seemed blissfully unaware. In an instant, the predator lunged. The ferocity of its presence felt as if it could pierce through the screen. Li Xiaodi finally understood why it was dubbed a predator. This creature was a born hunter, a top-tier beast. The scene abruptly halted. How infuriating! Why did it cut off again? Hurry and release the next episode. Infuriating, infuriating, infuriating. Li Xiaodi's palms were slick with sweat. Despite merely watching a video, her legs felt weak, and she was left unsatisfied. She opened the comment section, where amidst the chorus of admiration, a particularly distinct comment ignited her fury. That user, D Dao, had commented at lightning speed, occupying a prime spot among the trending remarks. The video concluded, and they awaited my next definitive proof. More proof. I must see what else you can concoct. Chapter 23. Posturing, fiercely posturing. What else could this old wall lamp possibly expose? Jiang Yu also spotted this comment. He chose not to respond, pretending to be oblivious. This predator possessed strength far exceeding that of the ghostly apparition and the shadow-weaving spider. Even in its severely weakened state, Jiang Yu expended considerable effort to subdue it. Not be fooled by the video's portrayal of him, rising unscathed after a claw strike. In truth, it was entirely reliant on the shadow form that rendered him immune to fatal injuries. Even when the predator clawed at him mercilessly, Jiang Yu did not perish. His health merely plummeted. With shadow strike in conjunction with mark and hunt. After a single blow, his health plummeted to 30. Jiang Yu was utterly flabbergasted. A prior combination nearly cost the life of the ghostly figure that resembled Lin Mo. Yet this one only reduced his health by 10? This was maddening. He felt completely numb. What could he do now? With only 30 health remaining, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight. When the real confrontation began, Jiang Yu felt his scalp tingle once more. It was tough, too tough. When his fists connected, it felt akin to striking iron. Conversely, when he barely brushed against the predator's enormous claws, it resulted in a significant loss of health. Had it not been for the predator's own diminished vitality, Jiang Yu would have fled long ago. He truly did not anticipate that this creature would possess both resilience and damage output. After a grueling battle, Despite his own injuries, he ultimately managed to slay the predator. Jiang Yu even suspected that had it retained an additional 10 health, he would have been the one lying there lifeless. Ding! The blogger Old Wall Lamp you follow has released a new video. Oh, you are quite efficient. Jiang Yu chuckled as he clicked on it. The exotic monkey currency was plentiful, and the foe extraordinary was constantly spouting nonsense. Hello, everyone. I am D Dao. After the familiar introduction, a bald figure resembling a marinated egg appeared in the video. You all have to watch this video. The hunter, a first-tier superior? Well, that certainly sounds plausible. However, take a closer look. He magnified the video, pausing it just before the battle commenced. Wounds, blood stains, a broken right leg. Theo claimed it was a first-tier superior. In such a grievously injured state, one could hardly argue whether it was even first-tier middle. You should not pick on the weak so blatantly. Why not select a foreign entity that is barely breathing? That would be far more convenient. Just a few punches and done. Furthermore, I wonder if anyone noticed, while the person in the video is indeed handsome, his skills completely lack the semblance of training, resembling mere street brawling. Any seasoned extraordinary combatant would never fight in such a reckless manner. One must admit, while D Dao is indeed detestable, his critiques are grounded in reality. The predator was indeed severely injured. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would not have chosen it as his target, as for combat experience. Nonsense. Jiang Yu had only undergone 3 battles. What experience could he possibly have? It was merely about dodging or counterattacking when the opponent struck, rolling like a donkey, squatting like a monkey, throwing punches like a street fighter. Whatever worked was fair game. Under the guise of ability, it may appear dazzling to the untrained eye, but to those in the know, most of it is merely wasted energy and unnecessary movements. Even upon reflecting on the battle, Jiang Yu could identify numerous flaws in his approach. Enveloped in shadows, he dared not reveal himself. I need not elaborate on what that implies. The officials would never resort to such sensationalism. I suspect this is merely a newcomer to the extraordinary realm, leveraging various means to garner attention. TSK. Upon entering the comments section, he noticed the front row was filled with criticisms of D Dao. And the new comments expressed skepticism towards his so-called definitive proof video. Clearly, the strength Jiang Yu displayed in this episode was sufficiently authentic. D Dao's proof video held some merit, yet its impact fell short of the previous one. After all, the persona of Yu was defined as the amnesiac assassin, a solitary hunter. He had lost his memory. It was a growth-oriented account. How could one ascertain that he was weak now and not merely feigning? D Dao was merely gambling, betting that Yu was merely a jester, devoid of any real power. Should this wave of attention succeed, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. In truth, had it been anyone else, they might indeed take that gamble. After all, the 2 episodes contained far too many inconsistencies. It is not so easy to fake strength. Weak is weak, and strong is strong. One cannot possibly spend 2 to 3 years cultivating an account, only to achieve minor growth. Either one must demonstrate rapid progress in every video, skyrocketing in strength within mere months, thus slapping my face hard, or one will inevitably reveal their true colors, leading to their complete downfall. Watching the follower count steadily rise in the background, D Dao's lips curled into a smirk. It was time to hasten the creation of a promotional video for Buddha Jumps Over the Wall Noodle. Gently brushing his fingers over the notebook of temporary personnel on the table, he let out a soft chuckle. Being a temporary member of the Night Patrol Bureau sounds grand, yet the actual entry requirements are quite low. When he first entered the Shadow Realm, he nearly scared himself silly. Thereafter, he resolved never to delve into that again, which is why he became a shop review blogger. Initially, the response was quite favorable. But recently, his reputation had suffered setbacks, and his career hit a bottleneck. Little did he expect that through disparaging others, he would experience a resurgence in his career. He hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased with himself. Jiang Yu did not dwell on this matter. Elevating his strength was far more important. He opened his personal dashboard. Name: Jiang Yu attributes: Shadow points, 3232, positions, Stalker Hunter, Stalker, Shadow Devourer, Shadow Eye, Shadow Thread, Shadow Form, Shadow Claw Form, Shadow Walk, Hunter, Mark, Pursuit, remaining lifespan, 12 days, evaluation, appears formidable, yet is truly weak. You are the weak one. Jiang Yu gave it the middle finger. After 3 hunts, his strength had become incomparable. Even with Lu Yaoyao before him, He was no longer a match.as for the one-armed, weak Uncle Lee. Jiang Yu was confident he could take down 50 of them in a single punch. The predator was a first-tier superior being. Having successfully hunted it, Jiang Yu gained nearly 10 days of lifespan. Now, he could survive until this year's Spring Festival. The Shadow Claw form and Shadow Walk were both rewards from this hunt, significantly enhancing his capabilities and truly giving him the essence of a powerful assassin. The Shadow Points served as both an energy gauge and an experience bar for leveling up. He could shoot threads akin to Spider-Man, consuming approximately 3 points. Shadow Eye required 1 Shadow Point to enter the Shadow Realm, with no cost to exit. Shadow Form incurs no cost within the Shadow Realm, though it varies in the physical world. Standing under the blazing sun, the consumption is calculated by the second, whereas hiding in the shadows drastically reduces it. Clenching his fists, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him and exhaled deeply. With a staggering 32 Shadow Points, he could distinctly sense the flow of power within him and begin to wield it. Jiang Yu spread his palm, and a fluid as dark as ink coalesced. Momentarily forming a character, then reshaping into a line, he hesitated. The aptitude assessment after the school year would open a crack in the extraordinary realm for students. Those with extraordinary talent could initially awaken their abilities, roughly equivalent to the level of 1 to 3 Shadow Points within him. Even if Jiang Yu did not grow stronger before the official assessment, the strength he presented would still be quite extraordinary. The so-called a tree standing out in the forest will be felled by the wind. Being too ostentatious invites unwanted attention. Therefore, keep a low profile. Not me. I shall flaunt grandly. Jiang Yu pondered. My uncle is a high-ranking member of the Night Patrol Bureau. Who am I to fear? Showboating is such a joy. This lifetime, I revel in showing off. Show off, fiercely show off. Chapter 24. The marketplace, a strange entity emerges. Women are truly terrifying. Watching the girl excitedly browsing around, Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim while seated in a small leather chair in the store. We agreed to buy New Year's goods, yet here we are, endlessly shopping for clothes. Lu Yuqiang nodded in agreement. Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Yaoyao, including the two of them, the four had planned to shop for New Year's supplies today. Half a day passed, and although Jiang Yu's physique was already quite robust, he felt a twinge of soreness in his back. The key was merely looking without buying. If only they could hasten their purchases, they could return home sooner. Lu Yuqiang silently grumbled. If we continue to waste our lives like this, I won't last much longer. Jiang Yu sighed. It is ill-omened to joke about such matters during the new year. Lu Yuqiang interjected, trying to keep the mood light. Brother, is there a possibility that I am not joking? Jiang Yu lamented. Without hunting, I might as well perish. Is this a capability that an ordinary person can awaken? Let us go. It's time for lunch. The two young ladies arrived once more, empty-handed. The torment has finally come to an end. Jiang Yu felt a sense of liberation, ready to indulge in a meal. What shall we eat? Xiao Xiao mentioned that a new salad shop has recently opened. How about we try that? We've accompanied you on a shopping spree all morning. And you suggest eating salad? If you wish for the horse to run, must you only feed it grass? I refuse. After a brief moment, seated at the table, Jiang Yu glanced at the menu presented by the staff. His earlobes slightly flushed, anger simmering in his eyes. Jiang Yu, is this what you meant by a place that's perfect for students? The menu read, garlic oysters, steamed oysters, grilled leeks, black-boned chicken soup. Recently, having been embroiled in numerous fights, my vitality has been depleted. I need to replenish. Jiang Yu, with utmost seriousness, addressed the waiter. Toasted bread, soy sauce fried rice, egg drop soup, and this not bad. The dishes Jiang Yu ordered were quite reasonable. Lu Yaoyao snorted softly. In the next moment, Jiang Yu closed the menu and declared, forget what I just said. I want one of everything, and make sure the oysters are exceptionally fresh. Jiang Yu, my appetite has been quite substantial lately. Jiang Yu grinned. You think that's what I meant? Don't worry. If you can't finish, we can pack it up and take it home. Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao trembled nearby, hesitant to interject. Eventually, the dishes were served. Come, Yao Yao, eat. He picked up an oyster with his chopsticks and offered it to Lu Yaoyao's lips. She instinctively opened her mouth, but quickly shut it again. You silly thing, do you think we're at home? Go away. I can eat by myself. Lu Yaoyao shot him a glare. The girl still knows how to be shy. Jiang Yu, no longer courteous, dove into his meal. Lu Yaoyao shot him a fierce look before also beginning to eat. After a while, she spoke up. You all received the notice from the school this morning, right? Yes. Upon mentioning this, a hint of melancholy crossed Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao's faces. The school had issued a notice that morning. The martial arts examination has been moved up, set to start on February 17th, with testing expected to conclude by February 20th, and the special training camp officially commencing on February 25th. The martial arts examination schedule has also been advanced, though the exact date has yet to be announced. Most students are not well versed in the extraordinary. Compared to regular academic subjects, they are more eager to engage with and master this mysterious power. The desire to break free from the constraints of the physical body is an innate pursuit of all living beings. With the martial arts examination being moved up just after celebrating the new year, preparations for the tests are already underway, compounded by the introduction of mandatory martial arts examinations. The entire process seems rather rushed, and regardless of whether they intend to pursue martial arts in the future, most students feel a tinge of anxiety. Alas, Lu Yuqiang sighed heavily. Among the four, he was the least inclined to participate in the martial arts examination, possessing not a shred of interest in the extraordinary. Zhang Yu patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Your qualifications certainly 1T past the selection. I appreciate that. Lu Yuqiang managed a weak smile. At the age of 7, he had unwittingly been entangled with a variant spirit. By the time he eliminated the anomaly, it was already too late, and he had since developed a condition. On ordinary days, he fared well, but with any significant exertion, he would easily faint, and at his worst, he had even experienced cardiac arrest. Setting aside his poor health, the psychological trauma was exceedingly severe. After several visits to a psychologist, Uncle Li had even procured some special items from the bureau for his treatment, and after much effort, he had managed to recover to a somewhat stable state. Lu Yuqiang was uninterested in dealing with those spirits in the future. He simply wished to live a peaceful life. It must be said that he exhibited a degree of escapism, an ostrich mentality. If Zhang Yu were bullied, he would want nothing more than to grow stronger quickly. If someone were to bully Zhang Yu would not swallow that indignity. He must reclaim his dignity. However, people are different. If one were to truly experience what Lu Yuqiang had endured, many would likely make the same choice. The willpower qualification test. Zhang Yu clicked his tongue. All right, let us toast. The sound of clinking glasses was crisp and melodious. After downing 2 cups of Sprite, Lu Yuqiang's complexion improved considerably. Zhang Yu, are you going to take the martial arts examination? He inquired. Well, I'll have to see how it goes, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Yaoyao froze. Her friend beside her shot her a glance, and she bit her lip before hastily resuming her meal. I just remembered, Lu Yuqiang nodded. You're curious about where the school beauty, Yu Zhou'er, is going. You've mentioned her long legs, fair skin, and Lu Yaoyao's eating motion came to a halt. Shut up! Zhang Yu's forehead twitched, and he roughly shoved an oyster into his mouth, only to keenly sense a wave of hostility emanating from ahead. Old Lu, you might as well change your name to Old Six. What's this martial arts examination? I doubt you'll even pass the willpower test. Lu Yaoyao lifted her head, offering a mocking smile. This time, Zhang Yu furiously dug into his food. The extraordinary and the anomalies remained an inseparable topic at the dining table. If he hadn't awakened those 2 statuses, he truly couldn't be certain of the path he would take. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the mall. The 4 of them were momentarily taken aback. It was the siren of a pollution detector. An anomaly has infiltrated the mall. Lu Yaoyao was the first to react, her complexion drastically changing. She had heard that sound countless times at home while playing on the computer, but never had she expected to encounter it in reality. Anomalies. No matter how weak an anomaly is, when placed among ordinary people, it could lead to a massacre. She stood up abruptly, gazing out the window. Outside the glass, in the mall corridor, men and women initially appeared dazed, but soon turned their heads in unison to look, their expressions morphing into sheer terror. Several individuals, unable to keep their footing, collapsed to the ground, while many more hastily fled, their steps quickening from slow to a frantic rush. Fools, don't bother grabbing your bags. Escaping is the priority. Zhang Yu slapped Lu Yuqiang's back. With that little frame of yours, hurry up and run. Oh. The 4 of them dashed out of the restaurant, merging into the crowd. Looking ahead, they spotted a tall figure half emerging from a crack. Ethereal and ghost-like, it wielded 2 enormous blades that glimmered with a chilling light. appearing exceptionally sharp. An old acquaintance. A Piao. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened, his arm instinctively tensing. What are you still dawdling for? Run. Lu Yaoyao tugged at him. Its coming. After exchanging a deep glance, they estimated it would take some time for it to fully emerge. Chapter 25. The hunt begins. Damn it. Can the one in front hurry up? Are they learning to walk for the first time, moving so sluggishly? Run faster. There's a monster behind us. Why is there a monster? Why is there a monster here? Don't push. Don't push. The cries, curses, and screams melded into a cacophony as everyone in the mall scrambled to escape, the scene descending into chaos. This is impossible. Lu Yaoyao's face turned pale as she couldn't help but glance back. The mall was supposed to have safety measures in place. How could an anomaly breach its defenses? It was too late to ponder such matters now. They needed to flee. Jiang Yu glanced back intermittently. The Piao had just squeezed through the crack, appearing somewhat dazed. It seemed this Piao was considerably more foolish than the one they had encountered before. A vacuum zone had formed around it, with no one in a radius of several meters. However, Jiang Yu knew that it had spent considerable time emerging, and once it regained its bearings, it would be impossible for ordinary people to escape if it set its sights on them. Quick, we can go downstairs just ahead. Boom. At that moment, the entire floor suddenly buckled, tilting dangerously. It's going to collapse. Hold on to something nearby. Don't crowd. It's collapsing. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the floor crashed down. In that instant, darkness enveloped everything, nearly swallowing all light. The crowd was split apart, visibility reduced to merely 2 or 3 meters. Be careful. Jiang Yu acted swiftly, grasping 3 individuals, but alas, he could not hold onto all of them. One fell, and he could only manage to keep a few from being swept away by the throng. What just happened? The fall was not painful, but the sudden darkness caused Jiang Yu's heart to leap. A familiar and comforting sensation enveloped him, energy swirling towards him. Jiang Yu's limbs felt a bit cold. Yes, part of this mall's floors had been dragged into the shadow realm. Damn it. This is unscientific. My leg. Wah, Daddy. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The night watchers are nearby. They will come. If they were still in the present world, the night watchers would indeed arrive swiftly. However, the problem was that they were no longer in the present world. Jiang Yu remained silent, casting a glance. In the shadow realm, there were no subways or vehicles. Even riding a motorcycle would take time. If noise was made en route, other anomalies could emerge to disrupt. Who knows how many lives would be lost by the time help arrived. It could be said that everyone was in a perilous situation. Is everyone all right? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Fu Lu Yuqiang, still shaken, gasped for breath. His face contorted in pain. Why leg it hurts? How could it not hurt? A massive stone was pinning his leg. This boy truly had the worst luck. Just endure it. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves, exerting his strength to lift the stone and toss it aside. Hiss! Lu Yuqiang was drenched in sweat, and the movement exacerbated his pain. His left leg bent awkwardly outward. Hanging at an odd angle, health displayed as 60. The injury was not light. It hurt so much he wheezed. Painkillers, just chew them up. Lu Yaoyao rummaged through her bag and extracted a small vial. Pouring out 2 pills and handing them to his lips, Lu Yuqiang chewed them with a crunch. His complexion quickly improved. Why has it suddenly turned dark? He asked with difficulty. We're in great danger this time. Lu Yaoyao sighed. She then began to tap on her wristwatch, which emitted a faint, unassuming glow. All they could do now was await rescue. Monsters. The monsters are coming. A cry erupted from the crowd, followed immediately by the ground shaking as a second collapse occurred. Everyone, be careful! Lu Yaoyao shouted just before she fell to the ground with a thud, her body aching and tingling. Xiao Xiao, Lu Yuqiang, Jiang Yu. Struggling to rise, she called out, I'm here. Feng Xiao Xiao replied weakly. Where are you? I can't see. Lu Yuqiang's voice reached her ears. Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao called out urgently. Jiang Yu? Lu Yuqiang also scanned the surroundings. Following the sound, the 3 quickly gathered together, only to realize, where was Jiang Yu? What is happening? Li Xiaodi was on the verge of breaking down. After being reported and having her account suspended for 3 days due to a dispute in the underground tunnel, she was furious and had planned a shopping trip with her best friend. While they were having lunch, the mall suddenly blared with alarms, leaving her dazed until someone screamed, Abnormal species? Abnormal species? She echoed in disbelief. An abnormal species has entered the mall. She and her friend dashed out of the restaurant, only to find the floor collapsing beneath them. In a panic, she scrambled to her feet, catching a glimpse of a shadow darting past, followed by the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh and agonized screams. What was happening? In the shadowy lair, visibility for ordinary people was akin to blindness, and the unknown terror was utterly disorienting. Instinctively, she wanted to flee, but her legs felt as weak as noodles, collapsing beneath her as the second collapse struck. It hurts them. My pelvis feels twisted, and my ankle is bruised, she thought, the pain triggering a desire to cry. Yet somehow she found the strength to rise. And are you in? Eli shouty limped, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, her foot slipped. What was that? Instinctively looking down, she saw a puddle of dark red liquid. Paint. Something was off. She reached out to touch it. No. A wave of iron scent hit her. What paint? This is blood, fresh blood. Li Xiaoti's legs went weak, nearly toppling into the pool of blood. The scent of death grew stronger, wrapping around her body, and in her fear, she trembled slightly. Her pristine white stockings were torn, revealing her smooth, milky skin, and her cute little dress was soiled with dirt, her hair a mess. She resembled a sweet princess fleeing from a nightmare. She couldn't afford to think about that now. Instinct drove her toward the crowd. As she stepped over corpses, her already dwindling sanity suffered further degradation. Hiss, hiss. Just as she was running, an insect-like hiss echoed in her ears. What was that? Her breath caught, and her heart skipped a beat. Something was approaching. No, don't come closer. With an unexplainable surge of energy, she sprinted forward, her vision seeming to widen slightly. 1 step, 2 steps. Thud. A corpse lay in her path, and she stumbled over it, tumbling forward. After rolling twice, Li Xiaoti dazedly lifted her head, her heart sinking. It was over. A dead end? Hiss. She turned in terror to see a blurry figure drawing near. It was an abnormal species. The entity moved with lightning speed, like a shadow, raising a large knife to strike down. I'm done for. The girl's mind went blank as she sat there, paralyzed, shutting her eyes. Then, there was a sharp sound. No, didn't he hurt? Confused, she opened her eyes. Drip, drip. A figure stood protectively in front of her, gripping the blade tightly, blood dripping down. The blade's tip was mere inches from her. Little girl, closing your eyes to await death is not a wise choice. Slowly, she raised her head. In her line of sight stood a figure facing her, its indistinct profile obscured by shadows, wrapped in a robe imbued with an air of mystery, until its face was completely concealed. The darkness extended to its arms, a tough carapace forming, with vicious barbs emerging. Then, claws like blades, woven from black and ink, glimmering with a chilling light, materialized. Li Xiaoti's pupils constricted. Jiang Yu turned his head, claws slowly tightening, the blades scraping against each other, producing a disconcerting metallic sound. Another figure swung a knife, clanging against Jiang Yu's, and they quickly distanced themselves. Sliding back a few meters, the shadow enveloped him. Jiang Yu raised his head, grinning menacingly. His arms were covered in a tough, carapace-like material, fingers resembling abyssal claws. Dust that didn't exist was brushed off as he bent down. Below, the hunt commenced. Boom! The ground erupted, the figure vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 26. The chase. Where is everyone? The shadowy figure kept glancing around, unable to find anything amiss. On one hand, visibility was limited within the shadow layer, and on the other, Jiang Yu in his shadow form was truly hard to detect. Where did they go? Why have they vanished? For a full 10 seconds, the figure remained hidden, causing the shadow to grow increasingly agitated. That moment, a shadowy line shot out, piercing the back of the figure's neck with a soft sound. A tremendous force propelled it backward uncontrollably. A claw emerged from the darkness, its sharp tip glinting with a cold sheen, easily capable of severing steel. Shadow claw form. A harvest from the predator. The power of the shadow claw was terrifying, perfectly compensating for his lack of lethality and endowed with exceptional agility. Before the figure could react, the shadow claw had pierced its neck, tearing viciously, blood splattered, hitting Jiang Yu's face. Health, 9740. One strike dealt Jiang Yu's greatest damage to date. If he had been more precise and powerful, he might have decapitated the figure in one blow. Feeling the blood spray, Jiang Yu finally savored the thrill of the hunt, almost moved to tears. After being tormented so many times, the predator had finally risen. Hiss! The figure let out a deafening roar, frantically struggling. Little one, I'll send you to meet your maker. Just as he was about to pursue, Jiang Yu was taken aback by the creature's surprising strength, combined with its slippery nature, allowing it to slip from his grasp, and no matter, he had plenty of time. He would take it slow. Damn. Jiang Yu's expression gradually turned serious. Before him stood 3 abnormal species, thin, tall, and slender. 1, 2, 3. 87, 40, 73. Excellent. Their combined health amounted to precisely 200, equivalent to 2 fully healthy figures. What nonsense. Health isn't simply a matter of stacking numbers. In certain circumstances, that calculation might hold, but not now. Jiang Yu would rather face 2 fully healthy figures than 3 that were somewhat weakened. 2 would latch onto him while the remaining one harassed from the sidelines. Leaving Jiang Yu with no room to retaliate, standing there taking hits, the freshly risen predator was likely to fall again. You? Li Xiaoti's heart raced, instinctively asking. Yes, I am the wardy, the one from the fake video. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, the 2 claws clashing, sparks flying as his muscles tensed. Little girl, your white stockings are ruined. I hope you can send me some intact ones later, and I wouldn't mind other colors either. Of course, that is, if we both survive. Li Xiaoti was taken aback. This person was not quite what she had imagined her brother Yu to be, and no sooner had she thought this than Jiang Yu charged forward. Hiss! The injured figure hissed, as if warning that this opponent was no ordinary foe. The 2 healthier figures responded, launching an attack from both sides. Just as contact seemed imminent, a line shot out, consuming 3 points of shadow energy. Striking the ceiling and propelling Jiang Yu's body upward, a lack of practical experience made airborne maneuvers a dangerous gamble. The figures attempted to pursue, but another line fell. It struck the first figure directly. What the hell? With claws extended and arms swinging, Jiang Yu delivered a powerful blow to the first figure. Health 1. 8780. Then, rolling aside to evade the third figure's downward strike, he quickly grabbed the blade and yanked it toward him. Tearing with his right claw, health 3. 7362. The old strength was spent, while new strength had yet to arise. Faced with the second figure's attack, Jiang Yu found himself unable to dodge any longer. He took a hit, pain radiating from his arm, but he suppressed the agony through his shadow form. That strike cost him no less than 20 health. The high attack, high agility figures were formidable, without stealth attacks. Just one figure was already a handful, now facing 3 was life-threatening. Come at me, he turned, shooting out another shadow line. The second figure swiftly dodged. Knowing its health was low, it had no intention of engaging Jiang Yu directly. This little creature had some brains after all. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly once more. With no time for further thought, 2 figures were already swinging their blades at him. He hastily raised his claws to defend. The underground had not exaggerated. When it came to practical skills, Jiang Yu was indeed lacking. 2 abnormal species, for blades, came crashing down on him relentlessly. He was losing health intermittently. 5, then 7. If he continued to fight like this, once his health fell below 50, hope would be utterly extinguished. Jiang Yu evaded while enduring the blows, all the while remaining vigilant against the ambush from the lurking figure. Number 2, sparks flew as he gritted his teeth. Hiss! Just wait for it. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Ignoring the blade that struck from the side, he charged directly towards the approaching number 2. Mark? The marked prey would experience negative states such as palpitations and fear. After the second video was released, his notoriety spread, and the duration of Mark was successfully extended to 3 seconds. In literary terms, this meant that within this time frame, killing the target would lead to a successful hunt. 3 seconds. What could one accomplish in such a brief interval? Enough time to let out a sigh, enough to scribble 60 characters, enough to add this book to a shelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch an ad to support the author. It was also sufficient time for Jiang Yu to hunt his target. With a splatter, he bore a knife wound, his health plummeting. Then, in the first second, Jiang Yu shot out shadow threads, ensnaring number 2 and using the force of the attack to propel himself forward, arriving before his opponent in the second. Amidst the startled gaze of the adversary, He raised his claws, aiming directly for the throat. Slash, health, 40-25. In the third second, both claws drew back and struck. 25, 16, 16, 7. The paltry remnant of health suddenly turned crimson. A red glow ignited in its chest. The right claw pierced in and tightened. Squelch, hiss, as if realizing its impending doom. The apparition emitted a piercing shriek. The response was Jiang Yu's cold, unfeeling words. 3 seconds elapsed, and it was all over. The crimson in the apparition's eyes gradually faded until it vanished completely, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Hunt judgment in progress. Hunt successful. This marks your first successful hunt as a hunter. You are beginning to grasp the significance of the kill and revel in the process. You can feel the formidable power surging from your heart, as well as the exhilarating release brought about by bathing in your prey's blood. Faced with the assault of 3 formidable foes, your quick thinking allowed you to trade injury for a fleeting chance at survival. This was a spectacular hunt. Hunt successful. Shadow form has been enhanced. Shadow form I. Utilizing this ability reduces the consumption of shadow points in the present world, and allows you to continuously absorb shadows within the shadow layer, replenishing shadow points while accelerating your own healing. In this form, your aura grows stronger, instilling fear in your prey and making them more prone to exposing weaknesses. Your comprehension of hunting techniques has significantly improved. Continue to hunt, and you shall grow ever stronger. In summary, shadow form has upgraded from a no-consumption state in the shadow layer to one that can automatically replenish health and mana, along with an intimidation buff and double experience buff. Phew! His body tingled pleasantly as Jiang Yu felt this transformation wash over him. The wounds hidden beneath the cloak of shadows rapidly healed under the nourishment of the shadow layer. This sensation was utterly sublime. He shifted his gaze to the 2 wary apparitions, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he flicked the blood off his claws. Gritting his teeth, he appeared increasingly ferocious. Those little brats certainly dealt quite a painful blow earlier. Chapter 27. I am afraid from afar. A successful hunt can enhance specific attributes or strengthen skills. In previous instances, Jiang Yu had never found the right opportunity. After all, the duration of the hunt was merely 1 second, a truly impractical limitation. He lacked significant strength. Facing powerful enemies while simultaneously timing his attack to fit within that 1 second was quite the challenge. Thus, he could only combine Mark with Shadow Strike, startling his prey before launching a sudden attack, leading to the disappearance of their health bar. Jiang Yu had long anticipated the successful execution of Hunt, and after defeating that predator and awakening this Shadow Claw form, his excitement had only intensified. Had it not been for Lu Yaoyao's insistence on dragging him out shopping today, he would have surely spent several days residing in the shadow layer. However, he had not expected that today's trip to the mall would yield such success. The enhanced shadow form appeared largely unchanged, save for some intricate detailing around the shoulders and cuffs. Additionally, the patterns of his clothing became more pronounced depending on the depth of the shadows, making him finally shed the appearance of a mere dark silhouette. It was a moment of silent triumph. The 2 aberrant beings eyed him warily, hesitant to approach. Little did they know this was fortuitous for Jiang Yu. While the aberrants had strong recovery abilities, they could not compare to his current rate of 1 health regeneration. Given another 10 minutes, he would be back to full health. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to launch another offensive, a burst of orange firelight suddenly illuminated the distance. There was light within the shadow layer. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. At the same time, the 2 aberrants, like wolf cubs catching the scent of blood, shifted their focus entirely from him to the source of the flame. Approaching rapidly were 5 night watchers, the leader raising his palm, tightly gripping a ball of flame. The glow was both impossibly bright and inexplicably gentle. This small orb illuminated the mall within the shadow layer as if it were broad daylight. Jiang Yu felt a stirring within, even a strange impulse to leap forward, but he quickly suppressed this odd urge. Was it the night watcher's ability? He was uncertain. Hiss! The 2 aberrants could no longer contain themselves, their gaze fixated solely on the flame, howling as they prepared to pounce. Then, with a thunderous boom, a powerful gust swept through. Rustling their clothing, Jiang Yu instinctively shut his eyes. When he reopened them, only one of the aberrants remained. He slowly formed a question mark above his head. Then he saw the leader of the night watchers raising his hand again, seemingly aiming at him, a fellow ally. A tremendous crisis loomed, and Jiang Yu let out a shout. The Night Watcher hesitated for a moment before launching another attack, obliterating the remaining aberrant. Damn, point one strike, one kill. This was the prowess of the Night Watchers? Jiang Yu's temples throbbed. Thankfully, he always gauged his combat strength based on Li Shu and Lu Yaoyao, never foolish enough to compare himself to Uncle Lu. The latter was a genuine martial professional, reportedly of a high rank. Perhaps with a mere flick of his finger, he could eliminate Jiang Yu 100 times over. The leader of the Night Watchers seemed intent on approaching to inquire further. But Jiang Yu chose not to reveal his intentions. If only they had arrived a tad later, the battle was nearing its conclusion. "Who might you be?" the leader of the Night Watchers asked. His expression serious, devoid of levity. "I am you. Until we meet again," he replied, bringing his index and middle fingers together to salute at his temple before leaping backward, gradually disappearing under their watchful gazes. Where did he go? The Night Watchers stood dumbfounded. "Did I recognize this you? He has recently gained popularity on short video platforms. His ability is likely that of a shadow manipulator, capable of blending into shadows. His strength is not particularly formidable, probably somewhere between mid-tier and upper tier of the first rank." Shadow manipulator? Song Qingyan, the leader of the Night Watchers, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. "I am holding a torch. How could there be any shadows here? Moreover, even if there were, could a first-rank individual truly vanish before our very eyes?" Song Qingyan exchanged glances with his team. The others seemed to hesitate. It appeared he was more than just a first rank. "Enough chatter. Focus on the rescue and evacuate everyone," he commanded. Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao's face turned pale. Despite having reviewed countless documents, she remained merely an inexperienced girl untouched by the extraordinary, never having faced the brutality of bloodshed. The bloodstains on the ground, the anguished groans, the pervasive stench of blood, and the sight of lifeless bodies, all illuminated starkly under the light. But what could be done? With so many people trapped and the floor having collapsed amid the debris, it would be impractical to wield a flashlight, searching painstakingly. The grim reality of the extraordinary world was laid bare before everyone. Devoid of any concealment. Where was Jiang Yu? The girl endured her discomfort, meticulously scanning the surroundings, unwilling to overlook even the slightest detail. A moan caught her attention, and she swiftly directed her gaze there. A pile of fallen stones formed a triangle, with half of Jiang Yu's body pinned beneath. "I don't recall anyone being trapped here before," Lu Yaoyao pondered. Yet now was not the time for such concerns. She gasped and rushed over. "Quick, get up. I feel so constricted in my chest. I can't breathe." Jiang Yu's expression was pained. "Let me see if I can pull you out." Lu Yaoyao, in a fluster, instinctively grasped his arm, attempting to pull him free. Upon touching him, her first thought was, how could anyone trapped like this possibly be pulled out? Her second thought was, was it really that easy to drag him out? She focused her gaze. The angle formed by the fallen stones created a support point, leaving just enough space for a person to lie straight, akin to slipping into a sleeping bag. It seems I could get out myself." Glancing at the pile of rubble, Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. "You've got a lot of blood on you." Lu Yaoyao noticed the wounds on him. "It's nothing. That wasn't from the fall. It was from the apparition's attack." Injured in this shadow form, the wound visibly took its toll, yet the severity of the injuries appeared less dire. After a brief moment of recovery, the wounds on his body seemed less alarming. Otherwise, everyone else was merely dealing with scrapes, bruises, and sprains. And then there was a knife wound. "Rest assured, the rescue team will arrive shortly, so please do not panic," the night watchman called out loudly. The four remained obediently in place. After approximately 10 minutes, more night watchmen began to appear, directing the scene to commence evacuation. Whether entering the shadow realm from the real world or vice versa, it necessitated passing through designated exits. The night watch was now preparing to arrange for everyone to leave through the nearest exit. Jiang Yu glanced back at the body of Apiao, lying quietly on the ground, exuding an eerie beauty. The lovely shadow point, gone before it could be consumed. "What are you staring at? Let us go," Lu Yaoyao urged, giving him a gentle nudge. To his surprise, Jiang Yu grasped her hand tightly. Lu Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively attempted to retract her fingers like a startled rabbit, only to find his grip unyielding. Was this deliberate on his part? Yaoyao, I'm scared. Chapter 28, Qualification Assessment ahead of schedule. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao bit her lip, her heart racing. Yao Yao. I'm afraid. It's terrifying. Did you see that mutated corpse? It's so frightening. Jiang Yu held her hand, seemingly oblivious, as if he had only just realized he had encountered a bizarre incident. He instinctively moved closer to Lu Yao Yao, and if this continued, he might just end up hugging her. You don't? She felt somewhat flustered. It's so terrifying. The monstrous blade in its hand, the grotesque mouth, 6 eyes. Then 4. Looked like a ghost, moving so swiftly, as if one slash could end my life. Wait, isn't that description a bit too detailed? Yao Yao, may I embrace you? Lu Yao Yao hesitated. Forget it, I'll manage on my own. Lu Yao Yao subtly glanced around. They were following the evacuation line, and their quiet exchange had not drawn anyone's attention. After witnessing such a bloody scene, even she, who had perused considerable documentation, found it hard to digest. Let alone Jiang Yu, who had been wide-eyed at the carnage. Now you're aware of fear, huh? Lu Yao Yao's heart softened. She refrained from mocking him as usual and silently opened her arms. Suddenly, everything went dark as she was enveloped in a bear hug. That was a bit too forceful. Lu Yao Yao flailed helplessly. Oh, Night Watch sister. Everything is fine and my girlfriend is simply terrified. I'm just here to comfort her. Suddenly, she heard Jiang Yu lift his head and say something to a certain direction. Immediately after, still maintaining the embrace, Jiang Yu turned his face and whimpered. I'm so scared, Yao Yao. Get off. Lu Yao Yao's face flushed crimson as she wriggled free from his grasp. You get away from me? Name? Jiang Yu. Age? 18. He was taken to a room by the Night Watch, which resembled the settings from the police dramas he had watched, simple tables and chairs, illuminated by lights. On the table was a cassette player, identical to the one at Lu Yao Yao's house, playing soothing music. In the presence of this melodious tune, the tension in his nerves eased momentarily. Don't misunderstand. I am not here because of hugging Lu Yao Yao. It's just a routine inquiry. The interrogator was a night watchwoman with short hair, her appearance not particularly stunning, yet her air of competence elevated her presence significantly. It felt odd to label this as an interrogation. In any case, she held a document in one hand and a pen in the other, scribbling notes. This year's college entrance examination? She suddenly paused. Jiang Yu nodded. The night watchwoman put away the document and explained, this incident has considerable repercussions. According to standard procedures, those who have experienced such events are required to undergo psychological counseling by the Night Watch, which typically lasts about a month. During this period, if a martial arts examination is conducted, the assessment of mental fortitude will significantly decline. Jiang Yu was taken aback. With only a few days left until the martial arts examination. Was this pushing him to take shortcuts? He asked. I feel quite mentally sound. Can I opt out of treatment? Puffed. The night watchwoman chuckled softly, then turned serious. The insidious and perilous nature of these mutations means that by the time they manifest, it's often too late. Undergoing treatment is mandatory and enforced, so what do I do? Jiang Yu was at a loss. Fortunately, the night watchwoman continued, no need to worry. There have been many precedents in previous years, and the Night Watch has established corresponding policies, which include advanced assessments. Advanced assessments? Jiang Yu echoed. Yes, the Night Watchwoman affirmed. Contact your guardians and sign an advance assessment consent form. The assessment will be conducted within the Night Watch, with results recorded in the system just like a standard examination. The equipment used will be the same, with fairness, transparency, and safety assured. I can contact my uncle. He works at the Night Watch. Jiang Yu replied. The Night Watchwoman paused. Please provide your uncle's name and specify which district of the Night Watch he works in. Li Shuangguang. Administrative staff. He mentioned he works at the headquarters, likely in District East 1? The Night Watchwoman's writing faltered, her expression shifting to Li Shuangguang. Yes. Which Li? Which Sun? Which Guang? Li as in wood. Sun with 3 water radicals. I'll write it down for you. Jiang Yu took the pen and wrote the 3 characters. The Night Watchwoman's gaze transformed entirely, and she even hesitantly remarked, administrative staff? Yes. Jiang Yu began to sense something amiss. My uncle has always referred to himself as administrative staff. Is there an issue? This? The Night Watchwoman was about to explain, but Jiang Yu's expression turned anxious. Has my uncle been taken in? The Night Watchwoman was amused yet exasperated. Li Sun is not entirely considered administrative staff. I'll help you contact him right away. All right, thank you. The conversation concluded, and she gestured for him to follow her out. With a click, she turned off the cassette player and opened the door. Jiang Yu following closely behind. The layout of the night watch was extensive and convoluted. After passing through various departments and rooms, Jiang Yu was led to a space resembling a conference hall. Pushing open the glass door, he saw a long table with chairs on either side. 10 individuals were already seated within, all appearing to be of similar age to Jiang Yu, including Lu Yaoyao and Feng Xiaoxiao. Lu Yuqiang was temporarily absent, likely still undergoing treatment for his fracture. The group was engaged in conversation, and upon noticing the door opening, they all paused and turned their gaze. The night watchwoman glanced around the room and stated, "Everyone, please take a moment to rest here. If you have any questions, feel free to seek assistance from the night watch." After a brief explanation, she exited, leaving the group behind. Yao Yao. Jiang Yu greeted as he pulled out a chair to sit down. "You here?" Lu Yao Yao glanced at him before eagerly turning to the girl strategizing. "Xiao Di, please continue telling us what happened to you afterward." "You?" Jiang Yu was taken aback, looking across the table. A girl with a high ponytail and round glasses, refined in demeanor, with a high nose and plump lips, had a fair complexion that rivaled Lu Yaoyao's beauty. Later, I saw him preparing to continue battling those two mutated creatures. But then the night watch arrived. He saluted, leaped back, and his figure gradually vanished into thin AI art. Li Xiaodi narrated vividly. Jiang Yu scrutinized her closely, finally recognizing her as the girl he had rescued in the Shadow Realm. With her hair tied back and dressed in proper attire, he had almost failed to recognize her. No, it should be said she had changed into a complete outfit. "Vanished?" Lu Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes," Li Xiaodi nodded. "It was as if he had become invisible. I witnessed him disappear. It was truly magical. Thanks to you. Otherwise, when the night watch arrived, the casualties would have been significantly higher." Lu Yaoyao nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a hint of envy. "How handsome you is. I wish I could get closer to him." Jiang Yu thought to himself, "Actually, it was nothing special. You have no idea I was almost slapped to death by the arriving night watch captain." Chapter 29. The upcoming assessment. Being of the same age, the group had much to discuss, especially since several were fans of you. As they chatted, they found themselves engrossed in conversation. Jiang Yu felt a pang of longing to engage, but the topics he wished to discuss revolved around effectively hunting mutated creatures, the various types of mutations, and enhancing practical combat skills. Indeed, a mature man found it challenging to insert himself into the chatter of these younger individuals. However, that you felt rather peculiar. Li Xiaodi hesitated. Jiang Yu sat up straight, feeling a sudden jolt. He had jokingly thought of asking Li Xiaodi for some white silk, but who would have thought they would meet again here? Fortunately, after a moment's hesitation, she chose not to voice it. "What's wrong with you? You seem tense." Lu Yaoyao noticed him. It's nothing, just suddenly reminded of the advance assessment and feeling a bit anxious. "How much do you know about it?" Successfully diverting the topic, Lu Yaoyao, without suspicion, reassured him, "Don't worry, the advance assessment and the standard assessment use the same equipment provided by the night watch. It's very safe, and the process won't hurt at all. Please elaborate." Jiang Yu found the excursion quite intriguing. "There is little more to say. In due time, you shall come to understand." Lu Yaoyao shrugged. "Yao Yao?" At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, and a figure pushed the door open. Lu Nanfeng, Uncle Lu. His face was fraught with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Yaoyao rose. "Is everything all right?" Lu Nanfeng's worry was palpable. "I'm fine. Please, come with me, and bring Jiang Yu along." Lu Nanfeng nodded. "Xiao Xiao, your parents have arrived and are waiting outside. Let us all gather together. Feng Xiaoxiao want to fetch her parents." While Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao followed Lu Nanfeng into a conference room. "Are you feeling unwell in any way?" Lu Nanfeng inquired, scrutinizing the two. "Rest assured, we have received preliminary treatment," Lu Yaoyao explained. "I'm fine too," Jiang Yu added, "just a bit hungry. I'll have someone bring you something to eat." Lu Nanfeng replied, bemused yet relieved. "I was on a mission and rushed over as soon as I received the news, praying that you were both safe. Fortunately, it seems that is the case. Dad, is this situation very serious?" Lu Yaoyao asked. "It is indeed quite severe," Lu Nanfeng sighed. "For the first time in history, a large portion of the world has been dragged into the Shadow Realm. Whether by coincidence or some sinister plot, it signifies that we can no longer rely on past methods to confront these entities." He took a deep breath and continued. "The specifics of the casualties are still being tallied. But that is of no concern to you. Prepare for the upcoming qualification assessment. Haven't you been looking forward to this? Seize the opportunity and give it your all. Of course, with assessments like these, no amount of effort will change the outcome. It is essential to maintain a calm mindset. Dad, Lu Yaoyao huffed in annoyance. At a time like this, please refrain from saying such demoralizing things. Jiang Yu knows nothing of this. Why don't you explain it to him? Hasn't Uncle Li mentioned this to you? Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. No. Jiang Yu shook his head. Then allow me to summarize, Lu Nanfeng said, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, only to return it upon noticing his daughter's glare. The assessment comprises two components. First, a capability test. Second, a willpower test. The capability test, also known as initial awakening, will expose students to pollution, leading to a preliminary awakening of their abilities. Following this, the willpower qualification test will take place. This test is rather unique, as it measures the intangible spirit and will. Some may endure the agony of losing a limb yet fail the qualification test, while others might laugh and joke yet possess top-tier qualifications. Willpower is not solely about the ability to withstand pain. It also encompasses faith in goodness, resistance against malevolent thoughts, and endurance against pollution. In essence, it is a complex metric. Uncle Lu, may I ask something? Jiang Yu interjected. Does one's worldview affect the willpower test? For instance, if one's mind is filled with negative thoughts, it does have an impact. Uncle Lu nodded, and Jiang Yu's expression shifted. Lu Nanfeng glanced at him and remarked, a straightforward worldview does not significantly influence the test results. After all, no one is without flaws, and everyone inevitably harbors some malevolent thoughts. However, a mind filled with baseness and filth will lead to exceedingly low test scores. Jiang Yu dutifully inquired, why is that? Malevolent thoughts can drag a person into the abyss. Extreme negative emotions constitute a form of pollution. When accumulated over time, they can be even more insidious and deeply rooted than the pollution caused by these entities. Lu Nanfeng patted his shoulder and added, thus, any negative emotions should be expressed promptly. Bottling them up will only lead to one's downfall. What an absurd yet metaphysical premise, Jiang Yu mused. But I don't believe I harbor any negative emotions. What is wrong with a little frustration? It's perfectly normal, he thought. His successful manga had brought him substantial income. With money in hand, everything felt delightful. Oh no. After experiencing the incident at the mall today, Jiang Yu felt his state was quite poor, and his spirit had been severely tainted. Once he left the night watch, he must visit the upscale club not far from the community for a good foot massage and to indulge in some 3888 tea. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed that thought point 3888 was too cheap. Today he would try the 6888 option, a top-grade Dahong Pao with small leaf rosewood, quite delightful. Hey, don't zone out. Lu Yaoyao nudged him with her elbow. Ahem. Do you have any other questions? Lu Nanfeng asked. None? Very well, Lu Nanfeng nodded. Your Uncle Li is on a mission and likely won't return. If you have no other issues, I can assist you with the preliminary assessment paperwork. Thank you, Uncle Li. Not at all. Lu Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively, rising to leave the conference room. Head back. Someone will come to guide you for the assessment shortly. The two returned at that moment. The room was left with only Li Xiaodi, as everyone else was discussing matters with their parents. Welcome back, Li Xiaodi greeted warmly. Yes, Lu Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. Have your family not arrived yet? My parents are in business. They just left Yunhai a couple of days ago and cannot make it, Li Xiaodi replied with a resigned smile. I just spoke with them on the phone. We signed remotely. The group resumed their seats, and just then, Lu Yuqiang wheeled himself through the door, panting slightly. His legs were encased in a plaster cast. Jiang Yu, it's incredible. After the medication, guess what? Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. This fool, Jiang Yu thought, wishing he could cover his mouth. Realizing his exuberance, Lu Yuqiang lowered his voice. I heard we'll be undergoing the qualification assessment soon. What should I do if I'm feeling a bit anxious? Weren't you planning to avoid all this? But what if? Lu Yuqiang protested. Perhaps I could be an extraordinary genius, indispensable to the night watch. I might actually consider it. Good heavens, you truly dare to say that. One by one, students began to enter the conference room. A fair hand gently pushed the door open. They've arrived. Jiang Yu felt a stir in his heart, knowing it was time to prepare for the assessment. Chapter 30. How shall I proceed? The total number of individuals in the room reached 18. Fortunately, the conference room was spacious enough to accommodate them, and Jiang Yu had not expected to encounter so many seniors today. However, it made sense given the upcoming new year. People were out purchasing festive goods or shopping with friends. It was also mealtime. So a larger crowd was not unusual. A quick scan revealed 4 or 5 individuals with swollen eyes, likely having cried recently, still not fully recovered. The mall had been crowded. Not everyone was as fortunate as Jiang Yu and his trio. The night watcher who had previously interrogated Jiang Yu entered. Clutching some documents, without delay, she began calling names. XXX. Here. XXX. Here. One by one, the attendance was confirmed. She nodded, indicating that everyone was aware of the reason for their gathering and what was to come. I'd like to go over some important points with you all beforehand. The preliminary awakening will be divided into 2 sections, just as Uncle Lu had described. The young lady provided a more detailed and professional explanation. Everyone listened intently. Their futures were at stake, and regardless of prior knowledge, it was crucial to pay attention. The crowd was particularly interested in the capability ratings, which would be comprehensively categorized based on development potential, destructive power, and cost of use into lower tier, middle tier, upper tier, and top tier. Regarding abilities, decades ago, there was a classification system. However, as the path of the extraordinary was explored and the power system improved, this classification was gradually abolished. The determination of extraordinary abilities is not as absolute as many might believe. With sufficient willpower, even the weakest of abilities can achieve a turnaround. Conversely, even with a high capability rating, lacking the necessary willpower qualification relegates one to a clerical position. A fleeting glimmer appeared in the eyes of the speaker. As if lost in thought, Jiang Yu listened quietly. The classification of willpower qualifications was similarly straightforward. It ranged from 1st to 6th tier, corresponding to white, green, blue, purple, red, and the rarest, orange. Are we playing an online game here? Not only Jiang Yu but others also wore peculiar expressions, evidently sharing the same thought. There was no need to memorize the colors, remembering the tiers sufficed. These tiers also represented one's potential on the path of the extraordinary. For instance, a 3rd-tier talent will, in most cases, never reach the 4th tier in their lifetime. In previous years, 1st-tier talents were not permitted to participate in the martial examination. This year, however, the rules have changed. As long as one possesses a 1st-tier white talent, they may participate in the martial examination, albeit limited to signing up for the extraordinary liberal arts. That's the gist of it. The crowd fell silent, digesting this complex yet manageable information. A door leading to the extraordinary world stood before them, and pushing it open would unveil a brand new realm. The martial examination procedures in previous years were straightforward. The assessors guided participants without much clarity themselves. This year, however, there was a significant difference. If there are no questions, please follow me. The night watcher stepped outside, and the crowd rose to follow, anxiety etched on their faces. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at a waiting room. One wall of the room had been entirely replaced with thick glass, offering a clear view of the outside. A spacious, enclosed room, likely 200 to 300 square meters, in the center. A black cloth concealed an uneven object, leaving its nature a mystery. In the corners of the spacious room stood several devices resembling speakers. Aside from that, there was nothing superfluous. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all crafted from specially treated stone, with minuscule seams that were nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. The mere presence of this brick likely incurs a considerable cost. How much could one sell for if stolen? Jiang Yu's mind wandered as he observed a male night watchman approaching the room, who proceeded to unveil a dark cloth at the center. Beneath it lay a stone, entirely black, standing at human height, with an uneven and jagged surface, dotted with shimmering azure specks. Despite its unremarkable shape, it possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. Those called by name, come forward, Feng Xiaoxiao. To Jiang Yu's surprise, the first individual was Lu Yaoyao's close friend. She stood up in a fluster, her heart racing as she followed the night watchman. Jiang Yu gazed out the window, and after a brief wait of about 2 to 3 minutes, a sudden crash plunged the spacious hall outside into darkness. The abrupt change startled everyone. Then, a shadowy figure emerged, its feet bound with a luminescent object, cautiously stepping forward. The pace was slow, reminiscent of a toddler learning to walk. While others could not see clearly, Jiang Yu was unaffected by the dim lighting. His gaze sharpened. Indeed, something was tied to Feng Xiaoxiao's leg, appearing to be a stone. The moment she entered the room, it seemed to react as if sensing something, its myriad of glowing dots flickering as though breathing, eerie and enigmatic. Was this the awakening of the extraordinary? A sense of unease crept into Jiang Yu's heart. After advancing several meters, Feng Xiaoxiao's steps suddenly halted. Uncertain of what was occurring, she soon moved forward again. This time, her pace was even more deliberate. After another stretch of 10 meters, she stopped entirely, still far from the central stone. Others could not discern her state, but Jiang Yu observed clearly. Feng Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly, as if struggling against some unseen force, her expression tinged with pain. After what felt like 7 or 8 seconds, the lights suddenly flickered back on. She wobbled, nearly losing her balance in the waiting area. A cacophony of murmurs erupted, leaving everyone puzzled regarding the outcome. Steadying herself, Feng Xiaoxiao stepped out. As the lights illuminated her features, the bitter expression on her face prompted a wave of speculation among the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, the announcement echoed, "Next, Lu Yuqiang, please proceed to the Spirit Awakening Room." The name of the adjacent room. Is it my turn now? The boy in the wheelchair turned pale. "I'll push you out," Jiang Yu offered. Rising to assist, they stepped out just as Feng Xiaoxiao exited the Spirit Awakening Room. "How did it go?" Lu Yuqiang inquired. "No willpower talent," she replied with a bitter smile. "I couldn't even qualify for the extraordinary liberal arts. I'll be in the rest area waiting for you." The designated rest area was a space for relaxation post-assessment, allowing individuals to regain their composure. "It's fine. I doubt I have any talent either. I'll join you shortly," Lu Yuqiang reassured her, then nervously asked, "So, was it painful? Can they use anesthetics?" "Not painful, but the sensation is far from pleasant." After exchanging a few more words and guiding Lu Yuqiang to the Spirit Awakening Room, Jiang Yu returned to the waiting area. The enormous room designated for testing dimmed once more, and soon, Lu Yuqiang, struggling with the wheelchair, advanced laboriously. Truly, life was challenging. Even with broken legs, he had to come for the assessment. Like Feng Xiaoxiao, he stopped after traversing several meters. However, his expression was somewhat peculiar. After a brief pause, he continued. Just 4 or 5 meters out, the stone suddenly reacted. A soft white light illuminated his face. His steps slowed considerably, yet he pressed on. The white light intensified, revealing a hint of green. As he advanced, it transformed into a gentle green glow. His steps came to a complete halt, immobile. Did Chang possess extraordinary potential? Jiang Yu was momentarily lost in thought. Those without potential were destined to remain untouched by the extraordinary. Conversely, those who resisted it were about to step into a new world. How truly ironic. And what of me? How will my fate unfold? One by one, students stepped forward to undergo their assessments. At last, the voice from the speaker announced, "Next, Jiang Yu. Chapter 31. Can I become extraordinary? It's my turn." Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Liu Yaoyao had just completed her assessment before him, revealing a deep crimson talent equivalent to the 5th tier. Given that there were a total of 6 tiers in the evaluation, her results were commendable. Surely, it couldn't be that 3rd and 4th tiers were commonplace, making the 5th tier less than desirable? Hunter, stealthist. Were these abilities inherently his, unlocked by the manual, or were they conferred upon him by the manual itself? Jiang Yu couldn't quite ascertain. Regardless, the ability assessment seemed straightforward for now, but he felt uncertain about the willpower evaluation. Jiang Yu. Yes, the night watchman, whose features appeared somewhat intimidating, glanced at him. "Please verify your identity." After confirming various details, Jiang Yu set down the pen. "All good." "Very well," the watchman nodded. "Have you awakened any abilities?" "I have." "Drink the potion." "Awakened?" The watchman's tone faltered. "My uncle, Li Xuanguang, stated that I experienced a natural awakening." The mention of Uncle Li's name seemed to temper the watchman's fiery demeanor, and he restrained his impulse to continue speaking. "All right, drink the potion and wait 15 seconds, he instructed. Jiang Yu complied, picking up the vial. Inside the glass container was a pool of dark green liquid. He twisted off the cap and drank it down. Tastes like apple-flavored soda. Noticing the watchman's unwavering gaze, Jiang Yu offered an awkward smile. After about 15 seconds, he queried, "What does it feel like?" "The taste is quite pleasant. I meant your physical sensations," the watchman clarified, his Adam's apple bobbing. Oh. Jiang Yu concentrated, feeling warmth in his lower abdomen and a comforting heat in his limbs. "Good." The watchman nodded. "I won't inquire about the abilities. I'll let Uncle Li record them in the system later." "You certainly know how to navigate this," he added. but it's precisely individuals like you who enable my uncle's daily ink thievery. Jiang Yu lamented, I truly appreciate your assistance. A smile graced his face. Wear this. The watchman handed him the wristwatch without further ado. Then, rising, he took the silk cloth that had been concealed from view and approached Jiang Yu. Next, I will blindfold you to shut down your 5 senses, assisting in the willpower qualification assessment. All right. Jiang Yu naturally had no objections. The cloth wrapped around him twice, cool against his skin, plunging his vision into complete darkness. Can you see? The watchman's voice resonated nearby. Though he knew the man was right beside him, the sound seemed ethereal, making it difficult to discern direction. This silk cloth was intriguing. I can't see, Jiang Yu replied, waving his arm. His brain sent the command, yet he felt as though he couldn't sense his arm's movement. In a wonder, those previously assessed walked oddly. Stop flailing your arms. Cough, cough, cough. Fine. It seems my arms are indeed moving. Then, he felt a weight on his shoulders, and 2 hands rested upon them. Relax, follow my lead. Was he being guided? This was truly remarkable. Jiang Yu marveled once more. He had thought he understood much about the extraordinary world. But now it seemed that the beasts and battles were merely the tip of the iceberg. Stand still, the heavy doors swung open, a gust of cool air enveloping him. Continue forward without concern for direction. Just walk where you believe is forward. You have awakened your abilities. During your journey, you may experience sensations of trepidation. Ignore them and proceed. Your body will gradually acclimate. We will observe from the control station. The wristwatch will monitor your physical condition. When you feel you can no longer advance, it will signify your limit, and the assessment will conclude. Now, off you go. With a pat on Jiang Yu's shoulder, the watchman gently urged him forward. He stepped into the expansive space. Silence enveloped him, darkness all around, rendering him unable to see anything. There was no sense of his body, no awareness of his limbs. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. This profound sense of isolation posed a significant challenge, especially for those with weaker mental fortitude. Tap. He took a step forward. The crisp sound of his footsteps resonated in his mind. Oh, this is interesting. Tap, tap. With each step, the echo of his footfalls reverberated in his head, the only sound amidst the silence. Then, tap, 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 patter, pattered. He found himself performing a tap dance. Lacking any awareness of his limbs, moving felt effortless, as if someone else were dancing. How wondrous! Please proceed quickly, Jiang Yu, the announcement echoed. Jiang Yu paused momentarily. All right, onward. Tap, tap, tap. As he continued, he gradually sensed something amiss. The footfalls echoing in his ears no longer aligned with his own. They either preceded him or lagged behind, and the distance varied unpredictably. For instance, the sound of his last step seemed to emanate from 5 meters to his left, while the next appeared to come from 10 meters to his right. It felt as though countless footsteps were stealthily converging upon him. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing why the individuals ahead had begun to exhibit such palpable tension. Speaking of which, Lu Yuqiang, confined to a wheelchair, what could he possibly hear? Could it be the ominous creaking of numerous wheelchairs hastening toward him? The imagery was indeed too vivid. Pressing forward, he was uncertain whether he was traversing in a straight line. Upon reaching a certain critical juncture, all sounds of footsteps vanished into silence. Simultaneously, the shadowy points within him experienced an inexplicable disturbance, boiling with fervor, and he nearly succumbed to the impulse, transforming into a clawed form. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Jiang Yu steadied his mind. He advanced further. The dense darkness enveloped him. Despair, sorrow, anger, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. From his entrance to the present moment, he had traversed through 3 distinct phases. As he felt the provoked emotions, Jiang Yu walked forward at a measured pace. This sensation was quite subtle. The malevolent thoughts intensified, swirling around him, incessantly attempting to penetrate his consciousness. Xiaoyu. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling from behind. It was Uncle Li. The false Uncle Li. He shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts. Xiaoyu, your temperament is unfit for becoming extraordinary. You will bring harm to others, including yourself. The voice had no intention of relinquishing him so easily. You should know you lack the qualifications in this regard. The realm of the Great Zhou lies in ruin, with aberrations rampant, teetering on the brink of disaster. You are aware of this. it is all too clear in your heart. You could live a good life. Why pursue the path of the extraordinary? The extraordinary, those who transcend the mundane, derive not from sheer power, but from formidable mental fortitude. His expression momentarily dazed, a lifeless body appeared beside him. It was Linimo, with hollow eyes already deceased. Continuing onward, fragments of bodies flashed before him, some night watchers, some ordinary individuals, and others, remnants of aberrations. Gazing into the distance, towering figures roared like mountains, their thunderous sounds reverberating. In contrast, there were the night watchers, akin to the seas and mountains, brandishing torches and advancing in a relentless tide. The scene gradually faded away. Can you become one of them? Uncle Li inquired. Jiang Yu remained silent. A superhero? You? Do you wish to be a hero? Do not deceive yourself. There has never been a formidable assassin named you. There is only an ordinary youth, newly stepping into the extraordinary, seeking to bask in the limelight. I do not wish to discourage you, but this is the truth. You laze in bed, reluctant to rise early, disdainful of studies, indulgent in play, attracted to beautiful individuals, and averse to the nagging of elders. You pride yourself on being unique, convinced of your distinctiveness. Often, you find yourself desiring attention, yearning for the spotlight. Lacking any real ability, you still believe you can stand out. But deep down, you know you are not special. You are akin to most of your peers. You are neither extraordinary nor heroic. Now, let us return to the initial question. Can you become extraordinary? A flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the weary faces of the night watchers. Behind them lay numerous slumbering figures. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, extinguishing the flame in the haze. The figure's appearance was indistinct, neither human nor aberration. Clawed blades pierced through the body of a night watcher, blood gushing forth. As his visage gradually became clear, Jiang Yu's body trembled. It was Linimo. He widened his eyes as his form slowly disintegrated into ash, dissipating into the air. You are acutely aware of the dark underbelly of this world, which extends beyond mere shadows. You also understand that even beneath the blazing sun, there exist areas untouched by its light. The undercurrents of this world are far from the idyllic tales of fairy tales. Here lies a cataclysm. To become extraordinary means to confront devastation directly. With a thud, Lin Mo's form completely vanished, dropping the torch that rolled to Jiang Yu's feet. Forward, aberrations crawled. Behind, myriad lights flickered. Some believe in light, while others extinguish it. How shall those caught in between choose? Chapter 32. May the heart hold a flame that never extinguishes. Previously, one often heard Li Xuanshi speak of a nephew. Today, he finally beheld the real person. Zhao Min let out a sigh of relief. Is he much different from what you imagined? Su Lin, the earlier female night watcher, smiled. Quite different. After pondering, Zhao Min found it challenging to articulate a fitting description for Jiang Yu. He has a very lively personality, he said. Lively? More like mischievous, Zhao Min retorted, rubbing his hands together. I recall Li Xuanshi mentioning that his nephew possesses no innate talent for the extraordinary. Although the test results have yet to be revealed, I doubt they will be particularly favorable. Li Xuanshi said you should take him at his word. Su Lin chuckled. He must be modest. Speaking of Li Xuanshi, he should have arrived at Baidu by now. Zhao Min sighed. I heard that thing has already been assigned a code, and the Research Institute has uncovered some unfathomable information, with data currently being compiled, contemplating whether or not to disclose it within the Night Watchers. Su Lin's expression became more serious. Did your old classmate inform you of this? Indeed. Zhao Min swallowed hard, refraining from elaborating further, merely stating that the matter exceeded comprehension. Hence, they had to summon the leaders of the war generals to convene a meeting. It truly does not allow for peace of mind, Su Lin sighed. After exchanging a few words, their attention returned to Jiang Yu. Seated at the control panel, the darkness within the testing chamber posed no hindrance to them. The two could clearly observe Jiang Yu's strides and movements. Since his entrance, he had advanced approximately 40 to 50 meters. However, it was not a straight path. He occasionally veered left and right, circling about. The so-called extraordinary encapsulates those who harbor pollution within them. Extraordinary abilities are birthed from the very pollution that has taken root. Mayuan stone, a unique mineral extracted from the abyss. This stone is remarkably wondrous. It radiates low-level pollution outward while receiving feedback. Among aberration communities, it is often used to test talents. After being refined by the Research Institute, it has been successfully transformed into a vital tool for auxiliary awakening and aptitude detection. During the willpower assessment phase, each individual perceives different content. It may be their deepest fears, their most cherished desires, or even apocalyptic visions. The difficulty varies, but it is certain that those with superior aptitude can withstand pressure and advance further. Currently, Zhang Yu's distance traveled has surpassed that of the vast majority of students participating in the test. A deep purple light enveloped the Mayuan stone, with faint red glimmers emerging. Do you think he can reach the 6th tier? Zhao inquired, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Su Lin replied, the probability is rather low. If he were Li Xuanche's biological offspring, perhaps there would be hope, indeed. Zhao Min lamented. In the entire Great Zhou, there are only a handful of 6th-tier talents, merely 9, out of a population of 100 million. To produce 9, the odds are astonishingly grim. This is not merely 9 among the yearly awakened, but an accumulation over decades since the implementation of the martial aptitude tests. Furthermore, among these 9, some have fallen in battle, others have aged or lost limbs. The true combat prowess remaining is merely 4. Given the current situation in Great Zhou, this is akin to a drop in the ocean. Ah, it has turned red. It has changed to red, Su Lin exclaimed, patting Zhao Min on the shoulder. Zhao Min directed his gaze towards Zhang Yu. This lad has begun to veer off course again. He has not only failed to approach the Mayuan stone, but has instead moved further away. The Mayuan stone had completely lost its purple hue, transitioning to a pale red, indicating that Zhang Yu's aptitude currently lay at the lower tier of 5th rank. However, the testing was not yet complete. If he could persist, the color would deepen. This is rather peculiar. Zhao Min murmured, it has turned red, yet he remains so distant from the Mayuan stone. The two exchanged glances, falling silent as they observed the testing chamber. Not having approached the Mayuan stone signified that the test was still ongoing. Typically, a talent of 5th rank could stand within a meter of the Mayuan stone, while 6th rank would be half a meter. Yet, Zhang Yu was currently a good 6 or 7 meters away. Goodness, how could you still be so far after all that circling? Thankfully, although Zhang Yu's pace was slow, he remained steadfast in his advance. After altering his direction twice, he finally found the correct path and began to stride toward the Mayuan stone. Something felt amiss. Zhao Min was taken aback. The red glow emanating from the stone was gradually diminishing. This was impossible. Either the test had concluded, and the results had stabilized, causing Zhang Yu to be unable to endure the pollution and stand still. Or, as he drew closer, the luminosity of the Mayuan stone should intensify. It was unprecedented for the glow to retreat. Moreover, Zhang Yu did not appear to be at his limit. Both were rendered perplexed. Su Lin hastily glanced at the instruments. The wristwatch Zhang Yu wore recorded his physical condition. All data appears normal, Su Lin remarked, bewildered. Raising his head again, he saw Zhang Yu nearing the Mayuan stone. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Within arm's reach. Simultaneously, the Mayuan stone lost all radiance. What is happening? Their hearts raced. Then, they witnessed Zhang Yu lift his head and extend his palm forward. He intended to touch it. And then, he truly made contact. Do you truly understand this world? The surrounding scene continued to shift, as Zhang Yu stared blankly at the unfolding chaos. Black fog engulfed the land, and malevolent spirits roared forth. Give up, this is meaningless. You hail from an era of peace, having lived in the sunlight since childhood. How could you possibly adapt to a life fraught with peril? Uncle Li had lost an arm, and Uncle Lu had sustained grave injuries years prior, his strength stagnating, requiring frequent medication and treatment. As you traverse the night patrol, you observe. Some individuals are adorned with grotesque eyes. Others possess arms that have morphed into mere skeletons. Still others have skin resembling desiccated tree bark. It is then that you comprehend the price of pollution, the cost of becoming extraordinary. Reflecting inwardly, do you truly wish to bear such risks? Do you possess the fortitude to confront these dangers? You doubt enough. Zhang Yu's Adam's apple quivers. Li Shu's voice falters. Is this all you have? Zhang Yu softly inquires. What? Li Shu is momentarily taken aback. Is this truly your only measure? The surroundings shift incessantly, returning once more to the long street where Linimo has transformed into ash. The sky, the narrow alleyways behind him. Countless malevolent gazes are cast upon him, as if ready to pounce and tear Jiang Yu apart in the next heartbeat. They continuously douse me with cold water, relentlessly attempting to dissuade my resolve. Jiang Yu's expression remained serene. To be candid, I was genuinely intimidated at first, even finding myself ensnared in a mental labyrinth, incessantly questioning, am I capable of becoming extraordinary? Do I possess the right to ascend to such heights? A person of my ilk surely cannot. Ordinary and uninformed, with a touch of blind confidence, can I bear the weight of the banner? I cannot. I do not deserve it. Indeed, your words have instilled a semblance of hesitation in me. Li Shu behind him remains silent, not uttering a word. Jiang Yu strides forward. He gazes at the blood on the ground and locks eyes with the grotesque stares of the aberrant beings. He then looks into the distance, where blood, ash, and fog converge in the sky. But no, it is not so. It is not like this at all. There are mentors who impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Nurturing talent. There are healers who resurrect the dead, their virtues boundless. But are there individuals born to be teachers, born to be healers? There are no heroes descending from the heavens, only ordinary individuals who rise to the occasion. The path ahead must be traversed to be understood. I have already experienced an era of peace, which was beautiful. Yet, I hope that this beauty can also manifest here. Jiang Yu momentarily drifts into thought. Lu Yuqiang's test results are green, indicating a second-tier lower willpower, making his entry into the martial sciences exceedingly tenuous. However, despite his profound resistance to the extraordinary, as Jiang Yu escorted him from the testing room, he heard Lu Yuqiang declare his resolute choice for martial sciences rather than the extraordinary liberal arts. When faced with Jiang Yu's astonished inquiry, the boy in the wheelchair, with his legs encased in plaster, managed a slight smile and said, I used to fear death immensely, harboring deep-seated fears towards both the extraordinary and the aberrant. Lu Yuqiang chuckled self-deprecatingly, returning to the topic at hand. Who among us is unafraid of death? My family circumstances are modest, my appearance unremarkable, my academic performance average. I am, in all respects, rather ordinary. I was never a prodigy, and in the sea of humanity, I could be described as mediocre, at this point. He revealed a hint of a smile, but my life is not a hastily scrawled poem. This time, I wish to rewrite my course. The focus returns to the present. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yu has advanced several meters. Beneath his feet lies the torch that fell from his hand after Lin Mo turned to SA. Kyo become extraordinary is not an insurmountable beast. He bends down, fingers brushing the torch. We, the youth, must harbor an unquenchable flame within our hearts, refusing to succumb to a homogenized existence, refusing to live in numbness. We must strive to become those who chase starlight. This holds true for Huaxia, as it does for the great Zhou. With a whoosh, in the surrounding darkness, a golden light ignites upon the torch, reminiscent of stars, reminiscent of dawn. He raises the torch high, the golden sheen reflecting upon Jiang Yu's tousled hair, cheeks, and pupils radiating brilliance. Let us not dwell on notions of noble sacrifice or the spilling of blood. To become extraordinary is simply to embody the essence of the extraordinary. To chase the winds and waves. To grow towards the light. Though I may be insignificant, I yearn to attempt to ascend to the summit, to witness the unique vistas upon distant mountains. Chapter 33. His will is unparalleled. Lu Xuanshi. A preliminary casualty report has been compiled. In the Grand Conference Hall, the night patrollers sit with solemn expressions. Read it. Lu Nanfeng intones gravely. The recent incident involving the collapse of the shadow layer in the material world affected the second, third, and fourth floors of the mall. The fifth floor has not fully succumbed to the shadow layer but has also been impacted. The number of individuals affected stands at approximately 850. Among them, over 700 are trapped within the shadow layer, with over 600 having been rescued thus far. Rescue efforts are ongoing. There are 30 students scheduled to participate in the martial examination, who will undergo early testing in multiple batches, followed by immediate treatment for light pollution. The reports continue to flow in. The solemnity etched on the faces of the crowd shows no sign of diminishing. No surprise there. This is a 1,000-person incident. Who could possibly remain cheerful? What does the pollution assessment department have to say? Lu Nanfeng glances towards the other side. A night patroller is tapping away at a laptop. And the results have just come in. After relaying the information, it is projected onto the large screen. It depicts two shattered figures, and one intact apparition. They appear on the screen in various postures. Shadow entities, with a pollution detection level classified as upper first tier. Yet their condition appears somewhat off, able to exert only mid-tier first-level strength, codename Yuling. Furthermore, the assessment department has uncovered some rather peculiar anomalies. The reporter's brow furrows, his expression strange, noting that the Yuling exhibit significant human-like traits, akin to products of human aberration. What? At these words, the eyes of all present flicker with alarm. Excessive internal pollution, surpassing the threshold of endurance, leads to bodily aberration. Should one continue to endure pollution, the aberration intensifies until it becomes irreparable, ultimately transforming into an aberrant entity. Alternatively, if an extraordinary individual perishes without expending their power completely, the residual pollution poses a risk of tainting their body, resulting in aberration and direct transformation into an aberrant. Regardless of the scenario, aberration signifies a myriad of forms. Each individual will display unique characteristics. Yet, these three Yulings, without the need for instruments, can be visually identified as belonging to the same species. Now, to suggest that they may have originated from human aberration? What are there triplets among them, each having endured similar levels of pollution, resulting in comparable aberration and becoming similar apparitions? Absurd. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkens. The implications behind this are all too clear to those present. Not long ago, an incident occurred where aberrants actively dragged individuals into the shadow layer, and today we witness another collapse of the material realm. The strangeness of the situation speaks for itself. Lu Nanfeng scans the solemn expressions of the crowd. The colossal entity from Baidu has already yielded some insights, and it seems certain hidden figures are becoming restless. Rescue and subsequent reassurance efforts must be executed with utmost diligence. With the new year approaching, one wonders if such incidents will recur, yet we must remain ever vigilant. All right, take a 15-minute break, and we shall reconvene afterward. He rises first, and the others file out in succession. Upon returning to his office, Lu Nanfeng lights a cigarette, only for the phone to ring immediately. Hello, Old Li. Have you taken Zhang Yu for the qualification assessment? Li Sunguang's first words are laden with urgency. I am currently in a meeting at the night patrol. He is likely in the waiting area. You need to take him away immediately. Li Sunguang's tone is decidedly firm. It is merely a test. Lu Nanfeng takes a deep drag from his cigarette, slightly furrowing his brow. Trust me on this, Li Sunguang reiterates with emphasis. He also had not had the chance to inform Lu Nanfeng, as collective assessments are typically circumvented by simply opting out. Given Li Sunguang's position, he could easily arrange such a thing. Yet, who would have anticipated that as he was away in Baidu, an aberrant incident would unfold here? Without prior assessment, treatment is necessary, and missing the collective assessment scheduled in over 10 days is not an option. The circumstances surrounding Li Sunguang's arrangement are unclear to outsiders, and a series of unfortunate coincidences has led to the current predicament. Am I to take him out now? Lu Nanfeng confirms. Yes, right now, Li Sunguang insists. You ought to have informed me sooner if something was amiss. Lu Nanfeng chides him but refrains from probing further. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens. Outside the window, a faint golden light emanates from a nearby building. Could it be the spirit awakening room? Beep beep. Another communication device emits a sound. And upon receiving it, he hears Yulin's voice. Lu Xuanshi, please come to the testing room immediately. Old Lu, are you listening? The communicator carries Li Sunguang's voice. Something seems off at the testing room. I must investigate. Lu Nanfeng does not hang up and strides out of his office. Lu Sun's hi. Lu Xuanshi, your documents. Place them on my desk. Greetings are exchanged as he passes by, and Lu Nanfeng nods lightly, his pace unrelenting as he hastens towards the spirit awakening room. Something is amiss. Li Sunguang's voice grows increasingly grave. What has transpired? A golden light is emanating from the spirit awakening room. Golden light. This response evidently catches Li Sunguang off guard. Could it be a 6th-tier entity? But aren't 6th-tier entities orange? Moreover, Lu Nanfeng quickens his steps. On the other end, Li Sunguang falls silent. Look over there. What is happening? The spirit awakening room is emitting golden light. In the corridors of the night patrol, many patrollers have noticed this strange spectacle, casting bewildered glances. Speaking of which, weren't you in Baidu for a meeting? What has transpired? Lu Nanfeng inquires. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responds, that entity is quite peculiar. What a peculiar method! Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. To some extent, It shattered the existing transcendent cognition. His eyelids twitched violently. Lu Nanfeng smacked his lips, reasoning that the path of transcendence was one of gradual exploration, inevitably faced with disruptions from time to time. However, this time was different. Li Shuangguang's voice bore a hint of fatigue. For instance, this could represent a life form of a higher echelon than the aberrations. Lu Nanfeng paused for a moment, muttering under his breath, "This is rather cryptic. Enough of that. Let us hasten to the spirit awakening chamber and bring Xiaoyu out." Li Shuangguang urged repeatedly. "I understand." Lu Nanfeng was on the verge of dashing through the night watch division. "Excuse me, coming through." He weaved through the crowd incessantly. His office was on the 3rd floor, while the spirit awakening chamber lay on the 1st, the distance between them considerable. The closer he got, the stronger an inexplicable tremor gripped Lu Nanfeng's heart. What on earth is happening in the spirit awakening chamber? Finally, moments later, he glimpsed the doorway. Bang! As soon as he knocked, the door swung open. Su Lin and Zhao Min appeared visibly flustered. Lu Xuanshi. Without needing them to explain, Lu Nanfeng immediately understood. The moment the door was pushed open, a radiant golden light surged forth, penetrating the gap and illuminating the surroundings. Lu Nanfeng gradually fell into a stupor. There stood Jiangyu, his palm pressed firmly against the Mo Yuan stone, a celestial gold radiance emanating from it, enveloping him as if he were coated in a thin layer of gold. 5th tier crimson light, 6th tier orange light. But the golden light, how many tiers? Hey, have you arrived? Li Shuangguang's voice pulled Lu Nanfeng back to reality. Yes, I'm here. Lu Nanfeng's throat felt parched, yet it seemed he had arrived too late. Chapter 34. I am the torch. Uncle Lu? Jiangyu observed Lu Nanfeng, who was pacing restlessly with a furrowed brow. Jiangyu felt somewhat helpless. He was in the throes of a midlife crisis, brandishing a torch, feeling quite splendid about himself. Suddenly, a loud thud jolted him back to reality. He then realized his palm was pressed against the stone, glowing like a scion. Turning his head, he found Lu Nanfeng staring at him, wide-eyed in disbelief. How to describe that expression? Perhaps it was bizarre and unfathomable. Staying in the meeting room, Jiangyu felt like a cat on a hot tin roof. As if he had a thorn in his throat, feeling restless, he mused that there was no significant issue at hand. He was simply undergoing a standard willpower test, which was admittedly not too challenging. The incessant chatter from that Uncle Li had already begun to irritate him. He raised the torch defiantly. Teenagers in their rebellious phase were often so obstinate. He glanced at the testing experiences of others. Lu Yaoyao. Below is an abyss of unfathomable depth. Above are sheer cliffs. She clung to the edge of the precipice, as wind and rain lashed at her. A massive serpent slithered past. It felt as if the moment she loosened her grip, she would plummet into the void. The higher she climbed, the more palpable her anxiety became, transforming into an unbearable dread. Then there was Lu Yuqiang. Neatly arranged houses lined both sides of the road, with orderly street lamps, everything so meticulously identical that it resembled a mirrored copy. It was unnervingly orderly. Every 5 meters stood a lamp, yet its illuminating range barely extended half a meter. Shadows loomed in the unlit areas. Whispering ominously, he needed to keep moving forward, uncertain of when he might reach the end. No one spoke. The silence slowly gnawed at his sanity. Of course, this process was gradual. Initially, the street lamps cast a wide glow, and the street was alive with vitality, not so eerily silent. It was only as he progressed that the drastic changes unfolded. Observing the challenges faced by others, Jiangyu felt embarrassed to share his own experience. Xiaoyu, you truly delivered a remarkable surprise for Uncle Lu this time. Lu Nanfeng clicked his tongue. The formal test hadn't even begun, yet an unexpected genius had already emerged. If you were merely 5th tier, it would be understandable. 6th tier wouldn't pose a problem either, at most causing a stir throughout the night watch division. But you've unleashed unprecedented golden light? Am I to be dissected? Jiangyu joked. Feeling awkward, Lu Nanfeng scrutinized him, remaining silent. That gaze sent a chill down Jiangyu's spine. He shuddered, his expression shifting. In a way, Uncle Lu, don't scare me like that. You coward. Always wishing for good fortune. Lu Nanfeng scolded playfully. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded. Come in. Su Lin entered first, followed by several others. Wait. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened abruptly. Lu Shuensure, it would be best to have more people present for this record. The leading individual hesitated momentarily. Please leave. This. The person's expression was troubled at Li Shuensure and General Feng's intentions. Lu Nanfeng replied calmly. The individual nodded, refraining from further words, turning to exit while shutting the door behind them. Only Lu Nanfeng, Jiang Yu, and Su Lin remained in the room. Prepare to record. Yes. Su Lin held a computer, setting up the recording and video equipment. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. Before Su Lin entered, Uncle Lu had briefed him on what was about to transpire. Apart from acceptance, what else could he do? He couldn't just dive straight into the Shadow Realm. That would likely cause another explosion in the Night Watch division. Wow, it's truly the golden talent. Effortlessly traversing the Shadow Realm, setting aside distractions, Jiang Yu braced himself for the questions. Name. Pin name, Jiang Yu. Age. A series of basic inquiries followed, and Lu Nanfeng spoke again. During this willpower test, what did you see? I witnessed numerous tragic scenes, countless aberrations roaring, night watchers rushing forward. Ultimately, I bore immense pressure, raising the torch high. What were your thoughts at that moment? The dialogue flowed as scripted between the two. Lu Nanfeng's expression remained composed. A talent surpassing the 6th tier, this matter, while significant, is not as monumental as it seems. Why? Because in the last century, not a single 6th-tier transcendent has emerged in Dezhou. Indeed, not one. The path of transcendence is one of gradual exploration. With each tier a formidable threshold, the disparity above the 5th tier is akin to heaven and earth. The existing 6th-tier talents have invariably been stuck at the 5th tier, unable to discern a path to break through. Jiang Yu's talent exceeding the 6th tier leaves the Night Watch division at a loss. Perhaps the talent is indeed exceptional, yet the Night Watch division lacks the means to pave a future for him. Lu Nanfeng sighed softly, gazing at the handsome youth before him, and spoke. Your information will be forwarded to the major Night Watch divisions. Please contemplate your answers carefully, as your responses will reflect on Uncle Li's teachings. The underlying implication was that your answers would reveal how Uncle Li has educated you. A commendable response is one thing, but should there be any significant issues, Uncle Li would undoubtedly be summoned for a lesson. My emotions were quite exhilarated at that moment, for I was about to step into the realm of transcendence, feeling the weight of responsibility upon my shoulders. I also felt somewhat lost. These were the lines they had just exchanged. Standard, neither particularly good nor bad. Jiang Yu caught a glimpse of Lu Nanfeng's subtle fatigue and the faint scar visible on his neck. The youth hesitated slightly. At that moment, many scenes flashed before my eyes, revealing numerous images, aberrations, humans, transcendence. That nightmarish figure relentlessly assailed me. I pondered whether I possessed talent. Was I truly about to step into that other world after this test? You didn't follow the script. Lu Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Oh dear, Jiang Yu, don't cause any trouble. My age. I can't afford to lose my retirement savings over this. Uncle Lu, there's a map hanging on your wall. Isn't there? Lu Nanfeng's pupils constricted. You saw that? Yes, it was a coincidence that I stumbled upon it. Jiang Yu nodded, pausing before asking again. That represents the true state of Dezhou, rather than the version we learned from textbooks. Correct? Lu Nanfeng fell silent. The 10 surviving locations from the textbooks now numbered only 5. Our situation may not be as easy as it seems. Not everything is as idyllic as one might imagine. Sometimes, knowing the truth can be a form of suffering. Confronting reality often requires immense courage. Therefore, I frequently ask myself what tomorrow will hold, and what kind of person I might become. When I stood in the testing chamber, flanked by aberrations and faced with darkness, I thought, if there is a flame, let it shine. If there is no torch henceforth, I shall be the sole light. What the hell? Is that really you? Jiang Yu? Could it be that you're possessed by an aberration? Is this something Jiang Yu could articulate? Could anyone utter such words? Lu Nanfeng's expression was one of sheer disbelief, his features frozen in shock. Su Lin, busy recording, also froze, staring blankly. You truly think this way? Lu Nanfeng asked uncertainly. Yes, Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. I genuinely think so. What nonsense, I was just thinking. Uncle Li, could you please stop rambling? I need to finish the test quickly. I still have to return to the club for a spot at a torch. This isn't the Olympic Games in Dezhou. I can't be a torchbearer. Chapter 35. The Scavenger. In response to Lu Nanfeng's ghostly expression, Jiang Yu waved goodbye, The events of today had indeed left one somewhat breathless. First, the Maul had descended into the Shadow Realm, learning that his daughter was in peril. Next, the Night Watchers had arrived to avert disaster. And shortly after, the Night Watch Division convened a meeting. Halfway through the meeting, during intermission, a thunderous revelation struck regarding the talent test. The first discovery of a 6th-tier talent occurred perhaps 4 or 5 decades ago. Who could have anticipated that this sudden turn of events would astonish everyone? Routine records of the conversation took an unexpected turn when Jiang Yu suddenly transformed into a literary giant, nearly causing Lu Nanfeng's mind to short-circuit with just a few words. He gazed at the documentation before him, contemplating whether to submit it to his superiors. Putting on a grand show? It was indeed exhilarating. However, being overly ostentatious could lead to complications. In the depths of the Shadow Realm, feeling the surging energy coursing through his body, Jiang Yu was filled with trepidation. A golden talent? He truly did not perceive himself as such. According to Uncle Lu, it wouldn't be long before he became renowned within the Night Patrol. If all went well, in a few years, his name would grace the pages of the Extraordinary Knowledge Manual. Following the existing 6th-tier talent, Jiang Yu had successfully detected a golden talent, shattering the limits of the extraordinary. In retrospect, he recalled being engulfed in thick darkness, surrounded by an eerie silence, with shadows whispering, attempting to drag him into the abyss. That moment, Jiang Yu resolutely bent down, raised his torch high, and proclaimed the stirring words, "If there is no torch henceforth, I shall be the sole light." Goodness! Just thinking about that scene made him cringe with embarrassment. Sitting atop a high building, he sighed. Alas, it was too late for regrets. The hunt must continue. Remaining lifespan, 20 days. The marketplace had provided him with a few days' worth of lifespan, barely enough to last until the end of the month. But it was insufficient, far from enough. On March 25th, the training camp would officially commence. Those who met the qualifications would undergo several months of rigorous training, truly understanding the extraordinary, their own abilities, and the otherworldly. The Martial Arts College entrance examination would serve as a concentrated assessment of the training camp's results. Unless he resorted to underhanded means, participation in the training camp was mandatory. Acquiring some foundational knowledge and honing his skills seemed reasonable. Jiang Yu did not intend to seek any special treatment. Therefore, it was best to accumulate sufficient lifespan beforehand. With just over 10 days left, hunting 1 or 2 otherworldly beings each day should suffice. Jiang Yu stood up, arms outstretched, leaning slightly forward. The towering building rose 56 stories high. He plummeted downward. The wind howled, rushing past his hair, striking his face. Shadows spread from his limbs, enveloping him completely within 2 or 3 seconds. The descent slowed abruptly. Gathering his limbs, he felt his feet sink, and thus he stood upon the wall, beginning to run downward. Shadow walking, allowing him to traverse even the steepest walls with ease. Boom! The wall erupted with sound as he leaped high into the air. He soared to the wall across the street, roughly 10 stories high. His right arm transforming entirely into a clawed, a layer of ink-like chitinous armor enveloped his forearm, the barbs menacing, glimmering with a cold sheen. His sharp claws gleamed ominously. Half hanging from the wall, the contact point between his claws and the surface sparked, sending a shower of sparks flying. With only 7 or 8 meters left to the ground, he leaped again. Below, a creature with merely 25 health occasionally glanced back, as if pursued by something. Unfortunately, its attention was fixated behind. By the time it registered the danger, Jiang Yu had already descended upon its face. This creature, its skin a gray hue with intricate patterns, bore a humanoid form. Its features appeared as if blurred by a filter, with only its eyes emitting a bluish-gray glow, still somewhat discernible, a leg severed, its abdomen nearly perforated, and its left arm lost. It limped, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to resist the impulse to strike. He didn't even need to use Shadow Strike. With the momentum of his descent and his razor-sharp claws, he unleashed a single blow, like a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey. Health plummeted. Literary prowess 25-6. The already severely injured creature collapsed on the spot. Mark, hunt. Jiang Yu's hand plunged into its heart, delivering the fatal blow. Crack! This pitiful creature met its end. This is a severely injured otherworldly being. It was desperate to escape, merely wishing to survive, nothing more. Yet, evidently, Its life has come to a close. It shall never again witness the sunrise, nor hear the gentle whispers of the breeze. The pursuit was not a glorious hunt. Clearly, this was not a commendable kill. In the hunt assessment, Hunt was deemed successful. Remaining lifespan increased. Current days, 22 days. Combat skills slightly improved. A rush of memories surged through his mind. From his first battle with the Spectre, to single-handedly confronting the otherworldly, to the swift execution just now. Memories flashed like a carousel in his mind, leaving Jiang Yu astonished. Such a minor enhancement had yielded substantial gains. For instance, in a previous battle, attacking from a different angle could yield even greater effectiveness. Adjusting his evasion techniques would conserve more stamina. Not bad at all. This creature was indeed severely injured. He had prepared for hunt, with little expectation of reward. Grasping the creature's body, Jiang Yu activated Shadow Devour. Under his control, the shadows consumed the creature's form like a potent acid, then flowed back into his palm. Shadow points, 4. Successfully surpassed 40 points. Excellent, a 2-front deal. Efficiency at its peak. Hey, where did you come from? A voice laced with fury rang out nearby, catching Jiang Yu off guard as he turned to look at a young man clad in a leather jacket and camouflage pants. Donning a camouflage helmet, approached with a wary expression. His clothing bore numerous tears, and wounds seeped with blood. Health. 73'd. What was this person doing? Jiang Yu stared blankly at him. Where's my otherworldly being? The young man glared at Jiang Yu. Scanning the ground beside him, and upon seeing the puddle, he realized what had transpired. Shadow Devour. Does not completely consume the prey, often leaving behind many undigested remains. Man, that's a bit unfair. Deng Ke's gaze sharpened, suddenly recognizing the individual before him. No, this was beyond mere recognition. You are you? He inquired. Something up? Jiang Yu tilted his head. Though Deng Ke wore camouflage, it was evident he could not be part of the night patrol. Encountering a wild, extraordinary being was quite novel. It's not like that, man. Even if you're a big internet celebrity, you can't just take my prey. I put in the time and effort to hunt it down. And just when it was about to escape, you swooped in and took it. That's hardly fair. I only saw the otherworldly being. I didn't see you. Jiang Yu shook his head. That's not quite right. The visibility in this shadow realm is limited. If you could see me, that'd be strange. How was I to know that while I paused for a breath, the prey would slip away? I had my eye on this prey first. And you should have seen its condition. Severely injured and on the brink of death. Look at my wounds. I was just waiting to take it down and sell it for some cash. Deng Ke replied. All right, let's say today is my unlucky day. We'll settle this according to the scavenger's rules. A 70-30 split. Sound fair? What's 70-30 split? Jiang Yu asked, bewildered again. Chapter 36. The Extraordinary Beyond the Night Patrol. Come on, this isn't fair. Even a big internet celebrity shouldn't be this domineering. We could have negotiated properly. Deng Ke's voice grew softer. The reason was simple. Jiang Yu's appearance did not suggest he was a good person, especially with those 2 large claws. The mere sound of the tips of his index and middle fingers clashing produced a metallic resonance that sent chills down one's spine. What a situation this was. Outmatched, Deng Ke decided to cut his losses and intended to blacklist Jiang Yu. Oh no. He would create several alternate accounts and flood his comment section with criticism. Accepting defeat was one thing, but he was ready to take his leave. Hold on. Jiang Yu called out to him. We have no grievances, so why must you press me so hard? Deng Ke instinctively took a few steps back. Eyeing Jiang Yu warily, his mouth twitched as Jiang Yu sighed. Why are you being so theatrical? What scavenger? What 70-30 split? What are you talking about? Big brother, are you genuinely unaware, or are you just pretending? Deng Ke asked suspiciously. Jiang Yu remained silent, observing him quietly. Scavenger? Deng Ke tentatively asked. Explain. Jiang Yu prompted. Deng Ke's expression turned peculiar. You should have learned about this in university.as for Jiang Yu, not having attended university. Well, that's simply absurd. The prowess displayed in videos was not top tier, but a person without a university education could not possibly reach such a level. Deng Ke was the first to disbelieve that. This was basic knowledge. Even without being a university student, stepping into the extraordinary realm and seeking out information would clarify these concepts. Indeed, who would have imagined that beneath the fearsome facade of shadows lay a youth who was a LSP, a middle schooler with a passion for hot-blooded manga? Dude, you can't be serious about having amnesia. By the way, brother you, weren't you criticized by a blogger named Di Daoando Sheng? He is essentially just a scavenger, and I suspect he is a long-term outsider who dares not venture into the shadow realm. Perhaps he has hardly encountered any aberrations. Allow me to vent my frustrations on your behalf. He even blocked me. Honestly, I can show you my Dosheng backhand. Brother, there's no need for that. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, Jiang Yu, caught between laughter and tears, stopped him. Trust me, brother Yu, I am indeed your die-hard fan. What I mean is, there's no internet in this shadow realm. As their gazes met, Deng Ku was the first to concede. Cupping his hands again, brother Yu, since you have dealt with this prey, I shall not linger any longer. Farewell. Hold on. Jiang Yu was not done listening. Such a rare opportunity for acquiring fresh knowledge warranted extracting more benefits. How much is this worth? I will transfer it to you. Please continue to enlighten me. Deng Ku, initially somewhat impatient, instantly brightened at this remark. All right, brother, I originally intended to sell this, a mid-tier gray aberration in excellent condition. Priced around 6 to 7,000. Let us compromise at 6,005. According to the scavenger's code, the finder takes 30%, while the primary contributor receives 70%. This aberration is in poor condition. You have no objections, right? I was simply a bit slow on my feet. Had I regained my composure sooner, I could have pursued and killed it. You have no objections, right? Why didn't I see you around earlier? Jiang Yu smiled knowingly, though Deng Ku could not discern his expression. I told you. Visibility is obstructed in this shadow realm. I was injured, and it's only natural to be cautious during the pursuit. You didn't see me, which is perfectly normal. Deng Ku spoke without a hint of embarrassment. All right, go on. Jiang Yu found it amusing. The meticulous bargaining indeed resembled a scene from a bustling marketplace. Very well, I shall continue, Deng Ku said. I am truly your fan, brother. How about we split 50-50 instead of the 30-70? I just need to cover my medical expenses. 6,005. You transfer me 3,250. Later, I will turn you 7,000 as a tuition fee for enlightening me on these matters. Jiang Yu was rather generous. He truly had no shortage of funds, thanks to the profits from adult comics, something you could hardly imagine. Thank you, brother. Feel free to ask anything. Deng Ku's eyes sparkled with intent. He decided not to block you after returning. Instead, he would create 10 alternate accounts to engage with Didao in turn. Let South find another place to chat. All right, where shall we go? How about the rooftop? What? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu, in his shadow form, effortlessly lifted him as if he were a chick and dashed up the wall with ease. Deng Ku was taken completely off guard. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair. Slow down. Slow down, Deng Ku squealed, feeling as though he was floating. He was now 100% certain. Yaozi Brothers' wall-climbing ability was no special effect. After a dizzying journey that felt like an eternity, he finally stood firmly on the ground. Deng Ku gazed around, dazed and bewildered. Brother, what exactly is your power? You can climb walls, have sharp claws, are enveloped in shadows, and can shoot out shadow threads. Would you like a drink? I can get some. No need. Don't be so polite. Jiang Yu turned and retrieved a large bag from the corner of the rooftop. A question mark slowly appeared on Deng Ku's forehead. Here, let us continue our conversation. Perched at the edge of the rooftop, Jiang Yu opened a bottle and drank heartily, letting out a satisfied belch. Yaozi brother did not seem as cold-hearted as he had imagined. Deng Ku, deep in thought, hesitated before cautiously sitting down beside him. A glance downward left him weak-kneed and dizzy. Goodness, 50 stories high. Falling from here would surely turn me into pulp. You really have amnesia? Deng Ku inquired. As you can see. Jiang Yu shrugged. Well, Deng Ku was at a loss for words, unsure how to express all his grievances. Let us not dwell on that. Jiang Yu redirected the conversation. What do you do with the aberrations you hunt? The night patrol, universities, or certain companies with acquisition qualifications, such as the Chuyang Group. They research new medicines and sometimes issue tasks to acquire aberrations. Jiang Yu nodded. Are there any benefits to being an outsider? Honestly, there aren't too many. Deng Ku shook his head. There's no base salary, nor 5 insurances and 1 fund, at most. There's something akin to performance commissions. Also, you can select aberrations based on the tasks issued by the night patrol, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering formidable aberrations. Oh? Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. That sounds promising. His greatest frustration at present was the inefficiency in locating aberrations. Coupled with the inability to gauge their strength, everything depended on keen observation. For instance, a particularly large aberration was clearly a formidable foe, prompting him to shift targets. The issue was that not all smaller aberrations were weak. Should he encounter a diminutive yet exceptionally powerful aberration, he could only resign himself to misfortune, being an outsider in the night patrol. Now that piqued his interest, Chapter 37. Let the petals fly. Slashed, his hand plunged into the aberration's body, followed by a decisive crush. Shadows coiled around the foe's form, strangling and absorbing it. Name: Blood Shadow Cat. Type: blood. Shadow: level, mid-tier. First rank. Description: a product of inferior abyssal aberration hybridization, possessing certain potential, high agility, sharp claws, and notable self-healing capabilities. Killing cost: sensory disruption cost has been waived. Shadow Devour Harvest: shadow points increased. This aberration has been recorded. Hunt successful. Your evasion technique has been enhanced to a degree. Feeling the surge of immense power coursing through him, Jiangyu revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. After a lengthy discussion with Dengku yesterday, the two had reached a mutual understanding and decided to collaborate. Dengku would accept tasks from the night patrol to locate low-tier aberrations, while Jiangyu would handle the hunting. A division of labor that allowed for a harmonious partnership. The aberrations Jiangyu devoured would be compensated at 50% of the market price to Dengku. While 50% might seem meager, even a further reduction of 20% would still entice Dengku. What a deal! Just selecting suitable aberrations and notifying Jiangyu of their locations was far less taxing than the grueling task of hunting them alone. Remarkably, on just the first day of their collaboration, Jiangyu had already hunted down his fourth aberration. Can you believe it? Are you not exhausted? Upon confirming Jiangyu's successful hunt, Dengku emerged from the crevice between buildings. His gaze towards Jiangyu now bore a hint of reverence. He was a mid-tier, first-ranked hunter, yet still needed to exercise caution during hunts. While he could slay aberrations, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. The most troublesome aspect of aberrations was the pollution they exuded at all times. Once injured, the pollution would infiltrate the body. Moreover, even if the hunt was successful, one would be cloaked in pollution. Take yesterday's gray aberration, for instance. After successfully hunting it, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to heal and cleanse himself of the pollution. It would take about 5 days to recover sufficiently to seek out other aberrations. Otherwise, one would be stuck with pollution and find themselves in a hospital's pollution department for treatment after hunting several aberrations. Yaozi brother was truly unlike any ordinary human. An aberration attacks? Fine, I will evade. Cannot evade? Fine, I will take it head-on. With a glaring blade aimed directly at his heart, this fearless man showed no fear whatsoever. Initially, the aberrations were intimidating, but as the battle progressed, they began to fear him. Having witnessed the resolute and reckless, he had never encountered someone so unafraid of danger. The crucial point was that after a fierce battle, Yaozi brother would be fully recharged. The longest battle left him revitalized after merely an hour's rest. You are not human. You resemble an aberration more than the aberrations themselves. To be fair, in a normal exchange, Dengku felt he could roughly match Yaozi brother with a 4-to-6 ratio in terms of strength. He would take 4. Yaozi brother would take 6, primarily due to the immense threat posed by those large claws, leaving low-tier superhumans without any means of defense. That was the usual scenario in a life-or-death situation. Perhaps it would be a 1-to-9 ratio. That one would be a glimmer of hope. Yaozi brother, shall we take a break? Dengku approached, gathering some bones and remnants as evidence of a scavenger completing a task, which could also be exchanged for points that could be traded for rice or soybean oil. Nothing should go to waste. Hand me a drink. Jiangyu extended his hand. Sure thing. Dengku bent down, rummaging through his bag. After downing a few gulps, Jiangyu let out a satisfied belch. In just a day, his lifespan had reached 39 days. It is worth noting that with each prey he hunted, he grew stronger. His power surged like a snowball, and the efficiency of hunting aberrations would only increase. Regrettably, all 4 of these aberrations were mid-tier, first rank, and did not grant him any new abilities. What's wrong? Noticing Dengku's hesitant expression, Jiangyu asked, Yaozi brother. Dengku hesitated before speaking. Should we perhaps slow down? If you continue hunting like this, it could lead to trouble. Rest assured, I know my limits. Glancing at the panel indicating cost has been waived, Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of the basic knowledge surrounding costs and pollution. He felt no adverse effects. On the contrary, he felt remarkably well. However, it was indeed getting late, so they decided to call it a night. Jiang Yu stretched his limbs. All right. Deng Ku sighed in relief, and Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. From tomorrow onward, help me find mid-tier, first-ranked aberrations. Mid-tier, first rank? Deng Ku hesitated, wondering if it might be a bit too risky. Concerned that Jiang Yu might not possess the requisite knowledge in this area, he explained that the disparities among individuals within the same tier can be quite significant. And even among those occupying the same rank, notable differences exist. The Night Patrol Bureau can only designate someone as first-tier upper position. However, whether the individual in question is strong or weak within that tier can only be discerned through practical combat experience. It's all right, let's filter out some weaker aberrations and grind through them gradually, Jiang Yu suggested. The efficacy of first-tier mid-level aberrations has been diminishing for me. It's time to shift my focus. Very well, Deng Ku nodded in agreement. Hunting monsters restores memories. Hunting monsters restores strength. Jiang Yu conveyed to Deng Ku. Such an absurd premise, who could possibly believe it? Were it not for the fact that Jiang Yu visibly grew stronger with each kill of an aberration, Deng Ku would have remained skeptical. Yaozi Gu, shall I take my leave now? Goodbye. Deng Ku waved his hand in farewell, making his way towards the nearest exit of the shadow layer, feeling quite content. The entrances and exits of the shadow layer are firmly controlled by the Night Patrol Bureau. How does Yaozi Gu manage to come and go? Does he possess a wild rift? Controlling such a thing privately is illegal. After all, if humans can enter and exit, so too can aberrations. Knowing yet failing to report could lead to severe consequences. Surely, Yaozi Gu does not reside in the shadow layer. What kind of person could possibly live there indefinitely? Suddenly, a thought crossed Deng Ku's mind, causing his expression to change abruptly. He turned back hurriedly, but of course, he could not see Jiang Yu. He then quickened his pace to leave. Exiting the shadow layer, Jiang Yu made his way towards his residential complex. Along the way, he purchased a chrysanthemum from a shop before returning to his building. From a distance, he spotted Lu Yaoyao waiting for the elevator. Oh, flowers! Lu Yaoyao's eyes brightened upon seeing the flower in his hand, and she bounced over, asking, "Who are they for?" "Ah, this." Jiang Yu was taken aback by the coincidence. I bought it for you." "What kind of flower is this?" Lu Yaoyao inquired, not quite knowledgeable about flowers. "This is a rose," Jiang Yu replied. "Is it?" The pale white petals embraced a faint yellow center, fresh and fragrant. Indeed, Jiang Yu confirmed, noting that this variety is not overly flamboyant. "This is not a rose," Lu Yaoyao retorted indignantly, pointing to a small tag on the flower stem. "Chamomile." "You say it's not a rose?" Jiang Yu remained unfazed. "It is not. I say it is not a rose either." Jiang Yu sighed, exasperated. "This is absolutely not a rose. When I ordered flowers at the shop, this is what they gave me. I told them it wasn't a rose, and they insisted it was. I reiterated that it wasn't, and they maintained the opposite. I had no choice but to bring it home." Liu Yaoyao's face slowly morphed into a question mark. This move is called letting the chrysanthemum fly. Chapter 38 Linimo. Su Lin, it's definitely not for any little girl. Damn, what am I thinking? It's almost dinner time. Why would I bring flowers home? If someone were to gift me this, do you think I would return home today? Don't ask where. I'm not going home. The hotel is my home. Ouch, that hurts. Upon realizing that the flower was not specifically purchased for her, Jiang Yu watched as Lu Yaoyao's expression shifted from shock to disbelief, and finally to anger. Now, with a darkened face and a small backpack in hand, she looked as if she might just want to crush him. "What are you doing on the 10th floor?" Lu Yaoyao asked in the elevator. "Delivering flowers to—" "Oh, really?" Lu Yaoyao was both amused and irritated by his calm demeanor. "I want to see who you are delivering flowers to." "A girl," Jiang Yu replied helplessly, glancing at her. "And why are you so concerned about it?" "I'm concerned," Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, her anger escalating. Jiang Yu, "Fine, very well. Next time, I'll buy you flowers." Jiang Yu reached out, intending to ruffle her hair, but with a swift motion, she slapped his hand away. Liu Yaoyao's chest heaved with indignation. Ding! The elevator reached their floor, and Jiang Yu stepped out first. "I want to see who has enchanted you so much that you're delivering flowers." Lu Yaoyao followed closely behind. However, as they turned left and rounded the corner, she hesitated for a moment. At the end of the corridor, in front of a door, lay several bouquets of flowers. yellow, and white, most of which were unfamiliar varieties of chrysanthemums. They appeared to be for a memorial. Yu Yao Yao suddenly understood. Jiang Yu did not slow his pace, approaching the flowers and bending down to place down his bouquet. What is this? Just a memorial, Jiang Yu replied before standing upright. A memorial? For whom? Jiang Yu explained, well, how should I put it? Su Lin Jia. His gaze lingered behind Lu Yao Yao. Jiang Yu, Lu Yao Yao? What are you two doing here? Su Lin was taken aback. She glanced at the bouquet of flowers in front of the door and seemed somewhat surprised. You know Lin Mo? Knowing is a bit of a stretch. I don't even know his name. Jiang Yu scratched his head. I ran into some trouble before. Brother Lin Mo helped me out. We live on the same floor, and upon learning of his misfortune, I come by every day to bring a bouquet. Su Lin nodded in understanding. I see. Come inside. She stepped forward, took out her keys, inserted them into the lock, and then carried the flowers inside. As the door opened, the interior was quite simple, with white porcelain tile flooring etched with cloud patterns, and a vacant cabinet beside it. To the left, there was a modest living room with basic furnishings, a coffee table, a sofa, and a television, with a small balcony adjacent. 2 bedrooms were present, but Jiang Yu did not venture inside to look. The three of them settled onto the sofa in the living room, with Su Lin taking the lead. Sister, what happened to Brother Lin Mo? Jiang Yu inquired, and I recall him mentioning something about Baidu Academy and extraordinary liberal arts. He told you that? Su Lin was surprised. We live in the same building and occasionally chat. Jiang Yu chuckled. Once, I was targeted by some thugs, and Brother Lin Mo helped teach them a lesson. Afterwards, while wearing the night patrol uniform, he even asked me for a cigarette. That sounds like something he would do. Su Lin couldn't help but smile lightly. However, the smile faded quickly, as the subject of their conversation was no longer present. After a moment of silence, she spoke again, her tone tinged with nostalgia. We were high school classmates and later entered different majors at Baidu Academy together. He was quite competitive, you know? The textbooks say, willpower is innate and fixed from the moment of self-assessment, just like how some people have type A blood while others have type B. It's something predetermined and unchangeable. But he didn't believe that he always insisted that since it's a willpower assessment, willpower can become stronger, and so can people. Ignoring the warnings, he insisted on joining the combat department in his first year. You can imagine the outcome. Su Lin's gaze drifted, her lips pursed. Talent determines everything. He naturally could not break the ironclad rules established by countless predecessors. Later, he transferred to extraordinary liberal arts. Before graduating, he interned with the Night Patrol Bureau and was eventually promoted due to his outstanding performance. He was quite chatty and cheerful, often hitting the gym or studying at the library. Fitness and reading were among his few hobbies. I suppose his youthful vigor has faded by now. Not long ago, Lin Mo sacrificed himself while fighting off 2 children in the shadow layer, taking a compound and meeting a heroic end. Interestingly, the aberration he encountered was of the same type as the one we faced in the mall that day. Lu Yao Yao, feeling like a wilted eggplant since entering, had not dared to interject. The anger that had previously consumed her had vanished without a trace. Look at my memory. I was so caught up in conversation that I forgot to offer you both a glass of water. Su Lin stood up. No need, Sister Su Lin, Jiang Yu quickly replied. Yet Su Lin had already poured the water and placed it before them. Thank you, Sister Su Lin. You're welcome. Su Lin gazed at the two of them, seemingly lost in thought, her eyes reflecting a spark that gradually dimmed. People can be impulsive sometimes. When in a rush, they make unwise decisions. Su Lin began. In his earlier years, he trained tirelessly to break free from his shackles. But all he gained were injuries. He was never cut out for martial professions and threw himself into combat with aberrations in the shadow layer. It was essentially a death sentence. Both of you possess great talent. So when faced with challenges, you must remain calm and think critically. She hesitated for a moment before offering a forced smile. It's not shameful to not be a hero. Look at Lin Mo. He played the hero for a moment, but what comes after? There is no after. Jiang Yu took a sip of water and sighed. Unsure how to console her, he drew in a deep breath and asked, Sister Su Lin, when will Brother Lin Mo's remains be buried? He has already been buried. With the new year approaching, it was best to lay him to rest early. I see. Jiang Yu's mind momentarily conjured the image of that powerful, sightless apparition adorned with strange patterns. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation? As the thought flickered in his mind, he realized he could not tell Su Lin. I suspect something is off about Brother Lin Mo's remains. Could we lift the coffin lid to check? Thus, he indirectly remarked, aberrations are truly detestable. On that day in the mall, I encountered an apparition covered in black, resembling a worm or tadpole pattern, with seemingly blind eyes slaughtering indiscriminately in the shadow layer. For an ordinary person to meet such a creature, survival would be nearly impossible. The mention of a certain word. Su Lin paused slightly. After exchanging a few more words and sending Jiang Yu and the others off, she returned to her room, her brows knitting deeper with each passing moment. Linimo, she whispered softly, unable to remain still any longer. She returned to her chamber, opened her computer, and began to type that I wonder when Sister Su Lin will emerge. Stepping outside, Jiang Yu let out a sigh. If it were me, losing a longtime classmate would surely leave me in sorrow for quite some time. Liu Yaoyao nodded. Do you truly believe they were merely old classmates? Jiang Yu cast her a sidelong glance, noting the engagement ring adorning the fourth finger of her hand. Liu Yaoyao instinctively glanced back at the closed door. Life is indeed filled with regrets. Isn't it? Yes, Liu Yaoyao replied softly. I've come to understand. I have reached clarity. Come to my house tonight. Let us make up for our regrets. Liu Yaoyao suddenly realized, her expression one of shock. What did you just say? Chapter 39. Yaoyao's ability. Soul suppression 992.990-3. In the shadow realm of his home, Jiang Yu transformed into his shadow form, supporting himself on the ground as he performed handstand push-ups. Ever since he became extraordinary, his energy seemed boundless. Especially today, after absorbing 4 different species, his strength had increased significantly. With nothing else to occupy his time, he chose to exercise in the shadow realm. The manual provided a panel that recorded his abilities, yet lacked specific values for his stamina and strength. Thus, Jiang Yu found himself unsure of his current standing. According to Denku, he was likely at a level where he couldn't defeat a second-tier opponent, but could navigate the first tier with ease. Capable of escaping even if he couldn't kill his prey. 997.998. He continued his training when suddenly, he noticed the doorknob turning. Someone is there. Is it Uncle Li or Yao Yao? No, Uncle Li is still in Baidu. In the backdrop of this great catastrophe, moving between clusters takes much longer than in the past. Fortunately, he had locked the door from the inside, and although the doorknob turned, it did not fully open. Jiang Yu immediately exited the shadow realm. With a click, he opened the door, only to find Liu Yaoyao standing there. It was already past 8. What made you remember me? Jiang Yu scrutinized her. The girl's long hair cascaded down, and she wore an adorable dinosaur onesie, revealing a delicate ankle akin to a white lotus. On her feet were fuzzy monster slippers, but regrettably, she was also wearing cotton socks. I made some cookies. Would you like to try? The girl lifted the bag in her hand. Then I must have a taste. Jiang Yu smiled. Are you coming in? To his surprise, Liu Yaoyao truly stepped inside. Generally, after dinner, this girl would head home. Yet today, she had uncharacteristically come to find him. With a thud, she closed the door behind her. Jiang Yu chuckled. You look rather mischievous when you smile. Just as Liu Yaoyao placed the items on the coffee table, she instantly became alert. I'm just happy, he replied, wiping away the drool. I simply adore cookies. You're making me crave them. What were you doing in your room? I knocked for ages without a response. And even with my key, I couldn't get in. Seated cross-legged on the sofa, Liu Yaoyao had a good idea of what he was thinking and shot him a fierce glare. I was exercising and didn't he notice the noise? Jiang Yu shifted closer to her. What about Uncle Liu? He's on a mission. Will he return tonight? The events at the mall have left me terrified. Every time I close my eyes, I see that horrifying scene. I feel like I'm lying in bed surrounded by different species watching me. Yao Yao, what should I do? I'm just an ordinary boy, weak and unaccustomed to bloodshed. I'm so scared. Liu Yaoyao found herself at a loss for words. Sensing there was more to Jiang Yu's words than met the eye. You can stay here tonight. Just as expected, Liu Yaoyao's forehead twitched with tension. Ignoring the seemingly lovesick boy, she asked, Hey, I forgot to ask earlier. What is your awakened ability? Ability, huh? Jiang Yu pondered. Shadow. Shadow Eye. Have you heard of it? A branch ability of the shadow user? Liu Yaoyao contemplated. If you've heard of it, that makes things easier. Thankfully, he had a variety of abilities to choose from. After much thought, Jiang Yu decided to present Shadow Eye as his publicly disclosed ability, as it was relatively moderate and theoretically had potential for growth. After all, the other abilities seemed unsuitable for public knowledge. Shadow Walking? I awakened a super cool ability that allows me to parkour freely. Claw form? That form of yours seems somewhat familiar, akin to the popular internet personality, Wart's brother. That would purely expose my identity. Jiang Yu's account was positioned as a fierce hunter, a cunning and ruthless assassin. If others knew he was just an 18-year-old boy, what use would that be? Clearly, the Shadow Eye ability was not particularly rare. And Lu Yaoyao nodded, indicating she understood. What about you? What's your ability? Jiang Yu asked with curiosity. Soul suppression, a branch ability of the soul user, rated as top tier in potential, Lu Yaoyao replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Soul suppression? That sounds quite impressive. Jiang Yu felt a sense of a Lu Yaoyao explained. In the early stages, my combat ability is relatively weak, mostly serving a disruptive role. However, if I advance to Tier 5, I will undoubtedly surpass your shadow, as she spoke. She raised her chin with a hint of arrogance. Darling, you're a branch of the XX user, while I'm a genuine, stealth user and hunter. Jiang Yu did not seek to undermine her. Instead, he playfully tapped her on the head. Just be careful. Don't waste your potential prematurely. Close your crow's mouth. The girl covered her forehead, rolling her eyes. By the way, what are these shadow users and soul users? Jiang Yu inquired. To be honest, I don't fully understand either. Lu Yaoyao began. These users are related to the types of different species, for instance. Shadow users correspond to the shadow species. Hunting different species and absorbing their pollution is one of the ways for extraordinary beings to grow stronger, and hunting corresponding species greatly enhances efficiency. Conversely, if a shadow user hunts a pattern species or blood species, the results will be far less effective. Oh, how fascinating. Lu Yaoyao truly is a treasure trove of knowledge. Anything you don't understand can be clarified by her. Come, demonstrate your ability, soul suppression. That name sounds impressive. Jiang Yu rubbed his hands together. Who should I demonstrate it on? I need a target to activate my ability. Me? Jiang Yu thumped his chest proudly. Are you out of your mind? I am tough as nails. There's no way you could just suddenly kill me with your newly awakened ability, right? How does soul suppression even work? Will it make my brain rattle? It suppress. You fool! Lu Yaoyao was exasperated, realizing they had been on different wavelengths throughout their conversation. Then I'm not scared. It's just suppression in a game. It's similar to binding, stunning, or dizzying, right? Come on, let me try it. What if something goes wrong? Lu Yaoyao felt a twinge of excitement. Her ability required a living target to be effective. After all, using soul suppression on a wooden cabinet wouldn't elicit any response. Despite its magical nature, not having the opportunity to use it was quite frustrating. Don't worry. I'm fine. Jiang Yu flexed his muscles. Look, I'm all muscle. This isn't just for show. I didn't realize you had built some muscle. Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, her gaze captivated. When she regained her composure and met Jiang Yu's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively averted her eyes. Want to touch? Shut up. Lu Yaoyao was both embarrassed and angry. You want to try it, huh? Fine. Let us see what you can do. Ready? Go ahead. I'm ready. Are you really going to do it? Don't hold back. Here I come, thud. Jiang Yu's mind spun, and he collapsed into Lu Yaoyao's embrace. Chapter 40. I've been afraid of thunder since childhood. It hurts. He groaned in pain. Writhing, is everything okay? Lu Yaoyao was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. My head, it feels like it's going to explode. He paused intermittently. Lie flat quickly. I'll go get a doctor. Lu Yaoyao hurriedly supported him. Having just gained power, he was still unfamiliar with it. With a sudden surge, all his energy had poured out. And seeing Jiang Yu in this state made her genuinely panic. Help me press on my temples. Jiang Yu lay across her legs, taking a deep breath. Don't get the wrong idea. I merely couldn't catch my breath from the pain earlier. Now I just need to breathe, and I have no ulterior motives. Cough, cough. Rub it for me. Jiang Yu's expression was pained. Lu Yaoyao instinctively placed her hands on him. Her fingers, cool and slender like scallions, pressed gently on his temples, moving in soft circles. No. What time is it? I should hurry and call a doctor. Lu Yaoyao finally realized. It feels better now. Jiang Yu seized her wrist, urging her to continue. It's fine. I can recover slowly. Are you really okay? Lu Yaoyao hesitated. Keep rubbing, keep rubbing. Jiang Yu pressed on. Her delicate fingers continued to massage his head. Soft, truly soft. Fragrant, truly fragrant. Rubbing his head eased the pain. How should I do this? Just relax your scalp, moving from your forehead back, pressing gently from the top of your head outward, and also press the acupoints on your neck to relieve the head. The technique needs to be gentle, not just poking with one finger, like practicing a finger technique. Yes, gather your fingers together, gently. How much did you spend at the Xingyue Club at the community entrance? Lu Yaoyao asked calmly. Not much, just a few thousand. The voice abruptly ceased, and Jiang Yu opened his eyes. I was just joking. Do you believe me? Get up. Rub it again. Just a little more. 1, 2. Seeing her begin to count, Jiang Yu quickly straightened his back. I'm heading back now. Lu Yaoyao's expression darkened. Hey, don't. It's over. The joke has been made. I did sway a bit just now. Jiang Yu had no choice but to change the subject and spoke. I was fully concentrated, intending to dodge, but suddenly I was caught off guard, completely without a trace. Hearing him describe his abilities, Lu Yaoyao finally halted her movements. With a light snort, she remarked that extraordinary abilities stem from the otherworldly, and their unpredictable nature is entirely normal. If all abilities could be perceived by the naked eye, that would be truly abnormal. You're puffing up just from a few compliments. Jiang Yu chuckled. Does it hurt? Yes, it does. It feels like a small hammer has struck my forehead. Can you handle it? Absolutely. After all, I just awakened my abilities, and Jiang Yu had been crawling through the shadow realm for many years. He could withstand this. However, Lu Yaoyao's abilities were indeed exceptional, impossible to guard against. Despite his utmost concentration, he still fell victim. In the future, as Lu Yaoyao's strength increases, her prowess will surely be even more terrifying. To defeat an opponent without a fight, to strike a fatal blow from 800 meters away. Jiang Yu was uncertain if extraordinary beings could achieve such feats, but he sat beside Lu Yaoyao, nonchalantly attempting to grasp her small hand. Unfortunately, Lu Yaoyao noticed and immediately shifted a few positions away. Jiang Yu, oblivious to embarrassment, maintained a calm demeanor. After the Spring Festival, in a few days, shouldn't we be heading to the training camp? Yunhai is the largest among several gathering places nearby, and other instructors will bring their students to Yunhai. This year, the recruitment has expanded, so the numbers will likely be slightly more than before. Lu Yaoyao explained. I have a question. With so many people being recruited, will the training camp be able to accommodate everyone? Jiang Yu inquired. Don't worry, Lu Yaoyao reassured him. The expanded recruits are mainly extraordinary humanities students. While the training camp is filled with martial science students. I see. Jiang Yu understood. Boom. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed. There will be a heavy rain tonight. It's late. I should head back. Hey, you're leaving already? Jiang Yu felt unsatisfied. What else should I do? It's thundering outside. Lu Yaoyao looked at him with an expression of disbelief. How old are we that I would still fear thunder? I'm not saying you're afraid. I'm saying I'm afraid. Jiang Yu said with a shy smile. Afraid of what? Go away. I'm going to get a pillow. Hey, Jiang Yu. If my dad finds out, he'll beat you to death. So what if I die? I'm terrified. I've been afraid of thunder since I was a child. When the thunder strikes, my legs tremble and I can't move. I even stutter when I speak. I'm timid. You know that well that I've been cautious all my life. Sigh, I don't know when I can change. Watching Jiang Yu bounce around like a monkey, rushing into the room to grab a pillow, Lu Yaoyao's expression stiffened slightly. Uncle Lu won't be coming back tonight, right? Jiang Yu flashed a bright smile. Resembling a wolf spotting a delicious lamb. Is this the first-tier superior extraordinary being you found? In the Shadow Realm, atop a high building, Jiang Yu gazed at Deng Ku. For some reason, Deng Ku had the keen sense that his older brother seemed somewhat displeased today. He immediately wore and explained, Brother, there are indeed first-tier superiors, but they have become quite scattered compared to the mid-tier. It's rare that there are still a few close by in District East 1, making them easier to hunt. Moreover, these hunters, aside from their high attack power and thick blood, possess no other peculiar methods. Once you adapt to their attack patterns, you'll be just fine, and besides, haven't you already killed one? The hunter Deng Ku mentioned was the prey Jiang Yu had featured in his second video. Previously, he had severely injured one, and with a single shadow strike, combined with mark, he barely managed to take off a layer of blood. Dragging its wounded body, it almost killed Jiang Yu. Claw form and shadow walk were the spoils of that hunt. However, upon reflection, Deng Ku was indeed correct. Among the extraordinary beings, there are plenty with bizarre abilities that make their attacks difficult to anticipate. Perhaps the hunters and spirits that strike directly and brutally are actually easier to deal with. Moreover, Denku had watched Jiang Yu's video and confirmed that he had previously bested this extraordinary being, which led him to select it. All things considered, this was a fairly good choice. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu calmed his mind. He woke up relatively early. Rising quietly from the floor, he tiptoed to the bedside. Lu Yaoyao lay asleep, her delicate face flushed, devoid of any cosmetic embellishment, yet radiating a natural rosy glow. Her skin was akin to that of a juicy peach, making one yearn to take a hearty bite. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her small nose inhaling and exhaling gently, and her glistening lips occasionally brushed against one another as she murmured. After staring for a few seconds, she happened to awaken languidly. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, her pure eyes were filled with confusion. Tap, tap, tap. As the two locked gazes, just as Jiang Yu hesitated on whether to do something, there was a knock at the door. Yes, Uncle Lu had returned. Yao Yao, what time is it and why are you still sleeping? Guess what I brought you? Jiang Yu was unaware of what she had bought. He only knew that Uncle Lu's belts were of poor quality and would break after a few uses. Chapter 41. Shadow Silk Upgrade, New Ability. Let it be a hunter then, I might as well make another video on hunters today. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. Across the building, a car-sized hunter lay in wait. Beneath it, a severely damaged extraordinary corpse was being torn apart. Blood volume, 87, a very healthy blood volume, with combat power equivalent to its peak. The detector indicated that the extraordinary being was nearby. Deng Ke glanced at the device in his hand. The palm-sized detector displayed a light spot, indicating distance and height. Linear distance, 25 meters, approximately 7 meters lower in height. This meant that the hunter was in the opposite building. And compared to the height they were currently standing at, it needed to descend about 2 stories. Brother Yaozi, do you want me to take a look? He began rummaging through his equipment. No need. I can see it. Jiang Yu flexed his wrist, stretching his muscles. Go for it, Yaozi. Just as Deng Ke's words fell, a powerful gust rushed past him, the force blowing his hair back. He was already accustomed to such occurrences. He promptly donned his goggles. His vision became slightly blurred, but with the gear, he could vaguely make out Jiang Yu's silhouette. He observed as Jiang Yu plummeted downward, leaping forward midway. His body displayed an indescribable and formidable ability to remain suspended in the air before diving into the lower floors of the opposite building. The hunter seemed to have sensed something, cautiously raising its head to survey its surroundings. After waiting for some time without detecting anything amiss, it finally relaxed and bent down to resume its meal. Just at that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the side, and before it could react, the ink-black claws shot out rapidly. With a tearing sound, they pierced into its body, splattering crimson blood. Blood volume, 8769. Still as thick as ever. Jiang Yu's strength had dramatically increased, and he wielded the Shadow Claw form, a formidable weapon. With Shadow Strike, he managed to inflict just under 20 of the blood volume. It's worth noting that for a first-tier mid-tier extraordinary being, a single claw strike would typically take off at least 40, starting from 50. Roar. The hunter roared madly, writhing in pain. The sudden agony interrupted its meal, and it swung its claws, which were even larger than Jiang Yu's, hurling a gust of wind. Jiang Yu had long anticipated this, bending down to evade just in time. The sound of claws scraping against each other echoed. Like an eel, he slipped away, then raised his claw blade, aiming for its heart. With a sibilant sound, it felt like a dull knife piercing through leather, requiring considerable effort to penetrate. Blood volume, 6963. Blood seeped out, but unfortunately, the claw blade couldn't advance much further, and the creature twisted its body, forcing Jiang Yu to abandon his attack. Its 4 crimson eyes glared, and its mouth resembled a long rectangle with curved edges, each corner housing sharp teeth. Upon opening its mouth, one could see countless tiny teeth densely packed within. A single bite would prompt 5 episodes of scientific inquiry. Jiang Yu spat a thick phlegm. No, he shot out a strand of shadow silk. The highly penetrative thread pierced through flesh and skin, leaving the hunter momentarily torn between closing its mouth or keeping it agape. Blood volume, 6361. Farewell. That it raised its claws, but Jiang Yu had long been prepared. Using the shadow silk to anchor himself to the floor, pulling himself away from the beast, then, releasing the silk, he propelled himself out of the dilapidated building. Can I really endure this? The enraged hunter charged after him, its massive body crashing into the structure as it dove downward. After all, shadow walk was derived from it. It wouldn't be strange for the creature to possess such abilities. The hunter's vision was limited, and in its understanding, a fall would surely lead to crashing into the ground. Thus, it charged downward. However, after just a few steps, a foot suddenly flew in from the adjacent floor. Landing squarely on its kidney, what the heck? The hunter's expression gradually changed. It swung its claws, attempting to stabilize itself. Jiang Yu wouldn't let it have that chance. He shot out several strands of silk to disrupt its movements. The hunter was sent flying, 16 stories, 50 meters high. Jiang Yu could even see the astonishment and panic reflected in its eyes. And why, good brother, next time you feast, remember not to climb so high. Roar! The hunter emitted a mournful howl, boom. At this height, dropping a watermelon would result in a resounding explosion. If a weight plate were to fall, the resulting noise would startle everyone in the building. Should a small car be cast down, the sound would carry for hundreds of meters. Please refrain from throwing objects from heights. A muscular predator, with a bone density of remarkable strength, weighs nearly a ton. It plummets downwards. Jiang Yu watches in astonishment as the opponent's health plummets from 61 to 25. In an instant, an arm and a leg are completely shattered. No matter how tough the bones may be, they cannot withstand such tremendous force, resulting in fractures and incapacitation. Then, Jiang Yu leaps down and delivers a kick to the predator. Health, 25-20. With heavy injuries, the rate of health loss accelerates significantly. The predator sways unsteadily, instinctively letting out a roar as it attempts to rise. Though its wounds are healing rapidly, it remains powerless against the internal injuries, showcasing its formidable nature. Truly, as a creature of the bloodline, its vitality is astonishing. Were it not for this, it would be uncertain how long the battle would drag on. Taking advantage of its inability to retaliate, Jiang Yu unleashes a flurry of claws. In his sight, the opponent's health descends frantically, soon reaching the threshold for execution. Claws pierce and tear. Marked, hunted. Execution. Relying on agile movements and the advantage of the terrain, you have effortlessly dispatched a variant. An excellent hunter often adeptly utilizes the environment and tools to complete the hunt. You are gradually becoming aware of this. Hunt assessment in progress. Hunt successful. Your shadow threads have been enhanced. A new ability has emerged. Shadow burst. Shadow burst. Your control over shadows has further improved, allowing you to compress shadows and launch a shadow burst, which, upon exploding, releases multiple highly penetrating shadow threads in all directions. How did shadow threads strengthen? This ability isn't particularly damaging. Jiang Yu has always regarded it as a support skill. For instance, when jumping from one building to another, if the distance is insufficient, he can shoot out shadow threads to mimic Spider-Man. Or during combat, he can shoot them onto the ground, ceiling, or onto enemies. A strong tug can quickly aid in his escape or entry into the fray. Well, it seems it's not entirely useless. However, if he had the choice, he would undoubtedly prioritize enhancing the shadow claw form, or shadow form. Boosting these would visibly enhance his strength. Jiang Yu continues to flip through the manual. Name, predator, type, blood level, first tier upper, description. A lowly abyssal variant, possessing a robust physique and immense strength. As a bloodline creature, it boasts a high recovery ability. Killing cost, exempted, shadow devourer rewards. Strength, stamina, self-healing ability have been enhanced, and the number of shadow points has increased. This variant has been recorded. Yet, no new abilities have been unlocked. Jiang Yu sighs softly. Well, if there are none, so be it. Typically, first-tier transcendence might not unlock new abilities until the second tier, and he is already considered a luxurious player in the novice village. Under his manipulation, clusters of shadows coalesce in his palm. He gently flicks them out, resembling a silkworm pupa, albeit several times larger in size. As the oval object shoots forth, it lands on the ground. Silence. Silence. Boom. Suddenly, it explodes. 0.5 shadow lines shoot outwards, covering an area close to 10 meters, resembling a blooming firework. This ability seems rather formidable. Chapter 42. Codename. God, you should keep your distance from that Jiang Yu fellow in the future. Do you hear me? Lu Nanfeng said with a glare. Lu Yaoyao's voice was dull. Why can't you be a little more restrained? Lu Nanfeng lamented in frustration. I'm being serious. Do you understand? I know, Lu Yaoyao nodded repeatedly. You know nothing. It goes in one ear and out the other. Lu Nanfeng remained irate. That boy is cunning. You play with him every day, and who knows when you might be sold off and end up counting his money. Dad, it's not as exaggerated as you say. We are just ordinary classmates, Lu Yaoyao defended herself. Ordinary classmates? The mere mention of those words infuriated Lu Nanfeng. This morning, when I was whipping Zhang Yu with a belt, I asked him for an explanation of your relationship, and if he didn't clarify today, I'd break his legs. That little rascal insisted you were ordinary classmates. What a perfect ordinary classmate. You've been sleeping on the floor in the same room, and he still claims you're just ordinary classmates. That boy is truly asking for a beating. Dad, please don't get all worked up every day. Lu Yaoyao tried to reason with him. If that boy were a bit more honest, it wouldn't be so bad, but the way he looks at you, how can I not be worried? Lu Nanfeng replied with a stern expression. What kind of look? Lu Yaoyao retorted. Are you genuinely clueless, my dear daughter? Lu Nanfeng felt his teeth grind in irritation towards Zhang Yu. All right, Dad, don't overthink it. I know my limits. Besides, you've watched Zhang Yu grow up. He has his quirks, but he won't go astray on major issues. Lu Yaoyao reassured him, and furthermore, his aptitude assessment was unprecedentedly golden. If you hit him so hard now, it'll be you who gets beaten when his strength increases in the future. Hearing Lu Yaoyao's words, Lu Nanfeng felt a flicker of comfort. But what she said afterward was utterly absurd. He dares to hit me. Lu Yaoyao shrank her neck. The girl's elbows are always sticking out, and her little cotton jacket has drafts everywhere. Lu Nanfeng took a deep breath. Dad, don't let it get to you. Lu Yaoyao helped him calm down. If you keep your distance from Zhang Yu, I won't be angry, Lu Nanfeng scoffed. Lu Yaoyao fell silent. Unable to find a way to counter him, Lu Nanfeng finally calmed down after a while, taking out a stack of documents from his briefcase. Among the many transcendents, the awakening probability of soul wielders is low, and the soul binding ability is considered one of the top-tier abilities. In the past, a general awakened a power similar to yours. This contains his early training experiences, so study it well during this time. And it must not be disclosed. The training experiences of a general? Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. A general is one of the 5 strongest individuals in the Great Zhou. Not considering any other factors. Only practical combat ability, they are the most powerful 5. As years go by, newcomers replace the old. Those generals with military and political talents often transfer to the Night Patrol Division, gradually rising to become district leaders. Those with slightly lesser abilities might become professors or vice presidents at universities or take on other roles. In short, every general is a beacon of the Great Zhou, a true pillar of strength. To obtain the training experiences of such a predecessor, albeit only the preliminary stages, is enough for Lu Yaoyao to avoid countless detours. Where did these documents come from? After the surprise, Lu Yaoyao felt puzzled. Her father, a patrol officer in a second-tier gathering area, holds a high position, but it's not as if he could connect with past generals. Whatever the source, just focus on your training, Lu Nanfeng advised. Dad, did you give them a gift? Lu Yaoyao speculated. Lu Nanfeng was momentarily stunned. That Zhang Yu fellow who keeps talking about gifts and embezzlement. His reaction only deepened Lu Yaoyao's suspicions. Dad, first tell me where this came from. At your young age, why are you jumping to conclusions? Lu Nanfeng flicked her forehead. It was your Uncle Li who helped get it. Uncle Li? Lu Yaoyao was even more confused. In any case, there's no issue with the source, so don't feel burdened. Just study hard. If I had a copy of a general's experience back then, perhaps I'd be at the 5th tier by now. Becoming a patrol officer in a 1st-tier gathering area would surely be better than my current situation, Lu Yaoyao interjected. Is this a betrothal gift? You should cherish it. After all, a general. Cough, cough, cough. The girl's unexpected comment nearly choked Lu Nanfeng. His face gradually turned red. I'm going to give Zhang Yu another beating right now. Why would you hit him? He's the one leading you astray. Lu Nanfeng's face flushed as he realized the absurdity. The matter regarding your Uncle Li's concern for you cannot simply be labeled as a betrothal gift. It's merely the experiences of a general. If he considers this a betrothal gift, he truly has some nerve. Dad, don't get overly excited. Lu Yaoyao sighed. No. I must ask Uncle Li what he meant by this. Lu Nanfeng hurriedly stood up, returning to his room and slamming the door shut. General experiences. Looking at the documents in hand, Lu Yaoyao felt both amused and somewhat anxious. She pulled out her communicator and dialed Li Shuangguang. After a few rings, the call connected successfully. Hello? Old Li, what was your intention behind sending that training experience of the division leader? Lu Nanfeng got straight to the point. What? Li Shuangguang was bewildered. Let me ask. Did you find any materials for your little you? Lu Nanfeng inquired. After a moment of silence, Li Shuangguang replied, No, why? Oh goodness, you're not helping your nephew, but you're helping my daughter. Lu Nanfeng's expression was utterly delightful. We can discuss this when I return. Li Shuangguang didn't ask further and shifted the topic. You called just in time. I just finished discussing matters regarding the Yunhai gathering area. When it came to serious matters, Lu Nanfeng's demeanor grew more serious. How is the arrangement? Not much has changed compared to before. The documents will be sent to you this afternoon. Just wait and see. All right, Lu Nanfeng nodded, frowning as he asked. What did the higher-ups say about your little you situation? We'll see after the special training camp. A talent surpassing the 6th tier. This matter must not be spread carelessly. Have the students who awakened that day been dealt with? They have been. Don't misunderstand. It's not that they were eliminated, but rather that certain special items or abilities were used to influence and erase the memories of that day's awakening. Lu Yaoyao originally needed to erase her memories, but due to her unique abilities, specifically as a branch of the soul seed, forcibly eliminating her memories could potentially trigger unforeseen consequences, so she had to abandon the idea. All right, remember, this matter must not be spread further. Rest assured, I am well aware. Lu Nanfeng nodded and then inquired, what about that big creature? There was news about it a few days ago, but recently, there has been no word at all. It will not be disclosed for the time being. Internal disclosure, complete lockdown, Li Shuangguang confirmed. Both fell into a heavy silence. A complete lockdown means that aside from those already informed, no further dissemination is allowed, with severe penalties for violators. However, the individuals aware of this significant news are essentially just those present at the meeting. In other words, apart from the current high-ranking officials, no one else can hope to learn about it. Fine. Lu Nanfeng refrained from probing further, but a weight settled heavily upon his heart. It had been 90 years since the Great Cataclysm and the emergence of that colossal entity. After a decade of research, there had finally been some results, yet the information had to be fully sealed. In Baidu, at the headquarters of the Night Patrol Division, after a few more exchanges, he hung up the phone. Standing by the window, gazing out at the snow-covered Baidu, Li Shuangguang held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The frosted glass, adorned with red paper couplets, was veiled in mist. Outside the window, the streets were festooned with celebratory red decorations, heralding the impending new year. Behind him, on his desk lay a document, simply titled, Top Secret. Subject B, 14256, a peculiar entity, emerged 400 kilometers west of Baidu following the Great Cataclysm. Surrounded by a white halo, it hovered with an indeterminate form, seemingly on the brink of death. Prolonged eye contact is prohibited, as it could lead to severe contamination, turning one into an ardent follower. It possesses immense strength and remarkable self-healing abilities. Lacking the blood, typically understood in conventional terms, it is immune to most forbidden substances and entirely resistant to mental extraordinary abilities. The 2 commanders perished, and 3 warriors were gravely injured. Yet they successfully captured and contained it, sealing its file as top secret. Long-term research has revealed the following characteristics. Direct gaze, listening, and killing are all prohibited. After comprehensive consideration, it was designated the codename, Deity. Chapter 43. I am a security guard. Bang. A loud crash echoed as Jiang Yu slammed against the wall. Hiss, he inhaled sharply. The pain was excruciating. He retrieved a small mirror from his pocket. The surface was shattered, but he retained a fragment, holding it above his head. Health, 55. Nearly half gone. It was evident that not all predators were foolish. Only a few had been tricked into jumping off the high building. The more cautious predators navigated the heights, massive in size yet surprisingly agile. Despite Jiang Yu's significant enhancement in strength, it paled in comparison to the predator's towering form. In a direct confrontation, he stood no chance. Just like that, with a slight misstep, the predator's palm, the size of a fan, struck him, nearly sending him flying. Roar! The predator, with only 30 health remaining, remained invigorated. It extracted the steel rebar embedded in its body and lunged at him. Almost 3 meters tall, its muscular frame exuded a palpable sense of pressure. Jiang Yu swiftly dodged to the side and shot out a shadow line. Ensnaring the predator's body, he halted his retreat and, with a surge of strength in his arm, propelled himself towards the predator, which had just landed. A mass of black substance surged upon the shadow claws, piercing straight into its chest. Bang! In the next moment, he was sent flying again. Drip, drip. Blood oozed from the predator's wound, splattering onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Jiang Yu rose from the ground, panting as he tended to his injuries, not rushing to attack. He dusted off his clothes and then pulled out a piece of candy. The battle was fierce, and after much deliberation, he managed to select a relatively intact piece. He popped it into his mouth, crunching it down. The momentum was impressive, albeit a bit odd in shadow form. At least, the nearby Dengku, who was silently recording the video with his phone, didn't seem to notice his peculiar antics. 3. Jiang Yu spoke softly. Roar. The predator scratched at its chest, seemingly uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it failed to detect anything unusual and charged at Jiang Yu once more. Thud, thud, thud. Its limbs pounded the ground, creating a dull thud with each step. Jiang Yu counted down again. Why is Wart's brother trying to show off? Dengku glanced at the screen, then raised his eyes to Jiang Yu. It was getting closer, rapidly approaching, in just a matter of meters. At the predator's speed, it was almost instantaneous. Hey, move. Wart's brother stood there like a wooden post, frozen in place. As the final countdown reached its conclusion, the predator leaped high into the air. Bang. Suddenly, 5 strands of silk shot forth from the predator's body. One fell to the ground, another pierced the ceiling, while the remaining 3 anchored to the walls and pillars. Utilizing inertia, the predator continued forward, but its momentum was drastically reduced, coming to a halt just as its claws were about to graze Jiang Yu's face. Health, 8. Its upper body nearly exploded from within. The most vicious strand shot out from the predator's mouth, and if it had been aimed a bit more directly, it might have pierced its brain. A small mass of shadow orb was released, detonating in the air or sticking to the opponent, causing limited damage. However, if it managed to implant within the enemy's body, the explosive force unleashed would be terrifying. With its remaining health teetering on the brink, Jiang Yu shook off the blood on his arm. The 5 massive claws spread wide, enveloping the predator. It was over. Execution. Bang. It burst apart like a watermelon. Dengku swallowed hard. Putting everything aside, Wart's brother truly knew how to put on a show. If only I could be as cool as you. Jiang Yu crunched on the candy, exhaling a long breath. Attributes. Shadow points. 78, remaining lifespan, 47 days. From dawn till dusk, 3 predators, along with a few unexpectedly discovered minor anomalies, had successfully brought his shadow points to over 70, resulting in a slight feeling of fullness in his body. Though it was hardly noticeable. As for the remaining lifespan, in just 2 days, it had surged close to 50 days. Jiang Yu could proudly thump his chest, declaring, not only can I survive the new year, but I will also endure until the first monthly exam after school starts. Speaking of which, he wasn't even sure if there would be a monthly exam in the special training camp. Over the past 2 days of hunting, he encountered several scavengers or night patrol members alongside Dengku. Without a doubt, most of them were significantly stronger than him. Especially that one time when he looked down from a high building. A scavenger had struck down without any apparent special move, effortlessly splitting open a creature even more terrifying than the predator. He wondered when he would possess such strength. Jiang Yu waved at Dengku, signaling him to come out. Wart's brother, today's video was quite good. Dengku jogged over, giving him a thumbs up repeatedly. Make sure to help me edit it when we get back. But Dengku's expression froze. For a paycheck. Heh, given our relationship, even if I don't get paid, I would still help you edit the video. Then I want to pay you. Jiang Yu chuckled, patting his shoulder. Why do you seem so short on cash? What do you do for a living? A scavenger. In this reality, is that all you do? A security guard. Dengku grinned widely, explaining that he usually dealt with unruly property owners, caught loan delivery workers, and managed to escape when encountering criminals. You wouldn't believe it, just a couple of days ago, I taught 2 unruly owners a lesson. They really thought buying a house made it theirs. Goodness, you truly are that kind of person. Jiang Yu felt a pang of discomfort. He could understand being a physical education teacher, but a security guard was both expected yet surprising. You don't understand, the pressure of a mortgage is immense. And with children needing to be taken care of, I have no choice but to earn a little extra on the side. Before encountering Jiang Yu, Deng Ku had been meek, remaining silent in the face of formidable anomalies, while readily striking down weaker ones. Despite being at the first-tier level, his principle in single combat was clear. Crush those below, ambush those at a middle level, and flee when facing higher levels. Mortgage, car payments, daily expenses. Perhaps this is the pain of entering middle age in a world of the extraordinary. Alright, that's enough for today. Let's head back. Sure, right. Wart's brother. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Are you still going out to hunt? Before he knew it, it was already New Year's Eve. TSK. Forget it. I'll take a few days off. Alright. Denka nodded repeatedly. Wart's brother, you should indeed rest. With such high-intensity hunting every day, your body could easily take a toll. I see you're worried about me getting hurt, fearing that no one will pay you a hefty reward. Jiang Yu smiled but didn't press the issue. Wart's brother, I'm heading back. Denka waved his hand. See you later. Jiang Yu leaped towards the building, freely traversing the 100-meter-high structure. Soon, he swung through the shadows and dashed forward, shortly emerging from the shadow layer onto the street outside the community. As he stepped out from the corner, Jiang Yu approached the main road. After a day of battling and hunting, he returned home to tease Lu Yaoyao, living a blissful life. What's this? As he neared the community, Jiang Yu noticed new flyers on the ground. They seemed different from the previous cards. Could it be that newcomers had arrived? This was excellent news. His eyes brightened as he picked one up, only for it to lose its luster. Good news, good news. Are you still worried that your talents are insufficient? Do you wish to become the child of someone else's family? In the realm of humanities and sciences, how should one navigate the paths of the future? Chuyang Group is a well-regarded establishment recognized by the Yuhai Gathering. Nutritional solutions, medicinal platinum, guidance for the arts, and coaching for the sciences. Only for these 3 days. What on earth is this? Chapter 44. We are the lighthouse. The next day, gazing at the towering 30-story edifice before him, Jiang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Beside him, Lu Yuqiang appeared, filled with anticipation. That flyer must be deceptive, Jiang Yu remarked. Who says so? Lu Yuqiang retorted. It's Chuyang Group. Such a large corporation has no need for false advertising. Otherwise, the Night Watch Bureau would surely investigate. The effects might not be as splendid as you imagine. Let us see how effective it is, Lu Yuqiang replied. Setting aside everything else, it's an opportunity to broaden our horizons. Didn't they mention there would be explanations for the sciences? I might as well get a head start. Fine, Jiang Yu conceded reluctantly as he followed him inside. Upon entering the building, the first thing that captured their attention was an oval sphere in the center of the floor. The orb, made of an unknown material, was not entirely smooth. It bore slight indentations and was adorned with flame-like embellishments. This was the emblem of Chuyang Group. Surrounding them, pristine white tiles sprawled out, and column-shaped chandeliers hung down, presenting an atmosphere of elegance and simplicity on the first floor. Chuyang Group, an enterprise established nearly 50 years ago, truly flourished in the last 2 decades, primarily focusing on pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, becoming quite renowned in the surrounding Yuhai region. The flyer from yesterday originated from Chuyang Group, essentially promoting a new type of nutritional liquid and future employment directions in the arts and sciences, primarily aimed at attracting students and parents. Since deciding to pursue a career in the sciences, Lu Yuqiang had been particularly attentive to information in this domain. Shortly after entering the lobby, a uniformed young lady approached them with a smile. Hello, are you two heading to the exhibition hall? This way, please. Are you high school students? She inquired. Yes, Jiang Yu nodded, surveying the area. For some reason, upon entering Chuyang Group, he felt an inexplicable flutter of trepidation, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him closely. Truly a formidable corporation. Their security measures were impressive. Currently, the first-floor exhibition hall is introducing our newly developed supplements, which will benefit both the arts and sciences in the future. You might find it intriguing, the lady continued. All right, Lu Yuqiang exclaimed, eager to learn more. The exhibition hall was spacious, resembling a museum. Divided into sections, it showcased exotic remains, obsolete equipment, historical artifacts, and the inventions of Chuyang Group. As they walked through the corridor, they soon encountered a bespectacled man in a lab coat, holding a small microphone, who began his lecture. This drug, codenamed T1928, is named Glyceriza. Developed over a decade by Dr. XXX from Baidu, it effectively alleviates fatigue and enhances brain activity. What is this? Jiang Yu felt a stirring within him and glanced to the side. Noticing a fleeting dark red glow, his gaze sharpened. Xiaoqiang, you listen here. I'll go take a look over there. Lu Yuqiang, engrossed in the presentation, waved his hand, suggesting they could communicate by phone if needed. Something feels off. Jiang Yu wandered away. Honey, this supplement seems promising. Should we buy some for Hehe to try? It might be beneficial, a familiar voice echoed nearby. You and your beliefs. This is nothing but a tax on intelligence. Just so you know, we'll only buy a little. Jiang Yu turned to see none other than Deng Kuo. The man looked only slightly older than Jiang Yu, yet he was already married. Observing the little girl nestled between the couple, he estimated she was merely 4 or 5 years old. Such a young age to be arranged by her parents. How unfortunate. Jiang Yu discreetly passed by them, avoiding attention, and made his way to the artifact exhibition area. Paintings, texts, maps, among them lay a shattered sword, rusted and bearing witness to the struggles of ancestors against the exotic. There were remnants of the Night Watch Bureau's tattered uniforms. Every tier symbolized glory. Jiang Yu paused before a particular painting in it. A man clad in a tattered Night Watch uniform raised a flaming torch. Countless eyes were fixed upon the light, many glistening with tears. This elevated flame was the sole beacon in the oppressive darkness. Nearby, a small inscription read, Chu Yang, authored by XXX, dedicated to the founder of Chu Yang Group, Mr. Zhao Chu Yang. This pharmaceutical group is involved in such matters. Zhao Chu Yang was once a night watchman. Suddenly, a voice arose beside him. Jiang Yu glanced to the right, his eyelids fluttering. A scruffy-looking man stood next to him, approximately 6 feet tall, with rugged features exuding a certain charm typical of middle-aged men. He was the night watchman who had come to assist that day in the shadowy depths of the mall. Recalling the moment when the man had swatted away a phantom, the image flickered in Jiang Yu's mind. The man was accompanied by a little girl who looked about the same age as Deng Ku's daughter. What a coincidence. Familiar faces abound at this corporate exhibition. He evidently did not recognize Jiang Yu as the shadowy figure. And as he gazed at the painting, he softly began to speak. In the 50th year of the Cataclysm era, during a time of upheaval, another river of blood flowed during the Great Exodus. Throughout this exodus, some were seduced by the exotic, causing them to scatter from the main force. The team led by Zhao Chu Yang was one such group. After becoming separated, darkness enveloped them, and the shadows stirred with agitation. As a night watchman, Zhao Chu Yang resolutely chose to raise his torch, drawing the exotics away and successfully saving nearly 100 lives. Unfortunately, he could not return, nor even leave behind his remains. Fortunately, his descendants successfully expanded the Chu Yang group, contributing to both civilian life and the extraordinary realm. So that was it. This tale may not be legendary, and in the man's dry narration, it seemed somewhat ordinary. Yet Jiang Yu could still envision the hardships of that era. From a nation far larger than the former Hua Xia to the scattered territories now marked on the map, a century of catastrophe cannot be summarized in a few pages of a textbook. What does the Night Watch Bureau represent to you? He suddenly asked. Father? The girl did not hear clearly. He gently ruffled his daughter's hair and continued. At the dawn of the millennium, the abyss descended, and the exotics invaded. The great Zhou lay in ruins, despair dragged the world into darkness. The land beneath our feet suffers under enemy invasion. You either submit or perish. There has never been a middle ground. We are the sanctuary for the majority, the lighthouse that dispels darkness. Among us are many, men, women, elders, and youth, lost in the dark, suffocated by despair. Behind us, there are no lights. Before us, a fog of uncertainty. Yet, there are always those who carry the flame. Advancing forward to ignite a candle for others, he turned to face Jiang Yu, smiling as he extended his right hand. Song Qingyan, a third-tier night watch officer from Yuhai.it, is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Li Zhanjiang's nephew. Jiang Yu hesitated briefly, cautiously shaking his hand. Li Zhanjiang? Chapter 45. Chu Yang Group, Cultivating the Exotic. That disheveled, unkempt man, with a beard and a tendency to drink himself under the table, sing off-key, and turn pale from horror films. Tripping over his own feet while playing soccer, was he truly a great Zhou general? It was no wonder Jiang Yu had not contemplated this. Uncle Li's image was far from that of a formidable warrior. Coupled with his missing arm and jovial demeanor, he often procured items from the Night Watch Bureau, embodying the archetype of a high-ranking bureaucrat with an air of authority. had he not been his nephew. Jiang Yu might have been tempted to report him. Now, however, it only felt delightful. Dad, this place isn't fun. Let's go over there. The little girl tugged at Song Qing'an's sleeve. Apologies, my dear. You're quite the handful, he replied with a hint of regret. They released their hands. She is quite adorable, Jiang Yu remarked, shifting his gaze. Little sister, what is your name? Hello, big brother. My name is Song Xian. You can call me Xin Xin. Her round, sparkling eyes seemed to speak volumes. And the little girl, cheeks puffed, was far from shy. Jiang Yu could not help but smile at her charming demeanor. I heard from my colleagues that you participated in an early testing batch. You should soon enter the special training camp. I've been appointed as one of the instructors for this session, so we should meet again upon your return. If you have time, feel free to visit the Night Watch Bureau to chat with me. I would be more than happy to converse with the nephew of General Li, of course, provided I am present. Song Qing'an affectionately ruffled her hair, then smiled and nodded at Jiang Yu. All right then. I'll take her to explore elsewhere. Until we meet again, Jiang Yu bid farewell, he pondered thoughtfully. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have connected this gentle man with the fierce figure who had dispatched phantoms with a single blow. The slovenly, greasy middle-aged man known as Uncle Li, the timid scavenger, Deng Ku, and the mild-mannered Song Qing'an, who could obliterate exotics with a single punch. It seems that the extraordinary exist in dualities, upon further reflection. While he appeared to be a frequent patron of glamorous establishments, one would never suspect that he was, in fact, a powerful warrior battling exotics in the shadows. Old Song, an instructor at the special training camp? One could only wonder what his abilities were. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine as he instinctively lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The faint crimson glow flickered before me once more. Accompanied by vague black lines, the figure swiftly disappeared into the shadows. A chill ran through Jiang Yu's heart as he immediately gave chase. It seemed the entity was waiting for him. As soon as Jiang Yu turned the corner, it vanished again. He pressed on, pursuing and catching glimpses of the elusive figure. The crowd around him thinned, and he passed through one exhibition area after another. His rapid movement drew the attention of other visitors and staff alike. Hello, may I assist you with something? A staff member approached him. Nothing, I'm just on a schedule. The staff member looked momentarily confused. On schedule, time for some exercise. Good heavens, you're seriously speed-walking through the entire venue? Aren't you? Would you like to walk with me? Jiang Yu cast her a sidelong glance. No, not at all, goodbye. He continued onward. After rounding another corner, the figure had completely vanished from sight. Such upscale buildings typically featured anomaly detectors. If any aberration appeared, an alarm would undoubtedly sound. The figure was merely relying on the shadows. Had it been so reckless in the real world, it would have been apprehended long ago. Jiang Yu raised his head, noticing two men clad in black, their sunglasses shielding their eyes, stationed at the stairway. They remained silent, yet Jiang Yu could sense their gaze lingering on him from behind the dark lenses. A sign on the adjacent wall read, "Unauthorized personnel keep out." Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom? Jiang Yu offered an innocuous smile. This way, one of the black-clad men gestured. Thank you. Upon entering the restroom, he slipped into the shadows seamlessly, re-emerging at the stairway of the shadow realm. His gaze pierced through the space, landing on the two men before shifting to the stairs. Preventing entry? Let me see who is behind this. Cloaked in a shroud of shadow, Jiang Yu hastened up the stairs. The second floor was an office area, the third floor too. Wait, there it is. The figure took off running, and Jiang Yu sprinted after it. It was a ghostly apparition. In a fleeting moment, he finally caught a clearer glimpse. Nothing else stood out. Those two distinctive large blades, coupled with the ethereal silhouette, instantly conjured the term yuling in his mind. The figure twisted and turned, leaving Jiang Yu somewhat dizzy. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, it rushed downward, descending to the second or third underground level, where a glimmer of light emerged. Number 9 has returned. Enter. There's a sound. Just around the corner to the right. Jiang Yu glanced around before stepping out of the shadow realm. The corridor in the real world was desolate and devoid of any light source, making it difficult to discern which side constituted the shadow realm. What on earth was the Chuyang group up to? No. 9? Referring to that aberration? Jiang Yu was filled with questions. He pulled out a small mirror, tentatively angling it towards the corner. Excellent, there's nothing here in the real world. Only then did he feel reassured enough to step out. Before him lay an expansive corridor, devoid of even a single grand door. To be precise, there was space for a door to be installed, yet none had been fitted. Conversely, the scene within the shadow realm revealed a massive silver door. Appearing extraordinarily solid, blocking the way, a sudden realization dawned upon Jiang Yu. The Chuyang group had constructed a vast underground facility, while in the real world, they merely created a rough outline of the space. With the actual equipment relocated to the shadow realm. So, you truly do possess something here. Such changes only deepened his unease. Jiang Yu continued onward. Passing through the door in the real world, his vision traversed into the shadow realm simultaneously. He inhaled sharply. In the shadow realm, an array of intricate instruments filled the space, with individuals clad in white lab coats bustling about, performing operations Jiang Yu could not comprehend. The room was vast. With doors leading in all directions, he wandered aimlessly until finally, after navigating a corridor requiring disinfection, he crossed through a door. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted gradually. Within numerous cylindrical containers lay one aberration after another. Some possessed 2 claws, others 1 claw and a blade, and the complete forms brandished 2 blades. Even more alarmingly, some were still developing, their sizes comparable to small dogs. As he ventured deeper, his heart skipped a beat. In a colossal culture dish, a predator was present. What on earth was the Chuyang group planning? Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the identification information provided after he defeated the first apparition, which stated, description, inferior abyssal aberration, belonging to the shadow and ghost species, capable of exhibiting extraordinary strength within shadows. Should it set its sights on you, beware of your back. Note, this aberration seems to be far more complex. It turned out the manual had detected anomalies long ago. At that moment, 2 individuals in white lab coats, holding file folders, appeared to be engaged in conversation. Chapter 46. I come from the Spark. Dr. Wu, the cultivation of Yuling is now on the right track. The breeding program for the predator will mature in about a month and a half. President Zhao's intention is to allow us to focus on stabilizing the Yuling and predator control. Do you have any thoughts, Doctor? The younger man displayed a look of helplessness. Aberrations are notoriously difficult to tame. Previously, that Yuling had escaped, causing a significant disturbance in the mall. We're researching controllable aberrations to minimize casualties among the Night Watchers. Yet this resembles an evil research organization. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. The situation seemed to diverge from his expectations. He concealed himself in a corner of the room. Thanks to his shadow form, the 2 individuals were entirely oblivious to the presence of a listener within the room. Jiang Yu had initially thought they were secretly developing aberrations, biological crises, T-virus, black light virus. His mind conjured various conspiracies. However, listening to their conversation now, it appeared far more intricate. Deng Ku had previously mentioned that hunting aberrations allowed their corpses to be sold to the Night Watch and other organizations, including the Chuyang Group. This was an officially certified company with acquisition qualifications. It seemed the research content and direction were known to the Night Watch. However, as he pieced everything together, Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss. He continued eavesdropping. Aberrations, by nature, are violent and challenging to control. Dr. Wu sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. Starting from the blood species and using flesh to entice them could indeed lead to taming and education, but aberrations are not ordinary pets. The effectiveness is woefully inadequate. Such ingrained bloodlust is not easily altered. We must begin with the soul species. The assistant hesitated, remaining silent. He too understood the potential of this approach, yet the difficulty was immense. To date, humanity still grasped only a fraction of the essence of souls, with no significant breakthroughs. Otherwise, the talent theory would not prevail. Those of 5-tier talent have a limit of 5 tiers, while 4-tier talents are confined to 4 tiers. How many predecessors failed to effect change? If a method could be developed to manipulate aberrations through the soul species, other fields would surely experience significant breakthroughs. Record the data, Dr. Wu instructed. Certainly. The 2 approached the culture chamber, where the control panel beeped, displaying various data, and they proceeded with a series of incomprehensible operations, documenting the status of the aberrations. Doctor, number 9 has returned. Shall we check its condition? Not long after, another man in a white coat approached to inquire. Oh? Yes, let's. Dr. Wu nodded. Number 9, currently the most unique Yuling. Initially, we attempted to use the soul species for aberration, with promising results. However, the entire process was fraught with coincidences. In recent days, Dr. Wu and his team have been tirelessly researching, attempting to replicate its situation in other aberrations. Yet all have ended in failure. Jiang Yu quickly withdrew from the shadow realm and entered the real world, then closely followed the group of doctors. The path remained convoluted and winding. He had no idea how long this underground maze had been under construction, but its vastness was astonishing. Finally, upon entering a massive chamber, the aberrations were no longer submerged in containers but confined within specially designed rooms, resembling a prison. Continuing deeper, at the innermost part, a Yuling adorned with black lines was imprisoned. It was her. The creature's eyes glowed crimson, and its gaze, penetrating and haunting, flicked over Dr. Wu before resting on Jiang Yu. Did it possess the ability to see through space as well? Jiang Yu's heart raced. Moreover, was this Yuling Lin Mo? If so, the implications were chilling. Hello? Number 9, Dr. Wu spoke into a microphone, his voice echoing into the confinement. The Yuling seemed to comprehend, raising its large blade to tap against the glass as a form of acknowledgement. Dr. Wu smiled faintly. How do you feel? Can you use the new eyes I fitted for you? Tap, tap, tap. The glass was knocked again. That's good to hear. You were blind, which significantly impacted your strength, so I specifically provided you with a pair of fine eyes. Remember, I am Dr. Wu, one of the few who truly cares for you. Tap, tap, tap. Dr. Wu's smile broadened. It seems your emotions are stabilizing. The assistant's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. If we can have one, no. 9. There will undoubtedly be more. Dr. Wu meticulously examined his creation within the glass. Let aberrations combat aberrations. I believe we are not far from achieving that day. The instruments monitored number 9's condition, and his satisfaction grew. Where's the soul stone? Bring it out for number 9 to use. However, the assistant inquired, Doctor, if we continue research at this pace, will the aberrations gain consciousness and potentially escape our control, becoming even more difficult to handle? After a brief silence, Dr. Wu furrowed his brow but nodded. What you mentioned pertains to future developments. It could indeed happen. However, I believe solutions will also emerge. Doctor, I have another question. The assistant's gaze swept over the aberrations before settling on no. 9's face. In the future, is it possible to swap the souls of humans and aberrations using the soul species? This is utter nonsense. Dr. Wu's expression shifted slightly as he sternly reprimanded, regardless of whether the technology you speak of can be developed in the future. Transforming living beings into aberrations is an extreme affront to the very essence of humanity, a transgression that obliterates conscience. He Tianming, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding past friendships. Apologies, apologies. He Tianming repeatedly offered his apologies, hastily retrieving the soul stone. I'm sorry. The remorse on He Tianming's face deepened. Dr. Wu's eyes widened in shock. A dagger plunged into his heart. He Tianming's demeanor gradually became subdued. Aberrations? Humanity, the Night Watch. My apologies, Doctor, but let's end the research here. You. Dr. Wu's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his pupils constricting. I come from the fire seed. He Tianming answered the question he had yet to voice. What on earth? Jiang Yu was taken aback. This aberration prison had no blind spots, and it seemed to possess several detectors. For safety's sake, he did not enter the shadow layer. Instead, he sought a highly concealed spot, activated his phone to record audio and video, while he himself concealed in the present world. Don't ask why the phone could record both audio and video simultaneously. Just know it was a few devices. He watched as the two began to converse quite happily, unaware of their discussion, the old man growing increasingly irate, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Then the young man, likely in a rebellious phase, drew a dagger and stabbed it directly into the old man's heart. The movement was swift and fierce, leaving bystanders unable to react. Bang! Without waiting for them to regain their senses, the young man raised his right fist, fingers spread wide, then clenched tightly. A visible shockwave surged outward with a thunderous roar. Sweeping across the surroundings in less than half a second, the shockwave engulfed the entire space. Amidst the cacophony of shattering sounds, the prison for aberrations was utterly destroyed. More than a dozen lab-coated individuals exploded on the spot. Except for Dr. Wu, roar, the aberrations rushed out of their cages, howling with abandon. Go. He Tianming adjusted his glasses, gently wiping away the blood splattered on his face. Then he slowly sat down, thud. he was cold. Indeed, his complexion rapidly darkened, vitality dissipating at an alarming rate, blood level reduced to 0. Truly, he was cold, a student slaying his mentor, releasing aberrations, and meeting his demise. All of this transpired in mere seconds. What the hell? Jiang Yu had just placed a candy cigarette in his mouth, utterly dumbfounded. A few words echoed in his mind. What on earth just happened? Chapter 47. A premeditated chaos. All the aberrations frantically rushed towards the exit. In such a vast space, it took merely 30 seconds for everything to be vacated. The ground bore several still wet patches of blood, and the only living creature remaining was likely Dr. Wu. However, his blood level had plummeted to 25 due to that dagger. Despite appearing to have some left, it was dwindling at an exaggerated pace. After all, a pierced heart guaranteed a cold fate. Jiang Yu possessed no healing skills. Even if he were to extract the old man now, navigating through the twists and turns would take considerable time. Moreover, if he really took the old man through the maze, the elder's frail frame might very well result in an instantaneous loss of all vitality. Confirming that no one was around, Jiang Yu entered the shadow layer. The phone, along with He Tianming's movements, became inoperative, and Jiang Yu felt a twinge of heartache as he jogged to the old man's side. Blood poured from the elder's mouth, his eyes wide open, radiating a palpable sense of unwillingness. "Old man, is there anything you wish to convey?" Jiang Yu leaned down. In such a brief moment, blood level had already dropped to 10. Dr. Wu's lips trembled as he struggled to produce sound. "Fire seed." "Fire seed?" Jiang Yu repeated. Dr. Wu nodded vigorously, his voice hoarse. "He is fire seed." "What is fire seed? What exactly is fire seed?" Jiang Yu was once again filled with questions. What is fire seed? Whether it was an illusion or not, after voicing that inquiry, he sensed Dr. Wu's unwillingness to succumb intensifying. His eyes seemed ready to pop out. Unfortunately, just a few seconds later, Dr. Wu's blood level reached 0, and he passed away completely. His veins gradually turned black, rendering him grotesque and terrifying. Good gracious. This apprentice not only killed his mentor but also employed poison in his attack. Ruthless, too ruthless. Jiang Yu silently committed the old man's words to memory, then rose swiftly to return to the present world and flee. The entire basement housed dozens of aberrations. With such a massive number, who knows what chaos might ensue? Following the route etched in his memory, he zigzagged through the chaos. Along the way, he passed various experimental apparatuses, with researchers lying still, some lifeless, amidst the utter disarray. However, he did not encounter many aberrations. Likely, they had all rushed out. A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Yu's heart. He quickened his pace, constantly switching between the shadow layer and the present world to avoid detection. Minutes later, he returned to the exhibition hall. "Run! Aberration! Help! Help!" The aberrations roared forth, and the crowd scattered in disarray. Everywhere was overturned counters, scattered documents, and flyers. No one paid attention to anyone else, all eager to escape. Flames erupted, and a pungent odor filled the air, suffocating those nearby. The blaring sirens pierced through the chaos. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered. Who would have thought that a grand corporate exhibition would devolve into such a state? Jiang Yu, coincidentally, Lu Yuqiang, swept away by the crowd, spotted him, his face ashen. He seized Jiang Yu, urging, "We must flee. There are aberrations in this building. It's terrifying, Jiang Yu. I tell you, there are so many aberrations in this building. I was just listening to the personnel from Chuyang Group explain the newly developed nutrient solution. The effects are remarkable. I was about to purchase a treatment, right at the payment interface, when the alarms went off. You can't imagine it." The entire hall erupted in chaos, and I barely escaped with my slower legs, only to find an aberration blocking the exit. Whoever managed to escape first was caught off guard and was killed on the spot. It was horrifying, truly horrifying, I tell you. Gripping Jiang Yu, the two hastened towards the exit. Am I still in time to apply for the extraordinary liberal arts? I'm scared, Jiang Yu. Almost there. We are about to exit. It's just ahead. Hold on, it's right in front. We made it out. Jiang Yu, I'm so happy. This feeling of escaping death is something I will never forget in my next life. How about you? Exhilarating, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu? Lu Yuqiang halted, bewildered, glancing around. Others had made it out. But where is Jiang Yu? The exhibition area spanned more than just the first floor. The second and third floors were also open. The burnt smell Jiang Yu detected emanated from these two levels. The flames spread at an alarming rate, almost unreasonably fast. Thick smoke enveloped the area, and by the time Jiang Yu regained his senses, the fire had already reached the fourth floor. Climb up, everyone, quickly. Mom, I'm scared. That door over there is blocked. Fire. The flames are spreading again. Panic seized the crowd. This way, up this way, a staff member beckoned. Crack, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd. A giant knife shattered the glass, and the windows broke, sending shards flying. Bang. Just as it finished its roar, another shadow burst forth from the flames, delivering a powerful kick. The entire body slammed against the wall with a muffled thud. Creating a dent in the surface as the paint flaked off, the shadow advanced, executing a swift and fierce counterslam before the opponent could react. The earth-shattering sound startled many, causing their flesh to tremble. Bang! Jiang Yu raised his fist again, bringing it down heavily. The head of the apparition was driven into the tiled floor, cracking the surface and revealing a web of fine fissures. To speak of the extraordinary, in terms of sheer strength, is to describe a humanoid machine. Each punch and kick is beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. This is exhilarating. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The structures in the shadow layer were as hard as anything. Whether he slammed into the ground or against a wall, there was no change. Yet in reality, he could effortlessly shatter the ground with a single punch. Literary prowess, with tons of power, utterly terrifying. Jiang Yu remained silent, merely repeating the motion of lifting his fist and striking down, again lifting his fist, again striking down. Boom! The ground of this layer was actually being shattered by him. The two fell to the ground, surrounded by fierce flames, and with that one strike, the apparition was thoroughly defeated. Delightful, exhilarating. Jiang Yu leaped up, ascending to the fifth floor, where people were already rushing upward, and there were hardly any stragglers left on this floor. He quickened his pace and followed up to the fifth floor. A portion of the crowd recoiled in shock. Don't be afraid. He's the Do Sheng blogger. I know. He's the amnesiac Yaozi brother. In that moment, Jiang Yu genuinely felt gratitude towards Do Sheng. It saved him from further explanations. Though, the title Yaozi brother was indeed not very flattering. Yaozi brother, you're on fire. Someone pointed out. Jiang Yu looked down, noticing several flames dancing around his arm. Good heavens. This fire is definitely problematic. He hurriedly patted his arm to extinguish the flames, then immediately declared, I have limited manpower. I can only take one person down at a time. The flames are spreading too quickly. You all decide the order to go down, and then hurry up to climb higher. Having said that, he directly focused on a younger boy in the crowd. Starting with the child, Mom, I'm scared. The little boy, having likely never seen such a dark and imposing figure, was so frightened that he couldn't even cry. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Just as the mother's words fell, a shadowy tendril ensnared the little boy, pulling him into his embrace. I'll be right back for you all. With that, Jiang Yu leaped through the window. This was the fifth floor of the building. Many who didn't understand Jiang Yu gasped in astonishment. He rushed down, soaring through the air, shooting out shadowy tendrils, and landed. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. The terrified, dazed little boy was placed on the ground, surrounded by a cordon of warning tape, as several night patrol officers rushed forward. Inside, many others remained, urgently devising ways to extinguish the flames and rescue the trapped individuals. Jiang Yu hurriedly uttered some words. He glanced towards the nearby building and inhaled sharply. This area was entirely under the jurisdiction of Chuyang Group, and a slightly shorter building next door had its windows shattered, revealing chaotic scenes within. Was that Song Qing'an? Amidst the raging inferno, the formidable night patrol officers were hindered. This chaos was clearly premeditated. Chapter 48. A fork in the road. Once more Song Qing'an possessed formidable strength, though Jiang Yu could not ascertain the extent of it. However, when confronting the specters, a mere slap from a distance of several meters would suffice. A third-tier night patrol officer. Just by the name, one could tell he was no weakling. If they were not ensnared by another high-rise building at this moment, far fewer people would be trapped by the flames. A cursory glance from Jiang Yu suggested that there were about 30 individuals. He immediately organized a rescue team. The captain of the night patrol swiftly issued commands. He wished to ask more, But Jiang Yu had already leapt away, soaring into the air amidst the gasps of the onlookers beyond the cordon, shooting forth shadowy tendrils and ascending to the third floor with ease. With a powerful fist, he shattered the glass, and within 10 seconds, he emerged once more, the tendrils gripping the structure as he swung down. "Thank you, comrade." The captain swallowed the remainder of his words as Jiang Yu descended and took flight again. The entire process leaving no room for dialogue. Again and again, he rescued individuals, their minds befuddled, glancing back in confusion. Tourists who had escaped earlier stood outside the cordon, still shaken, staring at the building. Some curious bystanders had approached, drawn by the commotion. The claws on that creature were terrifying, appearing exceedingly sharp. It was charging upwards, engulfed in flames. Who was he? Some gasped in awe, others clenched their fists, and some took out their phones to capture the moment. Unbeknownst to the number of onlookers, Jiang Yu traversed the flames, his body catching a few flickers, which he waved away. The continuous high-intensity ascents and descents began to wear on him. Fortunately, the weather was rather overcast today, with insufficient light. Otherwise, the consumption of using shadow form in the present world would have been even more exaggerated. Once the flames spread to the 6th floor, their advance slowed somewhat, at a height of over 20 meters. The difficulty of the rescue increased again. He had already saved a few from the window. Shattering another window from a different side, Jiang Yu quickly scanned the area, where even more people gathered, 8 in total. A restroom was nearby. He procured extra cloth and other items, soaked them in water, and spread them on the ground, thereby slightly delaying the flames. "Are there any children? I will take the children down first." Jiang Yu inquired, "My child. Have you seen my child? And my child? My child has gone missing. Gone missing? This will be quite difficult to find, dear brothers and sisters. My daughter seems to be trapped downstairs." Sobbing could be heard from a woman. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. "Can you all hold on?" "Yes," a man gritted his teeth, stating, "We still have a bit of water. We can hold on for a while longer. Then I will go rescue people from the fire." He glanced outside the window. Thick smoke began to rise ominously from below. Even if they could endure, it would not be for long. Time was of the essence. Jiang Yu turned and vanished from their sight, plunging into the shadow realm in an instant. The oppressive heat dissipated completely, replaced by a chilling breeze that penetrated to the core. Stamina and shadow points were rapidly replenished. He had to admit that the shadow realm's enhancement of shadow form was both exaggerated and incredibly useful. The 4th floor of the building housed an unknown department, and from the perspective of the living world, flames raged everywhere. He turned left and right but saw no signs of life. "Is anyone there?" He emerged from the shadow realm, calling out loudly. Cracked out a faint sound reached his ears. He dashed into the adjacent office area. It was merely the sound of a desk being scorched and crumbling. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a bloodied figure in the corner caught his attention. Health, 33, and steadily decreasing. Jiang Yu rushed closer. The individual was severely burned, curled up and unconscious. The fire had not spread too severely in the office area, but the dense smoke was far more lethal. If they delayed rescue for another half-minute, they would likely be beyond saving. "Let us go." Jiang Yu lifted him onto his back, shattered the glass with shadow tendrils, and leapt out. He emerged once more. A gasp rippled through the crowd, safely landing. The shadow swiftly resumed its mission. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th. The night patrol was also rapidly organizing personnel to extinguish the flames. Surely there could be no one left now. After placing the last man down, Jiang Yu gasped slightly, fatigue washing over him. It was truly exhausting. Carrying a child was manageable, but an adult weighed between 120 to 130 pounds, or even 170 to 180 pounds at times. Such heavy burdens were only bearable thanks to the enhanced shadow tendrils. "Thank you for your hard work, comrade." The captain of the night patrol saluted standardly. Following that, applause erupted around them, quickly extinguished the flames. He had done all he could. Ultimately, human strength was limited, and if there were any overlooked individuals, it was beyond his capacity to assist. "Comrade, you." The night patrol captain once again left his sentence unfinished as Jiang Yu vanished. Swallowing the rest of his words, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a weary figure appeared, covered in dust and with several wounds, fitting the image of a refugee. "My son. My son has not come out yet." Wailing ensued. My brother is still on the second floor. You must hurry. My daughter must still be on the third floor. The sounds of quarrels and weeping melded into a cacophony, prompting Jiang Yu to sigh softly. Excuse me, may I pass through? Pardon me, coming through. He navigated through the crowd. Hello, young man. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. A somewhat hoarse and choked voice reached Jiang Yu's ears. Grandma, who are you? He looked over. Beside him stood an elderly woman with graying hair, her skin dry and wrinkled, her eyes red and swollen. She was hunched over, clutching a child's backpack, her clothing crumpled. Seeing Jiang Yu glance over, she awkwardly withdrew her hand. Young man, have you seen a little girl about this tall, with braids? She is 7 years old, wearing a pink dress, white shoes, and a little cat hairpin. The flames had spread across multiple floors and relying on the visible health bars. Jiang Yu had scanned every area he could see. Either those trapped were higher up, awaiting rescue, or that they had perished in the blaze. No, wait, he recalled the tourists on the higher floors. There were only a few children, and they had all huddled together. The number of girls was even fewer. He could be certain that the description given by the elderly woman did not match anyone. I understand now, young man. Thank you. The elderly woman discerned the answer from his expression and turned to ask others, excuse me, have you seen a wait? What is that? Jiang Yu's pupils constricted slightly. His gaze pierced through layers of buildings into the shadow realm. Between the towering structures, a figure was swiftly climbing, its tail ensnaring a little girl dressed in pink. Beside it, other strange beings were using various means to carry humans, most of whom were smaller in size, making them easier to transport. They moved in droves, as if driven by some plan. Excuse me, have you seen a little girl about this tall, with braids? Get out of the way. My sister is still in the fire. Haven't you seen her? How many times must I say it? The enraged man raised his arm, causing the elderly woman to stumble back unsteadily. Just as she was about to fall, a tall shadow gently caught her. Grandma, the girl in the pink dress with braids, right? He pointed towards the survivors' rest area established by the night patrol. You should rest for a moment. I think I saw the little girl, and I will go help you find her. Chapter 49. The Rescue Operation. Dad. Where are Jiang Yu and the others? Don't worry, everything is fine. Lu Yuqiang has already made the call. He said they should all have escaped. Escaped means escaped. If they haven't escaped, then what does should mean? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed anxiously. I'm going over there. Nonsense, Lu Nanfeng scolded. It's chaos over here. Are you coming to add to the disorder? But no buts. Stay at home and behave. I am more anxious than you are about Jiang Yu. Just wait for me to bring him back for you. Suddenly, someone interrupted Lu Nanfeng's words. Captain Lu, look. Damn. Lu Yaoyao vaguely heard Lu Nanfeng curse. Yaoyao, I can't talk to you right now. I have to handle this situation. All right, Jiang Yu just called me. I must take the call. Lu Yaoyao hurriedly hung up the phone. Hello? Jiang Yu, how are you? She inquired swiftly. Me? I'm doing quite well, Jiang Yu replied. On the other end, there seemed to be an intense wind howling. Uncertain, Lu Yaoyao asked again, where are you? I'm outside. I know you're outside. Didn't you just experience a fire and encounter a mutant? Ah, it's nothing. I'm quite clever, he said. You should hurry home. Lu Yaoyao bit her lip anxiously. In a rush. I'll return once you finish dinner. Jiang Yu. What exactly are you doing? Lu Yaoyao's tone softened, even more than usual. Jiang Yu felt a sudden impulse to cease his actions. His body paused, the wind whistled fiercely. He then collided with the exterior of a tall building, creating a significant dent, startling the office workers inside who were operating their computers. Their gazes met. Jiang Yu waved his hand and then propelled himself upward with force. His eyes penetrated the space, locking onto the figures running within the shadow layer. His gaze turned cold. I just emerged from the fire scene. Don't worry about me. Oh, by the way, I'd like some cold beef. Remember to add plenty of spice. After hanging up, he had already ascended to the rooftop of the towering building, continuing to run forward. Leaping into the air. Below, people and vehicles moved in an orderly fashion, flanked by neatly planned architectural structures. Shadow strands shot out, pulling at his body, allowing him to linger in midair, soaring. What is that? Spider-Man. Isn't that a character just released by Master Jiang's comic? Black Widow, what a surprise. Who is this guy, using extraordinary powers so recklessly in the city? It's a stroke of luck he hasn't attracted the attention of the Night Watch. Observers were taken aback by the display of extraordinary abilities. Such powers were naturally prohibited in gathering places. Otherwise, it would be chaos with fire breathers and water spewers everywhere. An insane extraordinary being would flaunt their powers so boldly after gaining them, soaring through the air, his form fluidly leaping. Anyone who caught sight of the shadowy figure couldn't help but be captivated. Please cease using your powers immediately. I repeat, extraordinary being, halt at once and submit to an inspection. The voice echoed in his ears as Jiang Yu glanced down. Well, Uncle Lu. He recognized Lu Nanfeng stepping out of a night watch vehicle, shouting through a megaphone. Jiang Yu was merely passing by. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed on. A mutant has emerged, he alerted, continuing forward. With many mutants around, Jiang Yu dared not recklessly enter the shadow layer, opting instead to observe their movements from the real world. Were they targeting the construction site over there? Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. Warning, please stop immediately. Goodbye. Jiang Yu spread his limbs, relishing the feeling of the wind whipping against his body. Hurry and send someone to the shadow layer. This is your final warning. If you do not cease, we will take coercive measures. The night watch personnel beside Lu Nanfeng raised their firearms, their pupils gradually morphing into patterns resembling hawk eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu sensed a piercing gaze lingering upon him, a surge of crisis enveloping him. Did you understand? Send someone to the shadow layer immediately. Jiang Yu lunged to the building's exterior, his feet entwined with the shadows, pushing off with force, scraping the paint off the wall and creating a slight indentation. His body shot upward. Team Lu? As the gun was about to fire, Lu Nanfeng grasped the barrel, signaling for him to stop, instructing to send reinforcements to the shadow layer and urging the Chuyang group to provide support as well. Let us pursue him. The two quickly returned to their vehicle, turning it around. With a press of the accelerator, they surged forward. Go straight, turn left. He is still there. A tall building obstructed their view. Maintaining their speed, they swiftly navigated the intersection, but upon emerging, the shadowy figure had vanished. Where did he go? Ahead lay a vast construction site. District East 1 was situated at the edge of the Cloud Sea gathering place, filled with numerous construction sites and abandoned buildings. Mutants streamed in through various entrances at the construction site, beginning their ascent. Jiang Yu leaped down, and just as he was about to hit the ground, the shadow strands caught onto the building, significantly slowing his descent. With a powerful push, he propelled himself upward. Traversing through the corridors of the building, emerging from one end to the other, positioned atop the tall structure, able to clearly observe the movements across from him. Shadow points, 1374. Having squandered so many in the real world, if he continued running, he might completely exhaust his shadow points. Upon entering the shadow layer, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, almost wanting to moan. After all, the shadow layer was his true domain. He gazed out. The mutants had already placed the captured children down, mostly congregating around the 20th floor. What were they planning to do with all these children? A man clad in special operations gear, his face obscured by a mask, gestured, prompting the mutants to follow him inside. From Jiang Yu's current position, he could not discern what was unfolding. He had no choice but to riskily approach. His heart raced. Chuyang group, sparks, biological experiments. He vaguely sensed that he had unwittingly become entangled in something monumental. He pressed on. Soon, he climbed atop the unfinished building. The mutants were huddled together, silent, as if awaiting something. The children trembled, facing the predatory gazes around them, too frightened to utter a sound. Just then, a loud bang erupted nearby. A small stone struck a pillar, producing a resounding echo. What was that? All the mutants instantly turned their attention, standing alert. Yet, it was merely a small pebble. After waiting 3 to 5 seconds, no one else appeared. Something felt amiss. The mutants returned their gaze to the children before them. Bang! Soon after, another stone struck, drawing their eyes once more. No one was there. They turned back again. Bang, 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 time and again. They pivoted their heads, growing increasingly restless. Gradually, they seemed to realize something was off. The number of children. Why were they decreasing? Chapter 50. First Battle of the Extraordinary. This is not right. Why are the children disappearing? The group of mutants grew more agitated. They exchanged glances, emitting hissing sounds from their mouths. After all, the numbers had plummeted from nearly 20 to just 4 or 5. Even the dimmest among them could discern a problem. Hiss! Suddenly, one of the mutants on the fringe emitted a sharp cry, seemingly in great distress. Its voice instantly captured the attention of the other mutants. As they looked over, they saw it continuously screeching, its claws clutching its throat, appearing to be in immense pain. Hiss! An uncomprehending specter flicked its tail, floating closer. Bang! Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out as 5 shadow strands shot out in all directions. The specter, along with several other mutants, had no time to react and were caught up in the chaos. Hiss! Roar! In an instant, all the mutants became agitated, restlessly pacing in place. Having successfully extracted the last child from the shadow layer, Jiang Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Run! Hurry! He urged. The construction site building did indeed have stairs, but the unfinished structure offered only bare concrete steps, lacking handrails or safety features. The mutants primarily targeted children just over 10 years old, at least not as young as 5 or 6. Otherwise, facing such a situation would have resulted in immediate wailing and an inability to move. In fact, the children were now crying uncontrollably, on the verge of breaking down. Only under Jiang Yu's persistent urging did they shakily begin their descent. Trailing behind them, Jiang Yu occasionally glanced back. Should any mutants possess the ability to traverse between the shadow layer and the real world, a battle would be unavoidable. However, it was evident that such abilities required specific conditions, as he hadn't seen a single mutant pursue them. After descending 3 or 4 floors, the children gradually adapted. Quickening their pace, "We're good now." Jiang Yu retrieved his phone. "Hello? Night Watch?" Bang! Suddenly, the phone exploded, debris and sparks flying into Jiang Yu's face. "Night Watch?" A voice, laced with curiosity, came from behind him. "Who's there?" Jiang Yu's heart raced as he spun around. A man in special operations gear sat on the stairs, looking at him with keen interest. His silver hair glistened, and his emerald green eyes resembled those of a serpent. The skin on his face was not smooth. Instead, faint scales could be discerned. He lounged casually, his expression one of amusement. "I was just wondering which little mouse dared to keep pursuing." His lips curled into a smirk. "Ah, our heroic wart boy has arrived." Clang! His claws shot forth, 10 gleaming blades radiating cold light. "Oh, quite an impressive set of claws," the young man remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice, his lips curving upward. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his chest, as if a massive hammer had struck him squarely, leaving him gasping for breath. By the time he regained his senses, Jiang Yu had been forcefully propelled backward, teetering on the edge of the open space, and began plummeting toward the ground under the pull of gravity. Telekinesis, psychic shock, or some other ability. Deng Ku was right. When facing an extraordinary being with direct and straightforward abilities, one often falls prey to those wielding more elusive powers. Your abilities are visible to the naked eye, entirely known to the enemy, while their powers remain shrouded in mystery. A sudden ambush means losing the initiative, making future encounters even more precarious in a fleeting moment. Jiang Yu's thoughts raced as he prepared to shoot out shadow strands to latch onto the building, when suddenly, he heard a whistling sound above him. It was 4 or 5 steel bars. They were hurtling toward him at high speed, their tips even forming an elliptical aura in the air. Pft, pft. Jiang Yu unleashed a series of shadowy threads, ensnaring the structure, while simultaneously, steel rebars loomed dangerously close. He twisted and turned, deftly evading amidst the menacing bars. After sustaining several lacerations, he successfully slipped into the building's interior. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a figure descending leisurely from the floor above. "I've seen your video," the man remarked, rubbing his wrist. "Tell me, are you truly amnesiac or merely feigning it?" It must be genuine amnesia, considering that one's prowess can often be discerned in the minutiae. No matter how well one masquerades, flaws will inevitably surface. Continuous combat may indeed awaken dormant memories. "Are you affiliated with the Chuyang group?" Jiang Yu regarded him coldly. "No," the man replied, shaking his head, producing 2 spherical devices from his hand. Just as Jiang Yu intended to inquire further, the spheres suddenly shot forth. There's no need for the dead to know so much. With a piercing sound, one of the spheres, small yet swift, grazed past him, while the second struck directly into his abdomen. Pain. The sphere, carrying tremendous force, sent him hurtling backward. Jiang Yu was once again flung away. Where did he go?" The man focused intently, pursuing but failing to catch sight of Jiangyu. Something felt amiss. He suddenly realized a crucial detail. The children were in the shadow layer, and there was a pre-established entrance to it beneath the construction site. He had originally intended to enter the shadow layer but, upon hearing commotion above, had climbed up, only to witness Jiangyu and the children descending. Curiosity about the identity of the mysterious figure momentarily overshadowed his thoughts. Now, reflecting on it, how had the other managed to extract the children from the shadow layer? Glancing around, he found no trace of Jiangyu and began to lose his patience. His irritation grew. This book is lacking in merit, utterly devoid of quality, far too poor. Chapter 51. Hope in the second tier. Just then, his gaze sharpened. Jiangyu had somehow appeared beside a fire hydrant on the roadside. With a swift strike, water erupted forth. He then took off running. A few parked cars lined the street, and Jiangyu delivered a powerful kick, creating a deep dent in the vehicle's body. As the new year approached, the vicinity of the construction site was largely deserted. However, largely did not equate to completely. Beep, beep. The alarm blared in unison, creating a cacophony that sent hearts racing. Most crucially, Jiangyu let out a desperate cry. Help! Is there anyone who can help? Quickly, call the night watchman. Hurry, summon the night watchers. There's a human trafficker here. Help! Can you not have a shred of shame? The man above stared in disbelief at this absurd display. Veins throbbed ominously on his forehead. To be entangled with such a lunatic was truly unfortunate. His expression shifted as he contemplated whether to eliminate Jiangyu right then and there. Ultimately discarding that notion, to be fair, although Jiangyu had not reached the second tier, his strength was undeniable. He lacked the confidence to eliminate Jiangyu swiftly, especially since his main forces were directed at drawing the Night Watcher's attention towards the Chuyang group. Thus avoiding suspicion, as long as he adhered to the plan, everything would proceed smoothly. Who could have predicted that the emergence of the mysterious figure would disrupt everything? If it came to a real skirmish, even if he managed to kill Jiangyu, he feared he wouldn't escape the Night Watcher's pursuit. Forget it. The man's expression darkened as he leaped down the stairs. Unable to kill the mysterious figure, he decided to capture a few more children to mitigate his losses. Descending from several stories, he relied solely on his legs, and before the children even reached the first floor, they heard heavy footsteps thundering behind them. Then, a gust of wind rushed in, and 2 children were lifted before they could react. Help! Don't kill me! Get out of the way! The man's face was grim, charging forward. However, his bulk and immense strength sent several children tumbling. One girl with a ponytail paling as she stumbled towards the stairwell's edge. Fine. 1 boy and 1 girl will suffice. He released the small boy from his grasp, catching the girl by the collar just as she was about to fall. 1 on each side, he charged downward. With a swift motion, just as he reached the first floor and prepared to head to the shadow layer's entrance, a thread shot forth. The man narrowly avoided it, the sharp line grazing his face and leaving a bloody mark. His eyes turned icy. Perched on a nearby shelf, cloaked in darkness, Jiangyu gestured towards the man's hand. Brother, you can run off by yourself. There's no need to drag others along. You really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Su Shan spat through clenched teeth. Jiangyu remained silent, beckoning him with a finger, seeking death. Releasing the 2 children, Su Shan flipped his hand, and 2 spheres shot out instantaneously. This time, Jiangyu was prepared. As he launched his attack, he leapt upwards to evade, landing behind a shelf and successfully disappearing from Su Shan's line of sight. Fool, do you think I would chase after you? Su Shan lifted the 2 children again and strode purposefully in the opposite direction. Well, this is just absurd, Jiangyu thought as he re-emerged, the shadowy thread missed, striking the ground instead. Are you done yet? Su Shan ground his teeth in frustration. You can either drop the children and leave now, or wait for the Night Watchers to arrive. There's no way you're getting away. Jiangyu composed himself, adopting a more serious demeanor. All right, with a thud. He dropped the trembling children to the ground. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, feigning compliance. I'm leaving right now. He took a step back, then another. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Boom! The ring on his left hand shimmered brightly, and Jiangyu had no time to react as a heavy sensation struck his chest. The shadowy form flickered unpredictably, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. The shadow points within him were thrown into chaos, no longer heeding his commands. What is this ability? he felt nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. His body was inundated with negative sensations. Unable to act, Jiang Yu could only watch as Su Shan retrieved several steel spheres once more. Bang! The steel spheres were released, crashing into him. Jiang Yu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. The sound of crumbling bricks echoed around him. "Let me go? You think you're worthy?" Su Shan sneered as he lunged forward, his fist now clad in a knuckle duster, ruthlessly striking Jiang Yu's head. Bang, bang. Again and again, a portion of Jiang Yu's shadow form dissipated, making him appear as though clad in tattered garments. Clearly, using that ring bore some cost, as blood trickled from Su Shan's nostrils. Even so, compared to Jiang Yu, his situation was still far more favorable. With relentless punches that came like a tempest, Su Shan firmly suppressed Jiang Yu. Coughing, Jiang Yu's head spun, and thoughts of entering the shadow layer seemed utterly impossible. Given Su Shan's ferocity, he felt as though he might beat himself to death. Suddenly, Su Shan paused. Jiang Yu managed to turn his head just in time to see the two children picking up bricks and hurling them at Su Shan. "Run!" Jiang Yu slurred, his words barely coherent. "Die!" Su Shan raised his elbow, crashing down towards Jiang Yu's chest. Darkness enveloped Jiang Yu's vision, and a suffocating pain nearly rendered him unconscious. But that was just about the limit of his endurance. "Die!" Su Shan bellowed as he lifted his arm to strike again, but Jiang Yu seized his fist tightly. The two were locked in a stalemate. Just then, a sound broke through, the arrival of the night watchers. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, taking a moment to recover before opening his eyes to find several children surrounding him. "Big brother, you're awake? Big brother, 4 people were taken." The children spoke in a flurry, their faces still stained with tears. Jiang Yu struggled to rise. "Oh no, my ribs are probably broken again." He glanced at his hands and was taken aback to find that his shadow form had vanished without him noticing. Fortunately, they were merely a group of young children, so the impact wasn't too severe. Otherwise, at his age, with his strength and the matter of infiltrating the shadow layer, it would be difficult to explain. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, reactivating his shadow attire. "Where did he run off to?" Jiang Yu inquired. "That way, he just left." "All right, when the night watchers arrive, make sure to tell them to apprehend him." Jiang Yu leapt into action. Creating space for the children and the night watchers, he remained here without any purpose. The children had witnessed Su Shan's escape direction and could relay that to the night watchers. If he remembered correctly, he had slain several aberrations on the upper floors. If he could devour them all, the second tier would be within reach. Perhaps he could even catch up to Su Shan, or even turn the tables. Chapter 52. The second tier. The hunting shark indeed. Jiang Yu felt like he had stumbled into an abyss of misfortune, encountering such a madman. "You walk your path, and I'll walk mine. Wouldn't everything be better?" He pondered. "You, who aren't even a night watcher, why meddle in others' affairs? Coming up here and causing trouble, do you really think you're a hero just because the comments say so?" The original mission was to bring back as many children as possible. Ideally more than 10. The more, the better. He had merely completed the task adequately, far from exceptional. With Jiang Yu's interference, it seemed he would be in for a scolding. He sprinted forward, while the aberrations beside him employed various tactics, their tails ensnaring the children who followed him. After about 20 minutes, they reached the next stronghold and departed from the gathering place. Su Shan was uncertain about the utility of these children. It seemed the soul technology had made a breakthrough, and the souls of the younger ones were purer, proving to be of great value. Although it may sound somewhat cruel, the blood that has been shed over the centuries is countless, and the loss of a dozen lives is but a trivial matter in the grand tapestry of history. If it leads to significant results, however, it is entirely justifiable. Su Shan's gaze gradually solidified with determination. Roar! The massive procession quickly attracted the attention of other aberrations. Ordinary creatures shunned their brilliance, yet in the eyes of some more formidable beings, this was akin to a sumptuous feast. As he beheld the towering, tripod-like aberration before him, nearly 3 stories high, Su Shan took a deep breath. Damn it, today truly marks a stroke of bad luck. It has been at least half a month since the last shadow tide, during which all third-tier aberrations within the shadow layer were comprehensively eradicated, with only a few second-tier remnants escaping. On this path of escape, he had the misfortune of encountering one. Su Shan's mood was already dismal today, and encountering this second-tier aberration only exacerbated his plight. Absurd, utterly preposterous. The creature let out a roar and charged forward. You wretched beast, do you truly think you can toy with me? His gaze turned icy. And as his hand reached into his pocket, his expression darkened. Damn it. Theo contend with Jiangyu. He had already expended several steel balls. What ASI no matter. I must swiftly deal with this aberration and then be on my way. Boom! The enormous body toppled to the side. Su Shan gently wiped the blood off his body and retrieved a vial of oral solution, tilting his head back to drink. The negative pollution from slaying the aberration was rapidly diminished. Continuing onward, damn, is it never-ending? Glancing at the shadowy figure perched atop the black streetlight, Su Shan's expression grew increasingly ferocious. This is truly outrageous. Why does such a blind fool exist? Put down those children. Jiang Yu spoke calmly. You can leave now. I'll pretend I didn't see you. Su Shan flipped his hand. The silver claw was adorned with menacing barbs, and it was of an entirely different caliber than the one he had used to strike Jiang Yu earlier. A punch aimed at the face, and at least 5 episodes of Closer to Science would air. You will release them, and I will again pretend not to see you. Jiang Yu remained unfazed. Seeking death, are we? A steel ball shot forth, and simultaneously, Su Shan stepped forward. There were 14 or 15 aberrations nearby, with at least 10 capable of combat. Jiang Yu leaped high into the air, his figure gradually fading into the darkness. The steel ball vanished along with him. This ability to conceal himself is truly exasperating. Su Shan immediately halted, vigilance surging as he scanned his surroundings. He was currently in the center of the street. Not overly expansive, with a dark flower bed obstructing his view. Approaching recklessly could lead to a surprise attack. He did not believe he could survive a direct hit from Jiang Yu. Just as he was on guard, a sudden mournful wail erupted from a nearby aberration. When he turned around, a wraith was impaled at the throat by a claw, struggling desperately. After several finishing blows from Jiang Yu, it ceased to breathe altogether. If I cannot defeat you, I shall take down your minions. Seeing Su Shan glance over, Jiang Yu flashed a grin. Then, shadow points, 6, shadow points, 8190. Approaching the century mark, the sensation of accumulating to fullness became increasingly vivid. The speculation was not in vain. With shadow points surpassing 100, second-tier power was within reach. Jiang Yu promptly vanished and reappeared, his claw embedded in another aberration's body. Then, the shadow threads erupted. With this quantity of shadow points, one could say, in the parlance of fantasy novels, that he was at the late stage of first tier. Quite impressive. Strength, agility, constitution, his attributes had transformed remarkably. A punch struck out, akin to unleashing a tempest. Unfortunately, the aberration failed to absorb the blow in time, and another aberration nearby promptly reacted, lunging forward with a roar. Simultaneously, Su Shan unleashed his attack. A sphere, imbued with tremendous impact, surged toward his heart. Su Shan leaped high, his fist glowing, ready to strike Jiang Yu. He bore the pain and shot out shadow threads to swiftly widen the battlefield. This damned creature, Su Shan cursed under his breath. Slippery as an eel, impossible to catch, and incredibly aggravating. Looking up again, as expected, Jiang Yu had vanished without a trace. All aberrations clustered together. Su Shan immediately issued commands. Alas, it was too late. A wraith, a fraction too slow, was seized by a claw that emerged from the shadows, dragged into the darkness, along with the corpse on the ground. The hissing sound of corrosion echoed in his ears, causing Su Shan's expression to change. Under his watch, Jiang Yu's hands gradually reduced the 2 aberrant bodies to mere remnants. The outline of that shadowy figure became increasingly distinct, exuding an unsettling aura. This creature must have once been a formidable figure. For reasons unknown, it had fallen to this level, yet given the right opportunity, it could easily ascend. Just look at this aura. Is it something a normal, extraordinary being could possess? Is such an aura characteristic of a typical extraordinary? The shadow climbed over its form, gradually cocooning itself. Kill! Su Shan gritted his teeth and immediately commanded the remaining aberrations to charge forward. Wraith swung its enormous blade, clanging as it struck. The shadow cocoon remained utterly unmoved, as if merging with the objects within the shadow layer. Boom! The steel sphere crashed into it, yielding the same result. This is disastrous. Su Shan's eyelids twitched violently. Forget it. Retreat! He bellowed and took off running, the aberrations hastily following suit. This creature is problematic. Far too problematic. He had never witnessed such a situation during an ability ascension. Dashing forward, Su Shan occasionally glanced back. Thankfully, the creature required considerable time to ascend, and it did not pursue. Yet for reasons unknown, instead of relaxing, Su Shan felt increasingly tense. A chilling dread crept from the crown of his head to the base of his spine. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. After turning several corners, he could no longer see it. Surely, he should have escaped by now. Su Shan cast a glance over his shoulder, then looked ahead, and in an instant, his heart sank. A black figure stood in the center of the street. The dark lines seemed to possess life. Beginning to weave together, gradually forming a hooded cloak, he bowed his head, resembling a silent statue. Inhale, exhale, desperate gasps. Su Shan could even hear the frantic pounding of his own heart, as if being targeted by a born predator. Ah! The figure in black raised its claw and gently scratched its forehead. As it lowered its hand, the palm transformed. The keratin layer thickened, rolling like a surge, sharp cold light emanating from the shadow layer. That is a large blade. The two blades clashed softly, and he slowly lifted his head. Beneath the hood remained an abyss of darkness. Yet Su Shan could sense the other party smiling, and now, it is my time to hunt. With a gentle leap, he plunged into the ground. Like a hunting shark. Chapter 53. The unstoppable spirit of youth. The entirety of the shadow layer is a replication of objects in the real world that have remained motionless for an extended period. For instance, a parked car by the roadside will be replicated within the shadow layer, but a moving car will not. Humans and animals are not replicated, but plants are. In truth, anything that enters the shadow layer becomes a part of it. Flowers, water, houses, merely differing in form, yet possessing the same hardness. Moreover, beneath third tier, unless one possesses a strong offensive ability, it is virtually impossible to inflict any damage upon objects within the shadow layer. It's akin to swimming while traversing the ground. What sort of ability is this? This seems rather absurd. Su Shan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he witnessed Jiang Yu leap and merge with the ground, quickly blending into the shadows. The rapidly darting shadow resembled a shark lurking beneath the water. Had he not brought along a goggle-like detection device, he might not have even noticed Jiang Yu's presence. Su Shan's hair stood on end as he quickly retreated, simultaneously directing an aberration to shield him. Pift! The high attack, high agility, low health wraith could not withstand Jiang Yu's claws. The power of the shadow blade was even more terrifying. With a single strike, the wraith was cleaved in two. Another strike, an unsuspecting predator was brutally slashed, revealing bone beneath the deep wound on its chest. Blood gushed forth, a truly horrifying sight. Leveraging the momentum from leaping out of the water, 2 strikes were dealt, and the aberrations finally reacted. However, as Jiang Yu descended, he once again melded with the ground. This creature is simply outrageous. Su Shan was utterly astonished. Did you fall into the abyss and emerge with no memory? How could an ordinary second tier be this powerful? Once more, he swam and leaped from the adjacent wall. Clang! This time, Su Shan seized the opportunity, firing a steel ball that struck Jiang Yu's blade. When it landed, it could send a person flying several meters away, and the impact of the steel ball was substantial. Jiang Yu, intending to cleave the aberration before him, found his blade deflected by the steel ball's interference. However, it mattered little. Upon ascending to second tier, Jiang Yu felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him. Each punch and kick bore immense force. Now, within the shadow layer, he felt even more at ease. Exhilarated. First tier, the budding of the extraordinary. Second tier, the true manifestation of extraordinary power. Upon reaching this stage, he finally comprehended what it meant to be truly extraordinary. He felt as if he had shed a layer of shackles. Breaking free from constraints, the world appeared clearer, and every breath felt vibrant. I am absolutely incredible. Then, boom! A flaming brick soared through the air. Upon contact with his face, as if captured in slow motion, his features contorted under the impact. Following that, a powerful shockwave erupted, flames scattering. The figure clad in black was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. He crashed to the ground, rolling in circles. A single brick had propelled him nearly 20 meters away. Zhao Yongcheng, Su Shan was overwhelmed with surprise. Beside him, a towering man over 2 meters tall shook his arms. "What are you doing here?" Su Shan inquired. "After waiting for an eternity, you still haven't arrived. The boss sent me out to check on the situation. What is going on?" Zhao Yongqing inquired. "A lunatic." Su Shan gritted his teeth. "You take your men and leave first." A cold, piercing smile graced Zhao Yongqing's lips. "Let me have a word with him. The plan is about to commence. Hurry along." "Oh, what plan? Pray, enlighten me." Jiang Yu struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ascending to the second tier had left him feeling somewhat euphoric. Yet, that brick struck down, nearly caving in his skull. He had leapt forward from a submerged state, and in that moment, the brick sent him flying 20 meters. One can only imagine the force behind it. His head buzzed, utterly dazed from the impact. Regaining his composure, he gasped for breath and straightened up. The burly man radiated flames, appearing remarkably dazzling within the shadowy realm. After exchanging a few words with Su Shan and nodding at each other, Su Shan gestured, and several aberrants followed him as they dashed forward. "They are fleeing." Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he stepped forward. "Kid, you must first overcome me," Zhao Yongqing sneered, the flames around him intensifying. Boom! He hurled a fireball, and in an instant, it exploded. Zhao Yongqing halted in his advance. The flames dissipated, yet there was no one in sight. Where did they go? He quickly turned back, only to see Jiang Yu emerging from thin air. Swinging his blade at Su Shan, "Be careful." He barely managed to shout a warning. Su Shan had evidently anticipated Jiang Yu's clandestine ambush. The very moment Jiang Yu appeared, the ground erupted beneath him, propelling him away with an unnatural speed. Simultaneously, he hurled a steel ball. At such close range, it was unleashed with tremendous force. Yet, at that very moment, Jiang Yu vanished once more. Where is he, at this distance? Su Shan could clearly see that the opponent was not merely blending into the shadows. He had truly disappeared, vanished into thin air, unbeknownst to him. Ever since ascending to the second tier, Jiang Yu's abilities had soared. Previously, entering the shadows required concentration and came with a slight delay. Now, he moved in and out with unparalleled finesse, as smooth as if greased. Reappearing, Jiang Yu barely evaded, leaving a deep gash on Su Shan's shoulder. Hissed, he inhaled sharply. "Let him go." Jiang Yu's words were interrupted as a burst of flames surged toward him, forcing him to dodge aside. Entering the tangible realm, yet his body remained utterly still with a hum. Su Shan snapped his fingers again, and the ring on his finger glowed a deep crimson. "Not this again." Su Shan's form flickered, and blood spurted from his nose like a floodgate bursting open. His eyes rolled back, legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Though Jiang Yu was stronger than when he first fell victim, he could not withstand this assault's greater force. Not only could he not return to the tangible realm, but his shadowy garb also flickered violently, dissipating once more. "Well done, Su Shan." Zhao Yongqing's palm ignited with fire, but then his expression shifted as the flames stilled in his hand. This kid, he endured a blow from a forbidden object, and instead of retreating, he advanced, flipping behind Su Shan and capturing him. "Who the hell are you?" Su Shan spat blood, cursing through gritted teeth. Huff. Jiang Yu breathed heavily. "What does this have to do with you? Are you a night watcher or something?" Su Shan ground his teeth. "Do you think that with just yourself, you can change anything? You are conducting barren experiments on human subjects." Jiang Yu did not respond but roared. "Now you're taking away another batch of children. We are doing this for the future of humanity? Nonsense future." Bang! Crack! With a powerful thrust, his right leg swept across, and his elbow struck down heavily. Su Shan's legs shattered on the spot. Forcing him to kneel, despite the agony, he uttered not a single cry. "Night watchers who perished battling aberrants, you use their corpses for experimentation? Are you even human?" Jiang Yu's eyes gradually reddened, his right fist gripping Su Shan's neck tightly. Su Shan remained silent, veins bulging on his neck, his expression twisted in agony, straining with all his might yet unable to break free. "Speak. Are you human or not? You know nothing." The words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. Su Shan struggled to lift his head, locking eyes with Zhao Yongqing. "Make your move," he bellowed. Bang! Flames erupted. Jiang Yu was flung once more, as he watched the figure rise from the flames yet again. Zhao Yongcheng couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. Why go to such lengths for a few strangers? Coughing, he spat blood onto the ground. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Over 10 million square kilometers. How much remains today? Nearly 2 billion souls. How many are left now? With the aberrations invading, humanity crumbling, and internal traitors wreaking havoc. What a broken world this is, a shattered world, a fractured world, an illusory peace. Shadows of turmoil, I came into this world never aspiring to be a savior. I merely wish to live day by day. I am not a hero, nor have I ever wished to be one. I simply persist in what I believe is right, and nothing more. My arms transformed, a colossal blade coalescing gradually. His figure vanished, reappearing above Zhao Yongcheng. Clang. He drew his long knife from his waist, blocking the attack. The youth suspended in midair had eyes that sparkled brilliantly. After all, my talent is unparalleled across the globe. Today, I shall be a hero. Chapter 54. May humanity endure. With a tremendous force, Zhao Yongcheng's body slightly bowed. He towered over Jiang Yu, his height exceeding by half a head. Standing over 2 meters tall, his robust physique resembled a solid wall, instilling fear in those who beheld him. He had always been confident in his strength. Though not a specialized power-type ability, ordinary power-type extraordinary beings would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against him. Yet at this moment, with Jiang Yu's great blade pressing down, his arm felt a tingle of numbness. The clang of metal echoed, mixed with the sound of something shattering. The second-tier blade, freshly acquired, had barely seen 2 or 3 battles, and you shattered it? Zhao Yongcheng's heart bled. But now was not the time to fret over a few coins. Clang! That kid swung his blade down again. One strike, then another. Having lost the initiative, Zhao Yongcheng could only hastily defend. Steel shards splintered and scattered in every direction, and with each strike, his anxiety grew with a hiss. The blade ignited in flames. The intense fire blazed fiercely, its temperature far exceeding ordinary flames. Jiang Yu pivoted, leaning back, narrowly escaping the blade. Then, with a swift motion, he burrowed into the ground, emerging from the earth. He struck from behind Zhao Yongcheng. The long knife descended, only to be countered by Zhao Yongcheng's blade. The two exchanged blows, sparks and flames erupting around them. Block! The long knife fell. Jiang Yu shouted furiously. Zhao Yongcheng blocked with his knife. Again, Jiang Yu's voice thundered in his ear. Zhao Yongcheng's scalp prickled, his feet sliding back several meters on the ground. Jiang Yu pressed the advantage. His dual knives transformed swiftly, rippling like waves, coalescing into claws. Again, cling-clang. The clash of metal crafted a symphony. Damn it! Zhao Yongcheng continuously raised his blade to fend off the assault. His face reddened, a metallic taste flooding his throat. Continuing to retreat would bring him closer to death. A ruthless resolve stirred within him. Facing the oncoming claws, he did not flinch but charged forward. Kid, you still have much to learn, with a thunderous roar. Zhao Yongcheng's eyes ignited with a golden glow. It was as if a flame danced within his gaze. His body ignited in flames. The claws struck his shoulder, nearly tearing him apart. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A colossal flame blade surged toward him at an unfathomable speed, simultaneously locking onto him with a powerful aura. Even as Jiang Yu desperately tried to burrow into the ground or retreat into the shadows, he could not escape. He could only watch as the fiery blade descended upon him, with no way to evade. Boom! A fire streak stretched over 10 meters, leaving a gash across Jiang Yu's chest. Flames igniting, and his shadowy garb unable to heal. The orange flames illuminated the darkness of this shadowy realm, momentarily filling the wide street with brilliance. Scorching, searing. All he could see was intense fire. He hurtled forward through the flames, gritting his teeth in pain. What is this? Jiang Yu's head buzzed, the world spinning, struggling to focus on the scene before him. An extraordinary technique, a skill unique to the extraordinary. Zhao Yongcheng's right arm contorted into an unnatural position, his skin turning as red as a lobster. Kid, you don't mean to say you don't know this yet? He switched to a different hand to wield his knife, grinning maliciously as he approached. That strike nearly drained his vitality, but the results are evident. After several attempts, Jiang Yu could not rise. The blade, accompanied by flames, was terrifying. He felt his health plummet by at least 30%. Moreover, The residual power continued to cling to him. How painful! Jiang Yu's throat was parched. Fear not, the pain will soon cease. Breathing heavily, Zhao Yongqing approached slowly with his blade in tow. Jiang Yu lay half-conscious on the ground, his chest barely rising and falling. You ask why I meddle in affairs that do not concern me. Kid, do you have regrets? Zhao Yongqing staggered. Exhaling a breath, Jiang Yu grinned. Regrets? I feel absolutely liberated. Well, as long as you have no regrets before you die. 1 step, 2 steps. Until he stood before Jiang Yu. Kid, I admit you are quite the hero, but this is where it ends. With both hands gripping the knife, he raised it high. With a hiss, the blade ignited with a fiery glow. Zhao Yongqing's face twisted in a sinister expression. This was the end that moment. Jiang Yu let out a sudden, soft I apologize. What? Zhao Yongqing was momentarily stunned. The victor is me, a faint voice echoed. Zhao Yongqing's mind buzzed, engulfed in a cacophony of panic and terror, leaving him utterly disoriented. A surge of negative emotions overwhelmed him, igniting an impulse to surrender, his legs quaking beneath him in an instant. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The hunt began. The figure of the youth surged forth. His right arm transformed into a massive blade, piercing through. A sharp pain pierced Zhao Yongqing's chest. He lowered his gaze, the shadowy blade having penetrated him. Strength rapidly ebbed away, and a look of reluctance crossed his face. His lips trembled, emotions freezing in that moment, opening and closing his mouth several times. Yet no sound escaped. Zhao Yongqing stared blankly at the figure before him. He could no longer maintain the shadowy form, revealing a youthful visage. It turned out he was merely a boy. A glimmer of light flickered in Zhao Yongqing's eyes. His lips quivering, grasping the shadow blade, he sank to his knees. The fierce expression on his face gradually softened, a mix of reluctance and resignation washing over him. The one who had defeated him was unexpectedly a student who appeared to be still in school. Facing imminent death, his gaze towards Jiang Yu shifted, devoid of the slightest murderous intent, replaced instead by a complex array of emotions. Zhao Yongqing's eyes wandered over the ground, stained with blood, remnants of flickering flames still smoldering. His hair and body were marred with wounds, blood staining his garments, a picture of utter disarray. Yet, his eyes shone with an inexplicable brilliance. Perhaps a momentary reflection of life. One party knelt partially on the ground, while the other stood opposite, wielding a sharp blade. Exhausted, his limbs felt weak, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Gazing at the figure before him, Jiang Yu spoke softly. What exactly are you? What? The brilliance in Zhao Yongqing's eyes reached its zenith at that moment. He uttered 2 words. The spark. The spark? Jiang Yu heard this term for the second time. Zhao Yongqing chuckled, his voice tinged with weariness. Consider it a group of self-righteous lunatics, young. The boy before him was truly youthful to an absurd degree. I was once as young as you, brimming with vigor. Zhao Yongqing's mind wandered in a daze. But I chose a different path, a path not embraced by the masses. I am a failure, a lowly being, a despicable individual attempting to drag humanity into the abyss. Yet, I am also a steadfast guardian, a guardian of civilization. The intertwining of light and darkness, a grain of dust from an era can weigh heavily upon an individual. Among us, there are the Spark faction and the Dissent faction. We plunge into the unknown, heading towards the abyss. Since the onset of the Great Catastrophe, a century has passed. Countless predecessors have fallen on the path of battling the unknown. Countless souls bear witness to this land's invasion. The human body is shackled, yet the unknown knows no bounds. Will this world become better? No one knows. If there truly comes a day, humanity shall perish. We will plunge into darkness, becoming sparks. Some say this is merely a shroud of shame donned by traitors. Others deem it a pitiful farce cloaked in rhetoric. With trembling hands, Zhao Yongqing raised the blade, an expression of relief washing over him. His task had concluded, while the young man's journey was just beginning. At the tender age of 20, perhaps not even that, he hunted second-tier transcendent beings. Young man, you shall surpass me. Some fight on the front lines against the unknown. Some labor in research to benefit the world. Others seek alternative paths. The people of the Great Zhou, the people of this chaotic era, are all striving for this land in their own ways. The brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed, yet he remained fixated on the youth before him. I am a radical, a destroyer, a dreamer of fanciful notions, but I am certainly not a traitor. This invasion has persisted for a century and will continue on. I know not the conclusion, nor shall I witness the day of its arrival. Yet, there remains a conviction etched in my mind. May humanity endure. Will there be a better day? Yes, there will be. It will surely come. Chapter 55. He is a hero. Hello to all our viewers. I am your host, Shui. Behind me stands the Chuyang Group. Just an hour ago, a sudden fire broke out at Chuyang Group, and multiple unknown entities have emerged. The entire base of the building has been completely charred. And over there are the remnants of the battle between the transcendent beings and the unknown. This incident has had a severely adverse impact, and rescue efforts are currently underway. Let us pray for the injured. The short-haired, sweet-looking reporter Wang Shui addressed the camera in the live broadcast. Prayers and candle emojis flooded the screen. From the shattered, charred building, faint traces of blood could be seen, enough to conjure images of the chaos that ensued. The emergence of unknown entities at Chuyang Group rapidly ascended the trending charts across major platforms. After the report, a hint of sorrow appeared on Wang Shui's delicate face. Before the camera began rolling, she had familiarized herself with the situation. Numerous individuals attended the exhibition, and given that the items on display included nutritional solutions and strength-enhancing liquids beneficial for children's development, as well as health products for the elderly, attendees ranged from children to seniors. The exit was quite small, and chaos erupted, with numerous instances of pushing and trampling. Many elderly and children went missing, prompting families to kneel in anguish. Currently, it has been estimated that at least 10 children have gone missing. Wang Shui felt a heavy heart. "What's that over there? Look!" The crowd erupted in exclamations. Wang Shui turned her gaze. At the end of the street, a tall, dark figure emerged, accompanied by several children. The night patrol had noticed earlier and drove closer with sirens blaring. "Quick, let us follow and see." Wang Shui immediately got into the car. The driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly approaching that direction. "It's Yaozi Ge. It really is Yaozi Ge. I've watched his videos of rescuing people from the fire over a dozen times. The footage of him entering and exiting the inferno, scaling the high-rise, was inevitably captured by onlookers. Various angles, both clear and blurry, flooded the internet. At that moment, the video of his rescue efforts and the news of the incident ranked among the hottest topics trending. Major official accounts began reposting. If Jiang Yu were to open his interface at that moment, he would find the usage duration of mark and hunt had reached an astonishing 10 seconds. As they drew closer, the night patrol's vehicle slowly pulled over to the roadside. The uniformed members of the night patrol exited the vehicle, their gazes fixed on the figure before them. The shadowy cloak was tattered, revealing numerous injuries beneath. Blood oozed from his abdomen, and with each step, it seemed to tug at his wounds. 1, 2, then 3 to 5 vehicles arrived and parked, with all members of the night patrol stepping out to observe. Wang Shui involuntarily slowed her breathing at that moment. She, along with the cameraman, exited the vehicle and directed the lens towards Yaozi Ge, who gradually slowed his pace, stopping about 10 meters from the cars. "Go!" He lowered his head, softly addressing the children beside him. "Wah!" Upon seeing the night patrol, the children's emotions finally unraveled, rushing towards the officers in tears. At that moment, the children had all been brought back. Suddenly, a member of the night patrol raised his right hand to his temple in salute. Following suit, a group of night patrol members saluted in unison. The dim sunlight bathed the street, one side a solitary figure, the other a neatly organized group of night patrol members. No words were exchanged. The camera faithfully captured this most poignant moment. "Beidou, brothers, this fire looks large, but to the transcendent beings, it's hardly anything at all. As seasoned auxiliary personnel, we are well aware of the complexities involved. Do not be deceived by appearances. Saving lives is what every transcendent should do, and it's not as grand as you might think." Before he could finish his statement, a loud banging echoed at the door, startling him. Ignoring the barrage of comments flooding the screen reading, "Kneel before the tunnel," he turned to face the direction of the security door. For some reason, an uneasy premonition crept into his heart. "Who is it?" the tunnel asked. "Checking the water meter," a calm voice replied from outside. "Checking the water meter? You could have knocked properly." Nearly cursing, the tunnel quickly corrected himself. "Why can't you check the water meter nicely?" he grumbled as he approached the door. Strangely, the closer he got, the more anxious he felt, as if something were about to happen. With a click, he opened the door. The tunnel was suddenly taken aback, feeling a sharp pain in his arm as he was swiftly captured from behind. "Don't move!" A commanding shout left him dazed. What are you doing?" Breaking into a private residence? Just as he spoke, a chill ran down his spine. It was a group of night patrol members. The tunnel, whose real name was Zhendi Dao, a local of Beidou, had once entered the shadow layer but had never returned since. The captain of the night patrol stepped forward, holding up an arrest warrant for him to see. "You are suspected of inciting fans to engage in online violence, maliciously defaming and spreading rumors about others. Come with us for a while." "No, I didn't do anything, officer." The tunnel struggled. The captain of the night patrol paid him no mind, noticing the camera was still broadcasting live, so he stepped forward and saluted. "The internet is not a lawless territory. Please behave accordingly." Not mentioning the tunnel, Jiang Yu had already shot out the shadow thread and departed, arriving at the place where he had hidden his backpack. He weighed the small backpack in his hands, finding it intact. Fortunately, the nutritional products he purchased from Chuyang Group were not lost. Returning to the matter at hand, it appears that this group is clandestinely conducting biological experiments. Are these nutritional supplements reliable? Rubbing his head in uncertainty, Jiang Yu could not decide. Never mind, he thought. I shall return home first. In the February twilight. After a while, the daylight had completely faded. Lu Yuqiang should have already been taken away by the night watchman for psychological treatment. In any case, Jiang Yu had not spotted him near the Chuyang Group. Jiang Yu borrowed a phone from a nearby street vendor to inform Uncle Lu that he was fine and would head home first. He was untainted by the pollution, his injuries were not life-threatening, and there was no need to go through the hassle of visiting the Night Watch Bureau. The wounds on his body continued to throb painfully. So he chose to enter the shadow realm and gather strength from the surrounding dark energy while making his way home. As silence enveloped the area, the aftermath of the battle surged within him. Waves of drowsiness and pain crashing over him, causing his mind to swim. After walking for a considerable time, he finally reached the entrance of his apartment complex. Finding a secluded corner, he stepped out of the shadow realm. The tingling and itching of his wounds, which had been in the process of healing, instantly ceased, only for the searing pain to intensify gradually. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu entered the complex, made his way to the building, and pressed the elevator button. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Jiang Yu inserted his key into the lock and turned it. Stepping inside, he let out a long sigh. Now, this felt like home. So tired, he thought. I just want to sleep. He took off his shoes, the shoes with the tongues completely worn out. Slinging his backpack over one shoulder, he walked toward the living room. Wait! With a sudden click, he turned on the lights. His heart skipping a beat, on the dining table lay 3 servings of meat dishes, 3 servings of vegetables, and 2 large bowls of soup, all already cold. A girl was curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, with traces of unwashed tears and swollen red eyes, silently staring at him. Yao Yao. Jiang Yu felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. Chapter 56. New Year's Eve. The girl's pupils constricted gradually. Under the light, the boy's disheveled hair, dark circles under his eyes, and bloodshot gaze told a tale of struggle. A bloody mark ran down his nose, and bruises marred his cheeks. His injuries were even more severe. His clothes were tattered from the searing flames, and his skin bore charred patches and knife wounds. Perhaps forgetting that there was still someone in the house, Jiang Yu appeared somewhat flustered, as if recalling something. He unzipped his backpack and rummaged through it. Soon, he retrieved a carton of eggs. There were 8 in total, 6 of which were broken. Jiang Yu forced a sheepish smile. Seeing his expression, Lu Yaoyao, filled with grievances, could no longer contain her worries. Her eyes reddened, and combined with her delicate features, she looked utterly pitiful. Setting the eggs down, Jiang Yu took 2 steps toward the sofa. What, did you think I was dead? Hearing his nonchalant tone, Lu Yaoyao raised her small fist to strike him. But considering his injuries, she ultimately refrained. Her fist was caught within Jiang Yu's grasp, pulling away, unable to escape. Let go, Lu Yaoyao spoke. Jiang Yu remained unfazed, continuing his explanation. I thought there was nothing wrong. So I came back first. Out on my way, someone suddenly jumped out to rob me. I refused to surrender, and thus, a scuffle ensued. My phone shattered. My clothes were torn, and that's how it ended up. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Lu Yaoyao replied, her tone laced with disappointment. This remark forced her to suppress her tears. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. Well, Yao Yao has grown up. She is not easily deceived anymore. Fortunately, she showed no intent to press further, merely biting her lip as her gaze drifted over the wounds on Jiang Yu's body. After a moment's hesitation, he shifted his position, stretching lazily and draping his right arm over the back of the sofa. Subtly moving closer until his fingers gently brushed against her petite shoulder, he could feel her body tense up noticeably. Then, he gently drew her into his embrace. With her head resting on his shoulder, they fell into a comfortable silence, the only sounds being their breaths and heartbeats. The girl's body felt soft, fragrant, and as supple as jade, smooth as silk. Enveloping her felt akin to cradling a cloud. Her lips were even softer, akin to delicate flowers, tender and sweet. A light touch felt like kissing the heart of a blossom, the fragrant scent enveloping him, intoxicating his senses. Of course, these were merely Jiang Yu's speculations. You've never tried it, have you? Jiang Yu broke the silence. What? Yes, I haven't either. Liu Yao Yao attempted to rise but found herself restrained, unable to do so. What strange things are you saying? Shall we give it a try? If we try it, we won't be children anymore. As Jiang Yu leaned closer, Liu Yao Yao's mind went blank until their soft contact broke apart. Jiang Yu confirmed his suspicions. This sensation was softer than cotton candy. Bang. Instinctively, she pushed him away, her cheeks turning a vibrant hue, filled with disbelief and shock. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Are you insane? I was just a bit thirsty. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Thirsty? Then why come so close? How brazen? Liu Yao Yao's mind faltered. With all those injuries, is that all you can think about? Are we eating? Jiang Yu inquired. She glanced up. How can you remain so composed and unruffled? You jerk? I'll go heat up the food. Jiang Yu picked up the dishes and headed toward the kitchen microwave. Phew. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. This was the best reward after a fierce battle. Tender, so tender. That's not the point. The important thing is that we're still minors. Never mind, I shouldn't say too much. Attributes. Shadow points. 105 class, sneaker hunter, sneaker, shadow devour shadow eyes. Shadow step shadow blade form, hunter, mark. Chain kill, remaining lifespan. 80 days evaluation. You have gained some strength, considered among the stronger of the weaklings. Shadow step. You can freely enter and exit the shadows, moving swiftly. Shadow blade form. Your arms can transform into sharp blades. Possessing immense lethality, however, note that flexibility will be somewhat compromised in this form. Chain kill. Continuous assaults bring forth an overwhelming pressure. Your attacks will accumulate killing intent, increasing in strength with each successive strike. However, if you encounter missed attacks or attack stagnation, your killing intent will reset instantly. Killing intent can enhance the execution threshold. This is his current attribute panel. Upon advancing to the second tier, he acquired 3 new abilities, strengthening 2 classes. Shadow Weaver allows for smoother entry and exit from the Shadow Realm. Hunter further enriches and refines bloodline abilities. For instance, at present, Liu Yao Yao, Health, 99, has been added as a name of someone Jiang Yu knows. The fiery figure in the Shadow Realm appears to Jiang Yu as Health. Additionally, health bars and names are now color-coded. Enemies are displayed in red, allies in green, and bystanders in normal white, while Liu Yao Yao is depicted in pink. Quite peculiar, as if engaged in an unusual strategy game. What are you looking at? The two remained silent while eating, until Liu Yao Yao, unable to withstand his strange gaze, spoke up. Nothing. Eat your food. Liu Yao Yao shot him a fierce glare, recalling how she had stood there like a foolish quail. Immobilized, Jiang Yu took advantage of her vulnerability. How despicable! Wasn't he this bullying the innocent? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Bang! Ouch! Jiang Yu winced as she stepped on his foot. Why did you step on me? To crush you. Jiang Yu's lips twitched, and he sulkily fell silent. The two lapsed into another silence. That swift little exchange seemed to cast a strange atmosphere over the room. Eventually, Liu Yao Yao, unable to hold back, spoke again. Hey, with all those injuries, should I accompany you to the hospital tomorrow? What hospital? Just let me rest and I'll be fine. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's snowing outside. He exclaimed softly. What snowed? Liu Yao Yao instinctively turned around. Outside the window, Snowflakes danced gracefully through the AI. It was indeed snowing. Lu Yaoyao's youthful heart surged with excitement as she dashed to the window to behold the enchanting scene of snow. The snow had been falling for a while, blanketing the ground, cars, and houses in a thin layer of silver. How beautiful! The girl's spirits lifted immensely. Whoosh, bang! A beam of light shot into the sky, bursting into a splendid display of fireworks. Soon, more beams soared into the air, clearly visible from their high vantage point. The clusters of fireworks reflected in the girl's sparkling eyes, enhancing her delicate features and making her even more alluring. Jiang Yu felt his heart stir as he stood beside her. The fireworks lit up the night sky, creating a magical atmosphere. In that moment, everything felt different. The two stood side by side, watching the snowfall and the fireworks. Tell me which is farther away, Chang'an or the sun? Jiang Yu suddenly inquired. The girl paused. Chang'an, the sun. Before she could respond, he continued. When I was young, someone asked Emperor Jinming, which was farther, Chang'an or the sun? He replied that the sun was further away, as he had seen people come from Chang'an but never anyone from the sun. Looking back now, surely Chang'an is further away. When I gaze at the sun, I cannot see Chang'an. The girl, puzzled, asked, What does that mean? Nothing much. Jiang Yu ruffled her hair, gazing dreamily at the snowy scene. On this wintry night, as the old year melds into the new, next year will bring its own snow, its own mist, endless sunlight, and countless opportunities for renewal. It turns out, tonight is indeed New Year's Eve. Chapter 57. Li Sunguang's confusion. Feel free to lament, but can you move your hand? Unbeknownst to them, a pair of large hands encircled her from behind, drawing her into an embrace. Attempts to pry them away were futile. Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao bit down on her silver teeth. You have gone too far today. A cough escaped her lips. We cannot continue like this. The opportune moment, Jiang Yu withdrew his hands. How about a snowball fight? Lu Yaoyao hesitated, then shook her head. Forget it. There isn't enough snow yet. And it's rather cold. Cold is, under her disapproving gaze, Jiang Yu promptly silenced himself. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to their harrowing experiences in the midst of battle, the value of life felt increasingly precious. To possess life, to relish it, to create it. These were secondary concerns. In truth, the moment he stepped through the door and flicked on the light, the sight of a figure curled up on the sofa, with tearful eyes full of longing, and the untouched, cold meal on the table, was more poignant than any words could convey. Jiang Yu acknowledged that aside from his desire for her physical presence, he had indeed begun to harbor different thoughts. Suppressing his predatory gaze, he casually inquired, What about Uncle Lu? Given the severity of the situation at Chuyang Group, it was certain he could not return. The two returned to the dining table, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. It seemed that Uncle Lu was quite busy this new year. Reflecting on his encounters with Uncle Lu while wandering the city, as well as the colossal experimental apparatuses established beneath the shadowy layers of Chuyang Group, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Stop sighing and eat your vegetables, Lu Yaoyao chided. All right. With bites of food and casual conversation, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled Zhao Yongcheng. Yaoyao, do you know about the fire seed? He asked. Fire seed? Lu Yaoyao paused momentarily. Where did you hear about that? At the exhibition, I met a night watcher who seemed to know Uncle Li. I picked up the term during our chat, Jiang Yu replied. Lu Yaoyao accepted this explanation without suspicion, her brow furrowing. The information I've come across is quite basic. I only know it's a faction. There are prominent groups like the hardliners who never retreat and the research faction, which are common and mainstream. Besides those, there's the Dawn faction, and then there's the Fire Seed you mentioned. They fancy themselves as the last ember of humanity, but they're merely a band of lunatics. If you encounter them, steer clear. Their brainwashing skills are formidable. Is that so? Jiang Yu silently recalled Zhao Yongqing's fervent and radiant gaze. Despite being on the brink of death, he still appeared so spirited. It certainly was quite brainwashing. His body mutated, in league with the aberrants, self-proclaiming as the ember of humanity, a contradiction that was both bizarre and unsettling, Lu Yaoyao reminded him. Oh, right. If you report a Fire Seed faction, you can earn a cash reward, up to 500,000. Goodness. Even Dezhou offers 500,000. A strange sense of DJVU washed over Jiang Yu. Slightly disoriented, he redirected his question. And what about Dawn? Lu Yaoyao began softly. Dawn is even stranger than a faction divided into hardliners, but they differ significantly from the mainstream hardliners. I'm not quite clear on the specifics. Another group, if I may be blunt, consists of a band of fugitives. They firmly believe humanity is doomed and must seek ways to escape this land, to flee this planet in search of a new dawn. That sounds rather fanciful. Jiang Yu remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Blue Star suffered a catastrophic transformation at the turn of the millennium. Though a century has passed, the existence of aberrations continues to erode the land. The pace of technological advancement is not as exaggeratedly rapid. After all, in this grand environment, the development of 4G and 5G has lagged behind many years compared to Earth in the past. Presently, technology is indeed stronger than that of previous Earth, but the idea of constructing spaceships for interstellar migration remains somewhat far-fetched. Far-fetched. It's not merely about escaping the planet through technology, Lu Yaoyao countered. Aberrations originate from the abyss. Aside from the entrances and exits to the shadowy layers, they can invade the present world through fissures in the abyss, and no one knows the exact location of the abyss or its coordinates in the universe. Yet they have indeed traversed an unfathomable distance to descend upon Dezhou. If one could master this method, the aspirations of the Dawn faction might actually come to fruition. Quite intriguing, Jiang Yu mused. Indeed, within a complex social structure, various factions emerge. With tens of millions, even billions of people, if they were truly united in purpose, Jiang Yu would have to suspect if some kind of sorcery was at play. If that were the case, what was the intention behind the man claiming to be from the Fire Seed, who abducted a group of children? Did he seek to ally with the aberrations? Children? Was it possible that aberrations had a taste for tender flesh? He had never heard of such a thing. It was rather peculiar. As snow fell and fireworks illuminated the night sky, the two leisurely finished their dinner. The spring festival held no particular significance for Jiang Yu. After all, he was merely a solitary orphan plucked from the Tomato Welfare Institute by Uncle L.A. Him. The new year was perhaps better described as an extended holiday. However, since the spring festival coincided with the winter break, this extended holiday hardly piqued his interest. The most entertaining activity was likely teasing little Lu Yaoyao. Days slipped by quietly, and the joyous atmosphere of the spring festival gradually faded. Those who worked returned to their jobs, and students prepared for school. The clubhouse not far from their community had been shut down. Much to Jiang Yu's regret, he hadn't had the chance to enjoy the new tea, and he wondered if he would ever taste it again. It seemed that no matter the realm, the physical industry was struggling. He would venture out to hunt for prey, earn a few extra days of life, and await the school term. Entering the second tier had not resolved his lifespan issues. The hunter claimed that elevating one's rank could rectify the lifespan problem, but to no avail. There was no change whatsoever. He could only continue hunting, accumulating enough to strive to survive through the year. Alas, after ascending, the lifespan increase from first-tier aberrations was pitifully small. On average, a day's hunting barely added 3 days to his lifespan, leaving him at a loss. Thus, time passed, and the aptitude tests for ordinary high school seniors concluded, followed by the staggered reporting for the special training camp. Xiao Chong had already registered a couple of days ago, while Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao were among the last batch, set to depart the following day. On the eve of their departure, Uncle Li finally returned to Yunhai from Baidu on the evening of February 26. At home, the uncle and nephew exchanged glances. "Uncle?" It was Jiang Yu who finally broke the silence. "I heard your willpower test resulted in a dazzling display of golden light." Li Sunguang regarded him with a peculiar gaze, scrutinizing Jiang Yu from head to toe. What a bizarre situation. Some yearn deeply yet possess inadequate talent, while others jest and yet exhibit remarkable abilities. It has been years since any new colors appeared in the willpower aptitude tests. This year, however, aside from gold, another candidate emerged with a dynamic mist rank. The Night Watchers were utterly astonished. Dynamic mist versus golden light. What's higher? Regardless of which was superior, it seemed to indicate one thing. Above the 6th tier, at least the 7th and 8th tiers were beginning to manifest. Li Sunguang's eyes glimmered slightly. Gazing at the young man before him, he fell into contemplation. Previously, he had barred Lu Nanfeng from allowing Jiang Yu to undergo the aptitude test because Li Sunguang had secretly conducted a test on Jiang Yu. If he recalled correctly, the result at that time should have been an ominous ink shadow engulfing the sky. Chapter 58. Forbidden Object. The Master. "Uncle, why are you staring at me like that? I feel as though you're about to whip out a belt and strike me." Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. He feared no one but his uncle, who had lost an arm. Strangely enough, although Li Sun-guang had never physically punished him and usually spoke amiably, he exuded an aura of quiet authority that instilled a sense of unease. Perhaps it was simply his presence. Jiang Yu had always thought it was the aura of a corrupt official until that day when Song Qingyan informed him about the legendary General Li. He felt even more anxious. Throughout Dezhou, only the 5 individuals with the strongest combat abilities were worthy of being called generals. Only those 5. If someone made it onto the list, it meant someone else had to fall off. To become a general was undoubtedly a mark of extraordinary strength. Goodness. How foolish he had been to use Lu Yaoyao, a Piao, and Uncle Li as benchmarks for combat strength. They could probably obliterate him with a mere gust. However, being labeled a general presumably referred to the past. Uncle Li was now over 40. Serving as a general must have been many years ago. Yet he wondered why he had come to Yunhai. A mere secondary gathering place. You rascal. Li Sun-guang slightly restrained his gaze, chuckling softly. I must examine what truly differentiates someone who awakens golden willpower from the others. So, uncle, have you discerned anything? Jiang Yu grinned. I see that you are not particularly suited for the extraordinary. Uncle, you're saying that again, Jiang Yu replied with a wry smile. What I mean is, the situation grows more dire with each passing year. Li Sun-guang settled down beside the sofa. In the realm of the extraordinary, how many have the fortune to see it through? He began slowly. Your Uncle Lu's wife was an extraordinary being, but she passed away nearly a decade ago, succumbing to aberrant contamination. He himself has also been injured by aberrants. On the surface, he appears fine, but in reality, he requires special medication regularly. If he encounters a few more high-intensity battles, he may not have long to live. As for me, you can see for yourself, I've lost an arm. Once brimming with vigor, now I am but a half-invalid. Enough of this preaching, Jiang Yu lamented. Exasperated. Do you think I'm jesting? Li Sun-guang sighed. You have no idea what I witnessed during my trip to Baidu. What did you see? Jiang Yu instinctively inquired. A formidable enemy. Li Sun-guang shot him a glance. Providing no further explanation, if you were a 4 or 5 tier talent, I could still lend you some assistance. Golden willpower, an unknown rank. If I dared to obstruct your entry into the extraordinary, that group above would surely tear me apart. Li Xuanguang retrieved a box from his pocket and opened it. Inside lay a pendant as dark as ink, encased in a glass cover adorned with intricate patterns. What is this? Jiang Yu felt a slight tremor in his heart and instinctively looked up at Uncle Li. A forbidden object, whispers of the shadows. Upon wearing it, one would hear murmurs that lure one into the abyss, lasting for approximately 3 days. Prolonged use could sharpen one's willpower and help refine one's foundation. However, as the wearing time increases, negative emotions would also amplify, with a maximum recommended duration of no more than 15 days, after which the pendant must be removed for at least 3 days of rest. Its ultimate function lies in its active effect. By using the extraordinary energy within you to strike the pendant, it will return a surge of pure contamination, significantly enhancing your physical prowess for a brief period, but can only be used once. This pendant is rather unique. Its usage cost is independent of the current rank, but rather tied to the level of willpower aptitude. Those with below 5th tier willpower aptitude will go mad upon wearing it, while those with 5th tier aptitude can barely withstand its whispers. In other words, as long as you possess a 5th tier talent, even if your body currently ranks at 1st tier, you can wear the pendant. Li Xuanguang gazed intently at the ancient ink-patterned pendant. This fellow seems to recognize people, and why goodness. Jiang Yu's mind buzzed from the lengthy explanation. After a moment, he managed to stammer out a few words. Uncle, what is a forbidden object? Li Xuanguang briefly explained that a forbidden object is an item brought from the abyss, possessing various miraculous effects. All forbidden objects are a conglomerate of contamination, and using them inevitably incurs a cost, which you will learn about in the training camp. Understood. Jiang Yu scratched his head and asked, Uncle, is there only one of these? Can you get me another one? What do you need 2 for? Uncle Li looked puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a vein on his forehead throbbing. If you say one more word, I'll take this one back too. Hey, no. Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly, reaching for the pendant. Seeing that Uncle Li showed no reaction, he boldly opened the glass box and examined it closely. Not to mention, even this glass box holding the pendant is no ordinary item. He instinctively felt that even if he exerted all his strength, he could not crush this small box. Crack. Jiang Yu's face flushed as he strained, causing a thin crack to appear. What are you doing? He felt embarrassed showing this to Uncle Li. Was testing the glass's hardness. Fine, after all, it is glass. Such immense force resulted in merely a tiny crack, sufficient to prove its durability. He opened the box and took out the pendant. It felt cool and heavy to the touch. Its weight seemingly incongruous with its size. The object was small, crescent-shaped, covered in enigmatic patterns, and felt quite pleasant to hold. He untied the pendant's cord and wore it. The moment he released it, a zapping sound resonated. As if current coursed through his body. Jiang Yu shivered. What sensation is this? Li Xuanguang inquired. Itsic. This thing seems to carry static electricity. I meant to ask if you heard any sounds by your ear. Who cares if it's cold? Are you such a fool? Yet, seeing his demeanor, Li Xuanguang felt a bit more at ease. A fifth-tier talent wearing it appeared visibly serious. How could Jiang Yu be so relaxed as if nothing were amiss? Let me savor this. Jiang Yu focused his mind. As he concentrated, indeed low murmurs began to resonate, vague and indistinct, as if filtered through a veil, barely audible. If he did not concentrate, it had no effect. After about half a minute, Jiang Yu affirmed, Good. Li Xuanguang smiled slightly, appearing satisfied. It seems it truly suits you. I've sent some related materials to your email. Remember to check them. All right. After another round of conversation, Jiang Yu returned to his room. He opened his computer's email and quickly located the information about the whispers of the shadows sent by Uncle Li. Besides the basic introduction and usage methods he already knew, he soon focused on the previous users. Lin Xiao, the first user, 27 years old, 5th-tier willpower aptitude. Upon first wearing it, whispers of falling into the abyss echoed in his ear, dissipating after 72 hours. During a battle against an aberrant tide, Lin Xiao actively activated the forbidden object and subsequently could no longer use this pendant. Su Qi, the second user, 28 years old, 4th-tier willpower aptitude. Upon first wearing it, the whispers of falling into shadows were overwhelmingly loud, accompanied by intense mental contamination. He could not endure after 15 hours and actively removed the forbidden object, undergoing 3 days of contamination treatment. XXX. Reading through, it was evident that the pendant indeed sought its master. Those lacking sufficient aptitude were entirely sidelined. The active skill could be considered a life-saving technique with remarkable effects. Unfortunately, after being used once, the user permanently loses the right to use it and must seek the next owner. Additionally, most wearers would often hear phrases about falling into the abyss or merging with shadows. Hearing these repeatedly could lead to feelings of frustration and extreme agitation, necessitating the pendant's removal for a break. Jiang Yu gently caressed the pendant, curious about what he might hear. He cleared his mind and focused intently. The zapping sound gradually became clearer. At that moment, it felt as if a dense shadow enveloped him from all sides. Wrapping around his body and seeping into his pores, it was somewhat chilling, causing his heart to race. Approaching him was a faint trace of contamination. The sounds grew clearer, yet the words were few. With his eyes closed, Jiang Yu listened intently. Then, the voice transformed into a distinctly audible proclamation. Master. Chapter 59. Departure. Training Camp. What is that? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Did it just call me a pig? He listened more closely, but the previous exclamation seemed merely an illusion. All that remained was a sound akin to waves crashing. The sound was hollow and desolate, devoid of the overwhelming sensations described in the materials, such as feelings of chest tightness, nausea, or suffocation. Perhaps it was indeed his so-called golden talent at work? After fiddling for a while and finding nothing out of the ordinary, Jiang Yu lay down on his bed. Uncle Li suggested that once he entered the training camp, he should find a holiday or something similar, wearing it continuously for 3 days to establish a connection. However, since he felt no adverse effects, he decided to wear it while sleeping, hoping to swiftly pass those 3 days to use it earlier. Closing his eyes in the darkness, the sound of gentle waves crashing enveloped him. Unlike the previous users who suffered greatly in their first 3 nights, finding it nearly impossible to sleep, he instead felt drowsy as the near white noise lulled him into slumber, his eyelids growing heavy. Then he drifted off to sleep. The night passed in a blink. The ringing of the alarm clock jolted him awake. Phew. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, his mind quickly regaining clarity. This sleep, He was somewhat astonished as he clenched his fist, feeling remarkably invigorated. He took out the pendant. Holding it in his hand, the ink-patterned crescent pendant remained as ancient as ever. Not to mention, the depth of sleep it afforded was impressive. Had he possessed this pendant earlier, he would surely have been effortlessly admitted to prestigious universities. After getting up, dressing, and washing up, Uncle Lee had already returned with breakfast and was eating when he noticed the pendant hanging from Jiang Yu's neck. "Did you wear it while sleeping last night?" His gaze sharpened. "Yes, I feel quite good." Jiang Yu nodded. Goodness. Li Shuangguang appeared somewhat surprised, seeing him indeed brimming with vitality, and finally relaxed, urging him to finish his meal so he could take him to the subway station. "All right, fried dough sticks, buns, tofu pudding, fries, cola, and small hamburgers." The method of reaching the training camp differed from going to university. All students must gather at the central subway station of Yunhai at a specific time to take a designated subway to the training camp. Soon, after finishing his meal and packing his belongings, Jiang Yu was about to embark on nearly 6 months of training camp life. As he stepped outside, Lu Yaoyao just happened to open the door. "Oh, what a coincidence!" Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. "That works. You can take them both over, saving me a trip." Li Shuangguang smiled. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened. He would personally take his own nephew. Why act so distant? Li Shuangguang waved his hand with a smile, then pushed Jiang Yu out, closing the door with a decisive thud. Finally, he added, "I'm leaving it to you. I'm going to catch up on some sleep." "Dad?" Lu Yaoyao turned to look at him. Lu Nanfeng shot a disapproving glare at Jiang Yu. The youth grinned awkwardly. "Dad. No, Uncle Lu. Could you please give me a ride? Run there yourself." Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. "I'm feeling a bit nervous." "Jiang Yu, are you nervous?" "I'm all right. I'm just worried if there are any barbecue or hot pot places near the training camp." "Why do you only think about eating every day?" "Ah, I wanted to take you out to eat. You always ask me to take you to try delicious food." "Shut up." Lu Yaoyao discreetly glanced at Lu Nanfeng, who was driving ahead, pinching Jiang Yu. The two chattered in the back seat while Lu Nanfeng's eyelids twitched. "I say, can you two be quiet for a moment?" He couldn't help but speak up. "Never mind, let us not irritate Uncle Lu." Jiang Yu smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. "Yaoyao, the training camp has many people. Stay away from those unsavory characters, you know?" Lu Nanfeng implied. "I know." Lu Yaoyao replied. "If someone is bullying you, promptly inform the instructor. If that proves ineffective, feel free to call me. Rest assured, with my presence, no one will dare to bully her," Jiang Yu assured, thumping his chest with confidence. "What I fear most is you bullying her." Lu Nanfeng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched in determination. However, a sinister smile crept onto his face as he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yu in the rearview mirror. The subway departs at 10:30. Once the time passes, it will not wait. Compared to the college entrance examination, 10:30 truly provides ample time. Even leaving for 45 minutes to relieve oneself would be more than sufficient. After offering a few final words of advice, Lu Nanfeng watched as the two entered the subway station. Just as they were about to disappear from view, Jiang Yu, that little rascal, secretly took Lu Yaoyao's hand. "What a clever boy." He nearly flung open the car door and rushed out. "No worries, I'm not angry. Since that's the case, you can forget about having an easy time in the training camp." He chuckled coldly, starting the car and driving off into the unknown. On the other side, the two who had entered the subway station, Lu Yaoyao instinctively withdrew her hand as if shocked, glancing back furtively. Swatting away his mischievous hand, Lu Yaoyao ground her small silver teeth. "Jiang Yu, are you trying to get yourself killed? If my dad sees, he'll surely beat you to a pulp. What is there to fear? We won't meet again for half a year. And by then, we'll be off to university, so Uncle Lu won't be able to see us at all." Jiang Yu replied with a grin. "What are you talking about? It sounds so strange." Lu Yaoyao's face gradually flushed red. "Jiang Yu, don't go too far." "Of course not." Jiang Yu attempted to grasp her delicate hand, resembling a tender green onion, but alas, she evaded him. Undeterred, he patted his chest and declared, "I promised Uncle Lu to take good care of you." "Well, I truly appreciate that." Lu Yaoyao moved ahead of him to pass through the security check. The special subway was on the lowest level. After passing security, the two followed the directional signs, turning left and right until they finally arrived at the third underground level. As soon as they descended, they saw a train with its doors wide open. Men and women with luggage were either conversing outside the carriage or resting within. All of them were the elite of this generation. Liu Yaoyao suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. How do you know? Jiang Yu casually inquired. Didn't Uncle Li tell you? In the aptitude assessment, the most gifted students will take the last subway to the training camp. This has been a tradition at Yunhai training camp for years. Jiang Yu's forehead slowly formed a question mark. In a way? Didn't Uncle Li tell you anything? I want to know too. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Let us go. Let us board the subway. The two stepped aboard. This special subway looked no different from the regular carriages. Gently tapping on the exterior, a cold, solid sensation met them, indicating its formidable strength. There were about 8 or 9 carriages, each housing 20 to 30 individuals. The total number must exceed 200. A cursory glance revealed no familiar faces in this carriage. Jiang Yu, what do you think we'll train for in the special camp? Liu Yaoyao asked. 100 people brought to one place, scavenging for guns, bullets, and medical kits. If luck permits, one might even find Tier 3 gear. Later, there will be a poisonous circle that gradually shrinks, leaving only one survivor. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. While observing the other students, oh look, there's a girl in white stockings over there. Jiang Yu. Yes, I'm here. He quickly snapped back to attention. Can you be a bit more serious? I'm serious. Jiang Yu grinned, saying, let us put it this way, regardless of other training, in terms of practical combat, as long as no second-tier aberrations show up, I can easily take care of you. The mobile screen? The surveillance camera, observing Jiang Yu's exaggerated words, Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened once more. This little rascal really dares to speak so boldly. Chapter 60. The subway interrupted. A thick fog arises. Attention all students. This subway is headed to Yunhai training camp and will commence at 10:30 North City time, making no stops along the way, with an estimated duration of 35 minutes. The announcement chimed, causing everyone in the carriage to perk up slightly. We're about to depart. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It was already 10:20. Yunhai training camp. Liu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've heard that this training session will be unprecedented in intensity. Perhaps by the time we leave the camp, we will be able to rival a first-tier aberration. Dante say that I can already handle a first tier on my own without entering the camp. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose, refraining from further comment. Time ticked away, and finally, at exactly 10:30, the train was about to depart. Please take your seats immediately. It's about to start. With a click, the glass doors on the platform gradually closed, followed by the subway doors. The carriage trembled slightly as it began to move forward. I really need to relieve myself. Jiang Yu rubbed his belly. The students seated around instinctively glanced in his direction. Can you be a little more civilized? Liu Yaoyao sighed, genuinely not wanting to associate with him. Hello, classmate. Which gathering place are you from? A nearby boy, who had been engrossed in his phone, looked up, his eyes flickering with surprise. Hello, classmate. We're from Yunhai. How about you? Jiang Yu stood up, shifting Liu Yaoyao to the side, and flashed a bright smile. The boy withdrew his gaze. I'm from Tianhe. Nice to meet you. You too. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I have. How about you? I had some too. Jiang Yu, what a character. Liu Yaoyao couldn't help but smile at the awkward conversation between the two. Ignoring them, she put on her headphones and quietly rested. Yunhai is the largest second-tier gathering place nearby. The scale of the training camp is immense, thus attracting top students from other gathering places to conduct joint training. Essentially, those who come to Yunhai training camp either possess a minimum aptitude of Tier 3 to Tier 4 or have exceptionally unique extraordinary abilities. A total of 2,500 students are gathered here. All highly exceptional individuals. Having Tier 5 aptitude is undeniably impressive, but who knows how many Tier 5 talents are aboard this train? Liu Yaoyao genuinely felt a sense of pressure. Listening to music, she dozed off for a moment. The train continued its journey forward. Suddenly, after an indeterminate period, a tremor jolted through the carriage. Having never truly intended to fall asleep, Liu Yaoyao simply opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Yu. Speaking of black stockings, I must confess that I prefer white stockings even more, because, what on earth is this guy chatting about? Liu Yaoyao removed her headphones and poked him. This item is white? Smooth and lovely. If only one could hold. What is wrong, Yaoyao? Jiang Yu turned his head in confusion. Stop chatting, Liu Yaoyao said. Jiang Yu, go keep your girlfriend company. We can talk when we return to the camp. The short-haired youth wore a teasing smile. You know how it is, girls can be quite clingy. Jiang Yu greeted him and then turned back, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Liu Yaoyao. If this were a comic, a thought bubble would certainly appear above her head. You're always so unserious. That's a flawed statement. One can't maintain a stern expression every day, just like your father. Given his poor health, he still wears such a grim look daily, which can't be good for his well-being. Jiang Yu silently added in his mind. Enjoy it while you can. Once you're in the training camp, we'll see if you can still be so carefree. Then you needn't worry. Jiang Yu smiled. With Uncle Lu absent, I'll be free to enjoy myself every day. Just then, the train jolted again. Wait, didn't they say the journey would be 30 minutes? It's already been 50. Someone exclaimed softly, it's true. Why are we still moving? Moreover, there seems to be no sign of slowing down. What's going on? An estimated 35 minutes is acceptable, but a delay of 15 minutes without any stops is rather unusual. The training camp isn't located within the Yunhai gathering place, which means this subway is currently traveling outside the city. Although the outskirts aren't as perilous as the fallen zones, they certainly do not compare to the safety of the city. No one could guarantee that unexpected situations wouldn't arise. The current circumstances felt off, causing everyone to tense up. Outside the train windows, that fog? Someone gasped. It's fog. A nearby person confirmed his suspicion. Jiang Yu followed suit, gazing out the window that a thin layer of fog obscured the view, thickening rapidly. This fog doesn't feel right. Jiang Yu suppressed his playful demeanor, standing up to get a closer look. Most of the other students mirrored his actions, scrutinizing the outside. The previously lively atmosphere shifted drastically. They were said to be the most gifted students, yet despite their abilities, they remained inexperienced and untested against aberrations. Leaving many feeling uneasy, the fog thickened, and the subway's speed diminished. Finally, with a long hiss, it came to a complete stop. The entire carriage fell into an eerie silence. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the carriage lights began to flicker. And then all the doors swung open simultaneously. Fog enveloped the platform outside, visibility reduced to about 7 or 8 meters. Moreover, this fog was not merely a shadow. His shadow eye couldn't fully penetrate it. At most, he could discern an additional 10 meters compared to the others on the ground. There were even a few pools of dried blood. The sight of this blood further plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. What happened? A timid girl began to tremble. I don't know. This situation is definitely suspicious. It is evident that the blood on the ground and the distant white bones signify that everyone in the training camp has been slaughtered. Jiang Yu remarked as he spoke. All eyes turned towards him. Killed? Are you serious? One voice exclaimed, while the crowd's expressions varied. That can't be true. The instructors at the training camp are formidable. A student paled at the thought. No one understands these creatures better than I do. The blood on the ground is still fresh. Judging by its color, it must have happened just a few hours ago, perhaps not long before we arrived. Jiang Yu asserted confidently. So, is there anyone among you who can drive the subway? Let us return quickly and notify the night patrol. That makes sense, someone mused, though a sense of unease lingered. But why does it feel off? Why would anyone think to drive the subway back in the face of such a bizarre scene? A voice called out, Hey, brother! The outside is shrouded in mist and blood. Where are you going? As Jiang Yu stepped forward, the crowd's expression shifted uneasily. He waved his hand dismissively. Already stepping onto the platform, I need to find a place to relieve myself. What kind of lunatic gets on board here? Someone shouted, Be careful. There's something in the fog. A student cried out, and suddenly, a hound-like creature burst forth from the mist, leaping towards them. This boy is finished, everyone thought. Then, with a resounding bang, the creature's head exploded, its body collapsing to the ground. Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao rushed forward. The boy remained unfazed by the creature's demise, displaying neither shock nor fear, as if he had not witnessed the event at all. He surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Is it the ability of that female classmate? After all, that man appears quite peculiar. Within the subway car, someone discreetly swallowed hard, and under the gaze of everyone. The two figures gradually moved forward until they vanished into the mist. Soon, a second and third person silently exited the car. Chapter 61. The assessment has begun. Jiang Yu. Slow down, Lu Yaoyao urged as she caught up to him. This mist is intriguing. Jiang Yu extended his hand, attempting to grasp the fog, but it was evident that he could not hold onto something so intangible. Be cautious. There are creatures lurking in the mist. Lu Yaoyao warned, scanning the area. Yes, I am aware, Jiang Yu replied, narrowing his eyes. The swirling mist obscured their vision, and beneath its thickness, one could only wonder what lay hidden. Prolonged exposure to such an environment heightened their anxiety. The subway came to a halt at a normal platform. Moving forward, they could see the escalator and stairs leading upward and a few creature corpses, Jiang Yu noted. Raising an eyebrow, he jogged ahead and spotted a decapitated body resembling a twisted piece of dough. Not sure. Let me take a closer look. The upper half of the body had an oddly shaped head, long and large, adorned with sharp, conical bone spurs that were quite piercing to the touch. Its visage was grotesque, somewhat reminiscent of Frisia's transformation from Dragon Ball. Jiang Yu changed his position to poke again. The skin was thin, allowing him to feel the hard bone beneath. This is quite disgusting, he commented, extending his hand to poke again, but Lu Yaoyao quickly grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Jiang Yu inquired. It's a bit nauseating, Lu Yaoyao admitted, unable to keep her gaze steady. If it's disgusting, then I want to look. Jiang Yu stood up. Let us go. Where to? Lu Yaoyao asked, clutching his sleeve tightly, her small hand enveloped in his larger one. Let us investigate what's going on, Jiang Yu replied casually. It's unlikely we're truly dealing with a driverless situation. There must be strong individuals protecting us. The subway has been stationary for quite some time, which is odd. Moreover, regarding this training camp, could it be that communications have been cut off? A few hours ago, there was an incident. There must be a way to inform the Yunhai gathering point. Yet, it seems everyone here is utterly oblivious. The notion that the training camp had been ambushed seemed illogical. Lu Yaoyao nodded repeatedly, understanding the rationale. Her reaction brought a smile to Jiang Yu's face as he continued. Gathering the most talented individuals together is inherently strange. Thus, I suspect that this white mist may resemble a kind of trial. Perhaps our every move is being monitored. Other students could be watching. Some may excel while others falter, spurring one another on. You're quite brilliant, Lu Yaoyao remarked, impressed. Most people aren't foolish. They could easily come to the same conclusion with a little thought. As the two reached the escalator, they found it devoid of power and had to ascend on foot. Your reaction time is remarkably quick, Lu Yaoyao mused. I suspect there are still students who are bewildered. Indeed, that's because they are frightened. Jiang Yu smiled broadly, exuding confidence, and I, on the other hand, am exceptionally brave. Lu Yaoyao chuckled, her tension easing considerably. Suddenly, the mist began to churn. Jiang Yu's ears perked up, and he quickly glanced to the side. There's a creature. Don't be afraid, Yaoyao. I'm here, he reassured her. I'm not afraid. Another figure darted from the fog. Jiang Yu assumed a fighting stance, then took a half step back. Go ahead, Yaoyao. Use your soul-binding attack. This fellow is truly something else. I expected him to be formidable. Yet he retreats upon encountering a creature. At the training camp's teaching building, screens displayed images from within the mist. The intentions of the training camp were not difficult to decipher. On one hand, they aimed to temper the spirits of the gifted, reminding them that high talent does not guarantee safety. Facing creatures directly serves as a test. On the other hand, they sought to inspire those with lesser talents, demonstrating that even the gifted are not invincible. This has been a long-standing tradition at the Yunhai gathering point. However, in previous years, such trials occurred post-enrollment. This year, they opted for a different approach, instigating chaos upon entry. The suddenness of the event, coupled with the terrifying and bloody creatures at hand, heightened the stakes. The training camp had already prepared antidotes and instruments to mitigate pollution, ready to assist the newcomers at a moment's notice. Students watched the large screen, occasionally whispering among themselves. If one did not wish to view the screen, they could connect their phones to the campus network to access alternative perspectives. Thanks to their striking appearances and engaging dialogue, Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao's pairing had garnered significant attention. Yet, just moments before, he had spoken with bravado, only to see the girl directly thrust into the spotlight. How shameless can you be? A voice muttered. While others lamented, why should she receive such treatment? Creatures of this nature do not instill fear in me, Jiang Yu proclaimed confidently. Yaoyao, you have had little exposure. These creatures seem rather weak, making them ideal for you to hone your abilities. In the footage, Jiang Yu spoke with conviction. What astonished everyone further was that the girl nodded in agreement. Yes, you have great talent. I am far inferior, but I will strive to catch up. How absurd. Many boys twisted their faces in jealousy. Upon reaching the escalator, Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings. Let us find a map first. The two wandered about, occasionally encountering students who had just disembarked from the subway. Soon, they located a map on the wall. Exit A leads to Playground 2. Exit B is the training ground. Huh. What is the training ground? They continued scanning. Exit C, Shadow Field. 3 exits in total. Which one should we choose? Zhang Yu asked Lu Yaoyao. Let us go with the Shadow Field, Lu Yaoyao suggested. Sounds good. The name alone suggests it could be dangerous. Zhang Yu snapped his fingers. Let us go. I'll protect you. How shameless. Can someone please comment on this? They swiftly proceeded towards exit C. Hey, wait up, came a voice from behind. Let us go together. Let us form a group. A few students hurried after them, likely seeking companionship. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The Shadow Field, as the name implies, is a place of shadows. Most students were unfamiliar with what it entailed, having only recently entered the camp and not yet begun formal classes. They had a basic understanding. The Shadow Field mimicked the Shadow Layer, functioning as a small version of it. Upon entering the camp, students received foundational manuals, and with the official release of information regarding the extraordinary, most had a rudimentary grasp of the concept. The Shadow Layer is characterized by obstructed vision and pervasive pollution, with creatures lurking everywhere amidst the remarkably sturdy structures. Compared to the playground and training ground, it is undoubtedly far more terrifying. That Zhang Yu, who only knows how to rely on others, will surely be terrified upon entering. Students settled in with snacks, eager to observe. Chapter 62. A Sudden Change. The unsettling Shadow Field. Is this truly the Shadow Field? Emerging into the open air, the thick mist continued to envelop them, and the ground took on an eerily dark gray hue, as if all color had been drained by the fog. Roar! A roar echoed from several meters away, a massive form partially visible through the mist, seemingly advancing toward them. What is that? Lu Yaoyao's expression shifted. It's a creature, Zhang Yu responded. SSSSS. Just then, additional creature figures emerged from the fog. A snake. No way. How could a snake in this place be ordinary? The head resembled a cone, while the body was elongated and curved. Upon that form, one could see a myriad of purple-black pupils. As it writhed forward, the pupils quivered erratically, creating an unsettling aura. This was merely the beginning. Further ahead emerged even more grotesque forms, creatures that were neither snakes nor centipedes, all wriggling forth. A cursory glance at the ground revealed no fewer than 20 of them. Anyone who encountered this would surely feel the hairs on their necks stand on end. Buddy, don't look. Shouldn't we run? The exclamation escaped amidst a haze of disbelief. What on earth was going on in this training camp? The legs of those trailing Zhang Yu began to tremble. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhang Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't anticipated that 3 serpents on the ground would charge directly at him, like arrows released from a bowstring. They zipped through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. Is this for real? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu seized Lu Yaoyao, pivoted, and rolled to the side. The others followed suit, scrambling in a desperate bid for safety. The 3 serpents darted straight into the subway entrance. Ah, what on earth are these fiendish creatures? Help, run. We absolutely cannot exit through exit C. In the next instant, a piercing scream shattered the air. Apologies, my fault. Zhang Yu quickly offered a silent prayer for everyone, then sprang to his feet, a grave expression settling on his brow. What the hell is wrong with this training camp, given that speed? A strike could easily create a gaping hole in one's body. Even those at the mid-tier of the first rank would not dare to face it head-on. Zhang Yu kept a vigilant watch over his surroundings. With Lu Yaoyao beside him, he instinctively dodged. He hoped the students below were safe and that the training camp would come to their aid. Damn it. Why are those 3 snakes back again? Their multitude of eyes fixated on him. Their target was him? Zhang Yu. Run. Lu Yaoyao grabbed him and propelled him forward. As Zhang Yu moved, the others began to shriek and flee as well. The ground was littered with serpents, all pursuing them with alarming speed. He attempted to distance himself from Lu Yaoyao, glancing back occasionally. After a moment, he confirmed it. This group of wretched things was indeed chasing him. Why was that? Up ahead lay the shadow arena. Push harder, the group cried out. The subway entrance was right next to the shadow arena, a mere few dozen meters away. Though termed a venue, the shadow arena occupied an expansive area, enclosed by walls of an unknown, dense material, rising high and imposing. The entrance was a large room. The crowd rushed in, disregarding where to go. There was a door leading to the shadow arena, so they charged forward. They pushed open door after door. Jiang Yu took up the rear, kicking away any creatures that lunged at him. Following the others onward, he opened a door, and then in the blink of an eye, he found himself emerging from the front of a shop. Behind him stood no towering buildings, merely a convenience store. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. The street lay desolate, autumn winds swirling through scattered leaves. Buildings loomed, their doors and windows shattered, resembling hollow eyes that had been gouged out. Rows of trees flanked the streets, their branches withered and bare, creating an even more desolate atmosphere. Vehicles were strewn about, abandoned shells left to decay. Miscellaneous items lay scattered, coated with dust. It was a scene of desolation and silence. Simultaneously, unseen shadowy substances crept towards him, cold and soothing, but of course, the effect was far less potent than that of the true shadow realm. This so-called shadow arena indeed bore some semblance to the shadow realm. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and suddenly recalled something, hurriedly scanning left and right. Where was Lu Yaoyao? She had entered just moments before him. Where could she have gone? Jiang Yu quickly turned back and opened the door again. The three snakes lunged at him. How audacious! His expression turned icy as he reached out and seized one. With a sickening squelch, he crushed its skull. The remaining two collided with him, their fangs sinking deep into his flesh. Boom! The snake he had grasped was crushed in his grip, emotionless. He held onto the last two, effortlessly removing them as if lifting a bundle of cotton. Again, he crushed them with ease. He glanced down at the wound. He had gripped too hard, and the fangs were lodged in his flesh. He grasped them with both hands and gently pulled them free. The action was painful, causing his brows to furrow deeper. He opened the door again, but nothing rushed out. It seemed to be an ordinary door, leading only to a typical convenience store. Entering and exiting posed no issues. Something was off, this time. It felt genuinely wrong. After pushing open the door, Lu Yaoyao was gone. Disregarding the others, he was determined to rush toward the serpentine creatures that had gone mad. And within the shadow arena, an odd sensation gripped his heart. What on earth was happening? Jiang Yu pondered, while the observers in the training camp's monitoring room were even more perplexed and anxious than he. Lu Qing. What is happening over at Exit C? The pupil snake seemed to be exhibiting uncontrollable behavior for some inexplicable reason. The blood crystals are only having a minimal effect. Damn it, we must immediately dispatch to eliminate those pupil snakes. The priority is the safety of the students. I've dealt with the remaining pupil snakes. The two students have already entered the shadow arena. Understood. As they watched Jiang Yu appear on the screen, the instructors in the monitoring room let out a slight sigh of relief. The shadow arena was constructed from a forbidden item of the abyss. Entering through the same entrance would lead one out at different locations. The probability of 3 pupil snakes and several individuals exiting from the same exit was quite low. To leave, one had to go through a specific entrance or employ other methods. Regardless, the two students had now entered the shadow arena, and instructors were already waiting inside, so there would be no issues. Yet, in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in horror. Jiang opened the door, and 3 pupil snakes charged out together. What kind of luck is this? Immediately in the classroom, within the monitoring room, everyone stared in shock as he crushed the creatures, forcibly extracting their teeth. Just then, all the cameras suddenly went dark. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's gaze was fixed on the end of the street. Things were becoming increasingly strange. He felt as if a clock were ticking in his mind, buzzing and disorienting him. Breath, a chill radiated from his heart, spreading outward. Goosebumps began to rise. Shadows crept across his body, intertwining uncontrollably, weaving into a garment of darkness. Clang. 10 sharp claws erupted, gleaming with a deadly sheen. He was involuntarily entering the shadow form. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. With a loud thud, a corpse plummeted from the sky. That was a first-tier upper creature. Cloaked in a shroud of shadows, Jiang Yu gazed into the distance. Someone tell him, what on earth was happening? This assessment in the training camp was beginning to spiral into the absurd. Chapter 63. Uprising. The pupil nest. Roar. A creature, of equal height to a person, devoid of facial features or gender, bared its naked form and let out a deafening roar as it lunged forward. Not be deceived by its lack of clothing. With a squelch, an eyeball extruded from its skin, the purple-black pupil spinning wildly, instantly locking onto Jiangyu. No. Not just one as it pounced. The squelching sounds were incessant. In an instant, they were a mass of eyes. Disgusting. The creature was suffused with a murderous intent, seemingly fixated on the necessity of eliminating him. The sound of footsteps grew nearer, and then it charged, leaping. Its multitude of eyes whirled in unison, unleashing an undetectable impact. Buzz, dizziness, nausea, the urge to vomit. Jiangyu's body rapidly reacted in various strange ways, then crack. Before the creature could reach him, Jiangyu had already seized its neck. With a gentle squeeze of his 5 claws, he snapped it cleanly. 80 of its blood volume was instantly drained. Following that, Shadow Devour was recorded in the manual. Name: Faceless Pupil Being. Type: Pupil. Rank: First Tier Mid-Level. Description: A lowly abyssal creature. Its pupils are the primary source of its abilities. The number of pupils does not correlate with its true strength. It excels in mental attacks, as its pupils allow it to discern minute details and exploit weaknesses for strikes. Note: A base pupil species, it is rumored to have once been a subordinate of the shadow species. Killing cost: Temporary blindness, cost exempted. Shadow Devour gains: Increased shadow points, slight enhancement of shadow pupil. This creature has been recorded. After all, being a first-tier mid-level entity, the increase in shadow points was already commendable. It also slightly strengthened the shadow pupil, which was a delightful surprise. To put it bluntly, he could now clearly read the last line on the eye chart. He didn't need to turn on the light to check his phone at night. He could discern whether the lady across the street was wearing white stockings or barefoot. It was that powerful. As he flipped through the manual, the information on the pupil snakes came into view as well. Jiangyu focused his attention on the type. Pupil type: A lower species of the shadow type? Could it be that this creature bore a grudge against users of shadow abilities? No, it wasn't simply a branch of XX abilities, but rather a genuine stealth user with the ability of shadowed. Perhaps it is due to this very reason that they would launch a frenzied assault upon themselves? Jiangyu mused wildly, uncertain of the circumstances at hand. Once more, he surveyed his surroundings. The feeling of unease, having reached its zenith, came to a halt, akin to the resonant echo that lingers after a bell tolls. This sense of impending crisis, sharp as needles, was it merely a peculiarity of the shadow realm? Or was there another cause? Jiangyu could not ascertain. He initially regarded this as merely an assessment orchestrated by the training camp. All participants were newly awakened youths, and it was unlikely they would unleash high-tier aberrations. At most, they might release some low or mid-tier entities merely to instill fear. For others, this might entail a test of both body and mind. However, for him, a trial he could easily conquer, and yet, you expect me to feel anxious? How could literature possibly evoke tension? Yet ever since those few ocular entities had desperately attempted to bring about his demise, coupled with the strange occurrences within the shadow realm, his confidence had begun to wane. Exhaling a deep breath, Jiangyu moved to the right. There was a chance he might encounter other trainees, so he endeavored to shed his shadowy guise, and then he remained utterly still, skill deactivated. After fervently calling out within his mind for what felt like an eternity, there was no response. Switching to Shadow Blade yielded no results either. Shadow Thread and Shadow Sphere functioned without issue. But how to traverse into the shadow layer? A dim glimmer flickered in his obsidian eyes. Yet he remained firmly rooted in place, not breaching the spatial barrier. Jiangyu inhaled deeply. Very well. The situation may be more dire than he had imagined. Hiss, roar. As he walked along the street, Jiangyu felt his heart grow heavier. Having ventured barely 100 meters, the bizarre shapes of the buildings, the eyes lurking behind windows, and the twisted figures clinging to rooftops. At some point, a circle had formed around him, enclosing him within. Crackle. Crackle point. 10 sharp claws scraped against each other, sparking a few embers. Beneath the shadowy exterior, the intent to kill gradually surfaced. What has transpired? Why has the projection room on the shadow realm gone dark? I was left dumbfounded when that boy pulled the teeth lodged in his shoulder. Then suddenly, a blackout startled me in the classroom. The trainees exchanged puzzled glances. They then observed the instructor seated at the front, seemingly receiving some information, his brow soon furrowing into a serious expression. Hastily, He instructed them to remain in the classroom and await further news before exiting. Within the observation room, the atmosphere was tense. Reports came in. Instructor Liu has lost contact. Instructor Luo has also lost contact. All cameras and probing devices have been severed from connection, one after another. The grim news deepened the unease in everyone's hearts. A flurry of keystrokes on the keyboard yielded no results. Instructor Chun, what should we do now? Someone inquired, casting a glance his way. The man known as Instructor Chin, with his narrow eyes and prominent hawkish nose, exuded an inherent aura of menace. Qian Song's gaze was sharp, dissuading anyone from meeting his eyes. Truly, one must commend the Yuhai training camp. It was evident that Qian Song had many grievances, and with a furrowed brow, he appeared even more formidable. Xiao Qin, compile the names and awakened abilities of the students who have entered the Shadow Realm. Contact the chief instructor to inform him of the situation and seek his counsel. Lastly, summon all second and third tier instructors to head to the Shadow Realm immediately. Commands were issued, and the atmosphere turned frantic. The Shadow Realm originated from a prohibited entity, the Ocular Nest, first discovered 30 years ago. This peculiar entity, consisting of clusters of eyeballs, appeared to be a living organism. Once one took hold of this entity for a prolonged period, eyeballs would begin to sprout from their body. Upon reaching a certain threshold, their form would uncontrollably begin to morph towards that of the ocular species. Fourth-tier extraordinary beings could hold it for 3 minutes, while fifth tier could manage 10 out. Upon landing, the ocular nest would emit fluctuations, altering the surrounding environment into a semi-shadowy state. Hence, the name Shadow Realm. Periodically, the ocular nest would spawn aberrations. Those aberrations remaining within for extended periods would undergo pollution, gaining strength and partially transforming into ocular species. The ocular nest vehemently resisted high-tier extraordinary beings. When the Shadow Realm was activated, any high-tier extraordinary being approaching would siphon the life force of all creatures within to resist the extraordinary. Since the establishment of the Shadow Realm, there had been no disturbances for 25 years. It had remained stable and practical, serving as an excellent training ground for the students. Yet now, it had erupted for the first time. Chapter 64. Examination halted. Third-tier aberrations, fourth and fifth-tier extraordinary beings are prohibited from entering the ocular nest, or they will trigger the rules. Immediately gather all second and third-tier instructors, don your gear, and proceed to the Shadow Realm. Qian Song swiftly issued commands. Instructor Chen, what about the other trainees? Someone queried. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qian Song replied, withdraw the mist, halt the examination, and send a few instructors to maintain order. Understood. He continued to name a few instructors. Instructor Su, Instructor Zhou, Instructor Liu. After designating several individuals, he turned and strode outward. Prohibited entities are manifestations of rules. Since it pertains to regulations, it is not easy to differentiate tiers. Considering aspects such as lethality, applicability, cost, and effectiveness, they are classified into 3 tiers: Star, Moon, and Sunday. The ocular nest is categorized as a mid-tier moon entity. Its effects are unique and extensive. If its full power is unleashed, it could withstand a 4th-tier extraordinary being. The consequences of a prohibited entity causing a disturbance at this tier are unimaginable. The group hastened forward, Qian Song's face etched with unshakable gravity. Within the ocular nest at that moment, there was 1 3rd-tier instructor and 4 2nd-tier instructors. The efficiency of aberration production from the ocular nest was not particularly high. Especially concerning 2nd-tier aberrations, it typically took 3 to 4 months to gestate a single one. Moreover, with instructors wielding probing prohibited entities, they conducted periodic sweeps, making the emergence of 2nd-tier aberrations highly unlikely. For this trial, the Shadow Realm had only yielded a handful of mid-tier first-class entities, along with some lower-tier ones. After numerous confirmations to ensure the aberrations were within control, the students were permitted entry. There are no upper-tier first-class aberrations within the ocular nest. The instructors possess formidable strength. There should be no issues. Theoretically, there should be no issues. Despite this reasoning, Qian Song remained plagued by an unsettling apprehension. Prohibited entities, if you do not provoke or disturb them, how could they suddenly erupt? Throughout the great cataclysm to this day, the instances of prohibited entity disturbances are few and far between. And each occurrence has been traceable to a cause. But what about this time? Everything appeared normal. Merely a few students had entered. In previous years, countless students had traversed the Shadow Realm without incident. It was utterly absurd. The instructors moved with astonishing speed, leaping dozens of meters at a time. Their powerful physiques made it nearly impossible for ordinary people to track their movements. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the Shadow Realm. However, due to their higher tiers, entering would immediately provoke a counterattack from the ocular nest. The force of this counterattack would stem from the life force of all beings currently within. Fortunately, other instructors soon arrived. 7 third-tier and 5 second-tier instructors gathered within minutes, nearly sufficient. Chansong surveyed the group. All are prepared to enter the Shadow Realm. Engage in combat only if absolutely necessary. Prioritize understanding the situation and ensuring the safety of the students. Yes, without hesitation, the group advanced towards the entrance of the Shadow Realm. There were 5 doors, and they queued in batches to enter. The leading instructor exerted his strength, pushing the door forward. The door remained steadfast. His expression changed slightly as he exerted more force, yet it still did not budge. Lao Lu, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and go in, urged those behind him. This door won't open. I am truly astounded. What a bunch of foolish birds, clinging to the walls cloaked in shadows. They swiftly maneuvered and leaped. Below gathered at least a dozen ocular entities, with several more trailing behind. This ragtag group lacked the ability to scale the walls. The issue was that there were hardly any tall buildings within the Shadow Realm. The tallest structures stood merely 10 stories high, while the majority were old 6-story buildings rarely seen in contemporary times. Though Jiang Yu felt a sense of nostalgia at this height, reminiscent of his time in Huaxia's residential areas, it was entirely inadequate for him to leverage his advantages. As long as the aberrations jumped high enough with sufficient force, they could easily leap to the rooftops from the window ledges and pursue him. Could he afford to stop? Absolutely not. He had initially intended to engage in a fierce battle with the ragtag group, only to find that upper-tier first-class entities were appearing one after another, with some even concealing second-tier aberrations. Surrounded from all sides, the ocular entities excelled at mental assaults. How was one to fight under such circumstances? Bam! His right foot struck the rooftop, creating a massive crater. Then he leaped high, propelled by this momentum, akin to a bird soaring. Boom! A resonant buzz exploded in his mind, abruptly hindering his forward motion. This maneuver faltered. The gliding posture he had adopted was thrown into disarray. Yet again, Jiang Yu's expression contorted with strain. Then, another gaze struck him, disrupting his actions. Just as he was about to reach the rooftop of the adjacent building, having been interfered with twice, his movements completely faltered, and he plummeted downward. Bam! He crashed to the ground, back. Jiang Yu winced in pain, bracing himself as he rose. This group of the eye species clung to him like an adhesive plaster stuck stubbornly to his rear. Initially, he managed to shake them off, but as time passed, he was incessantly harassed by their abilities, gradually shortening the distance between them. Now, after this fall, it seems he has no hope of escaping. He flexed his arms and gazed upwards. As expected, several figures were clinging to the edge, watching him intently. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously, drawing closer from both the rooftop and the ground. They were completely surrounding him, at least 2 second-tier anomalies, 7 or 8 first-tier elites, and several first-tier intermediates. The inability to employ Shadow Blade was tolerable, but the confinement of his ability to traverse the Shadow Realm was utterly fatal. One could say it had effectively halved Jiang Yu's mobility. How had things devolved into this dire situation? By all that is holy, what had he done to provoke them? Did he slaughter their eye species or disturb their ancestors' resting places? Did they wish to gnaw a piece of flesh from him, even at the cost of their lives? This was outrageous. After hunting in the Shadow Realm for so long, Jiang Yu had never encountered such a frenzied anomaly, be it the ghostly apparitions, predators, or any other kind of anomaly. The rules were clear. If you strike me, I shall retaliate. If you seek my demise, I shall endeavor to end yours. Should your strength surpass mine, perhaps I might feel fear and attempt to flee. Though whether I could escape remains uncertain. Survival, resistance, and the instinct to avoid harm. These are the primal instincts of living beings. Look at the eye species. What foolish creatures they are. Fine. He had initially intended to interact with them as an ordinary student, yet was met with hostility and no more pretense. He would reveal his true self. He too was a second-tier anomaly. Indeed, a second tier with 2 distinct attributes. It was merely a matter of ferocity, if it came to it. Even if he were gravely injured, he would ensure they paid dearly. With his inner ferocity fully ignited, Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves, preparing for battle. However, at that moment, he noticed these creatures seemed to exhibit a hint of hesitation. They had pursued him yet did not intend to strike. Were they engaging in a marathon with him? Jiang Yu's nostrils flared in frustration as he watched them retreat. No, their gazes seemed to be directed behind him. A shiver coursed through his body as he turned slowly, a towering figure, 3 meters tall, wielding a bone blade resembling a scythe, hunched over with spikes protruding from its back. Its 3 pupils emitted a sinister green glow. As it rose, a white, armor-like bony shell adorned its abdomen, leaving no doubt about its formidable hardness. A faint hiss escaped its curved mandibles. Cold sweat trickled down his back as Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Very well, very well. A third-tier anomaly had emerged. He cursed under his breath. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as he crossed his arms defensively. The immense force was irresistible, and Jiang Yu's body was propelled straight through the wall. Chapter 65. Plunging into darkness, a third tier. An anomaly. He had yet to engage in a proper battle even at the second tier, and now he was thrust into a confrontation with a third tier? Fine, let it be so, if only he could have all his abilities unshackled. Who was the wretch capable of sealing powers from such a distance? He finally grasped the reality of the situation. Ghosts and predators. Their corporeal abilities were tangible and easily dealt with. But the ice species, each one more peculiar than the last, with their bulging eyes glistening, left him bewildered, merely enduring their onslaught. And now, the third-tier ice species before him. It was evident that even its physical prowess far surpassed his own. Clutching his chest, Jiang Yu stumbled, sending a cascade of debris tumbling as he rose from the ruins. In shadow form, his injuries were indiscernible, yet he knew the truth. His body was on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, he had anticipated the creature's assault, raising his claws to shield himself. Otherwise, after that strike, he might not have been able to stand again. As he observed the approaching figure, Jiang Yu forced himself to endure the pain. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, unleashing strands of shadow. The moment the creature entered the confined space, it was met head-on with a barrage of threads. Although they could not penetrate its form, they connected at various angles. Within mere seconds, the shadow threads were consuming his energy, and a slight emptiness began to settle within him. Yet, the results were promising. The creature adorned with bone spikes and pupils was ensnared. As it struggled, the threads snapped one by one. Moments later, all the shadow threads were completely severed. When it looked up again, Jiang Yu's figure had vanished. Where was he? It glanced around, then stepped out. The street? Absent. The rooftop? Also empty. That brat was surprisingly fast. The bone-spiked eye species sniffed the air, its emerald gaze intensifying. Then, with a leap, it transformed into a blur and dashed forward. Injured and limping, Jiang Yu dared not pause. It felt as though the anomalies in the shadow realm could pinpoint his location, and no matter how he hid, one of them would inevitably discover him. The shadow realm was vast, yet it could not withstand such frantic fleeing. In his escape, he glimpsed other students and instructors. The students were also evading the anomalies, but they fared slightly better. Typically, 1 or 2 anomalies could chase several individuals. No. In the shadow realm, numerous first-tier intermediates and elites meant 1 or 2 could pursue a group of students. The instructors he saw were mostly entangled with anomalies, unable to extricate themselves in the short term. For now, he could only prolong his survival, doing everything in his power to stay alive until reinforcements from the training camp arrived. Alternatively, he could vanquish the entire horde of anomalies. Jiang Yu bore the agonizing pain of fractured ribs as he glanced back. The massive figure was leaping after him. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he sidestepped and slipped into an alleyway. He swiftly traversed to the opposite street. Hiss! Raising his eyes, his heart skipped a beat. The streets were lined with various storefronts, noodle shops, convenience stores. Yet a veil of darkness seemed to envelop this district as he moved towards the right. The darkness thickened, creating an overwhelming sense of being in the shadow realm. Had he stumbled into the very core of the shadow domain? At the same time, an inexplicable desire stirred within him, urging him to advance. Jiang Yu's gaze extended. The darkness, dense and impenetrable, lay at the end of the street, too distant to discern clearly. His sight lingered for merely 2 seconds before retracting. Never mind that. Preserving his life was paramount. That place was shrouded in ominous shadows. There would be ample opportunity to return later, and it was unnecessary to risk it now. He turned, preparing to sprint leftward. Just then, thud! A massive form descended from above, its menacing bone spikes displaying an ancient yellow hue, and its dark green pupils locked onto Jiang Yu's figure. He found himself at a loss for words. Only feeling an overwhelming fatigue, the bone-spiked eye species wasted no time. The ground beneath him erupted, and Jiang Yu hastily defended himself. Without question, he was sent flying once more. Shaking his numb arms, he had barely regained his footing when the creature lunged at him again. Jiang Yu clenched his jaw, having anticipated its relentless pursuit, rolling forward instinctively. His scalp grazed the blade's edge as his claws shot forward. Clang! Sparks flew as the razor-sharp claws, capable of slicing through steel, met resistance, making progress excruciatingly slow. Small holes punctured the surface, oozing green blood. Health. 75-74. Damn it. That lengthy health bar had decreased by a minuscule fraction. Was he here for a spa treatment? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, pivoting to unleash a barrage of strikes. Ding! The bone-spiked eye species swiftly turned, raising its blade to block, leaving a white mark in its wake. Then it retaliated. Clang! Jiang Yu's knee slammed into the ground. His arm straining to hold himself up, the curved blade narrowly missed his face, causing his cheeks to flush. With a sudden burst of strength, Jiang Yu thrust the creature away. Come! He roared and lunged forward. Claws descending from above. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, Jiang Yu could feel a surge of energy building within him. Moreover, each assault was stronger than the last. If he could amass 100 consecutive strikes, perhaps he could deliver a few lethal blows to this anomaly? Bang! Jiang Yu was sent reeling backward. In truth, such possibilities were currently unattainable. A few more ribs had likely fractured, and his teeth felt loose from the impact. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. With a roll, he sprang to his feet and dashed forward, his movements fluid as if he had anticipated being knocked back and had pre-planned his escape route. The anomaly was momentarily taken aback. Failing to react, ahead, amidst the thick darkness, something seemed to materialize. The call from deep within him grew stronger, the desire and impulse becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Since escape was futile, he might as well dive headfirst into it. After all, he was facing death either way. Jiang Yu was determined to uncover what lay hidden in the darkness. The sound of his footsteps echoed far and wide. He glanced back one last time, only to see the bone-spiked anomaly hesitating to pursue, as if deterred by something. Did the third-tier anomaly fear to follow? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. There was no choice but to plunge deeper into the unknown. He focused ahead. The darkness loomed ever thicker, the buildings completely shrouded, rendering them indistinct. Despite the comfort emanating from his body, his heart raced with apprehension, bracing for an unexpected ambush from an anomaly. He pressed forward, relentlessly advancing. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why was this street so long? As realization dawned, he found himself surrounded by an infinite abyss of darkness. His footing vanished, and a chill ran down his spine. In the next instant, he plummeted into the boundless blackness. Chapter 66. Have I lost my authority? It felt as though he was adrift in the cosmos, weightless and floating. Apart from the overwhelming darkness, there was nothing else. He stared blankly into the void. What was happening? Is anyone there? He opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. Hello, he shouted loudly, his lips seemingly moving, though he was uncertain. It was dark, oppressively dark. A glance around revealed nothing. Even when his mind commanded him to raise his hand before his eyes, he was unsure if he had truly executed the motion. He waved his palm and patted his chest. There was no pain, no sensation whatsoever. In the awakening chamber, at least there had been a voice. Now, he was engulfed in a complete void of perception. 1 second, 2 seconds. Counting silently for several moments, still nothing occurred. Conversely, that sense of calling intensified. What on earth was it? Jiang Yu, bewildered, contemplated for 2 seconds before moving forward. He was uncertain if he was truly walking. The command had been issued, and motion was now a matter of his body. As time passed, That yearning became nearly overwhelming. Yes, it seemed his body was indeed moving. 1 step, 2 steps. 1 second, 2 seconds. After an indeterminate number of steps, an irregular crystal appeared before his eyes, suspended in the boundless darkness. Fragment of position. At the first sight of it, the term shadow species abruptly flashed in his mind, as if he innately understood what this object was. It was what had drawn him closer. What a bizarre thing. He had never heard of it. At this juncture, Jiang Yu not only remained tense but became increasingly vigilant. Should he flee? He surveyed his surroundings, and no matter which way he looked, all he saw was an infinite expanse of black. Perhaps the third-tier aberration had left. Once he comprehended the shadow realm, he would return to explore this darkness. Yes, that seemed plausible, as he calculated in his mind. Jiang Yu attempted to turn around. The crystal remained suspended, devoid of any movement. It seemed entirely oblivious to Jiang Yu's intention to escape. His gaze gradually shifted, completing a 180-degree turn, and then he spotted another crystal not far away. All right, this time, I will proceed slowly. Jiang Yu twisted his head back again, but this time, he turned his head while keeping his eyes fixed, capturing the crystal in his peripheral vision. Excellent. The crystal remained in his line of sight, unmoving. Therefore, there should be no issues. It surely could not teleport instantaneously. Jiang Yu refocused his eyes. Ahead of him, a crystal floated. Yes, indeed, it could teleport. I refuse to believe I cannot escape. Jiang Yu fixated on the object, cautiously attempting to retreat. Under his scrutiny, the small entity remained in place. Could it be that this thing's rule is it does not move as long as someone is watching it? It bore a slight resemblance to the SCP's little peanut. Thinking he had discerned the rule, Jiang Yu maintained an unwavering gaze, fearful of its sudden disappearance. He slowly began to back away. After taking 7 or 8 steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What the hell? Why is it getting closer? Jiang Yu's heart raced. Am I not retreating? I understand now. My senses have been affected. Retreating is actually advancing. I must reverse my actions. Thus, Jiang Yu began to move forward. Damn. Approaching at this speed was even faster. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the crystal trembled violently and then shot towards him like a cannonball, crashing into Jiang Yu's chest. Boom. It was as if thunder had erupted. His mind plunged into utter blankness. A torrent of information surged within his brain, colliding and exploding continuously. Vivid images flashed before his eyes. Obscure notes rang in his ears. His vision gradually lost focus. The characters transformed from chaos to unity, from disorder to clarity, until they morphed into comprehensible information. Nest of I species, a forbidden object from the abyss, formed after being tainted by the aura of high-tier I species, capable of producing lower-tier I entities. The core abilities of the nest include, first, when a Tier 4 or higher entity invades, it can extract the life force of all creatures within the nest to counteract the intruder. Second, I species ability, locking. A rule-based ability that locks onto the state of a creature and marks it for all I species within the nest, enabling them to launch an assault on the marked target. Shadow and I are sworn enemies. Any being of complete shadow species status will inevitably face the pursuit of the nest of I species. Since an unknown era, this high-tier shadow position fragment has inadvertently descended, attaching itself to the forbidden object, nest of I species, leading to their coexistence. One side is merely a minuscule position fragment, while the other is a mature forbidden object. Thus, the erosion began. The nest siphoned the power of the position fragment, becoming even more formidable. The position fragment attempted to counter-erode, transforming the range of the nest into shadows, but alas, it failed. Their irreconcilable coexistence allowed them to siphon power from one another. The nest now reigns supreme, possessing immense power, bearing the complete shadow species position. It was targeted as soon as it entered the scene. This was the retribution of the lower-tier kin against the former higher-tier species. Everything is as simple as that. Damn it! Jiang Yu's chest heaved as he processed this vast and intricate stream of information. The abyssal rift, the hierarchical relationships between aberrations. Too many questions flooded his mind, especially the fleeting image of the abyss, lasting perhaps only a fraction of a second, yet it plunged Jiang Yu into a frigid void. What kind of world was that? Vast, eerie, and filled with madness. no image could linger in his mind. Reflecting on it brought only an overwhelming sense of dread. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yu gradually regained his composure, gazing at the crystal before him. Its entire being was ink black, not pure black, but rather glowing black, a conflicting and discordant visual experience that defied simple description. In short, it indeed manifested before him. There was a door within the nest. Pushing it open would allow him to exit. However, it appeared that, given the current circumstances, the nest would not rest until it had annihilated him. A high-tier extraordinary had forcibly intruded, fulfilling the nest's desires. In this manner, it could directly extract the life force of all creatures, effortlessly extinguishing itself. The rules, the true essence of power concerning the extraordinary core. How could a mere novice at Tier 2 withstand it? Yet the position fragment before him emanated an exceedingly familiar aura. Absorb it? Strengthen oneself? Is that how it works? Jiang Yu slowed his breathing. Shadows of deep ink swirled in his eyes, as if an unseen force was drawing him in. Gritting his teeth, he extended his hand, touching the crystal, the abyss. Species and species are interconnected through bloodlines, constructing a vast hierarchical system of clans. Only those of Tier 6 or higher, descendants of the bloodline, may be referred to as species. Beyond that, it remains obscured. In the instant of contact, the crystal transformed into a liquid-like existence. Flowing around his claws and arms, thump, thump, his mouth slightly agape, his heart felt as if gripped tightly by a large hand. In this deathly silent environment, Jiang Yu suddenly heard the frantic beating of his own heart. That sense of familiarity peaked at this moment. His heart raced violently. Opening his palm, the dense darkness pulsed within his hand. Hiss, hiss, breathing like a bellows, Jiang Yu's expression grew increasingly dazed, engulfed in confusion. Once more, he accepted a torrent of information. Shadow species, position fragment. Is this the authority I lost? Chapter 67. Welcome to my shadow realm. Everyone gather together. The instructor protects the outside. The students stay within. All students immediately ingest the anti-contamination potion. Those with ranged abilities may harass the aberrations. Do not venture outside the protective circle alone. Abandon all distractions. The accumulation of negative emotions will only worsen the situation. This is a training camp, and we will surely emerge. For instructors encircled the students, who were sheltered in the middle. All faces were ashen, especially several students, whose hearts felt icy cold. They were indeed in dire straits. What was supposed to be a normal assessment had turned chaotic due to Jiang Yu's presence. However, even without today's incident, the students would eventually enter the shadow realm for training, facing aberrations. It was merely a matter of time. The difference lay in the number of unfortunate souls. The candidates might vary. Bottles of potions were tossed over, and after each student received a vial, they consumed it. Lu Yao Yao pressed the bottle's mouth, gulping it down. The sharp pain in her head eased slightly. The anti-contamination potion replenished a small amount of energy and reduced the cost of slaying aberrations. 1, 2, 3, 4. She scanned the faces of the gathered students repeatedly. Where is Jiang Yu? All the students had been clustered together by the instructors. Where had Jiang Yu gone? Now that chaos had erupted in the shadow realm, even the third-tier instructors were entangled with aberrations. If he were alone and discovered by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yao Yao felt anxious yet powerless. Instructor, watch out. An upper-tier first-level I species lunged at the instructor while he was distracted. Lu Yao Yao's eyes widened, and her soul-binding ability activated instantaneously. The movement of the first-tier upper-level aberration slowed momentarily. This brief moment allowed the instructor to retaliate with a punch to its head. Thank you. The instructor cast a grateful glance at Lu Yao Yao before concentrating on dealing with the second-tier aberration before him. Lu Yao Yao's body swayed slightly, and double vision began to appear. Having repeatedly used her soul-binding ability to interfere with the aberrations, even after the anti-contamination potion provided a modicum of energy, she still found it difficult to endure. She had awakened her abilities only half a month ago. There had been little opportunity for her to grow stronger. Achieving this much was already astonishing. Unfortunately, it was far from sufficient. The students leaned against the wall, despair creeping into their hearts. Could they truly survive? In the distance, a figure was engaged in a fierce battle with the aberrations. The third-tier I variant, imbued with terrifying power. The two adversaries clashed from the ground to the upper floors of a 6-story residential building. Even within the Shadow Realm, the reinforced sturdiness could not withstand the onslaught. In mere seconds, the overwhelming force shattered walls and pierced through floors, causing the entire structure to collapse. Song Qingyan unleashed a powerful palm strike, generating a colossal wave of wind that almost solidified. Crashing down with a deafening roar, before him, a grotesquely contorted third-tier aberration, resembling a devilfish transformed into a fiend, was covered in an array of eyes. Under the assault, it plummeted from the air, embedding itself into the ground. Spitting blood to the side, Song Qingyan's expression turned fierce, devoid of the gentleness he displayed during his meeting with Jiangyu. He leaped downward, swinging his right arm in a wide arc before bringing it down. A thunderous roar reverberated as the ground trembled violently. Particularly at the point where the aberration landed, the earth sank nearly half a meter deep. As he descended, his knee pressed against the creature's lower half, ready to deliver a finishing blow, hissing. The sound of a distant hiss drew closer, causing Song Qingyan's descending arm to halt abruptly. A shockwave erupted, propelling him upward in a manner that defied logic. He witnessed a bone spike variant scythe slicing through the air. Another third-tier aberration? Cursing quietly, Song Qingyan cast a glance back at his comrades. They could still hold on. He hoped to finish off these two before it was too late. A bitter feeling gnawed at him. The first 100-eyed variant employed bizarre tactics, slippery as an eel, intent on dragging him into a protracted battle. For reasons unknown, Song Qingyan felt a gaze fixated on him from the shadows, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Should that gaze seize an opportunity, it would spell disaster. Could that gaze belong to the I variant nest? It made no sense. It was merely an object of prohibition. Ungoverned, how could it manifest such anomalies? Once again evading an attack, Song Qingyan steeled his resolve, gathering a tempestuous surge of energy in his palm. The unseen gaze returned. He could no longer hesitate. Transcendent technique. Descend. The storm abruptly expanded, his palm clutching the eye of the tempest. A wild gust swept through. Upon contact, the outer shell of the bone spike variant began to shatter piece by piece, half of its body stripped away by the raging winds. With a splatter, blood rained down from the heavens. Song Qingyan finally comprehended the nature of that gaze. It had locked onto him. In the instant his power surged forth, his weakened state solidified, and as the unleashed energy collided with the governing forces, he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. The bone spike variant, grievously injured, struggled to rise from the ground. The wind. Song Qingyan's voice faltered, his raised arm suspended in midair. His abilities were also shackled, rendering him unable to act. A grimace twisted his features. The bone spike variant, however, did not rush to kill him. After rising, it approached the corpse on the ground, beginning to feast and recover its injuries. The first 100-eyed variant had already emerged from the pit. Having finished its meal, it was over. With a thunderous boom, a tremendous mental shockwave erupted. In his current state, Song Qingyan could neither evade nor resist. His head throbbed painfully, his vision darkened, and his body uncontrollably arched backward. Just before losing consciousness, he saw the 100-eyed variant advancing toward his comrades. The other instructors watched helplessly as the scene unfolded. All around, the sound ceased abruptly, and the one who spoke was hurled into the air. Crashing against the wall, after spitting blood, they fell into unconsciousness. The violent energy swept through. The light emitted by the 100-eyed variant flickered and dimmed on the ground. A visible shockwave surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. All were thrown into the air and subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness under the mental onslaught. Had it all to end before they even officially stepped into the realm of the extraordinary? A bitter smile graced Lu Yaoyao's lips. After reading so many accounts and books, she finally grasped the helpless despair of facing aberrations firsthand. Power would continuously wane, and the cost of slaying these creatures was steep. How arduous it was. Through her heavy, layered vision, she witnessed the 100-eyed variant using its tail to whip up scattered rebar from the ground. It hurled it forward, whoosh, the rebar, slicing through the air, approached swiftly, bang. A stone, flying from an unknown direction, struck the rebar, altering its trajectory, narrowly missing a student and embedding itself into the wall with a resounding clang. The 100-eyed variant appeared puzzled. It coiled up the rebar once more, preparing to launch it again. Just as Lu Yaoyao's heavy eyelids were about to close, she seemed to see another piece of rebar swinging toward her, colliding with a loud bang, sending both flying. Then, a shadow on the ground shifted, a figure leaping forth as if breaking the surface of water. With a swift thrust, 5 claw-like blades pierced into the aberration's body. Its streamlined form exuded a latent power. Who was that? Lu Yaoyao, too weak to keep her eyes open, succumbed to unconsciousness alongside everyone else. Hiss! The previously dimmed aura of the 100-eyed variant reignited, its terrifying presence sweeping through the surroundings. The shadow was immediately sent flying. Then, adjusting its posture mid-air, it landed gracefully. Panting, the figure slowly straightened. Another wave of mental shock striking. Jiang Yu's body swayed as he let out a muffled groan. Dark tendrils, like ink, coiled around him. Spreading across the ground, he gazed intently at the 2 aberrations positioned side by side. Behind him, numerous first- and second-tier variants gathered. He surveyed the front and back. The hissing of mandibles echoed in chorus. Jiang Yu lowered his breathing. Even the sound of his heartbeat gradually faded to a barely audible whisper. He spread his palm, a ball of shadow pulsating with energy. The darkness beneath him began to spread like a tide. Thickening into an intense void, power eroded one another. This was the domain of the nest, yet it was not entirely so. The darkness beneath surged outward like a tidal wave. Jiang Yu's gaze burned fiercely, the shadows enveloping him resembling a king's battle robe. Hiss! The 2 aberrations sensed a twinge of unease. Hiss! Ultimately, they chose to strike first. The bone spike variant charged forward, while the 100-eyed variant unleashed a mental assault. Roar! The multitude of first- and second-tier aberrations joined in a collective roar as they charged. After being pursued for so long, it was now his turn, a pack of whelps. The shadows had fully expanded, enveloping the area of several dozen meters, swallowing the light. I declare, silence. The youth murmured. In an instant, all fell silent. Welcome to my shadow realm. Chapter 68. Slaying, 2 in quick succession. Visibility, 0. Sound, utterly silent, invisible, inaudible, as darkness surged. The once ferocious aberrations froze in place. Those who had not managed to halt their advance were left flailing in confusion, of course, without a sound. Losing sight and sound was undoubtedly a fatal blow for the variants. A direct strike against my allies. No wonder the former, shadow variants, could ascend to a dominant species among the variants. This inherent capability to counteract them rendered them utterly suppressed. It was no wonder the variants sought rebellion. With such a formidable nemesis looming overhead, who could find peace? In that moment, the dense shadows transformed into a realm, engulfing all aberrations. The creatures felt completely deprived of their sensory faculties, bewildered and disoriented. The more astute ones retreated hastily, attempting to escape the shadow's grasp. The slower ones were crushed on the spot. After dispatching 2 or 3 lesser variants, Jiang Yu strode directly before the 3rd-tier aberration, the 100-eyed variant. Unlike the bone spike variant, this one concentrated all its power within its multitude of eyes. The darkness descended, reducing its full strength to a mere 30%. Jiang Yu hesitated not for a moment. After unleashing his shadow realm, the nest's locking ability could no longer function at full capacity. Within this domain, it was his personal territory. Transforming his arm into a blade, he soared into the air, delivering a heavy strike. The blade met the creature's body, akin to a dull knife attempting to cut through leather, barely making an impact. Yet, if one could not penetrate with a single strike, applying more force would surely yield results. With a squelch, blood was finally drawn. The 100-eyed variant thrashed wildly. Its devilfish-like upright form was adorned with writhing tendrils. The tendrils flailed about, but Jiang Yu, having landed a hit, retreated, leaving the creature in a state of impotent rage. Health, 27. Its condition was far from optimal, and he was grateful for the instructor lying on the ground. Wait, was that not Song Qingyan? The last time they spoke, he had expressed his anticipation for their reunion at the training camp. Jiang Yu had never imagined that when they met again, it would be in such a state. Observing the 100-eyed variant's frenzied movements, he stepped forward. The large blade descended. The first strike saw a slight decrease in health, but no blood loss. The second strike continued the decline, a 1 drop. The third strike further reduced the health. The fourth strike dropped it by 1. The fifth strike reduced it by 2. Killing spree. The blade danced through the air, and after 5 strikes, bolstered by the shadows, each swing exceeded his own strength. A single strike, 3. A single strike, 4. A single strike, 6. The 100-eyed variant emitted a terrified shriek. Yet no sound escaped its MW. It sensed death encroaching, its life force rapidly waning, yet was powerless to stop it with each step. It drew closer to death, particularly the higher-tier aberrations, which possessed greater intelligence and thus feared death even more. The piercing cry, the 100-eyed variant trembled, its mouth impaled by the blade. Accumulated under the multiple, killing intent, it had reached the execution line. Execution. The 10 health bar turned a vivid crimson, then shattered like glass. In an instant, the 100-eyed variant's body froze, the remaining vitality swiftly draining away. The execution line was crossed, resulting in its utter annihilation. Execution. A power that rivaled even that of the Shadow Realm. A sudden clarity surged within Jiangyu. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He turned his gaze to the second aberration, the bone spike variant that had pursued him relentlessly. It stood alert, neither advancing nor retreating. Clearly, this was a more intelligent creature. Since the eyes and ears are rendered useless, let perception be unfettered. After a thorough confirmation, it has roughly pinpointed the location of Jiangyu. With determined strides, he approached while wielding the remaining scythe. Health, 21. Half of his body was shattered, and the wound was teeming with grotesque granulation tissue, looking exceedingly horrific. The state of the bone spike variant was far inferior to that of the 100-eyed variant. Jiangyu initially intended to attempt Shadow Devour on the 100-eyed variant, but the evident disparity between second and third-tier entities rendered his efforts inefficient. He needed to first eliminate the bone spike variant before him. Jiangyu discarded the corpse and leapt forward. With a swift motion, the shadow threads latched onto the opponent's wound, and with a forceful tug, Jiangyu dashed away. Swinging the enormous blade, he gathered strength before releasing the shadow threads. He slashed, lacking formal training and systematic techniques, he simply struck in whatever manner felt most comfortable. The bone spike variant's sensory abilities were not particularly strong, failing to fully react. It could only instinctively raise its scythe in defense. With a clang, its health bar decreased. Another slash, the variant staggered backward, raising its arm to counterattack. With repeated strikes, its health plummeted to 15. Killing intent continued to accumulate. With another strike, perhaps he could directly reduce it by 4-5. Jiangyu lifted his blade, and suddenly, an overwhelming void engulfed his being. The expanding shadow field receded into him like a receding tide. Shadow points were insufficient. He could barely maintain the shadow form to utilize shadow blades for attacks. As for invoking this shadow field, it was entirely inadequate. In mere seconds, the blanket of darkness faded entirely. The bone spike variant likely did not anticipate regaining its sight, momentarily stunned. Still dawdling, ignoring the emptiness within, Jiangyu raised his hand and aimed a blade at the opponent's forehead. Hunt could last for 10 seconds. That would suffice. Before the blade could land fully, the mark was directly affixed to the variant. In the initial 2 seconds, the bone spike variant, initially poised to counterattack, fell into panic and became rigid. I strike. Yet it was unexpectedly revealed that the bone spike variant's eyes glimmered, somehow breaking free from this state. After all this effort, your dual eye ability is to resist negative effects. Who would have guessed? At the critical moment, it forcibly altered its body position. The massive blade, originally aimed at its neck, merely grazed its shoulder. 12. Jiangyu's heart sank. The kill line was nearly reached, but he had no time to withdraw his blade for another strike. The bone spike variant roared, and its bone blade plunged directly into his heart. With a swift cut, it struck Jiangyu's chest. Ouch! Adrenaline surged, momentarily dulling his pain. However, the opponent lifted its leg, intending to strike him with its spiked thigh. Buzz! A familiar surge of energy approached. It was the soul calming. Jiangyu's heart trembled. Without diverting his attention to the situation beside him, he seized the opportunity, allowing the bone blade to embed itself in his body. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve and charged forward to meet the opponent's attack. He swung his blade down. Health diminished again, It had entirely reached the kill line. Kill. The health bar emptied. Death. In an instant, the glimmer left the bone spike variant's eyes, its expression tinged with disbelief. Its body swayed. And after Jiang Yu delivered a kick, it fell backward, quickly losing vitality. Hiss! The many surrounding variants eyed him hungrily. Jiang Yu suddenly froze, wishing to smack his forehead. Just as the shadow field ended, he had not been locked onto by Nest, and could have entirely entered the true shadow layer, relying on in-and-out maneuvers to engage with the variants. What a blunder! Seeing that the variants still intended to attack him, Jiang Yu seized the two variants and hurled them into the shadow layer, intending to recover while keeping an eye on their movements. Should they exhibit any signs of aggression towards others, he would spring into action. Jiang Yu held onto the two variants when, suddenly, the door of a nearby building swung open. The instructor, clad in tactical gear, approached. It seemed he was no longer needed. The Nest could no longer maintain its blockade. Even better, Jiang Yu's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 69. Have I spotted Warty Brother? Finally entered. What is that? Just stepping into the shadow layer, Instructor Gu rubbed his eyes. He seemed to see a figure dressed in shadowy attire, in that open space, dragging something, slowly vanishing into the air. Old Gu, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and save someone, someone urged from behind. Instructors filed in one after another. Over here, quickly, deal with the variants. A group of instructors had long been on high alert. The moment they could enter the shadow field, they rushed in, immediately making various arrangements. The wait was prolonged, and several more instructors arrived. 6 third tier and 10 second tier, with anti-contamination agents and various restricted items. They were fully armed. Such a formidable lineup could potentially handle a swarm of variants. Some went forward to assist the injured, administering potions. Others engaged the variants. Still, others climbed high buildings to assess the surroundings. The I variant Nest, which had not faced any issues for decades, had suddenly become a major problem. The crowd outside anxiously awaited, unable to enter or leave. Particularly concerning was the discovery of those trapped in the shadow field. Not to mention others, Wanli Xuanguang's nephew was classified as confidential. Even one with Qian Song's status had to apply for higher authority to uncover this information. Another was the daughter of the night watchman of Yunhai. Although her 5th-tier talent theoretically could not compete with the 6th tier, her awakened ability was exceptionally powerful. Goodness, it could be said that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the two would undoubtedly become the pillars of the Great Zhou, possibly even yielding a night watchman or further, a general. Yet, before even stepping foot into university, they were met with such a fate. The reputation of their families would be severely tarnished. The crowd conducted the rescue methodically. Fortunately, the situation was better than anticipated. The students' injuries were not too severe. The most grievous injuries were sustained by several instructors and that unfortunate Song Qingyan, who was poisoned by the Nest, to the point of spitting blood. 1, 2, 3. Instructor Gu was counting the number of students. After completing a round, his expression shifted slightly. Why is one still missing? 1, 2, 3. For after counting, indeed one was missing. Classmates, the number of you who entered together is one less. Does anyone know who it is? With a hint of hope, he inquired. Liu Yao Yao, still somewhat dazed, perked up at this question. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is not here. Jiang Yu? Instructor Gu's heart sank. While counting, he had a slight inkling, but he kept reassuring himself. I'm face blind. It can't be that bad. Alas, the most crucial Jiang Yu was truly missing. Jiang Yu is not here. Disperse 5 people to search quickly. He disregarded everything else and shouted to the instructors still busy at work. I'll search this way. I'll check that way. The crowd was startled, immediately springing into action, leaping onto high buildings to scan for Jiang Yu's whereabouts. They leaped between floors, each night watchman equipped with life detectors to sense nearby life forms. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Not a single living person was found, not even a variant. It was eerily silent. While searching, they called out loudly. Instructor Gu continuously scanned the radar, hoping it would suddenly emit a beep, prompting him to rush over. Clearly, he failed. Having searched a vast area with no trace, he could only return the way he came. Did you find anything? An instructor asked. No, I haven't seen a single variant here. Neither have I. Others returned one after another, their expressions grave, some looking towards Instructor Gu. Old Gu, how about you? Instructor Gu was about to speak when an instructor beside him pointed. indicating they should look over there. What is it? Instructor Gu was puzzled. He cast his gaze over. After all this time, the variants had been completely eliminated. All students and disciples had regained consciousness and were organizing to leave. You don't know? Back then that variant jumped over, launching a sneak attack on my face, followed by a left slash. I was careless and didn't dodge. Look at my chest. A group of 8 or so students stood together. One ragged youth animatedly relaying his story, blabbering away. Jiang Gu, and then? A student, captivated, pressed for more, and then? Jiang Yu sneered. I remained utterly calm, launched a 2-stage kick, followed by a spiral headbutt, obliterating it on the spot. A few instructors gaped, then exchanged glances. This kid, he really the nephew of the night watchman? Looking at the listeners, their expressions were serious, yet they couldn't help but grind their teeth in disbelief. Ridiculous. While gesturing animatedly, saliva flew everywhere. Dude, do you even feel pain? That injury on your chest is practically digging into the flesh, and your arms and legs are covered in bloodstains. Yet you're here bragging? Regardless of how exaggerated Jiang Yu's words were, the injuries he bore were undeniable. It was clear he had been pursued by the variants. Alone, he sustained numerous injuries yet survived. Even if Jiang Yu were now boasting about having slain a 3rd-tier variant, the students would hardly resent him. This guy must have something up his sleeve. Quickly apply some medicine. Liu Yao held out the potion distributed by the instructors. All right. Jiang Yu took the potion. Not painful? How could it not hurt? If the wound were any deeper, he would be meeting his maker. He opened the potion and cautiously poured it onto the wound. Damn. An intense, searing pain rapidly spread through him. This is for oral consumption. Liu Yao's mouth fell open in shock. Jiang Yu's features contorted in agony. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish enough to pour an entire bottle over his chest. He tilted his head back to swallow. The potion spread rapidly within him, absorbing quickly. At last, I feel a sense of relief. Everyone, gather around. We are now preparing to leave the shadow field, a commanding officer declared ahead. The group formed an orderly line and marched forward. Yet chatter still filled the air. Suddenly, I felt as though I were hallucinating. Just before losing consciousness, I seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Yao Zigu. I saw it too. There truly was a dark silhouette that closely resembled Yao Zigu. At that moment, as the steel bar hurtled towards me, I thought my demise was imminent. Out of nowhere, a figure stepped in front of me, and I instinctively felt it was Yao Zigu. With your remarks, it appears that I might not be mistaken. What on earth are they talking about? We are in a special training camp. How could Yao Zigu possibly be here? Jiang Yu interjected, grinning. Yao, did you see it? Liu Yao's gaze drifted to the wound on his body. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. Jiang Yu had no choice but to shift the conversation, asserting, I say it's impossible. This is a special training camp. How could Yao Zigu have traveled such a distance? Right? Yao? MHM? Liu Yao replied, her attention seemingly divided between his injuries and her thoughts, giving a somewhat perfunctory response. Indeed, it seems implausible that he could have come from so far away. Yet, could it be that Yao Zigu is one of our fellow trainees? One student proposed. Chapter 70. Unyielding steps. Who is this fool speaking? Jiang Yu glanced over. The young lad had a tousled head of hair, a prominent nose, and a strikingly handsome visage. It seemed that during the introductions, he was named Zhou Hao. This unfortunate child. Think carefully about what you just said. Does it hold any merit? The group fell silent. Then someone forced a chuckle. No, it can't be, right? If Yao Zigu were truly our age, when did he awaken his powers? My brother is a night watchman. He says that people's physiques cannot be generalized. We need to awaken at 18 to prevent those too young from being unable to withstand the pollution. Zhou Hao stated with a serious demeanor. However, some can awaken their talents independently. Though there isn't much difference between independent and unified awakening, awakening 3 to 5 years earlier certainly provides a considerable advantage. I still find it unreasonable. Someone countered. Let us say, for instance, at age 15, just starting high school and learning how to hunt aberrations, that seems rather exaggerated. Besides, the chatter indicated that skepticism was prevalent among the crowd. Ahem, Jiang Yu cleared his throat, and all eyes turned toward him, eager to hear what this esteemed figure would say. Yao Zigu cannot possibly be our age. His first words set the tone for the discussion. He began to elaborate. My uncle is a high-ranking officer in the Night Watch. He is incredibly impressive. Goodness, you're truly the nephew of Li Xuanshi? A group of juniors began chatting amongst themselves, and the officer had no intention of intervening. The mention of an uncle in a high position left everyone momentarily stunned. No one understands the extraordinary better than I do, Jiang Yu declared. The demeanor Yao Zigu displayed at first was exceedingly naive, and his overall performance was rather poor. He could not have been putting on an act. Yet, the frequency of his videos suggests a noticeably accelerated rate of improvement. He delved into a layered analysis, considering aspects such as strength, age, and abilities. To put it succinctly, Jiang Yu nearly convinced himself. I believe Yao Zigu might be on some hunting mission, encountering anomalies and tracking them back to the special training camp. Oh wait, the sudden uproar in the shadow field must have a cause. Perhaps it's related to Yao Zigu. What could a bunch of newly awakened youths possess that could provoke such a disturbance in the shadow field? Doesn't that sound right? Indeed, it does make sense. The officers nodded subtly, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, they had inadvertently become listeners. However, this nephew of Li Xuanshi still seemed rather youthful. Following the sudden upheaval at the Chuxin group, the name Yao Zigu had spread throughout the various Night Watch departments. Some had attempted to investigate his identity, discovering that his phone number appeared to be a special line for the Night Watch, of a high level, yielding no information. Based on the exhibited strength, it fell between the first and second tier, offering no justification for the immense reaction from the shadow field. I envy you all. Jiang Yu sighed. Yao Zigu truly looks dashing in the videos. I was chased by aberrations to that location, and by the time I arrived, the battle had already concluded. I didn't catch a glimpse of Yao Zigu. You really missed out, Zhou Hao nodded. Let me tell you, Yao Zigu looks even more handsome in person. Is that so? Jiang Yu chuckled. How handsome? As handsome as a 3- or 4-story building, Zhou Hao replied. What do you think, Yao Yao? Jiang Yu turned to her, noticing her lost in thought. He ruffled her hair. Handsome. I suppose, Lu Yao Yao contemplated before offering her response. And what about me? Jiang Yu grinned. The two began their playful banter again, while others turned away, resuming discussions about how Yao Zigu had managed to defeat a third-tier aberration. Lu Yao Yao shot him a glance, but refrained from answering, instead asking, How is your injury healing? It's healing, don't worry. Jiang Yu continued to tousle her hair. Next time you encounter aberrations, try not to get hurt. Lu Yao Yao spoke softly. Huh? Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment. Sister-in-law, it's not that I want to get hurt. It's just that the aberrations were pursuing me. It's a miracle I'm still alive. Zhou Hao interjected. What are you saying? Jiang Yu laughed and scolded him, nearly kicking him in the rear. The group, having narrowly escaped death, chattered animatedly as they made their way outside. He squeezed the young girl's small hand, admiring her delicate profile. He was uncertain whether she had sensed something. His identity as you was a spur-of-the-moment creation. Considering the needs of a hunted eye in retrospect, it had fortuitously become an excellent guised eye in truth. Even if Lu Yao Yao discovered it, it would not be a significant issue. Yet, for now, it seemed best to let things unfold naturally. I'll go greet Uncle Song, Jiang Yu announced. Lu Yao Yao glanced back and nodded. Uncle Song, it's been a while. Jiang Yu approached Song Qingyan, who hobbled at the rear of the line. A cigarette perched in his mouth, revealing a slight smile. Jiang Yu. Uncle Song, your injuries seem quite severe. Song Qingyan chuckled helplessly. I'm managing and you're about the same. Jiang Yu laughed, scratching his head. Song Qingyan discerned his thoughts. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, then I shall inquire. Uncle Song, last time I wanted to chat with you more. My Uncle Li. What kind of warrior is he? Jiang Yu queried. Hasn't he ever mentioned it to you? Song Qingyan appeared astonished. Never. He has never brought it up, Jiang Yu sighed. When it comes to the extraordinary, he treats it as if I were a thief. Perhaps he is concerned for you. Song Qingyan hesitated. Goodness, he had assumed Jiang Yu was already aware. It left him somewhat conflicted about continuing the conversation. Uncle, please tell me. After all, I'm already half in the extraordinary circle. Share what you can, Jiang Yu urged. All right then. Song Qingyan hesitated briefly before slowly beginning. Your Uncle Li was the youngest warrior in the Great Zhou. Goodness. Jiang Yu hadn't expected such an astonishing revelation right off the bat. At the age of 29, he became a warrior, breaking the record that required one to be 30 or older to attain such a rank. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Song Qingyan's eyes. At 29, he ranked among the top combatants of the Great Zhou. Jiang Yu felt a sense of awe. Later, he made a mistake. No, I don't even consider it a mistake. Song Qingyan continued, this incident was extremely grave. As a result, General Li lost an arm and relinquished his position. From his tenure to his resignation, it was merely 4 years. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Uncle Li has such a past? He asked. What happened, if I may inquire? This time, Song Qingyan hesitated even longer. After a while, he softly spoke. Suppose the abyss demands that the great Zhou cede several second-tier settlements, turning them into their paradise. Otherwise, they will open a massive abyssal fissure in the northern capital. Should the great Zhou acquiesce? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated such a dilemma. Should they concede or not? The terror of the abyss was something Jiang Yu had gleaned from the fragmented pieces of knowledge. An abyssal fissure opening in the northern capital would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Would that not mean relinquishing settlements? But those are settlements. Countless lives and families are at stake. How could one allow that? Even as a choice, the dilemma was excruciating. Since Song Qingyan shared this, it suggested that it was a real occurrence. Jiang Yu was about to respond. Just then, Song Qingyan spoke again. If the location of the fissure is not particularly important or prosperous, would it affect your decision? In an instant, Jiang Yu felt as though he had been struck by a revelation. The trolley problem. Pulling the lever wouldn't alter the fate of just a few children. When the numbers swelled into the millions, how would one choose? The weight of life cannot be easily sustained. The gravity of existence is challenging to articulate. Jiang Yu fell into a trance. Song Qingyan patted his shoulder as they walked forward, his voice resonating in Jiang Yu's ears. An inch of land and an inch of blood. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. Your Uncle Li said, when it comes to unyielding steps. Chapter 71. Extraordinary tier. Second tier it wasn't until they reached the medical room that Jiang Yu realized he had been somewhat absent-minded. In his memories, he could only recall a time when Uncle Li had 2 arms. Around the age of 10, Uncle Li suddenly went on a business trip for an extended period. Upon his return, he was left with only 1 arm. The original owner of this memory found it deeply etched in his mind. With just a slight effort of recollection, he could bring it all back. Judging solely by appearances, Uncle Li sported a stubbly beard and often had his eyes half closed, exuding an aura of someone who hadn't quite shaken off the lethargy of sleep, before he was aware that the other party was a battle-hardened warrior. Jiang Yu felt confident that he could easily handle 10 Uncle Lis with 1 hand. However, once he learned of the other's past as a combat veteran, he began to suspect that even with 1 arm, Uncle Li could easily dispatch 10 of him. Uncle Li never spoke of the extraordinary world or how he lost his arm, opting instead to trade his knowledge for a momentary sense of security. This could be likened to conceding territory and paying reparations. If one cannot win, one must yield and submit. Being weak means enduring blows. Taking a step back may lead to lesser losses or perhaps a better choice. Yet, that was not an option. In those years of youthful vigor, Uncle Li stood his ground resolutely. Jiang Yu felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Lacking the full picture, he found himself unable to judge right from wrong. Even if he were aware, what right did he have to make such judgments? Uncle Li, who had never married, was now in his 40s and partially disabled. A battle general, what a formidable individual he was. He stood at the pinnacle above countless extraordinary beings. Becoming a battle general was not an annual selection. It was entirely contingent upon one's combat prowess. Strong generals typically held their positions for 5 years or more, with some serving nearly a decade. After stepping down, they might become chief officers, deputy chief officers, or even professors at esteemed academies. Uncle Li, however, found himself in a mere second-tier position within a night patrol division. Come, let's measure the pollution index, said a young lady in white scrubs from the medical room. All right, Jiang Yu replied, shaking off his daydream. Perhaps, in the future, he could show his gratitude to Uncle Li by helping him find a suitable niece-in-law. Returning to the present, this vast training camp was well equipped with ample medical facilities and personnel. The medical room bore a striking resemblance to a conventional hospital. Pristine examination rooms, incomprehensible medical instruments, and a faint scent of disinfectant permeating the air. The sole difference lay in the nurse before him, who was strikingly alluring to him. Jiang Yu complied and lay down on the apparatus under the nurse's guidance. It felt akin to undergoing an MRI, as the machine emitted a low hum and a beam of light swept across his body, causing him to instinctively tense up. The large apparatus, compared to the small toy that Lu Yaoyao had used earlier, delivered far more accurate results. There's no need to be anxious. There's no danger. A voice echoed from the speaker. Soon, the examination concluded. After nearly an hour of waiting, the nurse approached with the printed report. Her expression somewhat peculiar. Jiangyu? She inquired, puzzled. Here, your body shows no signs of pollution. All right. Wait a moment. The nurse's lips parted slightly. This doesn't seem right. The test results appear to have some discrepancies. Logically, there should be some. Rest assured, there's no issue, Jiangyu chuckled, seizing the report and making a hasty exit. Were it not for the instructors insisting everyone undergo testing, he would have long returned to his dormitory to rest. What a joke! Who did he think he was? Cost? Fully exempted. IT would indeed be strange to be contaminated. Inside the medical room, as Yang Ci gazed at the electronic report displayed on the computer, her rosy lips parted in astonishment. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Pollution index, 0. Extraordinary rank. Second tier, second tier? The new recruit has reached second tier, she pondered. Am I the one out of sorts? Or is it this world? Jiangyu. She stared blankly at the two characters. Exiting the medical room, Jiangyu glanced around. Several instructors were still waiting outside the hall. If he remembered correctly, one of them was surnamed Gu. Jiangyu was among the quicker ones to finish his examination, while others were still undergoing their tests. Instructor Gu, Jiangyu approached. Jiangyu. Who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Care for a smoke? He rummaged through his belongings and produced 2 cigarettes. Sure. Didn't he expect this kid to be so familiar? Gucci paused, instinctively taking one. When he reached for his lighter, he suddenly noticed something was off with the weight. Looking back at Jiangyu, who was chewing on something, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, while you're sharing cigarettes, you're sharing candy instead. Amused, he decided to join in and chewed on the candy as well. Where's Instructor Song? Jiangyu inquired. He's gone in for treatment. Jiuqi pointed towards the examination room down the corridor. His injuries are severe. He was hit by a shadow entity and will need a few days to recover. He shot Jiangyu a glance. You know Old Song? We met briefly before. Jiangyu nodded. I see. Jiuqi smiled. Instructor Song is a good guy and has a decent relationship with your uncle. He should be responsible for your practical classes. Oh? Jiangyu's interest peaked. Setting aside thoughts of practical training for now, it was promising to have a connection to Uncle La. Jiuqi smiled slightly and continued. Back in our university days, as graduation approached, we were assigned as team leaders. Old Song was fortunate to be placed under your uncle's command. Back then, Li Xuanshi truly overshadowed a multitude of prodigies. After graduation, Instructor Song joined the Night Patrol Division, becoming one of your uncle's subordinates. If only I had his luck, he winked at Jiangyu. Opting not to elaborate further, the two engaged in casual conversation. This recent fog incident was essentially a simple introductory assessment for new recruits. The usual procedure involved emerging from the subway, with 3 locations to choose from. The recruits would each go their separate ways. And under the threat of an exotic creature, they would either unite to fight back or flee in panic. Those brave enough to retaliate would undoubtedly receive opportunities from the training camp, allowing them to experience what it felt like to hunt exotic beings. Naturally, the final outcome involved a formidable exotic creature appearing, sending everyone into a frantic, terrified scramble in the same direction, culminating in a collective initiation ceremony. To everyone's surprise, the very first segment had collapsed. First, there was a riot of the eye creatures, followed by chaos from the shadow entities. In all the years since the camp's inception, such a major blunder had never occurred. Little you have no idea that I suspect quite a few instructors are going to face reprimands and reflections because of this incident, Gucci sighed. The shadow entity was intended to simulate the shadow realm for you all. After this debacle, it seems this batch of recruits will have no opportunity to utilize it. The cause of the riot needed to be investigated. If they could uncover the reason, it would be fine. If not, disciplinary action was virtually guaranteed. Conducting assessments is fine, but the utmost priority must be safety. What's the point of conducting assessments if safety cannot be ensured? This is merely a small test. Yet we're dealing with a bunch of inexperienced kids, and now there's been an incident. If we don't train you, who should we train? Jiangyu scratched his nose, wisely choosing not to respond. Why did the shadow entity riot? I have no idea either. Chapter 72. The regulations of the training camp dormitory. Hey, my partner is coming out. Instructor Gu, I'll head over now. As they conversed, Zhang Yu spotted a figure emerging from one of the medical rooms and called out. All right, Gucci replied. Wait a moment. Isn't that the daughter of Lu Xuanshi? Observing Zhang Yu approach, Gucci quietly opened his phone and bypassed the Yunhai Training Camp Instructors Group. He clicked on the Yunhai Gatherings Instructors Group and scrolled up. Soon, he reached the top. Chief Instructor Lu, due to some temporary matters today, I cannot attend and I would appreciate everyone cooperating with Deputy Instructor Chansong. His temper isn't the best, so be prepared for possible outbursts. Please bear with it, of course. This message wasn't the main focus. The real highlight was the following note. Chief Instructor Lu, oh? And please keep an eye on that kid Zhang Yu for me. Keep him as far away from my house as possible. If anything seems amiss, send me a message immediately. I won't hesitate to reprimand him. A flurry of responses filled the chat. Should I inform Lu Xuanshi about this? Gucci pondered but decided against it. He raised his phone and snapped a picture as a keepsake. How is it? Zhang Yu inquired. It's fine. The pollution isn't severe. After a cleaning, I've prescribed some medication. Just take it regularly. The two walked side by side outside, and the young lady asked, What about you? I am completely fine. Zhang Yu flexed his muscles. Good to hear. Lu Yaoyao smiled, clutching the report in her arms, her eyes sparkling with mirth, lost in her thoughts. Instructor Gu, should I escort her back? Go ahead. Go ahead. Gucci waved his hand. After retrieving their belongings from the designated area, they headed towards the dormitory. After confirming his building information, Zhang Yu accompanied her to the ground floor. Rest up. Your abilities place a heavy burden on your body. I suspect you used quite a bit just now, Zhang Yu remarked. Your injuries aren't light either. Are you sure you don't want to consider resting a bit longer in the hospital? Lu Yaoyao asked. I'm fine. Don't worry. Zhang Yu increasingly sensed that Lu Yaoyao's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Did this girl truly discover something? This situation felt rather awkward. It was akin to a middle school boy writing an overly dramatic and passionate novel, only to have his younger sister stumble upon it after a sleepless night. He was unaware that the reader was his sister, yet she knew that the author was her brother. The mere thought of this scenario made his toes curl in discomfort. As he watched her enter the dormitory building, the girl turned and waved, signaling him to return quickly. Zhang Yu sighed deeply. Escorting his charming childhood friend back to her dormitory felt undeniably surreal. Yet, as soon as her figure vanished, an emptiness settled within him. Why was that? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu understood. Perhaps it was simply because it happened so infrequently. After escorting one person back, an overwhelming void remained. If he could escort 10 people, surely the constant transitions would alleviate that sense of emptiness. Shaking off these peculiar thoughts, Zhang Yu carried his belongings back towards his dormitory. The training camp was not merely a haven for college entrance exam candidates. It also served as a campus for first- and second-year students of Yunhai University. After all, with such a vast shadow field, it can regularly produce first- and second-tier aberrations, and it only operates for half a year each year. Is it merely for the practice of third-year students? What is the purpose of this training camp? This seems to be nothing but a sheer waste. In reality, nearly all universities operate in a similar manner. Training camps serve as both a base for lower-grade students and a training ground for third-year students. This period coincides with the beginning of the new semester for universities. Along the way, one can see many students from Yunhai University. They walk with the frailty of a willow in the wind. Appearing rather weak, a single punch should suffice to resolve the matter. Their frames are slight, with thighs that likely lack the girth of my arms. One ought not to provoke them, lest a single blow result in a plea for mercy. Weak, so very weak, a mere slipped eye in the realm of literature. Zhang Yu can only lament that it is not yet summer. It is still the end of February, and the weather remains quite chilly. With beautiful sisters around the campus clad in down jackets and thick padded pants. Zhang Yu, what are you so cheerful about? A voice calls out from beside him. Xiaopeng? Zhang Yu turns and instinctively gasps. It is Lu Yuqiang, who has rounded out considerably in just over 10 days. Previously, when he was called Xiaopeng, it was mostly in jest. Standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 150 jin, he certainly wasn't overly heavy. In fact, he appeared quite robust. Yet now, his belly protrudes, his face has rounded, and there seems to be a bit of flab quivering on his arms. What has happened to you? Zhang Yu is taken aback. Such a significant change in appearance suggests he has gained at least 20 to 30 jin. Having arrived at the training camp a few days earlier, he had visited the library to research. His awakened ability is gluttony, which allows him to grow stronger by constantly consuming food without suffering from indigestion. Good heavens, Jiang Yu mutters in astonishment. In a wonder when they feasted on deep-fried zombie meat. Jiang Yu suffered for 2 days while Lu Yuqiang seemed unfazed. It turns out this ability has been with him since childhood. Let me walk you to your dormitory. Which one are you in? Lu Yuqiang asks, taking his luggage. Building 1. As they walk, the more Jiang Yu looks at Lu Yuqiang, the harder it becomes to reconcile his current image with the memory he holds. Xiaopeng's talent isn't particularly high, barely reaching the second-tier green rank, which means he has just crossed the threshold into the realm of the extraordinary martial arts. Logically, a second-tier talent would not qualify for the Yunhai training camp, but would instead be directed to one of the nearby, lesser training camps for their training. It is unclear what unique circumstances allowed Xiaopeng to be accepted into the Yunhai training camp. Gazing at his round profile, Jiang Yu suddenly feels a sense of dissonance. Everything seems to be progressing, yet somehow everything has changed. Soon, they push their way back to the dormitory. This so-called building 1 has 8 floors, complete with an aerial garden, gym, study rooms, and various indoor facilities. Last night, the training camp had sent him his dormitory information. Building 1, room 6001, the first room on the 6th floor. Taking the elevator up, it chimed, and the doors opened. The hallway is tiled with bright, glossy tiles, exuding a sense of spaciousness and cleanliness. The dormitory environment is indeed quite pleasant. Ha ha ha, this is great. Such a large bed. Excellent lighting and ventilation. It's incredibly comfortable. Hey, Mugo, do you think this year's freshmen will be exceptionally strong? We don't want to end up flipping over. Don't worry, that won't happen. Ha ha ha. When I first entered the camp, I was always dreaming of getting into building 1, and today my wish has finally come true. Wait, why are there people inside? The door is merely ajar. Jiang Yu pushes it open, revealing a 20 square meter space. A 1-bedroom setup with a table, bed frame, private restroom, and balcony. The environment is indeed quite nice. As he walks in, aside from a few people sitting by the bedside, there is little else. Yugu.1 voice trails off. The others turn to look at Jiang Yu. The short-haired youth sitting on the bed sizes him up, then chuckles. Brother, you might want to find another dormitory. This place belongs to me. That's the rule of the Yunhai training camp. Rule? Jiang Yu is taken aback. When you join the camp, students ranked in the top few hundred by talent receive dormitory messages indicating their accommodation in Building 1. However, in reality, Building 1 is the territory of our top freshmen at Yunhai University. To reside here, you must defeat one of the current residents. One of them chuckles. Just a heads up, before you. 8 others have challenged, and on average, they lasted about 3 seconds. But don't lose heart. You can challenge again anytime over the next 6 months, and if you win, you can move in. Is there really such a rule? Aside from having a gym and a better environment, is there anything else in Building 1? Jiang Yu ponders. The young man sitting on the bed, Mu, chuckles. Of course, for instance, you can bring your girlfriend back. Is that the case for every room in this building? Certainly, as long as you don't go overboard. Interesting, Jiang Yu replies with a slight smile. Well then, I roughly understand the rules. When do you plan to move out? What on earth? The freshmen in the room are stunned. Brother, what are you looking at? You have to move out as well. Jiang Yu grins, interrupting him. Chapter 73. When you step out to mix, you must have a background. As soon as he speaks, everyone in the room is left dumbfounded. 2 people are seated on the bed, while 3 others sit at the side, playing cards and chatting. No one expected Jiang Yu to make such a statement. Good heavens, you really have guts, one of them exclaims. Jiang Yu? Lu Yuqiang is taken aback, tugging at Jiang Yu. Don't worry. Jiang Yu reassures him, then surveys the others in front of him. The young man referred to as Mugu has tousled hair and deep, dark eyes that draw one in, creating an unconscious feeling of unease. Yes, as if one is peering into a vortex of deep space, making one unwittingly succumb, and upon regaining composure, one finds themselves in a cold sweat. Is his ability somehow related to eyes? Brother, aren't you a perfect match for my shadow flow master? Jiang Yu muses. His eyes are indeed striking. If he were to stroll around, he would surely attract numerous girls seeking his WeChat. Looking at his own shadow eyes, dark and swirling like ink, in their fully activated state, they seem to have a trailing glow. Once activated, this could easily frighten a girl into weakness. Are you serious? Mu asks, his expression oddly bemused. Of course, Jiang Yu nods. How about a comparison? I recall there's a fighting arena in the training camp. Shall we head over? No need to go through all that hassle. We can do it right here. Shermu puts down his playing cards, steps off the bed, and slips on some flip-flops. Brother, I'm ready to attack at any moment, so brace yourself. Attacking here won't mess up my dorm? Will it? Jiangyu queries, absurd. You haven't even moved in yet, and it's already your dorm. Compared to the previous challengers, Jiangyu seems rather impolite. Shermu's gaze suddenly sharpens. Just as Jiangyu is curious about what Shermu's ability might be, a wave of mental energy sweeps over him, cold, frenzied, imbued with an indescribable pressure. Suddenly, Jiangyu instinctively enters shadow-eye mode. Shermu's previously smiling face abruptly twitches, his expression gradually morphing into one of astonishment. He takes a step back, his complexion rapidly paling. You go? The others exclaimed that I'm fine. Shermu reassures them, his face fluctuating between shades of green and red. A sight to behold. Is your ability a user? Or ancient demon user? He inquires. Its shadow eye. From what I've heard, it is considered a branch of the shadow abilities, Jiangyu replies with a smile. Inside the room, both Lu Yuqiang and the other freshmen look somewhat bewildered. It seems Shermu has lost? What a joke. The expressions of the other freshmen shift. Shermu possesses the ancient demon user ability branch, which concentrates power in his eyes and is quite peculiar. Previously, the strongest among the newly admitted students could only last 5 or 6 seconds before being defeated. Yet this junior seems to have turned the tables, especially after hearing that he possesses Shadow Eye. A power that initially lacks lethality, they can't help but feel it's absurd. Shermu steadies his breath. Having been at Yunhai University for a semester, plus the 6 months spent in the training camp, he has studied for a full year. It's not to say he is exceptionally strong, but he certainly has some skill. Tio stepped back in front of a mere newcomer? Absurd. The more he thinks, the more embarrassed he feels. Shermu's face gradually reddens. Bro, you're serious about this? He asks, of course, is there any pretense here? Jiangyu glances at the expressions of the others. Building one is mine. Who agrees? Who disagrees? You're really pushing it. The others in the dorm eyed Jiangyu with increasing hostility. What's your name? One of the taller, leaner ones asks. I'm Jiangyu. A fine name indeed. His piercing gaze seems to attempt to see through Jiangyu. He continues, I'm Sun Hui. According to the rules, if you wish to inhabit building one, you must challenge and defeat the current resident. If you succeed in your challenge, the dormitory will be yours, and your college entrance examination score will receive a bonus. Challenges must take place in the fighting arena, witnessed by multiple observers, and will be recorded. Ensuring there are no cheating incidents, he then chuckles lightly. This newly admitted soy sauce student, do you dare? The arena? Jiangyu chuckles in return. Why would I need to go to the arena? What do you mean? The others frown. My uncle is a retired war general, and my father-in-law is the current night watcher of Yunhai. At his words, the room falls silent. Come on, big brother, I'll say it now. I have already beaten you. Do you have any objections? Jiangyu gazes at Sun Hui, who stands frozen in place. I'm speechless. Your uncle is a war general, and your father-in-law is a night watcher? Sun Hui never anticipated encountering such a privileged second generation. Bro, what's your dorm number? Jiangyu inquires. 6.603. Sun Hui's face turns ashen, even more so than Shermu's. Very well, 603 is now mine. I shall grant you a day to vacate. Jiangyu patted him on the shoulder. The others stood there, dumbfounded. Jiangyu sighed, stating, in this world, one must speak of background and influence. Which faction do you belong to? I'm just an ordinary student. Sun Hui exclaimed. Isn't this bullying the honest? Jiangyu turned his gaze towards the others. Hey, which dormitory are you in? 604. Excellent. That belongs to me now. And you, my friend, don't just stand there. State your dormitory number. Jiangyu. Don't go too far. Shermu clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to strike. Damn it, in the past, there have indeed been instances where people leveraged their identities to change dorms. But those individuals did so discreetly. After all, such brazen second-generation rich kids are truly rare. The essence of a competition lies in testing personal strength. If one lacks the requisite skill, any clandestine collaboration will easily become exposed on the stage, leading to severe repercussions if discovered later. Jiangyu, by stating this openly in front of so many, are you not afraid of us recording this? Is this excessive? I think it's quite reasonable. Jiangyu waved his hand dismissively. You cannot defeat me. I am merely saving time by doing this. Whether one can defeat me must be tested. Shermu tightened his grip. I admit, your shadow eye is extraordinary, but real combat is far more intricate than you imagine. You wish to reside in this dormitory, so let us adhere to the rules. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to your uncle. At this, he paused, his tone laced with amusement. Could it be that the so-called scion of a war general knows he is no match for us and thus resorts to his uncle's name to intimidate? This lad has resorted to provocation. He likely fears I will bring up the name of the war general too often, hence these words. Jiang Yu found this amusing. Wielding Uncle Li's name to exert power is indeed exhilarating. Is this the feeling of being a second-generation rich kid? I am enamored. However, what he desires is not merely to flaunt his power. He placed all his belongings in this dormitory. Jiang Yu turned to leave. Now, you have 15 minutes to summon help. For what? Shermu frowned. 15 minutes later, at the combat hall, I hope those who come are enough for me to fight. Jiang Yu waved his hand, his figure gradually disappearing from view, leaving behind a brazen remark. I am unaware of any rules in the Yunhai training camp. From this day forth, my rules are the rules, be the way. I shall be the unrivaled prodigy of this generation. After all, I do not consider myself a dragon or phoenix, yet I am certainly not a pig. Why pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Restraint of sharpness is a matter for the future. For now, I shall be the overlord among my peers. Chapter 74. I only wish to defeat all present arrogant, utterly arrogant. It took a good 10 seconds after his departure for someone in the dormitory to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. This guy is so ungrateful, Mugu. Should we teach him a lesson? He certainly ought to be made to remember this. Otherwise, anyone might think we are easy to bully. Shermu rose to his feet. Just entering the camp and the newcomers are already challenging the veterans. This is quite rare. Go shout a few times in the hallway and see who dares to show interest, though I doubt it's necessary. That guy will likely be defeated in mere seconds. Why call so many people just to watch a brief encounter? While they were still discussing and fuming, Jiang Yu had already arrived at the combat hall. The so-called combat hall was indeed a venue for fighting. The exterior resembled a bird's nest, while the interior was vast, with numerous spectator seats. In the center of the arena stood a platform constructed from black and white stones of unknown origin. Measuring approximately 10 to 20 meters in length and width, fighting on this platform offered far more space than typical arenas or cages. At the entrance, a girl responsible for registration was dozing off. And upon noticing someone approaching, she jolted awake, mistakenly thinking it was a teacher. Sleeping on duty? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. I'm so sorry, teacher. Huh. Is there even a teacher by that name in the school? And isn't she quite young? The senior girl appeared somewhat dazed. Still not fully awake. Jiang Yu maintained a stern demeanor and pressed further. I'm really sorry, teacher. Is this where I register? Yes, indeed. This teacher seems rather fierce. Thought Lifeline, retracting her neck. How do I register? This side checks fingerprints, then records your teacher ID. Teacher, whom do you wish to spar with? Building 1. Building 1. What on earth? I don't have a teacher ID. Can I use my student ID? After a beep confirming the fingerprint, Jiang Yu raised his head, revealing a bright smile. Yes, oh, it turns out you're a student. Lifeline was taken aback. Once she processed the information, she realized she had been intimidated by this newcomer. She ground her silver teeth, her good upbringing allowing her to suppress her surprise. Classmate, what are you doing? I wish to challenge someone in a duel. Those first-year students in Building 1, relying on their meager strength, are occupying the dormitory and bullying the weaker. Although my strength is not remarkable, I cannot tolerate their humiliation. Today, I must confront them. Ah? Are the boys that outrageous? For a moment, Lifeline was uncertain. However, seeing Jiang Yu's face filled with indignation, it seemed he had indeed suffered greatly. Such a handsome junior, yet he had been bullied, truly excessive. Very well, can we choose weapons over there? I'll go take a look. Jiang Yu bid farewell to Lifeline and walked towards the weapon racks. Rows of shelves displayed an array of weaponry, predominantly swords, staves, and clubs, all made of wood. After careful selection, Jiang Yu picked a Tang Dao.it, felt somewhat light when wielded, but it would suffice. However, he pondered, would using a blade against them be a tad too ruthless? After some thought, he set the sword aside and opted for a wooden stick instead, thicker at one end and thinner at the grip, somewhat resembling a baseball bat. Perfect, this will do. Jiang Yu smiled. Ah, Shermu. Is this the junior you've been bullying? Li Exine glared at the bewildered group. Sister Exine, what are you talking about? Shermu appeared puzzled. How many times have the teachers emphasized not to have such a poor attitude and not to bully the weak? Who have you heard this from? Do I need to hear it from someone? I can see the injustice faced by the junior at a glance. Amidst her incessant chatter, Shermu completed the registration with a dark expression. A group of 5 followed him, along with a scattering of 10 or so onlookers. Soon, the teacher who served as both referee and safety officer arrived at the scene. After briefly understanding the situation, he looked towards the arena. Jiang Yu had already taken his position, ready for combat. Since he was prepared, there was no need to delay further. The referee noted the injuries on Jiang Yu's body and frowned slightly. Classmate, you're injured. Are you certain you wish to challenge today? If you lose, you can only challenge again next month, and no problem. Jiang Yu signaled an okay with his hand. Very well. Whom do you wish to battle? The referee glanced at the individuals below the stage. If you succeed in your challenge, you will gain the right to reside in Building 1. Those below, who had been harboring pent-up frustration, began to shout. Come on, I'm the weakest. Choose me. Don't listen to him. Look at his muscular build. He has not to be trifled with. I'm the weakest. Kid, if you choose me, you're guaranteed to win. Come on, your eyes aren't meant to counter me. Pick me. Each of them seemed eager to throw themselves into the fray. Jiang Yu gestured for them to calm down, casually selecting the most impatient one. You, my friend, you're it, great. The chosen youth beamed, a hint of ferocity in his expression. Aren't you going to choose a weapon? Jiang Yu inquired. No need, the youth replied, flexing his wrist. The thought of being able to teach Jiang Yu a lesson filled him with uncontainable joy. His smile broadened as he thought, let us see how you act tough now. The two stood firm, 5 meters apart. How many seconds do you think it will take for Chengzi to take him down? I guess 10 seconds. This kid is slippery. I bet he'll have some tricks up his sleeve. Chengzi might take half a minute. The audience buzzed with speculation, though the seats were sparsely filled. On the platform, upon hearing the signal, the fight officially commenced. The referee stepped aside as both indicated they were ready. The referee began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, beep. The match had begun. Both competitors sprang into action. Bang, bang. 2 dull thuds echoed as one figure was sent flying. In the vast arena, even with few spectators, a moment of silence enveloped the space. Oh, be precise. This silence was punctuated by a groan from someone. Ouch, that hurts my stomach. Chengzi lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Chengzi? Not only Shermu, but everyone else found it hard to believe. In the split second following the signal, Jiang Yu had lunged forward like a hunting dog, striking with remarkable speed. Shermu and the others could barely track his movements. All they saw was Jiang Yu lift the wooden stick and swiftly strike Chengzi, sending him flying. The force and speed displayed were astonishing. Teacher, I've won, right? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. You have won. The referee, still in a daze, processed this. It was not unusual for a newcomer to challenge and win against a veteran, but to do so on the very first day of entering the camp? Was he still dreaming? Congratulations, Jiang Yu. You have earned the right to reside in dormitory 6002 of Building 1. No. Jiang Yu shook his head. He maintained his gentle smile as he asked, is that Chengzi okay? As the 4 words emerged, Chengzi was first taken aback, swiftly followed by a surge of anger that surfaced on his face. He could not quite articulate why. Those 4 words were so humiliating. Is everything all right? Is everything fine? He scoffed out, of course, I'm fine. His mind buzzed as he stood up abruptly, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him, compelling him to sit back down on the stage. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted toward Shermu, along with the dozen or so first-year students from Building No. 1 who had come over to join the fray. A smile spread across his face, laced with a hint of coldness reminiscent of one who had seen blood. Standing tall, Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with a dark intensity, embodying the essence of a malevolent overlord. Gulp. Li Exine swallowed hard. She suddenly felt that perhaps it wasn't merely Shermu and his companions bullying the juniors. Go now. Summon all the top students from Building No. 1. The voice resonated, echoing throughout the hall. I have come to the training camp to learn. I am quite eager to see what the seniors can teach me, he declared. Today, I simply wish to be knocked down by all present or knock down everyone present. Chapter 75. The Ascendance of Status and 100 Battles. I have come to the training camp to learn. I only wish to be knocked down by all present. or to knock down everyone present. The audacity was boundless. The students from Building Number 1, who had initially come to spectate, recorded the unfolding scene with their phones, never anticipating that they would capture such a dramatic video. Well, since we have the footage, let us share it in the grade group. At Yunhai University, the first-year group, the second-hand group, the pollution studies major group, the exotic species studies major group. As soon as the video was posted, it spread like wildfire across various group chats. A new junior had arrived at the training camp, and he was incredibly audacious. We have seen arrogance before, but we have never witnessed such unbridled audacity. Calling out individuals by name and challenging an entire building. Goodness, how could we let this spectacle pass? In an instant, those in dormitories, classrooms, even those occupied with mundane activities like using the restroom or dining, everyone capable of breaking free was preparing to rush to the fighting arena. Even some instructors were piqued with interest and decided to attend the combat arena as well. Are you certain you wish to challenge the entire Building Number 1? The referee observed with a peculiar expression. Jiang Yu's body still bore the marks of his previous injuries sustained in the Shadow Realm. Although he wore a new outfit to conceal his wounds, the injuries visible to the eye were enough to make anyone's heart race. Nevertheless, the referee mused, the boy's strikes, his speed, something felt off. I have no issues, Jiang Yu nodded, stepping down from the platform. Excuse me, teacher, I need to visit the restroom for a moment. I shall return shortly. By now, students from Building Number 1 were trickling in, lining up at the entrance to register. He entered the restroom and found an unoccupied stall. Once inside, he locked the door and slipped into the shadow layer. How delightful. The shadowy cloak enveloped him swiftly, a cool sensation enveloping him from all sides, causing his wounds to tingle as they gradually healed. The current shadow form was still somewhat lacking. When would he be able to recover quickly even after a beheading? That would signify his self-healing capabilities were nearly perfected. As he prepared to face everyone from Building Number 1, Jiang Yu needed to ensure he was in optimal condition. Building Number 1 comprised 8 floors, with approximately 100 dormitories when excluding common areas. This meant he would need to challenge almost 100 individuals. The strength of first-year students was hard to gauge. Even if they all matched Cheng Zi's level, it would likely be a fierce battle. Moreover, Cheng Zi could hardly be considered the strongest among them. He opened his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Yu. Attributes: Shadow. Status: Shadow Stalker Hunter. Shadow Stalker Hunter. Mark. 100 battles. Gazing at the newly revealed abilities, Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. After absorbing that fragment of status, the stealth had successfully advanced. Shadow Stalker. Cloaked in shadows, your existence remains unknown. 1. You can effortlessly conceal yourself within shadows, making it difficult for others to detect you. All shadows will become your domain. 2. Beware. When your identity is revealed, this status's effectiveness will diminish. Only existing within shadows renders you most lethal, setting aside the sinister allure of this shadow status. He glanced at the newly manifested ability. 100 battles. A true predator, exceptionally skilled at extracting experience from combat and utilizing it for personal growth. Through high-intensity battles, you can rapidly evolve and have a chance to comprehend new abilities or enhance existing ones. 100 battles. The name alone exuded strength. Jiang Yu was uncertain when this ability had emerged. Regardless, after battling in the Shadow Realm, this was the panel that appeared. The Shadow Stalker. Status leaned towards concealment, avoiding exposure. In contrast, the Hunter was different. The more renown one had, the more fear they instilled in others, enhancing their prowess. Looking at it all, these two abilities seemed somewhat discordant. In a public space, he would undoubtedly refrain from revealing his identity and transforming into his shadow form. Besides, why wield a blade against this group of first-year students? There was no need. Even if 100 more joined, utilizing his ability to traverse the shadow layer, he could likely dispatch several hundred first-year students without breaking a sweat. Instead, he could leverage this challenge to refine his 100 battles ability, enhance his reputation, and reap multiple benefits. Thoughts collided in his mind. He fully relaxed his spirit, allowing his body to ravenously absorb the shadow energy in the air. The restroom stall in the shadow layer was pitch black. This small space felt incredibly claustrophobic. Yet, he could sense a wave of comfort emanating from his body. The darker the environment, the more exhilarated he felt. Exhaling a breath of stale air, his physical condition improved significantly. Estimating the time, Jiang Yu exited the shadow layer and returned to the present. Where is that guy? Why hasn't he emerged yet? He couldn't have fled. Could he? Standing at the bathroom door, you could hear the raucous chatter outside. It appeared a crowd had gathered. Everyone disperse, disperse. I checked the restroom. There's no one. A somewhat familiar voice rang out, seemingly belonging to Cheng Zi, whom he had thrown off the stage. Jiang Yu approached the sink and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. What was the commotion outside? This fellow was overly excited. He must have snuck away, playing us for fools, Cheng Zi shouted, his face contorted with indignation. Is this junior insane? Is it fun to toy with people? Wait, look over there, in the audience section, capable of seating over 1,000. Nearly half were already gathered within mere minutes, with more arriving successively. The first-year students from building number 1 had assembled about 70% of their number, collectively occupying a section directly facing the arena. Their expressions a riot of colors, indescribable. At the restroom door, Cheng Zi's loud shouts came to a halt. He felt a tug at the corner of his garment. Drying his hands, Jiang Yu patted Cheng Zi on the shoulder. Hey buddy, what are you shouting about? Where did you come from? Cheng Zi stammered, dumbfounded. I checked every stall, bro. Jiang Yu smacked his lips, raising his voice suddenly. Senior. A loud shout startled Cheng Zi, causing him to shiver. Senior. I know you look down upon us freshmen, but I have already defeated you. You may not want to give up your dormitory to me, but that does not justify slandering me. I, Jiang Yu, am forthright and honorable. My words are binding. Would I run away? With that, he strode forward, leaving Cheng Zi frozen in shock. Indeed, only Cheng Zi was left bewildered in a world where he had sustained injuries. He truly had no idea why he had checked every stall and not found Jiang Yu, only to have him suddenly appear from the restroom. There was something undeniably sinister about this fellow. Chapter 76. 100 Battles. This junior has gone berserk on the arena stage. The two faced each other, Jiang Yu having returned to the platform. The true wheel battle was about to commence. Before him stood a man with a rather sinister gaze, dressed in a flamboyant manner, glaring intently at Jiang Yu. Junior, you are far too arrogant, he scoffed. Arrogant? Jiang Yu shook his head. Why the rules? If I defeat the current residents, I can occupy a dormitory in building no. 1. I believe I can conquer everyone from building number 1, hence my presence here. Does that qualify as arrogance? He desired the dormitory, and he wanted 100 battles. Afraid of drawing attention? Why enter a training camp if one fears attention? After a few exchanges, Jiang Yu fell silent. Both sides prepared. The referee finally issued the command. The audience perked up, all eyes glued to the arena. Upon hearing the signal, the fight commenced. 3, 2, 1, go, kid. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Showing you that there are people beyond. Bang. Shermu's pupils constricted once more. In the vast arena. Over half the spectators blinked in disbelief. What on earth? In just a second, someone was sent flying. On stage, Jiang Yu withdrew the baseball bat, his expression unchanged as he softly stated, next. Bang. A figure crashed to the ground. Bang. Another struck in the chest, unable to draw a breath, falling unconscious on the spot. Bang. One strike followed another. Everyone had assumed he was merely a junior seeking attention or trying to stand out. No one took him seriously. He had just entered the camp and recently gained abilities. The first-year students had a year of training under their belts. In terms of ability application and combat skills, how could he possibly compete? Yet the current scenario was regardless of their abilities, they first needed to evade his bat. Initially, some still clung to their identities, engaging Jiang Yu in unarmed combat. After a breathless elimination of over 10 opponents, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Yu any longer, each now presenting their utmost capabilities. Bang! A dull thud echoed as yet another contender fell from the stage. Jiang Yu's attire was no longer as pristine as it had been at the outset, now marred with a few disheveled creases. Mugu. I have failed. Shermu, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation, returned to his seat. Under Jiang Yu's piercing gaze from the stage, Shermu felt a shiver run down his spine. Was the training camp truly no jest? Was he genuinely facing a freshman? Or perhaps a graduate student? Cursing under his breath, he clenched his teeth and rose, making his way toward the platform. Soon, they stood face to face. Senior Shermu, Jiang Yu greeted with a smile. Jiang Yu. Gazing at the handsome youth before him, Shermu found himself momentarily dazed. For reasons unknown, He felt as though he were confronting a formidable boss from another realm. Shermu swiftly recalibrated his mindset. I can see that you possess formidable strength, however. I can clearly see that your prowess primarily stems from your extraordinary physical attributes. When it comes to combat techniques, you are not as advanced as one might think. His eyes deepened, eyebrows furrowing with gravity, and regrettably, I rank third in practical combat skills. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a flourish with his wooden sword. Oh, this could be interesting, Jiang Yu remarked, discarding his wooden stick and retrieving a wooden sword from the edge of the stage. Mimicking Shermu's movements, he attempted to perform a sword flourish, albeit with a clumsy execution that elicited light laughter from the audience. It was evident that he had never trained in such techniques. The two prepared for combat. The referee signaled point 3, 2, 1, go. The sound rang out, and Shermu's body abruptly recoiled. As predicted, Jiang Yu's wooden sword struck the very spot where he had just stood. Utilizing incredible speed and force to compel his adversary to succumb in a matter of moments. Shermu had anticipated this. Even the retreat was merely a feint. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward once more. Jiang Yu, unprepared for such a counter, found himself caught off guard as Shermu's wooden sword came slicing towards his forehead. Hastily, he raised his wooden sword to shield his face. Clang! The powerful impact caused Jiang Yu's shoulder to sink slightly. The angle of the strike should be upward, with both upper and lower arms exerting force, the wrist slightly angled to the right for smoother energy transfer. The distance between my legs should not be too wide to facilitate force generation. My waist must rotate to harness my entire body's strength. This blow should not be absorbed. I should attempt to sidestep to the right, evading the attack and countering with a strike to the opponent's shoulder, which would likely be a more effective approach. As he felt the power coursing through his hands, streams of information flowed before Jiang Yu's eyes, allowing him to adjust his stance with the rapidity of a sponge soaking up water. Currently, having battled a dozen opponents, on average, 3 or 4 assisted him in triggering 100 battles. And this time, Shermu's performance was particularly impressive. Jiang Yu's eyes glimmered with determination. Come. He raised his sword for a strike. Yet as the blade ascended, he had to quickly adapt. Suddenly, Shermu lunged forward with a swift strike aimed at his throat. The speed was astonishing. Jiang Yu's heart raced with surprise, and he immediately retreated. But the wooden sword pursued him like a relentless specter. Clang, clang. Shermu continued to slash. Finally, with a resounding thud, Jiang Yu half bent his knees, his wooden sword raised defensively in front of him. The explosive force of the clash sent his hair flying. The wooden sword mere 4 or 5 centimeters from his throat. Shermu's veins bulged as he exerted all his might, pressing down with relentless pressure. Yet Jiang Yu gradually acclimated to the intensity. With a sudden burst of terrifying strength, he forced Shermu back. He swung his sword, slashed, dodged, and struck again. The techniques were not complex. It was all about conserving energy and maximizing force. The sequences from the earlier dozen battles replayed in his mind, illuminating the mistakes he needed to correct. Thoughts flowed like water before him. As he refocused on Shermu, instinctively, he began to anticipate the potential responses from his opponent. Even though this ability was still rather rudimentary, any slight alteration from Shermu could lead to a misjudgment on Jiang Yu's part. Yet, the knowledge he had gained was already immensely rewarding. In mere moments, he had surpassed the efforts of an average person over the course of 2 to 3 months. Come! Jiang Yu leaped into the air. Shermu's expression suddenly shifted. He could not discern what had transpired with Jiang Yu, but something about him felt distinctly off. He intended to create distance, yet Jiang Yu's speed was overwhelming. Closing the gap in an instant, the swordplay, though not particularly intricate, left trails of afterimages under Jiang Yu's extraordinary strength. This time, it was Shermu who hurriedly raised his sword. Block! Jiang Yu shouted. Shermu's arm quivered, forcing him to retreat. Clang! The second strike came down, even more ferocious than the first. Shermu mentally replayed the sequence and, to his dismay, realized that in the face of Jiang Yu's blade, he could only tighten his defenses and endure the onslaught. His technique may have surpassed Jiang Yu's, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. His skills could barely keep Jiang Yu at bay, but now this lad seemed as invigorated as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Clang! The third strike, crack! The wooden sword shattered on impact. Shermu's body was sent flying off the stage. For 5 years, he had trained under his parents' watchful eyes, honing his swordsmanship since middle school. He believed his skills were commendable. Yet before him, Jiangyu, setting aside his physical prowess, seemed to have evolved his swordsmanship at an astonishing rate. "Who on earth are you?" Rising from the ground, Shermu felt a sharp pain in his chest as he gasped for breath. Just then, Jiangyu's voice echoed from the stage, sending chills down the spines of those listening. "So, who is next?" Bang. Next, bang. And the one after that. The expressions of the onlookers transformed from astonishment to shock, then to a dazed stupor, finally culminating in a sense of numbness and confusion. This was madness. Sheer madness. One by one, the trainees from the specialized training camp approached the combat arena. It was unclear when the seats had filled to capacity. Instructors, freshmen, and seniors alike. Jiang Yu's figure in the center was no longer the effortless sight it had been at the beginning. Human stamina is ultimately finite. By the time he faced his 30th opponent, it was evident that fatigue was setting in. By the 50th, he was swaying precariously but still remained standing. His clothes were tattered from the onslaught, revealing ghastly wounds beneath. The challenge of freshmen against seniors presented an opportunity for newcomers. Regardless of Jiang Yu's initial arrogance and bravado, at this moment, the reasons for his ferocity had become utterly inconsequential. It had transformed into an unprecedented wheel battle between seniors and freshmen. This clash of raw strength had devolved into a personal showcase for him. No one knew if he would topple the next opponent, but they all recognized this newly inducted freshman had gone berserk. Chapter 77. The Authority of Shadows? 10, 30, 60. Now, which number was it? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, feeling slightly dizzy as he gazed at the individual before him. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. His body ached with a numbing sensation, yet the thrill of delivering each blow and the rapid enhancement of his strength intoxicated him. Engaging head-on without flinching, perhaps he harbored a latent combative gene within him, thus unlocking the hunter rank? Who could say? Jiang Yu sensed that he had reached his limits. His arms felt heavy and weak. He grinned. "You've reached your limit." The student before him wore a complex expression and spoke, "Indeed." Jiang Yu remained vague. He charged forward. The other person barely exerted any force, merely executing a trip throw. Thud. He crashed to the ground. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, my nose." The pain in his nose jolted Jiang Yu back to reality. "Brother. What, could you roll me over? This is quite uncomfortable." Jiang Yu had not anticipated that, after merely half a day, he would find himself back here, in the infirmary. Yang Ci gazed at the battered youth before her, unsure of what to say. "Easy now, easy. Just bear with it." She applied the medicine and changed the bandages, her expression reflecting a mix of emotions. "Classmate, you should probably stay here for a few days. No worries, just a minor injury." "I'm not worried at all," Jiang Yu grinned through gritted teeth. Yang Ci's forehead twitched. It was rare to see a newcomer in the infirmary, let alone one who had come in twice in a single day. "Well, now you've seen it," Jiang Yu chuckled. "Were you really the one shouting for the next round on stage earlier? That's absurd." "Take care and rest," Yang Ci said, her mouth twitching as she turned to leave. Just as she stepped outside, a few voices were exchanged at the door, and then it swung open again. Shermu and his group of 5 strolled into the infirmary. "Senior?" Jiang Yu squinted. "Jiang Yu," Shermu replied. "What brings you here?" "To settle the score," Jiang Yu replied cheerfully, exuding a demeanor that contrasted sharply with his earlier fierce appearance on the stage. Lying there, wrapped up like a mummy, he appeared rather comical. "Settle the score? Looking at your injuries, I'm half inclined to laugh. You seem to have taken quite a beating. Let's call it even." The group pulled up chairs beside his bed. "I took over your dorm, and you all come to visit me?" Jiang Yu expressed his surprise. "You certainly made quite the spectacle of us," Shermu sighed with a wry smile. "Well, at least we're not alone in this. There are dozens of others who can share the humiliation with us, which makes it somewhat bearable. Rest assured, once I recover in a few days, I'll take down the rest of them too. And then you'll all be on equal footing." Jiang Yu remarked. "Then you can feel at ease. You're actually trying to comfort us? You better recover quickly and take them down. Otherwise, we won't feel right." Laughter erupted among the group. "That of course," Jiang Yu chuckled. "By the way, what made you think you could challenge the entire building one? Let me tell you, the strongest batch hasn't even taken the stage yet today." At that time, I had heard that one could bring a girlfriend back to the dormitory. I am someone who enjoys tranquility. So, Jiang Yu cleared his throat lightly, though that was certainly not the primary reason. The main motivation was the itch to practice. It was fortuitous that there was a rule about swapping dormitories, so why not give it a try? 1 or 2 would not suffice. I wanted more. To see where my limits lay. Alas, I was unable to successfully challenge them all at once. My goodness. Are you Jiang Yu himself? What? I merely wish to be knocked down by everyone present, or to knock everyone down myself. You had no idea how audacious I was back then. It was already quite remarkable. Shermu held back for a long time before finally uttering this sentence. Under the current circumstances, it was essentially a case of no successors. The first-year students of Baidu Academy seem to possess roughly this level of capability, right? The comprehensive qualities exhibited by Jiang Yu make it difficult not to question his current tier in truth. This was an unavoidable situation. The circumstances within the special training camp are complex, and Jiang Yu does not believe he can continue to hide indefinitely. Thus, he decided to make a stunning entrance. Just a second tier, after all. Uncle Li's early awakening is enough to help him resolve all issues. The key is that this is reasonable. You may continue to rest. We shall not disturb you further. After chatting for a while longer, Shermu rose to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back to glance at the boy lying on the bed, suddenly filled with an inexplicable premonition. Ancient Demon Branch Ability, Eye of the Ancient Demon. This ability, ranked at the highest level of evaluation, when used to observe Jiang Yu. Would actually result in backlash. It was hard to describe. Thus, he had no choice but to leave. Gradually, several instructors arrived to assess the situation, and Uncle Song came over, astonished. After chatting for a long while with the chubby one, seeing that he intended to remain here, Jiang Yu had no choice but to urge him to leave. As evening approached, during the sunset, after a day of commotion, tranquility finally settled in. Nevertheless, the harvest was quite bountiful. Upon opening the light screen, a brand new ability appeared in the Hunter ability list. Keen Intuition. As a natural hunter, you possess keen intuition, allowing you to perceive potential dangers and make more accurate judgments. The effect of 100 battles was gratifying. Not only did it significantly enhance his practical combat capabilities, but it also unlocked a new ability. It was not exceedingly powerful, merely a minor ability, yet who would ever complain about having more abilities? Come in. How long have you been waiting at the door? Jiang Yu called out, glancing at the light screen. How did you know I was outside? Lu Yaoyao asked. Holding a lunchbox, I knew you would come. Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Lu Yaoyao huffed lightly. I saw you all chatting happily, so I went to the cafeteria to get you some food. Want to eat? Forget it. I'm not hungry yet. All right. Placing the food on the adjacent table, the girl took out a prepared apple. Want to share an apple? Half for each of us. She picked up a small knife and began to peel it gently. The remnants of the sunset cast a golden hue through the window, illuminating the girl who was slightly bowing her head by the bedside. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Jiang Yu inquired. Gazing at her profile. You must have nothing good to say. Wasn't I just trying to secure us a place to stay? Jiang Yu explained. What do you mean us? It has nothing to do with me. The girl rolled her eyes, clearly unfazed by his answer. The rules on your side should be similar, right? There must be some challenge with the seniors. If that's the case, why complicate things? Just move in with me. I have plenty of empty rooms, and we can be neighbors. Just eat your apple. Lu Yaoyao shoved the sliced apple into his mouth. Hey, be gentle, or you might break my mouth. Time passed slowly. It seemed Lu Yaoyao intended to stay here for the night to keep him company. As night enveloped the sky, deep into the night, Lu Yaoyao had already fallen asleep. Jiang Yu opened the light screen for what felt like the umpteenth time. In the Shadow Stalker abilities section, there was yet another new ability, Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm. This is your domain, the authority of shadows. Shadows. Authority of shadows. Jiang Yu glanced at the mirror beside him. In the reflection, his eyes shimmered with a flowing darkness akin to ink. Far from ordinary black. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be faint black patterns surrounding his eye sockets. After staring for a few seconds, he quickly averted his gaze, his thoughts racing. Hunter. Oh Hunter, could you be a bit more reliable and develop quickly? Why do I always feel like I am not something good? Chapter 78. Li Sunguang. No one understands Jiang Yu better than I do. So soft, squeeze, white, soft, and bouncy, with an alluring fragrance. Wow, this is simply amazing. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Unable to resist any longer, He took a bite. The teeth pressed down gently, and a burst of flavor erupted. This bun tastes great. Jiang Yu nodded, devouring it eagerly. Chubby, you have quite the eye, knowing to bring us breakfast. Yao Yao, wake up. Jiang Yu turned to call out. Lu Yao Yao lay beside him on the sickbed, sleeping soundly. After several calls, the girl's eyelashes fluttered, slowly awakening. Time to wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat Dao. The girl was still half asleep, looking a bit dazed. This little appearance stirred Jiang Yu's interest. If it weren't for the surveillance in the ward, he might have crawled under the covers last night. Jiang Yu, the video of you battling so many people in a wheel battle was up on the campus forum for an entire day. While eating breakfast, Lu Yuqiang gave him a thumbs up. You really became famous this time. It's incredible. It was all right, but next time, remember not to describe the wheel battle so strangely, Jiang Yu said, staring at him for a few seconds. Have you gained weight again? Ja. Lu Yuqiang sighed helplessly. Yeah, I can't control my figure when my ability is at a low tier. We should eat a bit less than .it feels like you're heading straight for 200 gene. Sigh. Lu Yuqiang sighed, waving his hand before asking, I saw the forum buzzing with speculation that you've reached the second tier. Is that true? Indeed, Jiang Yu nodded. Wow, it's actually true. Keep it low-key. After all, early awakening isn't something to boast about. I'm envious, Lu Yuqiang lamented. His talent ceiling is the second tier, while Jiang Yu, having barely begun to train, was already at his endpoint, so those injuries you had before were left over from hunting aberrations? Lu Yuqiang suddenly had a flash of insight. Shell, don't overthink it. I was merely bullying a few minor aberrations, Jiang Yu replied. Sooner or later, you'll get yourself in trouble, Lu Yao Yao chimed in softly after finishing her washing up. No way, I'm very cautious, Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. Water splashed on his face, and a few damp strands of hair fell to the side. Without any makeup, Lu Yao Yao's face appeared remarkably dewy. She grabbed a bun and took a small bite, making a sound of disapproval at Jiang Yu's explanation. So, about your second tier, have any instructors contacted you? Lu Yuqiang asked curiously. Yes, they came yesterday, telling me to focus on healing for now, and we'll talk about it later. Jiang Yu said helplessly. This time in the spotlight, I have no idea how the special training camp will arrange me. I suspect I might not train with you all anymore. I might end up with the second-year students. Training with the second years? This thought brightened Jiang Yu's eyes. Wouldn't that mean he could have another round of clashes with that group of youngsters? The top students of the first year were still a bit lacking. Many on stage couldn't trigger 100 battles at all, which would waste his energy and throw them out. Without saying much, continuing to train for another half-month to a month, even a 100-person wheel battle, the first-year top students would likely no longer be his opponents. After all, if one calculated carefully, he had only obtained his abilities 2 months prior. The first month was spent slacking off, and the second month was when he began to exert himself. Given a bit more time, Jiang Yu was confident he could do even better. However, speaking of which, 2 tiers. One enhances shadows, the other enhances slaughter. Jiang Yu sorrowfully discovered that Hunter didn't seem like anything good either. Well then, one step at a time. As they chatted, footsteps approached from the entrance. Jiang Yu looked over. Everyone is here. Song Qingyan was in a wheelchair, pushed in by Instructor Gu. Instructor Song, Instructor Gu, Jiang Yu greeted. No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle, Song Qingyan said. It seemed that Song's condition was slightly better than Jiang Yu's. At least he wasn't entirely wrapped like a mummy. Kid Jiang. You truly are something. Single-handedly taking on 100 people and managing to defeat nearly 70. Yesterday, I was watching the live stream in my room and almost jumped out of bed. Was it too exhilarating? Jiang Yu asked while munching on a bun. No, it was too embarrassing. Every time you said next, it felt like I was in a bathhouse, with the scrubber finishing with one customer and loudly calling out, "Who's next?" Jiang Yu's expression froze. It was also somewhat like a street vendor, with the chef calling out after finishing with the previous customer, "Who's next?" Is it really that exaggerated? Jiang Yu's face darkened. He had been quite satisfied. But after their comments, he felt an urge to dig his toes into the ground. Song Qingyan laughed heartily a few times before turning serious and speaking. Jiang Yu, given your current situation, I estimate you won't be following the normal training regimen. Be prepared. Coincidentally, before you arrived, we were just discussing this. I am ready, Jiang Yu said, revealing a hint of eagerness. By the way, does that mean I can train with the second years and fight with them? Well, that's something. Yesterday, The matter of those dozens of individuals you did not manage to confront is rather perplexing, is it not? Song Qingyan and Gu Qi exchanged glances, pondering whether they would train alongside the sophomores. The specifics still require deliberation. However, it is certain that your specialized training will not be as simplistic as that of other students. As long as there is a fight, Jiang Yu remarked. The desire for combat is not entirely unfeasible. Song Qingyan's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Jiang Yu, acknowledging that your skills are indeed superior to those of an ordinary student. Yet, they remain somewhat unrefined, should you encounter an opponent of the same rank with ample practical experience. The likelihood is that you would not stand a chance against them. Since you are so eager for a bout upon our return, I shall accompany you for some practice. Seated in a wheelchair, Song Qingyan donned a patient escarb, while Jiang Yu, wrapped in bandages, perched at the edge of the bed. This tableau was undeniably peculiar. Meanwhile, Song Qingyan's assertions held merit. Several instructors at the training camp were indeed convening. Jiang Yu's dossier lay before each of them, with Qiansong seated at the head of the table, wearing an expression of resignation. Has the call connected? He inquired. Beep, beep, beep. The call went through. Hello? A middle-aged man's resonant voice emanated from the receiver. Greetings, Li Xuanshi. I am Qiansong, the vice chief instructor of this Yunhai training camp. Oh, hello. Is there something amiss? Has something happened to Jiang Yu? Did he engage in a fight? Very well. Although Li Sun was unaware of the specifics, he promptly guessed Jiang Yu's involvement, nearly discerning the entire situation. Qiansong's tone faltered momentarily as he explained. On the very first day of camp, Jiang Yu had challenged nearly 100 of Yunhai University's top freshmen, triumphing over 68 of them in one go. Goodness gracious! Qiansong awaited Li Sun's response, but after those 4 words, silence ensued. Your nephew must have attained a second-tier rank. Are you aware of this? Qiansong inquired once more. Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds before Li Sun finally spoke, affirmatively acknowledging his knowledge. After all, he is my nephew, and having awakened early under my observation, no one understands Jiang Yu better than I do. What do you think would be the most suitable training approach for him moving forward? Qiansong asked, harboring no doubts. Li Sun, without much hesitation, replied, this child has comparatively weak skills in the humanities. His foundational knowledge of the extraordinary history is on par with others. As for practical combat techniques, solitary practice is paramount. Chapter 79. The sun is bleeding. 2 days passed swiftly. Well, the injuries are nearly healed. Yang Ci approached with a report in hand, suggesting they gather their belongings and prepare to depart, as tomorrow is Monday, the commencement of classes. Very well. Jiang Yu reluctantly rose from the bed. These past few days have been exceedingly comfortable, with meals served and clothing provided. If only the need for a restroom was not an issue. It is also somewhat understandable that Jiang Yu feels bashful. He presumed that Lu Yaoyao, being a petite girl, would undoubtedly shy away from such matters. After all, they had yet to define their relationship. Thus, after repeated attempts to persuade her, he ceased when she firmly declined. Be sure to attend classes properly and refrain from engaging in any more brawls. The nurse gently admonished. Rest assured. After dismissing the nurse, Jiang Yu threw off the covers, stretched lazily, and stepped out of bed. The early sun cast a warm glow, and the sky outside was a brilliant blue. Please peel a pear for me, Jiang Yu requested, gazing out at the picturesque scenery. Deal it yourself. Lu Yaoyao shot him a disapproving glance. Very well. Once he healed, he seemed to change entirely. Jiang Yu could only lament as he grabbed a pear to munch on. You haven't peeled or washed it. Just what you need for a laxative. Is it? Lu Yaoyao quipped. How is your dormitory situation? Jiang Yu inquired. It's just about settled, Lu Yaoyao replied. The 21st building, where you last dropped me off, is filled with top female freshmen, and for now, I cannot contend with them, but we shall see in the future. Why make it so complicated? Stop right there. The mention of this, Lu Yaoyao recalled Jiang Yu's incessant whispers over the past few days, assuring her that there was ample space, and she could stay wherever she pleased. Come on, we've been neighbors for so many years. You wouldn't doubt my sincerity, would you? Truly, I've always regarded you as a dear brother. Living nearby is convenient, and we can have hot pot together someday. His coaxing nearly swayed Lu Yaoyao, had it not been for his occasional playful pinches to her cheeks, which might have deterred her from agreeing. Would a true brother pinch cheeks? This fellow harbored ulterior motives. Just the thought made Lu Yaoyao's earlobes flush, prompting her to interrupt Jiang Yu with urgency. No, There's no need to complicate matters. How can one move to a dormitory just 3 or 4 days after entering? Do you not feel any shame? The words slipped out before she could restrain herself, and she suddenly felt an inkling of unease. Is it unacceptable to move in 3 or 4 days? If half a month passes, would that then be permissible? Indeed, Jiang Yu chuckled. My point is, why complicate things? I could easily help you take down the girl's side. Wouldn't a single room be more comfortable than sharing with 4? What absurdity are you spouting? That side is for girls. How could you possibly enter? Lu Yaoyao retorted in indignation. Very well then. It seems I shall be the sole occupant of building number 1. Oh no, not alone. Are you hoping for more company? He knew he was teasing her, yet her reaction felt oddly unsettling. This is too much. The more Lu Yaoyao thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she got, the more she wanted to hit someone. Jiang Yu, with his back turned, stretched languidly by the window. That insufferable fellow. To hell with you. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Yaoyao delivered a swift kick to Jiang Yu's backside. Thud. Ouch. His face met the window with a jarring impact. What are you doing? Jiang Yu exclaimed. Clutching his rear and turning to face her with indignation. I merely meant that building number 1 is not fully cleared. There are still residents on the other floors. I am not the only occupant in the entire building. Why did you kick me? Lu Yaoyao was momentarily speechless. I did it because I wanted to, she huffed. Step outside. I need to change. Jiang Yu cast her a longing glance. Bah, Lu Yaoyao plopped down onto a chair, completely ignoring him as she headed to the bathroom to change. Truly, it was not the same Lu Yaoyao who had tenderly cared for him during his injury. What a decline in moral standards. After changing out of her hospital garb and donning fresh clothes, the two of them made their way to building number 1. Before long, they arrived on the ground floor. Shall we go up together? Jiang Yu asked. No, Lu Yaoyao immediately declined. A little consideration wouldn't hurt. Jiang Yu coaxed and cajoled until he finally managed to persuade her to ascend. Her suitcase remained in the dormitory that once belonged to Shermu. The 6th floor had 20 dormitories, all of which had been vacated. Having challenged over 60 individuals, one would think the training camp might have granted him 3 floors. In reality, they only allocated this single floor. According to the camp's rationale, providing 3 floors was not an issue. It would merely leave 40 rooms available, which would serve to spur new students on, inciting a competitive spirit. Little did they anticipate that Lu Nanfeng would send a video, his expression darkening to that of a coal pot. The middle-aged father, perhaps suppressing his anger, seemed as if he might leap through the screen to deliver a reprimand. Jiang Yu, you are still young. Uncle Lu, I don't comprehend. There's absolutely no need to occupy 3 floors. I merely wish to enjoy a bit of tranquility, Uncle Lu. You wouldn't desire for me to feel uncomfortable at the training camp. Would you? Your discomfort would delight me greatly. The two parties engaged in a relentless negotiation, ultimately conceding to allow him an entire floor. This one will suffice. Selecting a room at random, Jiang Yu entered. The rooms were all fairly similar. Choosing one facing south, he found little that required arrangement. As he neatly organized his belongings, it did not consume much time. Is everything in order? Then I shall take my leave. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to depart. Jiang Yu pivoted, rushing to stand in front of her. What is it? Lu Yaoyao stepped back slightly, her heart racing. Let us chat for a bit. Lu Yaoyao remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him. This girl is not showing any signs of shyness. Jiang Yu was taken aback. No, wait. Her gaze seemed not to be directed at him, but rather behind him. His newly acquired, keen instinct began to manifest, and he felt the hairs on his arms stand on end uncontrollably. There is an aura of menace. Could it be a hybrid? His expression sharpened as he swiftly turned, swinging his right elbow with great force. Yet, just as it was about to connect, he halted abruptly. The gust of wind gently tousled the hair of the individual before him, coming to a stop at her temple. Jiang Yu's expression shifted to one of growing embarrassment. The other party slowly unfastened the belt from her waist. This is not good. Jiang Yu forced a smile. I believe your injuries are not yet severe enough. Can we avoid using the iron end? Absolutely not. Uncle Lu, I acknowledge my errors. I truly do. That hurts. That morning, building number 1 was particularly raucous. Out, that stings. Fierce indeed. Jiang Yu had a fair understanding of his second-tier status. which allowed him to withstand blows. Lu Nanfeng's strength seemed markedly greater than before. His backside felt as if it had been thoroughly battered, and the slightest touch sent pain shooting through him. As he grimaced and applied medication, he realized that had he not been so disinclined to cause trouble, he would likely have had to make another trip to the infirmary. Lying by the bed to ease the ache in his rear, he could not help but sigh repeatedly. The training camp was on the verge of commencing formal training. Many of the pressing questions regarding the extraordinary would likely find answers here. He opened the foundational extraordinary manual distributed to all attendees. Pondering what constitutes the extraordinary, the source of its power, and the nature of their world, a century of struggle. What is the abyss? When will this invasion cease? The manual posed numerous questions, yet offered scant answers. With classes commencing tomorrow, he wondered if he would glean any insights. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. This world had begun to reveal a glimpse of itself to him. He could only speculate what the remaining panorama would entail. He had originally believed that everything was already sufficiently dire. However, it now appears that circumstances could worsen. Jiang Yu gazed towards the sky, which stretched infinitely above him, with the sun hanging high like a beacon of tomorrow. Over the course of 2 days, its health plummeted from 80 to 73 dam. The sun in the sky seems to be losing vitality. Chapter 80. We are under siege. Does the sun also have its cycles? Clearly, that is highly improbable. Why would it lose vitality? This question lay beyond Jiang Yu's comprehension. Even if he were to understand the reason behind this decline, it seemed there was little he could do. Such a colossal celestial body suspended in the heavens. If it were to encounter real trouble, it would hardly be within the purview of a mere second-tier novice like him to intervene. The sun's aberration was likely a recent development, occurring within the last day or two. The decline in vitality occurred in 3 distinct phases, each drop marking a segment, ultimately stabilizing at 73. Throughout this process, Jiang Yu sensed a subtle shift in the shadows, though he could not articulate it. Perhaps his status as an shadow cloaker was still vastly insufficient. He merely felt an unusual sensation within his body. If he were a higher-tier extraordinary being, perhaps he would have perceived more. In any case, the sudden drop of nearly 7 in vitality would surely attract the attention of the Night Watch Bureau. The abyss, the hierarchy, the shadow realm. The depths of this world ran deep, and under such external incursions, the technologically advanced Great Zhou had managed to cultivate extraordinary powers from scratch for a century, which was no small feat. After fixating on the sun for several seconds, his eyes began to ache from the brightness, prompting him to avert his gaze. By the way, why had Uncle Lu come here? As a Cloud Sea Patrol officer, he had come to check on the training camp's progress and perhaps to see his own offspring, only to coincidentally stumble upon this scene in the dormitory building? That seemed reasonable enough. Alternatively, could it be possible that Uncle Lu was a training camp instructor? Hiss! Jiang Yu inhaled sharply. As a patrol officer, he was already among the elite of the second-tier Night Watch Bureau. To put it bluntly, Uncle Lu could be considered one of the leaders of the Cloud Sea congregation. He was usually so busy that he hardly ever stayed at home. Out of 10 days, he spent 5 away, and during the 5 he was home. If the Night Watch Bureau called, he would have to rise in the middle of the night to attend to matters. Being a distinguished patrol officer was more grueling than being a corporate slave. Sometimes, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of pity for Uncle Lu. Despite wielding significant power and holding a high position, he was deprived of any leisure. Thus, Jiang Yu often suggested that he rent a place near the Night Watch Bureau to avoid the incessant back and forth. He would gladly take care of Lu Yaoyao in his absence. Strangely, every time he broached this topic, Uncle Lu would become angry with him and start searching for a belt. Perhaps it was because the area near the Night Watch Bureau was expensive, making rentals quite costly. Jiang Yu rubbed his sore rear, stinging from Uncle Lu's discipline. Ding dong! The phone beside him chimed with a notification. Did my father strike too hard? At least Little and I, Z had some conscience and knew to message me. Jiang Yu typed a response. Your dad really did beat me to a pulp. He doesn't fear killing me. That's because you were dishonest, came Lu Yaoyao's reply. We were just having a normal conversation, and he barged in and thrashed me, sobbing. My dad said I'm not allowed to see you, and no worries. I'll come find you. Lu Yaoyao had grown accustomed to this guy's shamelessness and ignored it, saying, only when you can defeat him will he stop targeting you. Goodness, Dad has quite high expectations, doesn't he? How strong is your dad? Jiang Yu inquired. I don't know. Lu Yaoyao replied slowly. It seems he was a candidate for a war general back in the day. But after sustaining an injury, he was demoted to a patrol officer. Jiang Yu responded with a single question mark: "A candidate for a war general? The strongest contenders in all of Great Zhou, right? Truly impressive." Jiang Yu ground his teeth in frustration. Uncle Lu's injuries must have been severe. Once glorious, he was now merely an aging old man. He set a small goal for himself: to keep Uncle Lu alive until he was in his 50s. Then he would decisively defeat him. Jiang Yu silently recorded this in his notes. After finishing the conversation with Lu Yaoyao, he felt a shift in his mind and vanished from his bed. Within the shadow realm, a thick darkness enveloped him. Jiang Yu blissfully closed his eyes. Threads of shadow, like fine strands, ascended from his feet, completely wrapping around his form. Each return to the shadow realm filled him with an exhilarating sense of freedom, especially after his elevation to Shadow Cloaker, which intensified this sensation. His abilities, while sinister, were undeniably effective. He turned and dashed from the balcony, racing upward until he reached the top of the dormitory building. The training camp space was immense, and he did not wander aimlessly. He unfolded a portable cot he had brought along, lay down, and opened a pre-downloaded collection of DeGang's comedic performances. He listened to the comedy while resting. Nurturing his rear, the first lesson was unexpectedly a large class, with many attendees. Extraordinary history should recount the history of the extraordinary world, which piqued his interest, as the history we had studied rarely touched upon the extraordinary. He felt a sense of anticipation. The Night Watch Bureau was so powerful, one could only wonder how glorious its history might be. In the lecture hall, the large classroom accommodated over 300 people, seated freely without regard to class divisions. The front row was empty, while the back was entirely filled. Even before stepping into college, he already felt the atmosphere of a university lecture. The entire amphitheater-style classroom was filled with people. At the front, half of a large screen displayed the first slide of a presentation. The background was not overly complex. Amid the vast cosmos, a solitary blue planet floated. Surrounding stars emitted a faint glow, and rather than alleviating the planet's isolation, these glimmers accentuated its solitude, as if engulfed by boundless darkness. Yet, this blue planet was not as vibrant as it seemed. Black streaks marred its surface, resembling a net that ensnared it tightly. There were no additional words. The image itself was not particularly intricate, yet the composition and color usage were masterfully executed. The sense of entrapment seemed to penetrate the screen, evoking a feeling of oppression. The classroom was relatively quiet, with students seated in small clusters, occasionally glancing at the screen before shifting their gaze away. Moments later, a teacher with graying hair and a thick tome in hand entered the classroom. His hair was meticulously styled, and his face bore the marks of age, suggesting he was around 50. His presence rendered the already quiet classroom even more subdued. He stood there, his slightly slender frame emanating a sharp, competent aura. After placing the book down, he operated a few controls at the lectern. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of energy rippled through the room, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against one's face. Then, soft music began to flow, reminiscent of a babbling brook. Jiang Yu straightened his demeanor. The teacher, placing his hands before him, finally lifted his gaze to meet the audience. My surname is Su, and my name is Su Jianyang. I will be your instructor for Extraordinary History. Extraordinary History is a course chronicling significant events from the Great Cataclysm to the present. It is a fresh subject for all of you. During this course, your existing worldview may be challenged, but please do not despair. As his words faded, the surrounding lights gradually dimmed. Jiang Yu's dark pupils reflected the image on the screen. It showed an aerial view, taken from several hundred to 1,000 meters above ground. The cracked concrete earth and the dilapidated buildings of steel and concrete stood askew. This was a city ravaged by war. In the millennium, the aberrant species descended. Our world began to suffer an invasion. Chapter 81. We have no retreat left. There was no excessive introduction. In just a few words, the reason was laid bare. Then, the main topic commenced. Su Jianyang began to speak slowly. Initially, no one knew where they came from, merely considering them unknown species that had appeared from somewhere. The unique physiology of these aberrant beings, coupled with the pollution they perpetually emitted, seemed to open the door to a new world, driving humanity to madness. It wasn't until half a month later that the first abyssal rift opened. Not particularly powerful aberrant beings emerged, merely second-tier aberrants that now seem insignificant. If they had coordinated, Rifts appeared simultaneously across various nations, totaling 36. The strength of these aberrants was not formidable. First-tier aberrants could be easily torn apart by ordinary bullets and artillery. However, the true danger of aberrants lay not in their power, but in the cost, the price of exterminating them. He emphasized the word cost deliberately, picking up chalk to inscribe it upon the blackboard. To kill an aberrant, one must inevitably bear a cost, and this cost is the unique pollution associated with the aberrant's body in an era before the birth of the extraordinary. Even the slaying of the weakest first-tier aberrant could potentially incur effects such as tremors, palpitations, shortness of breath, and tinnitus. More severe outcomes included fractures, temporary blindness, and sensory confusion in the battlefield. Any such cost could prove fatal. Yet humanity could only work to mitigate the cost. It could never be completely exempt from it. This meant that even a fifth-tier powerhouse, when faced with millions of first-tier aberrants, could annihilate countless foes single-handedly, but would ultimately suffer grievous injuries or even death due to the accumulated costs. Jiang Yu stared blankly at the figure on stage. However, once people recognized this pattern, they began to experiment with heavy weaponry for long-range suppression. The costs associated with first- and second-tier aberrants were not significant enough to carry over such vast distances onto humans. For the time being, our world remained relatively stable. Yet, as the number of rifts increased, the pollution flooding the world gradually intensified, leading to monumental changes unbeknownst to humanity. Compared to humans, flora and fauna were far more susceptible to pollution, resulting in aberrations. The wilderness became increasingly perilous. On New Year's Day, 2 years into the new era, Baidu and Nandu announced the establishment of large gathering sites and planned to gradually relocate residents from surrounding towns into these centers. In the 5th year of the new era, humanity endeavored to delve into the abyss, facing a staggering mortality rate of 97.it. Was during this time that the Great Zhou first became aware of the existence of forbidden objects. Relying on these forbidden artifacts, they ascended to the 2nd tier, combating otherworldly entities, thus igniting a wave of fascination for these forbidden objects. At this juncture, the awakening of spiritual consciousness took place, yet the path to transcendence remained shrouded in obscurity. Stagnating at the 1st tier without advancement, in the same year, 15 small nations declared their extinction. This global crisis left no one unscathed. By the 8th year of the new era, the reliance on forbidden objects further elevated the upper limits of transcendence, solidifying the defensive lines of gathering places. Those who grew stronger through these artifacts believed they had discovered the correct path, heralding a new dawn for the Great Zhou in the 10th year of the new era. The conventional path of transcendence, now the mainstream route, finally uncovered a way to ascend to the 2nd tier. That year also witnessed the official establishment of the Northern Capital Watch and the Southern Capital Dawn gathering places, becoming the only 2 first-tier gathering places in the Great Zhou. Over the subsequent 5 years, various other gathering places were established accordingly. The Southern Capital Dawn, a first-tier gathering place. This seemed inconsistent. The textbooks recorded that the Southern Capital was a 2nd-tier gathering place. Was it not? The clash between these two differing perceptions agitated the minds of the populace, manifesting in their ever-changing expressions. The historical textbooks primarily chronicled ancient events, and the scant modern history learned throughout one's primary and secondary education barely amounted to half a book, primarily recounting the Great Famine, struggles, and migrations triggered by the onslaught of otherworldly beings. The vast expanse of the Great Zhou, with its numerous small cities unable to withstand the onslaught, necessitated the Union to establish gathering places, resulting in their scattered nature. Consequently, as the strength of the otherworldly beings grew, several mass migrations occurred to facilitate unity and prevent being picked off one by one. Ultimately, they congregated in the north, forming a defensive line. This was the history everyone had studied. Jiang Yu was naturally aware of this segment of history. However, ever since he glimpsed the scattered map in Uncle Lu's room, he had become uncertain about the veracity of this history. The screen continued to change, revealing a map dotted with red points. Northern capital, Qingyang, Mai, Atai, Xinghuo, Linan, Lindong, Changyang. Southern capital, Tianfu, 10 first-tier gathering places dispersed throughout the Great Zhou. 10 first-tier gathering places. Where did so many emerge from? All present furrowed their brows, intently listening, while some entertained faintly fearful thoughts. Teacher, why does this differ from the history we've learned? A student in the front row queried. Su Jianyang chose not to respond. continuing his explanation undeterred. In the 20th year of the new era, the first third-tier otherworldly being emerged. Its debut heralded a third-tier onslaught, with conventional artillery proving ineffective. The southern capital gathering place paid a heavy price to quell the otherworldly tide. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special species appeared, its strength far surpassing that of its tier, leading an army of otherworldly beings to besiege the Mai gathering place. The proximity rendered nuclear weaponry unusable, and then the audience leaned in. Ears perked. Xu Jianyang paused for a few seconds before stating, "This marked the first destruction of a first-tier gathering place." A sudden silence enveloped the classroom. Only the gentle music emanating from the podium lingered in the air, soothing the impending wave of negative emotions. After allowing the students a brief moment to process, Xu Jianyang resumed, though his next words left the audience reeling. In the 40th year of the new era, the first fourth-tier otherworldly being appeared, emerging from the devastation of a nuclear explosion, leading to the obliteration of the Atai gathering place. By the 50th year, the Tianfu and surrounding gathering places faced the imminent threat of abyssal fissures and otherworldly beings, leading to the first great migration in history. Over 1 billion souls were reduced to merely 1 million survivors. This staggering figure reverberated in the hearts of all present. Yet, it was far from over. The 60th year saw the southwestern and northwestern regions of the Great Zhou fall entirely into the abyss, becoming sanctuaries for otherworldly beings. In the 70th year, as otherworldly beings advanced northward, the Linen gathering place faced imminent danger. This prompted the second great migration in history, yet this time, Transcendence would not retreat. 100,000 youths marched resolutely towards death to preserve the vast expanse of the Great Zhou. They would not yield to the otherworldly beings for 1,000 miles, thereby severing the connection between the north and south. In the same year, an attempt to migrate from the southern capital gathering place was thwarted by abyssal fissures, leaving their plans temporarily shelved. War, surrender, negotiation, compromise. The prolonged decades of brutal conflict now suggested that ceding territory and retreating to the north might have been the wisest choice from the outset. Consequently, as the gathering places grew considerably, any migration became a significant burden. However, would continual retreat truly yield better outcomes? No one could say for certain. The strength of the Transcendence grew, yet the fissures widened, allowing increasingly powerful otherworldly beings to infiltrate the Great Zhou. The southern capital, trapped and isolated, ultimately resolved to gather strength, abandoning its gathering place to migrate northward. In the 75th year of the new era, the emergence of a fifth-tier special species shattered the dawn of the Great Zhou. The classroom fell into an almost profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The screen shifted slowly, revealing a desolate landscape marred by devastation. The losses from the Third Great Migration were catastrophic. The South was irretrievably lost. This century-long war had witnessed its share of errors and missteps. Transcendence and Night Watchers served as sanctuaries for the masses, illuminating the darkness. Throughout this century of turmoil, men, women, elders, and youth found themselves adrift in obscurity. With no light before them and a foggy haze behind, the future remained uncertain. Xu Jianyang, with hair graying at the temples, cast his gaze over the crowd. Confusion, terror, helplessness, dread, and despair flickered in their expressions. Only one youth, with tousled black hair, regarded him with a mixture of anger and inquiry. Xu Jianyang's gaze lingered on him for a moment before shifting away. Overcoming despair was a challenge every transcendent would face. This is an invasion, a war. The blood we have shed is already more than enough. It is regrettable to have to convey such a message on the first proper class on transcendence. Yet, it must be said, we have no path of retreat left. Chapter 82. What is transcendence? As the surrounding light returned to normal and the soothing music gradually faded, the students found themselves snapping back to reality. Xu Jianyang's discourse lacked intricate detail regarding the century of cataclysm. He merely outlined a general timeline. In the early days of the cataclysm, everything was in motion until the 30th year, when circumstances took a drastic turn. Almost every decade saw a first-tier gathering place fall into turmoil. The brief mention of their obliteration in the grand tapestry of history could represent the fates of millions. The western regions were lost. The southwestern regions fell. Eventually, the entire southern region succumbed. Vacant cities lay in ruins, and aerial views captured innumerable otherworldly beings leaping through the remnants of civilization. Steel armor and an overwhelming army advanced like a tidal wave of otherworldly creatures. The ground trembled, silent yet grand. With no deliberate dramatization akin to a film, the mere display of such imagery sufficed to convey the gravity of the situation. Once everything concluded, the screen froze on a map, its borders resembling a grand army yet now reduced to mere fragments. This map was not only small but also sparsely marked, entirely at odds with what the students had learned. It appeared as though the Great Zhou had been relegated to a position in the far north. Curled up and barely surviving. Was this the true state of the Great Zhou? So many had already perished. Could we truly stand against the otherworldly beings? Whispers of despair rippled through the crowd. It was no wonder Su Jianyang cautioned before the class began, warning of potential upheaval to their established beliefs, urging them not to succumb to despair. Yet, in such dire circumstances, who could maintain their composure? Having been nurtured in a greenhouse, their education largely revolved around tales of the Night Watcher's strength and how formidable otherworldly beings were vanquished by powerful transcendence, painting a picture of a stable and happy existence. How naive! Everything had been a facade. Not a single truth was spoken. What was depicted as the otherworldly being's retreat was, in fact, a steady decline of the Great Zhou. Among the students, those with a more fragile disposition were already growing cold and pessimistic. The struggle to break free from the shackles of existence is an inevitable pursuit for all living beings. Ascending to transcendence, wielding power, was envisioned to be a glorious endeavor. Yet now, it seemed that reality diverged sharply from their imaginations. This was indeed the history of the Great Zhou. Liu Yaoyao pursed her lips, her expression slightly more composed than her peers. Liu Nanfeng had provided her with some preliminary information, all within an acceptable range, consisting primarily of various summaries and definitions. For instance, what otherworldly beings are, what transcendence entails, and how transcendence grows stronger. Such content was far less despairing than what Su Jianyang had presented. Jiangyu. The girl instinctively glanced at him. The past was behind them, the future would be brighter. Jiangyu enveloped her hand within his, giving it a gentle squeeze before rising. Where are you going? Liu Yaoyao reached out instinctively. I'll be back shortly. Jiangyu offered her a reassuring glance, stepping out. The class duration was not extensive, just over an hour. Su Jianyang concluded his lecture in alignment with the PowerPoint presentation, tidied up his materials, and departed. Indeed, he did not linger even a moment longer. In a classroom filled with hundreds of students, conversations echoed back and forth, spiraling into a deepening sense of despair. The old man seemed utterly unconcerned. Jiang Yu's expression shifted as he followed closely behind. The elderly figure, clutching a book, strode towards the entrance of the teaching building, subsequently stepping onto a narrow path enveloped by trees. Moments later, he entered a long corridor where couples ambled leisurely, some seated side by side. Su Jianyang, resembling a seasoned bureaucrat, tucked his books under his arm and found a secluded corner to sit upon a wooden bench meant for rest. He opened his book, engrossed in its pages. It was not a complex text, the cover boldly inscribed with the words, "The Era of Great Catastrophe, likely a comprehensive account of the historical calamities." Jiang Yu approached slowly, halting not far from him. The old man continued to peruse his book, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yu's presence, yet appearing unsurprised by his interruption. After a brief exchange of words, he fell silent once more. Jiang Yu, feeling compelled, directly posed his lingering question. "Professor Su, may I inquire why you chose to present such content on the very first lesson?" "What content?" Su Jianyang inquired. "Alien invasions, cities collapsing, the Great Zhou retreating at every turn, akin to a pack of lost dogs. Extraordinary valor met with sacrifice, heroism in the face of death," Jiang Yu articulated gravely. "Oh? Is it inappropriate to discuss these matters?" Su Jianyang finally raised his gaze. "What do you believe I should address instead?" "It's not that it's inappropriate. However, I contend that thrusting students into such a harsh reality without any preparation is rather unsuitable. That imagery is jarring, not just for a group of prospective university students, but even for more mature adults. It would be a challenging pill to swallow. Moreover, most of us possess little understanding of extraordinary powers. Must we directly confront such burdens? It feels overwhelmingly heavy, enough to incite a desire to flee. I doubt this lesson will foster any sense of responsibility or ignite patriotic fervor. On the contrary, the vast disparity and despair will only diminish one's fighting spirit. Despair can plunge a person into an abyss. This notion was well understood by Jiangyu, as it was noted in the camp manual, Common Knowledge. In this world, excessive despair could lead to dire consequences. While Jiangyu did not resist the concept of revealing the true history to students, he questioned whether it was appropriate to dump such overwhelming information all at once. Exceeding their psychological thresholds, was this education, or merely a form of mental poisoning? Jiangyu's gaze remained fixed on the elderly gentleman. Are you Li Sunguang's nephew? Su Jinyang listened patiently, refraining from immediate rebuttal. Yes, Jiangyu nodded. Young yet possessing some thoughts of your own, Su Jinyang remarked with a hint of a smile. Despair can be beneficial. Jiangyu furrowed his brow. Experiencing despair now, only to gain clarity in the future, is preferable to facing overwhelming hopelessness as one ages without understanding the path ahead. He lowered his head, returning to his book. Isn't that reasoning rather far-fetched? Could we not progress gradually, perhaps over a month or two, to slowly accept the truth and adjust our mindsets? To be honest, even after absorbing that content, he felt suffocated by the weight of noble sacrifice and despair, leading to a desire to retreat. Do you know what it means to be extraordinary? Suddenly, Su Jinyang asked. Jiangyu remained silent. Is the initial awakening sufficient to be deemed extraordinary? Su Jinyang pressed on. Though you have reached the second tier, allow me to be frank, at this moment, you hardly qualify as extraordinary. The first tier, awakening one's abilities, merely scratches the surface. The second tier, however, is fraught with peril. Pollution clings to you, your body becomes unrecognizable. One may find themselves at the edge of a precipice, navigating a precarious bridge. Only by enduring the process of transformation and emerging from the depths can one be considered extraordinary. Let me ask you this, as a second-tier individual, have you ever glimpsed the well within your heart? Have you encountered that bridge before you? True extraordinary existence is a relentless cycle of self-denial and skepticism towards the world, seeking oneself amid countless nights of darkness, rising from the suffocation beneath the ice. When the abyss descends, when the alien races invade, the extraordinary do not retreat. If one does not confront the abyss, how can they hope to be among those who stand firm? You are perplexed by my revelation of the world's truth. Or perhaps you grapple with the unyielding responsibilities imposed upon you at such a youthful age, feeling an unspoken anger? Jiangyu stood there, momentarily taken aback. Extraordinary individuals do not solely embody valor and sacrifice. There is no need for you to feel confusion or anger. The old man closed his book and slowly rose, making his way outside. Jiangyu, once a nephew of the great General Li Zhan. It is clear you are not yet prepared to embrace the extraordinary. With that, he departed, leaving Jiangyu in a state of bewilderment and uncertainty. Chapter 83. Solo Practice. Jiangyu, are you all right? Lu Yaoyao nudged him. After the previous class, Jiangyu had chased after her, but upon returning, he appeared somewhat lost. The second class was once again in the same room, with the same group, only this time led by a younger instructor who lectured on the foundations of the extraordinary. Extraordinary is the amalgamation of pollution. I know it sounds harsh, yet it remains the truth. Pollution infiltrates an individual, ultimately forming a power marked by personal imprints. For instance, if one's ability is fire, the pollution manifests as fire points or flame points. The naming is entirely up to you. The source of extraordinary power is, in fact, the alien species, flame species, bone species, ice species, blood species, feather species, ancient demon species. The varieties are countless. Slaying alien species of the same lineage incurs lesser costs, allowing one to absorb the pollution from their demise for personal gain. This is a relatively common way to grow stronger. The teacher on stage waxed eloquent. Lu Yaoyao, however, was not in the mood to listen. Did Professor Su reprimand you? She inquired cautiously, wary of attracting the instructor's attention. No. Jiangyu shook his head. Then what troubles you? Lu Yaoyao asked, confused. I'm just entangled in. Never mind. To put it simply, I'm feeling vulnerable. Huh. The girl looked perplexed. I've been quite shaken. Jiangyu sighed. What on earth is going on? Jiangyu's lamentations left Lu Yaoyao equally troubled. Utterly in the dark. This world is profoundly intricate, and I find it difficult to navigate. Don't overthink it. Everything will turn out fine. The girl, who had recently appeared distressed by the truth about the great Zhou, now offered him comfort. All right, it will be all right. Jiang Yu squeezed his palm. Liu Yao Yao, holding her phone aloft to capture the content on the blackboard, suddenly froze, her face flushing crimson as she turned to glare at Jiang Yu. Her eyes ablaze with indignation. You've gained some weight. It's time to lose some. Jiang Yu feigned indifference. You scoundrel. Liu Yao Yao gritted her teeth. The class concluded swiftly, marking the halfway point of the first day of camp. In the afternoon, the much-anticipated practical training commenced. Having gained their abilities for some time, the bolder students attempted to utilize them, only to find that the pollution within them was too sparse to produce any effect. Leaving them disheartened, the more timid students hesitated to use their powers, fearing potential mishaps. After waiting for so long, they were finally set to enter the practical course. Soon, after lunch and a brief rest, Jiang Yu, having quenched his thirst, and a still fuming Liu Yao Yao made their way to field. To be honest, Jiang Yu initially assumed that the practical training would take place at the specialized training facility he had seen before. But he was surprised to find himself in such a conventional setting. By the time they arrived, a throng of students had already gathered on the field, clustered in groups, primarily by class. The training camp had divided participants based on their talents and abilities, not out of disdain for those with lesser gifts, but due to the stark disparities that existed. The training intensity for those with exceptional talents was difficult for the average person to keep pace with, necessitating separation into classes. Even among ordinary students, there existed a disparity in intelligence, and this gap was even more pronounced in the extraordinary realm. The first few classes comprised the most gifted individuals, and regrettably, Jiang Yu and Liu Yao Yao had not been assigned to the same group. While they could barely sit together in large lectures, it was impossible for them to share a class in the daily curriculum. Jiang Yu suspected that the influence of Lu Nanfeng was behind this decision. The field buzzed with activity, and Liu Yao Yao quickly returned to her group, Class 3. Jianggu, how have you and your sister-in-law been lately? A voice called from nearby. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a handsome young man. Zhou Hao, the unfortunate soul who had been caught up with him in the shadowy arena. Go away with your sister-in-law nonsense. We are merely good brothers. Jiang Yu responded, I understand. Zhou Hao chuckled. By the way, Jianggu, do you really need to train with us? It seems unnecessary. An instructor approached me earlier, mentioning there would be arrangements. But nothing has materialized these past few days. I'm uncertain what to expect, Jiang Yu remarked, scanning the area. On the expansive field, instructors clad in tactical gear began to enter. With a sharp whistle, the sound quickly reverberated across the playground through the loudspeakers. The previously bustling playground fell silent in an instant, as all the students stood in orderly formation. Over 40 instructors assembled in front of the grandstand. Standing at attention, the announcement began. Greetings, students. The practical training course will be conducted by your respective instructors and assistant instructors. The application of skills and practical scenarios will be crucial for the upcoming college entrance examination in 6 months. Without further ado, the instructors were ordered, attention. The 40 instructors shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the entire playground. Proceed to your respective classes and commence training. Yes. The 40 instructors then dashed towards their designated class groups. Moments later, a dark-skinned, slightly built instructor arrived before Class 1. Stand at attention. The students, curious, were startled by his sudden bellowed. An aura of ferocity and bloodlust enveloped the atmosphere. With that one shout, Jiang Yu felt a jolt in his heart. His keen intuition immediately kicking in. These instructors were no ordinary individuals. Just stand still, the instructor remarked casually, leaving it at that. Not only he, but the other instructors in different groups followed suit, delivering a shout and then remaining silent thereafter. Yet, the effectiveness of this brief display was astonishing. The entire playground was enveloped in an eerie stillness, with hardly a sound to be heard. The reason was simple. A palpable sense of lethal intent hung in the air, penetrating the skin and scraping against the spine, making it difficult to breathe. What kind of ability is this? The instructors stood motionless, their murderous aura seemingly weaving a net that firmly ensnared everyone present. Was it some kind of forbidden object? Or a special ability? No, that's not it. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the day he rescued a child in the Shadow Realm, encountering that fiery figure. Utilizing his advantage of freely traversing the Shadow Realm, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the individual. Unexpectedly, that man had launched a swift strike, locking onto him tightly, leaving no room for evasion. The chilling killing intent was reminiscent of the present scenario. However, in comparison, the current sense of being targeted was far less lethal. If he wished, he could easily break free. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 minutes past. 15 minutes past. Standing in military posture under such circumstances was exponentially more challenging. In mere moments, the backs of all the students had become completely drenched. Finally, after 20 minutes, a whistle sounded, and the oppressive aura dissipated. You may rest. Everyone collapsed to the ground as if released from a heavy burden. Jiangyu, being at the second level and possessing superior physical attributes, merely broke a slight sweat and felt relatively fine. What an intense military training experience this has become. He retrieved the water he had brought and gulped it down, feeling considerably more refreshed. His physique was commendable. The instructor beside him scrutinized Jiangyu in the midst of the crowd. He was one of the few, apart from the instructors, still standing. Instructor, would you like a piece of candy? Jiangyu patted his pocket. The instructor fell silent for a moment. I don't consume candy. Well, has my penchant for chewing candy become common knowledge? Jiangyu thought to himself as he popped one into his mouth. Looking up, he noticed a familiar figure approaching. How's it going over here? Song Qingyan, clad in a dark blue special operations uniform, exuded an imposing presence. Reporting, all is normal, the instructor replied, standing at attention. Good, you, come with me. You don't need to train with them anymore, Dado? How fortunate, Jiangyu chuckled. All right, I'm on my way. He followed in step with Song Qingyan. Uncle Song, what was that earlier? I suddenly felt completely tense. It's a technique that must be mastered in learning extraordinary skills, Song Qingyan replied casually. What are extraordinary skills? Abilities of the extraordinary, that's obvious, Jiangyu retorted in silence. The two ambled forward, nearing the center of the playground. Uncle Song, where are we headed? We've arrived, Song Qingyan stated, coming to a halt. Arrived. Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. The two had reached the very center of the playground. What are we doing here? He gulped nervously. Song Qingyan broke into a dazzling smile, uttering two words, solo practice. Chapter 84. The Experience Baby Solo Practice? Jiangyu had considered this option before. Training together with the second-year students, his foundational theoretical knowledge was far too lacking. Skipping training? What was the point of the special training camp then? After much contemplation, he thought perhaps there would be a strong senior or instructor to guide him one-on-one. He had not anticipated that Song Qingyan, who seemed to act like a small leader among the instructors, would summon him for solo practice. Moreover, there were onlookers all around. They were resting, so what was he supposed to do? Naturally, he glanced towards the center of the playground. Jiangyu keenly sensed numerous gazes directed at him. Uncle Song, isn't this inappropriate with so many people watching? He forced a smile. What is there to fear? You'll serve as a perfect example of what not to do. Song Qingyan chuckled heartily, though Jiangyu sensed an undertone of impatience in his smile. In previous demonstrations, there would typically be third or fourth-year students or other instructors acting as sparring partners. But they've all undergone years of training, so even when demonstrating errors, they wouldn't appear too out of place. It was a rare opportunity to have a student of a sufficient extraordinary rank, but lacking in combat skills. Song Qingyan gestured to Jiangyu. In any case, go all out and let me assess your abilities. All right then. Having previously engaged in life and death battles with various creatures, Jiangyu had relied solely on his brute force. After numerous encounters, he had gained some insights. Following the acquisition of Battle Hardened, he had summarized his experiences, yet he was uncertain of his current level. Nevertheless, he was certainly stronger than before. Jiangyu took a deep breath, gathering his internal strength. Song Qingyan, who had initially seemed indifferent, now displayed a hint of seriousness, his brows furrowing slightly. This kid. Why does he feel different from when we sparred on the platform? Without further thought, there was a sudden explosion as the turf erupted. Jiangyu's figure flickered forward in an instant. Adjusting his posture mid-air, he harnessed his entire body's force, and his right leg struck down like a heavy whip. This was no simple maneuver. It tested both physical coordination and control over power. Most students could mimic this action if they tried, but without the requisite strength, attempting it in real combat would only lead to disaster. Pay close attention. This kind of practical combat cannot be missed. The instructors stood before their respective classes, explaining the situation. The first kick is a leap almost into the air. If you don't have a significant power gap or if you're not skilled in leg techniques, do not attempt this. The instructor spoke calmly, Though the attack appears fluid, its effectiveness may be limited, and it could easily provide an opportunity for Instructor Song to counter in the arena. You're really going all out with your attacks. Song Qingyan laughed, remaining stationary. Just as Jiang Yu's leg was about to make contact, he slightly sidestepped and extended his arm. With a heavy thud, his calf met Song Qingyan's forearm, sending a faint shockwave that flattened the surrounding grass. UVE got some serious strength. A leg strike may reveal weaknesses, but if executed successfully, it could be exceedingly powerful. Taking the hit head-on, Song Qingyan didn't budge an inch. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his left arm to grasp Jiang Yu's ankle. To his surprise, after this strike, Jiang Yu immediately shifted his stance, twisting his waist and raising his right elbow high, coming back down with force. This kid had even conserved some energy for a follow-up. Another heavy thud echoed as Jiang Yu's elbow collided with Song Qingyan's hand, causing him to marvel yet again at the strength behind Jiang Yu's blows. Did I let him win on the platform? That doesn't seem plausible. He certainly didn't appear to be going easy in just a few days. His strength had surged astronomically, quite the anomaly, though Jiang Yu's technique was far from masterful. He had begun to form a personal style, establishing his own momentum. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yu continued his assault, yet all his attacks were met with Song Qingyan's steadfast defense. The turf beneath him was trampled, grass and dirt flying in every direction. The onlooking students, at some point, found themselves captivated by the spectacle unfolding in the center of the playground, their expressions turning dazed. Goodness, the force behind those attacks could tear through a pack of tigers and leopards. While his offense was formidable, his defense was lacking. Both advantages and disadvantages existed. The benefit was that once he seized the initiative, he could firmly suppress his opponent. The downside was that if he were to be countered, his momentum could swiftly dissipate, leading to an abrupt downturn in the battle. Several instructors continued to elucidate the situation in the arena. Real combat isn't like playing a game. Trading blows is never a viable strategy. Though they hadn't directly tested Jiang Yu's strength, it seemed that against ordinary opponents of the same rank, unless they were exceptionally skilled in defensive techniques, they might struggle to withstand his relentless onslaught. If he could incorporate defense into his attacks, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary, one that peers of the same rank would find hard to contend with. If to affirm the instructor's observations. The next moment, Song Qingyan finally made his move. He sidestepped and shifted, his entire body moving in a direction that completely caught Jiang Yu off guard. The fist that was about to descend suddenly hesitated for a brief moment. It was precisely this fleeting opportunity that allowed Song Qingyan to suddenly close the distance, his palm forcefully striking against the right side of Jiang Yu's chest and shoulder, the exact point eluding him. With that blow, Jiang Yu felt as though half of his body had gone numb, rendering him powerless. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to retaliate with his left fist, only to be met with Song Qingyan's deft counter. The back of his fist colliding with Jiang Yu's elbow, instantly dissipating his strength. Subsequently, a formidable punch surged towards his face, prompting him to hastily shield himself. A strike, a capture, a throw. Dazed, Jiang Yu found himself sprawled on the ground. As the dizzying sensation gradually subsided, he gazed up at the sky. After a brief pause of 5 or 6 seconds, he managed to rise from the ground. "Uncle Song, did you employ your abilities?" he inquired, clutching his lower back and grimacing. "Forget about abilities. I've barely managed to keep my physical prowess within the realm of a second-tier individual." Song Qingyan chuckled lightly. "Dealing with you, young lad, requires no special powers. Otherwise, what use would my night watchman training be?" "How did you accomplish that?" Jiang Yu asked, rubbing his sore arm. Aside from not employing his shadow abilities, Song Qingyan had indeed held nothing back. Yet, he appeared to navigate the encounter with remarkable ease, hardly shifting his position at all. The intricate control, the technique of neutralizing force, the precise timing, coupled with an intimate knowledge of human anatomy. This was undeniably impressive. Suddenly, scenes from their recent skirmish replayed in Jiang Yu's mind like a slideshow, as if he were a mere observer, quietly witnessing everything unfold. From the initial leg strike, the elbow pivot, to the successive punches that followed. From this reflective perspective, he could meticulously observe how Song Qingyan's body exhibited slight tremors each time he fended off an attack, causing the ground beneath to fracture. That was an exquisite level of control. The imagery replayed repeatedly in his mind until he finally returned to reality. In truth, the utility of one's combat skills against another in real combat is not exceedingly significant. We ultimately rely on extraordinary techniques and innate abilities as our primary means of attack. Yet, it is imperative to learn. The nature of battle is ever-changing, and often our minds cannot keep pace. Thus, it is essential to cultivate instinctual responses and combat thinking. Much like mathematics, which most people seldom apply in daily life. It is about nurturing logical reasoning. As Song Qing'an continued his eloquent discourse, he suddenly noticed a peculiar intensity in Jiang Yu's gaze, one that was fervent and yearning, as though he were a delightful maiden in white silk. "Jiang Yu, are you listening?" he inquired, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. The effects of 100 battles were astonishingly potent. Jiang Yu rubbed his palms together. "Uncle Song, let us go again." Bang! The ground shattered once more.